Chapter 1 Daily Intelligence System. Star City, Building 3, Room 201 of the elite community. Early in the morning, as Lin Yang rose from his slumber, he began a video call with his parents. "Mom, Dad, I'm doing quite well here. My work is progressing smoothly, and my income is stable. Once my salary arrives, I will transfer some money to you. Son, as long as you're doing well, we can rest easy. You mentioned you couldn't get a train ticket home for the new year. It's been 2 years since you last visited. When will you return? We miss you dearly. I've been swamped with work lately. As soon as this busy period passes, he'll request some time off to see you both." "Well, that's fine. It's important for young people to prioritize their careers. I heard you've been dating someone for nearly a year now. Remember to bring her with you when you come home." "Indeed, I will when the time is right." After exchanging a few more words, the video call ended. Once the call was disconnected, Lin Yang's previously spirited demeanor swiftly transformed into one of desolation. "Mom, Dad, I'm failing you. I haven't achieved anything significant and have only caused you worry." He clenched his fists, striking the bed in frustration. With a creak, the already unstable bed nearly collapsed beneath him. "Lin Yang, how much do you earn in a month?" "My son runs a small factory and makes 200,000 to 300,000 a year." Lin Yang's father: "Didn't your son have a girlfriend? Why hasn't he brought her home? Is it because the family is too poor?" Lin Yang's mother: "Isn't your son a graduate of a prestigious university? How come he still travels by train during the new year?" "My son bought a car last year." Every time Lin Yang returned to his hometown, he had heard these words repeated countless times by the neighbors. Hearing such remarks, his parents wore expressions of melancholy and embarrassment. Though they were frustrated, the harsh truths offered no room for rebuttal. In a town where every household boasted newly constructed villas, his family resided in a modest 2-story building erected 30 years ago, with exposed red bricks and unpainted walls. While other homes displayed parked cars during the new year, his family's entrance was adorned only with a mud-covered electric bike. Though his parents claimed not to care, their envious glances towards the neighbors' villas and vehicles betrayed their true feelings. From that moment on, Lin Yang vowed that he would not return home until he had made a name for himself, unwilling to bring shame to his parents. However, the arduous task of forging a path in the big city without connections or resources proved exceedingly challenging. At present, he found himself on the brink of despair. Just 2 days prior, he had been wrongfully accused by a superior, resulting in his dismissal from the company. Without a job, there was no income, yet expenses continued to mount. As the month drew to a close, he faced the necessity of sending money home and paying rent, totaling 4,000, while he possessed less than 1,000. If he failed to send money, his father would lack the funds for medical care, and without paying rent, he would have no place to stay. Even if these two matters were resolved, his future sustenance remained uncertain. Ding! Daily Intelligence System activated successfully. The system will automatically push 3 to 10 pieces of information to the host each day. With each piece of intelligence read, 10 experience points are gained. Accumulating sufficient experience allows the system to upgrade to weekly, monthly, and even annual intelligence. The value of each piece of intelligence varies. The higher the system's level, the greater the worth of the intelligence. Furthermore, the information provided is intricately linked to the host's daily life, their observations, thoughts, and the people and events they encounter. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in Lin Yang's mind. "A system? Have I acquired the very system possessed by protagonists in novels?" Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Then his excitement surged within him. He had obtained a system that could lead him to the pinnacle of life, just like the main character in a novel. What if he lacked connections or a background? He could still ascend to greatness. This time, he would undoubtedly carve out a name for himself and return home with pride, earning respect from his parents. Ding! Does the host wish to receive today's intelligence? Receive. Lin Yang suppressed his exhilaration and began to experiment with the system. Upon issuing the command, a luminous screen materialized before him, displaying 5 pieces of intelligence. Daily Intelligence 1. The Miracle Gym will cease operations tonight after absconding with funds. Prior to their departure, they will conduct a substantial discount event. Caution is advised to avoid being deceived. Life is already a struggle. Who has money for the gym? Yet, it seems that my roommate Qin Ziyuan frequents this establishment. I should give him a heads up. Daily Intelligence 2. A new fruit supermarket has opened at the community intersection, offering a 50% discount on all fruits for the day. Arrive late. and there will be none left. What use is this information? It's common knowledge. Daily Intelligence 3. The 118 bus collided with an electric bike at the Wanxiang city stop, sending the delivery rider flying. Switching to another bus line could prevent lateness. I used to take the 118 line for work, but since being dismissed, I have no need for it anymore. Daily Intelligence 4. Wang Guangxing, the head of the technology department at Huada Machinery Factory, and attendance clerk Lu Fang are in a romantic relationship. They collude to pressure subordinates into unpaid overtime while falsely reporting the hours to the company, pocketing the extra pay for themselves. Evidence can be found in the third drawer of Wang Guangxing's metal cabinet. Obtaining this evidence and reporting it to the factory director could reclaim the embezzled overtime. Hey, Huada Machinery Factory was my former workplace. Manager Wang Guangxing always forced us to work overtime under various pretexts, and he never paid us for it. I had clashed with him a few times, and just days ago, when I requested my overtime pay again, he dismissed me on the grounds of falsely reporting hours. It turns out the truth behind it all is that the manager and the attendance clerk were colluding to embezzle the overtime pay. No wonder I always sense something off about them. I must seize the opportunity to obtain the evidence and reclaim the wages they have wrongfully taken. Daily Intelligence 5. The lottery shop at the community entrance has sold a grand prize-winning ticket for the Luck Tenfold Scratch-Off, with a prize of $400,000. Arrive early to purchase all Luck Tenfold tickets to secure the jackpot. Wow, there's even information about winning the lottery. Gazing at the 5 pieces of intelligence listed on the panel, Lin Yang was astonished. This daily intelligence system is remarkably powerful. It not only provides information, but also suggests solutions. Other intelligence aside, the 5th piece of information alone is worth $400,000. That this single piece of intelligence could resolve all the predicaments he currently faces. Lin Yang is well aware of the lottery shop at the entrance of the neighborhood. He passes by it every time he arrives home, and it typically opens at 8 in the morning. He illuminated his phone screen to check the time. It was already 8:30. The lottery shop must have opened long ago. Surely, that winning ticket has not been purchased by someone else? If it has, then this information would be rendered utterly useless. Chapter 2. The Grand Prize Secured. Phew. When Lin Yang arrived at the neighborhood entrance, he was surprised to find that the lottery shop had yet to open. His anxious heart finally began to ease. $400,000 may not seem significant to others, but for him, it equates to several years' worth of wages and could alleviate his immediate financial distress. Such an opportunity, if missed, might not present itself again for an indeterminate period. After all, for what he understood, this particular lottery would issue millions of tickets, with only one grand prize. After waiting a few minutes, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached, slowly unlocking the lottery shop door and stepping inside. Lin Yang dared not waste a single second and followed closely behind him. He glanced over the counter where scratch-off lottery tickets were meticulously organized, ranging from 10 to 50 yuan. Soon, he spotted the Fortune 10 times ticket among the assortment. Lin Yang reached out to grasp all the available Fortune 10 times tickets, counting a total of 4. "Sir, do you have any more Fortune 10 times tickets?" he inquired. "The 10 yuan tickets sell. Well, we only have those few left on the counter," the shopkeeper replied. "Very well." Lin Yang took out his phone to scan the payment code, completing the transaction for 40 yuan. Prior to his arrival, he had felt uncertain, worried that the remaining tickets would exceed his funds, preventing him from purchasing them all. It seemed luck was on his side, as he managed to buy all 4 for just 40 yuan. He took his tickets to a nearby table, preparing to scratch off the prizes. The Fortune 10 times tickets only required matching the scratch numbers with the winning numbers to win, with the grand prize set at 400,000. Lin Yang scratched off the winning number, revealing a 21. Next, he scratched the prize area and began searching for the number 21 among the multitude of digits. None. After confirming that there were no matching numbers on the ticket, he tossed it aside and proceeded to scratch the second ticket. The winning number was 78, yet upon comparison, no matching numbers could be found. The third ticket yielded the same disappointing outcome. Now only one ticket remained, and whether he would secure the 400,000 hinged upon it. Lin Yang silently prayed for a stroke of luck. He scratched off the final ticket. It revealed the winning number 16. He then searched the prize area for the number 16. He first scanned row by row, only to find nothing. Worrying he might have overlooked it, he meticulously compared each digit one by one, yet still, there was no sign of 16. After examining the ticket from top to bottom 3 or 4 times, he still could not find it. Could it be that I misread the previous tickets? Lin Yang revisited the tickets he had already scratched, confirming there were indeed no winnings. How could this happen? Could there be a system error? The initially exuberant expression swiftly morphed into one of despondency. According to the system's information, the ultimate outcome revealed that the grand prize had not been won. Alas, the lottery shop owner, noticing Lin Yang's dejection, chuckled. "Young man, do not lose heart. The odds of winning with a 10 yuan ticket are inherently low. Perhaps you might consider trying a 20 or 50 yuan ticket, which have better odds." Lin Yang shook his head. Buying lottery tickets without the prospect of winning felt akin to throwing money away. He refused to be ensnared by the owner's few encouraging words. Recognizing Lin Yang's disinterest in purchasing more tickets, the owner resumed his leisurely task of organizing the lottery tickets on the counter, replacing the scratched varieties with new stock. Suddenly, a green ticket slipped from a stack of red tickets, landing on the floor. The owner bent down to retrieve it, smiling. "Young man, there's still a tenfold luck ticket here, which got mixed in with the others. Would you like it? The scratch-off area has been slightly damaged. If you don't want it, I'll scratch it myself. I'll take it." Without hesitation, Lin Yang accepted the ticket, promptly completing the payment via scanning. He feared the shop owner might change his mind, so he quickly scratched the ticket himself. If the system had not malfunctioned, this ticket should indeed be the one that won the grand prize. He placed the ticket on the counter and took a scratch tool to reveal the winning number, 68. Next, he searched the scratch-off area for the number 68. There were 10 rows of numbers. If any row contained the winning number, it would yield the corresponding prize. The first row did not contain 68. The second row similarly lacked 68. The third row also yielded no sign of 68. Finally, upon reaching the seventh row, he discovered the coveted number 68. Got it! After unveiling the prize corresponding to 68, he was met with a string of zeros, confirming that he had indeed won the grand prize. He scratched off the rest of the prize area, and the figure 400,000 appeared before him. It was a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Initially resigned to defeat, he had unexpectedly found a hidden opportunity. With this newfound wealth, all the challenges he faced could now be addressed. At this thought, he could not help but smile. "Young man, you seem extraordinarily happy. How much did you win?" "The grand prize." "What? The grand prize? Your luck is astounding. Had I known, I would have scratched the last ticket myself." Lin Yang, amused by the owner's reaction, offered no further words, merely inquiring, "Boss, where do I go to claim the prize, and what documents do I need?" "Bring your ID, bank card, and winning ticket to the lottery center. If you trust me, I can cash it for you directly, but I will charge a 2% service fee." After taxes, 400,000 would yield 320,000, and a service fee of 6,400 amounted to over a month's salary. Currently, I find myself without employment and abundant in time. Thus, there is no need to squander money for the sake of convenience. "Boss, please provide me with the address of the lottery center. I shall go collect my winnings myself." 580 Furlong Road. Upon receiving the address, Lin Yang hurriedly exited and hailed a taxi. Barely had he departed when a balding man of similar age to the lottery shop owner entered the establishment. "Old Lee, tell me, why didn't you scratch off the last few tickets of the tenfold fortune yesterday?" "Old Zhang, you know that there are only a handful of prizes in a book. I have already distributed the grand prize, and the remaining tickets surely hold no winnings." There was no need to waste another few dozen yuan. The owner furrowed his brow and replied, "I must inform you, just moments ago, a grand prize was won from the tenfold fortune, precisely from the last few tickets you left. Unscratched, what?" Upon hearing this, Old Lee stood up abruptly, disbelief etched across his face. "Old Zhang, you must be joking. I even took a photograph. If you don't believe me, take a look." With that, the lottery shop owner retrieved his phone and displayed the photograph to Old Lee. Old Lee stared at the image on the screen, scrutinizing the numbers on the ticket. He clutched his chest, a look of anguish overtaking him. "Damn it, I stand guard in the shop every day, yet someone else reaps the rewards. Why did I save that few dozen yuan and leave the last tickets unscratched?" Chapter 3. Revenge is sweet. An hour later, at the Star City Welfare Lottery Center. The morning hall was desolate, with only a cleaning lady tidying up and a few service windows vacant. At that moment, Lin Yang entered. After surveying his surroundings, he approached a service window and casually took a seat. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" inquired the polite female staff member at the window. "I am here to claim my prize." Lin Yang replied, producing the lottery ticket that had won him 400,000 from his pocket and handing it over. Please hold on a moment. The staff member verified the ticket and subsequently handed Lin Yang a form. Sir, may I please see your identification and the corresponding bank card number? The first prize amounts to 400,000, from which a 20 income tax will be deducted, leaving a total of 320,000. The winnings will be credited to your account within 7 working days. If everything is in order, kindly sign a claim form. Lin Yang scrutinized the form, confirming it contained the information provided by the staff member. Satisfied, he affixed his signature and returned the document to the window. Your claim has been processed. Thank you for your contribution to the welfare cause, and I wish you good fortune, the staff member concluded as Lin Yang stood to depart. Buzz. Just as he exited the lottery center, a message arrived. Star City Bank. Your Union Pay card ending in 4806 has received a deposit of 320,000 at 11:26 a.m. on March 15th, leaving a balance of 320,968. 7. 320,000 in hand. At that moment, Lin Yang felt as if he were in a dream. Just yesterday, he had been troubled by financial woes, and today, the problem was resolved. He transferred 3,000 to his mother via WeChat, cautious not to send too much, knowing she would refuse any excess and worry about him. He planned to earn more money before returning home, at which point he would reveal his newfound fortune to his family. Just after the transfer, his phone chimed. So, why did you send me 3,000? I can return it. Please teach me how to do it. Mom, that S for Dad S medicine next month. What will he do if you return it? Son, I understand you are facing difficulties. I have saved all the money you use to send each month. If you are in need, just tell me, and I will send it all to you. A heaviness settled in Lin Yang's heart. Although unspoken, his mother sensed something amiss due to his failure to send money on time. Furthermore, his parents' income barely sufficed for their expenses, and without his support, his father would lack funds for medication. Had his father not taken any medicine in these past years, given the savings Lin Yang had sent? Mom, if you've saved all the money, what will happen to Dad's illness? Don't worry, your father and I have both found jobs, and our earnings are sufficient. Save your money for when you marry. Don't overburden yourself. If work is not fulfilling, then perhaps you should reconsider. Understood. I'm just bored at home, so I'll keep myself occupied as a form of exercise. After a few more exchanges, Lin Yang reminded them to take care of their health. And once the matters of finances were settled, he ended the call. He flagged down a taxi at the entrance of the lottery center. Where to, sir? Asked the driver. To Jinling Community, Lin Yang replied. Oh no, to the Huada Machinery Factory. Lin Yang, initially prepared to return to his rental accommodation, suddenly changed his mind. One of the intelligence reports pushed by the system revealed evidence of misconduct by his former supervisor, Wang Guangxing, which could lead to his dismissal. By obtaining this evidence and reporting it online, he could reclaim the overtime pay he had accrued over the past 2 years. Although he was financially stable now, that overtime salary was still his rightful due. Moreover, he intended to ensure that Minister Wang Guangxing would face the consequences of his actions. He opened the panel to review the intelligence. Daily Intelligence 4. Minister of the Technical Department, Wang Guangxing, and attendance clerk, Lu Feng, are in a romantic relationship. They collude to coerce subordinates into working unpaid overtime while reporting it to the company, pocketing the overtime wages. The evidence is located in the third drawer of Wang Guangxing's metal cabinet. By obtaining the evidence and reporting it to the factory manager, one can reclaim the embezzled overtime pay. Huada Machinery Factory is a small establishment with lax management, where salaries are paid in cash. In this era, a factory that still pays in cash is well understood by those in the know. Therefore, even though he had been dismissed, it would not be difficult for him to enter. His familiarity with the factory made it even simpler. Half an hour later, the taxi halted at the entrance of Huada Machinery Factory. Upon disembarking, Lin Yang walked directly towards the main gate. As he passed the entrance, he glanced into the guard room and noticed the security personnel engrossed in their mobile phones, utterly oblivious to anyone entering the factory. Upon entering, he made his way directly to the side of the factory and slipped through the back door into the office building. Big brother-in-law, the new product development is progressing smoothly. It is expected to succeed in another 2 weeks. Just as he reached the third floor and rounded the corner of the stairs, he heard a familiar voice emanating from the corridor. Lin Yang slowed his pace and stealthily approached, peering around the corner towards the source of the sound. At the end of the hallway stood two middle-aged men engaged in conversation. The voice he had just heard belonged to Wang Guangxing, the minister of the technical department, who had falsely accused him and orchestrated his dismissal. The other man was the factory manager. In the factory, call me manager. All right, big brother, manager. Don't rush me. I'll give you 2 more days. If the new product is still not developed, you might as well resign from being the minister. I assure you, this time it will be successfully developed. The manager said little more, merely nodding before descending the stairs from the other side. Hearing their conversation, Lin Yang felt a weight in his heart, fearing that reporting to the manager would not proceed smoothly. Wang Guangxing was related to the manager, which explained why he felt emboldened to act in such a manner within the factory. It was likely that the manager was aware of the embezzlement of subordinates' overtime pay, often turning a blind eye. After all, the factory bore no significant additional expenses. It was the subordinates who bore the brunt of exploitation. Thus, even if he presented evidence of Wang Guangxing's embezzlement, it was unlikely that any substantial punishment would be imposed. At that moment, the door to the minister's office swung open. Lu Fang peeked out from inside. "You rascal! I can't wait any longer. Come in quickly." She reached out and pulled Wang Guangxing inside. Before long, indescribable sounds emanated from within. On the entire third floor, only the factory director's office and the head of the technical department's office remained occupied, with the director absent. It was no wonder they felt so audacious to indulge in such behavior. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Yang. The director was Wang Guangxing's brother-in-law, which meant that the director's sister was his wife. If he could present evidence of Wang's infidelity to the director, it would surely spell trouble for him. It was no surprise that the intel suggested delivering the evidence to the director would enable the retrieval of the embezzled overtime pay. At that moment, Lu Fang's appearance was akin to a timely delivery of a pillow to a weary head. Lin Yang glanced around and, seeing no one, stealthily approached the head of department's office. As he drew near, silence enveloped the office. Within mere seconds, he shook his head to dispel distractions and refocused on the task at hand. He gently pushed open the door to reveal a narrow gap. Peering inside, there he beheld Wang Guangxing languidly sprawled over Lu Fang. Hastily, Lin Yang aimed his phone at the scene, recording a video to preserve the evidence before retreating to the stairwell to monitor the office's activity. Before long, Wang Guangxing and Lu Fang exited the office one after the other. Observing their departure, Lin Yang swiftly slipped into the office, heading straight for the metal cabinet behind the desk. 1, 2, 3. He yanked open the third drawer, revealing a substantial stack of overtime application forms, each stamped and signed by the director. Indeed, the director was aware of Wang Guangxing's embezzlement of overtime pay. Aside from the application forms, the drawer also contained payroll records. There were 2 sets of these records, one inclusive of overtime pay and the other exclusive. A brief glance revealed that just for their department of 8 individuals, the monthly overtime pay exceeded 20,000, amounting to over 300,000 annually. "Good day, Minister Wang." Lin Yang organized the evidence and was about to leave when a voice calling out in greeting echoed from outside. As luck would have it, Wang Guangxing had returned. His expression shifted dramatically. He had no idea whether the director was still in the factory. If he were discovered by Wang Guangxing at that moment, facing dozens of colleagues alone would be futile, and all the effort put into securing the evidence would be rendered worthless should it be seized or destroyed. The office, located on the third floor, had no windows, and aside from the desk and a metal cabinet filled with documents, there was no hiding place to be found. Chapter 4. Inciting Public Fury. Good day, Minister. The updated equipment operating procedures have been placed on your desk. Wang Guangxing gazed at the individual before him, a sense of familiarity flickering in his mind. Yet, the mask obscured the person's features and their lowered gaze hindered recognition. Nevertheless, given that this individual was delivering documents, it was likely someone from the technical department, and he dismissed the thought, leading his companion into the office. After the door to the minister's office closed, Lin Yang hastened his steps down the staircase, even breaking into a light jog. Earlier, he had obtained evidence in the office, coincidentally, just as Wang Guangxing returned. In a moment of panic, unsure of how to proceed, he had spotted the documents on the desk and formulated a plan. Fortunately, Wang Guangxing's guard was down. He likely never anticipated that anyone would be aware of the existence and location of those documents. With the evidence in hand, Lin Yang dashed to the restroom, meticulously backing up all the information before reporting Huada Machinery Factory's mandatory overtime and lack of proper compensation to the Labor Bureau via a mini-program. Only after completing this did he emerge from the restroom, searching for the factory manager's presence. As he exited the workshop, he spotted a Mercedes-Benz S400L parked at the roadside. It was indeed the manager's vehicle, still present, indicating that he had not yet departed. Suddenly, the car's exhaust emitted a thunderous roar. This was bad. The manager was about to leave. Lin Yang sprinted forward, positioning himself in front of the moving car just before it could drive away. "Manager, wait!" With a screech, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. The driver's side window slid down, revealing the manager's head. "Which department are you from? Have you lost your mind?" "Manager, I was previously part of the technical department, but was dismissed a few days ago." "Ah, it's you. Falsifying overtime to defraud the factory's interests. Step aside immediately, or I shall call security." With that, the manager retracted his head into the vehicle and pulled out his phone to make a call. Moments later, Wang Guangxing rushed towards them, visibly agitated. "Lin Yang, who let you in? You've breached factory regulations, and since you've been dismissed, you dare to cause a scene? Be wise and leave at once." As Wang Guangxing ran, he dialed a number. What are the security personnel doing? An outsider can enter so easily. Just as he ended the call, a contingent of security guards emerged from various corners of the factory, swiftly encircling Lin Yang. Surrounded by the guards, Lin Yang exhibited no sign of fear. Rather, a flicker of anticipation danced within him. The more individuals that arrived, the better. He understood that reclaiming the embezzled overtime pay would not be an easy task, even with Wang Guangxing's indiscretions as evidence. Being encircled by security, however, might facilitate matters. All he needed to do was expose the situation, igniting public outrage. The greater the conflict, the more attention it would garner. The issue of overtime pay affected everyone's interests, and once the truth surfaced, it would undoubtedly cause a considerable uproar. Indeed, the commotion outside captured the attention of those within the workshop, and several individuals emerged to witness the spectacle. Before long, Lin Yang, the manager, and Wang Guangxing found themselves enveloped by a crowd. "Isn't that Lin Yang, who was dismissed just a few days ago? I am aware of his situation." The entire factory received a notice indicating that he was terminated for falsely reporting overtime in an attempt to defraud overtime pay. Since his entry into the factory, he has never received any overtime compensation. Anyone bold enough to request overtime pay has faced dismissal. If one is not striving to support a family, then this job is one that only the willing should undertake. Indeed, one cannot help but envy such young men who can feast alone without their families going hungry, free from the burdens of exploitative capitalists. As the crowd noticed Lin Yang surrounded, they began to murmur among themselves. The factory manager, observing the growing crowd, furrowed his brow. During working hours, leaving one's post without permission incurs a penalty of half a day's wages. Upon hearing this, the crowd reluctantly prepared to disperse. Lin Yang realized that the time was ripe. If he waited any longer, everyone would return home, leaving him without support to confront the manager. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "Everyone listen closely. We have always been entitled to overtime pay, yet it has been embezzled by Wang Guangxing, the head of the technical department. He has deceived both superiors and subordinates to line his own pockets." At Lin Yang's declaration, the crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting in uproar. "What? Embezzlement of overtime pay? We toil so hard every day, only to discover that our compensation has been devoured? This is outrageous. We demand an explanation." The clamor intensified, and anger surged through the masses. Sensing the rising fervor, Lin Yang seized the moment, striding towards the manager's vehicle, brandishing the evidence high above his head. "Manager, this is irrefutable proof of Wang Guangxing's embezzlement of overtime pay. It bears his signature and detailed accounts, Every transaction is crystal clear. As he spoke, he presented the evidence to the manager. Seated within the vehicle, the manager's expression darkened ominously as he shot a menacing glare at Lin Yang, as if he wished to consume him whole. Yet, Lin Yang stood undaunted, maintaining his steadfast gaze. Recognizing the fervor of the crowd, the manager understood that failing to address the matter effectively today would lead to dire consequences. With a resigned sigh, he opened the vehicle door and stepped out. The manager accepted the evidence from Lin Yang's hands, casually flipping through several pages, his frown deepening and his complexion growing increasingly grim. "Wang Guangxing, look at the misdeeds you have committed," he thundered, flinging the evidence in front of Wang Guangxing. Startled and pale, Wang Guangxing's legs turned to jelly as he trembled to retrieve the evidence from the ground. Upon glancing at it, he collapsed in a heap. "Manager, this evidence must be fabricated. How could I dare embezzle overtime pay? I am utterly loyal to the factory," he stammered, casting furtive glances at Lin Yang, his eyes brimming with malice. "Are the seals and my signature on this document mere forgeries?" The manager replied coldly. Wang Guangxing's heart sank. He realized that his transgressions could no longer be denied. In a frantic attempt to explain, he sputtered, This information was securely stored by me. How could it possibly be here?" Realizing he had misspoken, he hastily fell silent. Upon hearing that their overtime pay had been embezzled, the crowd was already incensed. The emergence of evidence presented by Lin Yang only intensified their fury. They were utterly enraged, surrounding Wang Guangxing and the factory manager in a tight circle. "Return our overtime pay! Return our overtime pay! Wang Guangxing, you insatiable scoundrel! You must give us an explanation." The deafening roar of the crowd rendered the situation chaotic. Wang Guangxing, sensing the palpable anger and the imminent threat of violence, was filled with terror. In a desperate attempt to salvage his situation, he leaned toward the factory manager and pleaded softly, "Brother-in-law, save me. They truly mean to resort to violence." The factory manager shot him a fierce glare and scolded him in a hushed tone. "Fool, you brought this upon yourself. I can barely safeguard my own standing, let alone rescue you." With despair washing over him, Wang Guangxing collapsed onto the ground, his gaze vacant, as if his very soul had fled. At that moment, the factory manager realized that the truth could no longer be concealed. Continuing to shield Wang Guangxing would only embroil him in deeper troubles. Clearing his throat, he addressed the crowd. "Everyone, please calm down. It is true that Wang Guangxing has erred gravely. He has embezzled your overtime pay, and as the factory manager, I bear my share of responsibility. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution and ensure that every cent of your overtime pay is returned." Upon hearing the manager's words, the crowd's emotions eased slightly, yet some continued to insist, "Is it really that simple? Wang Guangxing must face legal consequences for his embezzlement. Indeed, we cannot let him off so easily. We must report this." Many voices echoed in agreement. Some, undeterred by the situation, had already taken out their phones to contact the Labor Bureau for reporting. Chapter 5. It is time to release the evidence, everyone. Please remain calm and refrain from making any calls to report this matter. Who will reimburse you once he is apprehended? Rest assured, with my presence, I will ensure that he returns every penny of the embezzled overtime pay. The factory director shouted, seemingly anxious about the possibility of someone reporting Wang Guangxing. He then instructed his staff to summon the attendance clerk, Lu Feng, to calculate the amount of overtime pay that had been misappropriated, while simultaneously urging Wang Guangxing to prepare the necessary funds. Upon hearing the director's demand for reimbursement, Wang Guangxing's expression turned more ghastly than death itself. However, witnessing the righteous indignation of those around him, he reluctantly complied. He believed that if he did not return the money today, he would undoubtedly face a brutal beating from the workers. Thus, he had no choice but to call his wife, requesting her to bring money. Meanwhile, Wang Guangxing's wife, Zhang Li, was at a beauty salon indulging in a treatment when her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she noticed it was her husband, Wang Guangxing, and promptly hung up. She typically preferred to avoid interruptions during her activities, even from her own spouse. However, scarcely had she disconnected the call when it rang again. She swiped her phone and answered, "Wang Guangxing, What is going on with you today? Don't you know I dislike being disturbed while busy? You had better have a good reason. Dear, the issue of my embezzlement of the subordinates' overtime pay has been discovered, and now the workers are clamoring for refunds. Please hurry and send some money. What? How dare they? A bunch of lowly individuals. If they dare to cause a scene, why not report them and have the lot arrested? Please lower your voice. I'm surrounded by them. If I do not return the money, I will be beaten to death. You must bring the money to calm them down. As long as they continue working a Huada, they will eventually get their dues back. Very well, wait for me. I will come over once my treatment is finished. As Zhongli made her way to deliver the funds, Lu Fang had already calculated the total amount of overtime pay embezzled by Wang Guangxing. Across various departments, there were a total of 48 individuals, with a cumulative embezzlement of 28 million over the past 2 years, averaging 47,500 per person. Lin Yang discovered his own amount from the report, 52,000, averaging 166 in overtime pay per month, indicating that he had exceeded 50 hours of overtime each month based on his salary calculations. Over the span of 2 years, he had consistently worked more than 50 hours of overtime without receiving compensation, ultimately leading to his dismissal over the demand for back pay. Reflecting on this, it was evident that the factory was indeed unscrupulous. Fortunately, the intelligence system had provided him the opportunity to reclaim what was rightfully his. Of course, this was merely the beginning. Had the director not turned a blind eye, how could Wang Guangxing, a mere head of the technical department, have dared to act so brazenly? They must be made to pay the price. 2 hours later, a red BMW entered the factory premises, and a middle-aged woman, adorned in luxurious attire, stepped out of the vehicle. She strode directly to Wang Guangxing and slapped him across the face. Useless fool. There is no reason to return money that has already been acquired. Whatever you have taken from me today, you shall return in full tomorrow. Yes, my dear, I will repay every cent, Wang Guangxing replied, cupping his face as he hurried to the BMW, retrieving a suitcase from the trunk. The line of workers formed, ready to receive their overdue overtime pay. Upon hearing the news of the impending refunds, a wave of excitement washed over the crowd. I glanced at my records and noted that my overtime pay over the past 2 years totaled 52,000 yuan. Receiving it in one lump sum felt akin to him having saved it for me. Haha, indeed, with this sum in hand, the coming months promise to be quite comfortable. Shall we venture to Yulon Road tonight for some fried rice priced at 150 yuan serving? Let us inquire if Lin Yang would like to join us. After all, he's been instrumental in this endeavor, and without him, this windfall would not have materialized. Go, go, go. You lot, don't lead Lin Yang astray. He is not like you rascals. Lin Yang chuckled softly, saying little, as he quietly queued among the throng, awaiting his own long overdue overtime compensation. The disbursement proceeded swiftly, and in a matter of minutes, it was his turn to receive 52,000 yuan. Wang Guangxing, overseeing the distribution, shot a fierce glare at Lin Yang, growling, "You better watch yourself." Just then, Wang Guangxing's wife, assisting with the payouts, erupted in a furious outburst. "Wang Guangxing, you better explain yourself. The embezzled funds are all accounted for here. Why have we only disbursed half?" In an instant, Wang Guangxing's face drained of color as he thought, "How could I have forgotten? Half of the money is with Lu Fang. If I can't produce it now, I'll be exposed. She is certainly going to divorce me." Lin Yang, observing Wang Guangxing's distress, surmised that his wife was unaware of his affair with Lu Fang. Given his evident fear of her, once their relationship came to light, she would surely make his life unbearable. With a subtle smile, Lin Yang retrieved his phone and played a video he had recorded, presenting it to Mrs. Wang. "Madam, take a look at this. Guangxing, when are you going to divorce that shrew? You promised to marry me." Smack! Before the video could finish, Mrs. Wang slapped him across the face. "How dare you betray me and cavort with someone else? I suppose that money went to her as well." Smack, smack, smack. She unleashed a barrage of slaps, reddening his face in an instant. Wang Guangxing covered his face, seething with silent rage. "Dear, it's a fake. The video is undoubtedly AI generated. Let us resolve this first, and we can discuss everything else later. I don't believe you. That vixen must be her. Mrs. Wang seized Lu Fang by the hair and began delivering slaps to her face, embodying the very image of a furious woman. Stop, stop. Our money hasn't been distributed yet. Let us expedite the payouts. Those who had already received their funds were merely spectators, while those still waiting grew increasingly anxious. As shouting proved ineffective, they resorted to physically separating the two women. Settle your affairs later. First, we demand our money. Mrs. Wang glared at him, seething. I'll divorce you. You've taken my support and still dare to misbehave outside. What will you have left after I leave? Please no. Trust me. She is the one who seduced me. Get lost. Wang Guangxing's wife, in a fit of rage, kicked him before storming into the car and speeding away. The factory director, upon witnessing his sister's intent to divorce, shook his head and pointed at Wang Guangxing, stating, if you proceed with this divorce, you may as well relinquish your position as department head. He then turned to Lu Fang and commanded, return the money immediately. I shall not pursue other matters. But you need not come in tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Fang's complexion drained of color. Surrounded by a throng of people, she realized that without returning the money, she would not be permitted to leave today. Having secured the funds and witnessed enough of the unfolding drama, Lin Yang prepared to depart. At that moment, a vehicle emblazoned with the words Labor Inspection Team drove into the factory. The vehicle halted outside the crowd, and several staff members clad in uniforms disembarked. Silence. Were you the ones who reported Huada for enforcing overtime without compensation? Chapter 6. What is the situation with the personnel information? Comrades, which unit do you belong to? We are from the Labor Bureau. We have received a report, and the evidence is complete. Where is your factory director? Upon hearing that the Labor Bureau had arrived, the factory director immediately stepped out from the crowd. Comrades, I am the director. Overtime pay has always been issued, but it was embezzled, and that is why everyone has not received it. That is to be expected. However, you have violated the law. The report we received is comprehensive, and the evidence is sufficient and valid. According to legal regulations, when production tasks require overtime, it cannot exceed 50 hours per month. Your factory's average overtime has already surpassed 50 hours. Thus, we are imposing a fine of 800,000 yuan. Here is the fine notification. Please remit the payment within 7 days. Otherwise, a late fee of 5,000 will accrue daily. What? This is all his fault. Why should I be penalized? The factory director protested innocently, yet the staff only regarded the facts and were unwilling to engage further with him. The staff handed the notice to the director and then turned to the gathered crowd to educate them on the legal recourse regarding unpaid overtime. The director, holding the fine notice, glared furiously at Lin Yang. It was all his fault. Had it not been for him, the fine would not have been levied. Originally, the overtime pay would have reached Wang Guangxing, who would then pass it on to his sister, ensuring that the benefits did not flow to outsiders. All of this was due to Lin Yang, and henceforth, overtime pay would have to be distributed to the workers. Not only the factory director, but also Wang Guangxing and Lu Fang glared menacingly at Lin Yang. He felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, the three of them were encircled by workers and could only cast resentful glances at Lin Yang. They wished to retaliate, but found themselves powerless to act. Lin Yang smiled. This was the consequence of their unscrupulous actions. His objective had been achieved, the performance concluded, and the hour was late. He turned and briskly departed the factory, hailing a cab back to his rental apartment. In the car, Lin Yang contemplated the day's gains. He had won 320,000 from the lottery and was set to reclaim 52,000 in overtime pay, totaling over 370,000. This sum surpassed all the earnings from years of work since graduation. This was merely the first day of benefits derived from the system's intelligence prompts, and in the days to come, he would receive even more intelligence, potentially in greater quantities. After all, the system would send 3 to 10 pieces of intelligence daily. His luck on the first day was not particularly favorable, as he had only received 5 pieces. If the gains were to continue at this rate, he could earn at least 10 million in a month, totaling 120 million in a year. More critically, as the system accumulated sufficient experience, it could upgrade. At that point, the value of weekly, monthly, and yearly intelligence would far exceed that of daily intelligence. With astute utilization of the system, Becoming a billionaire would not be an insurmountable challenge. By the time he returned to his rental apartment, it was nearly 8 in the evening. He indulged in a lavish meal at a restaurant near the community entrance, a luxury he had previously denied himself. Now that he had money, it was time to elevate his standard of living. His food and material needs could no longer adhere to the old standards. As for the car and the house, there is no rush. Although I currently possess just enough funds to purchase either, the quality would be far from satisfactory. It is more prudent to wait until I have a greater sum, allowing for a more substantial investment. Lost in thought, I found myself at home. Upon alighting from my vehicle, I approached the entrance, which was suddenly opened from within by my roommate, Qin Ziyuan, clad in athletic attire. It was evident he was preparing for a workout. "Ziyuan, off to the gym?" I inquired. "Indeed. Today marks the 5th anniversary of Miracle Gym, and they are offering annual memberships at half price. Pay for 1 year and receive 3 additional years. Would you care to join me?" The recent environment has been rather precarious. Many gyms have shut down, often with significant discounts before their closure. I advise you to exercise caution. Miracle Gym is a reputable brand, endorsed by celebrities. "Surely, it won't go under," he replied. "Just remain vigilant," I cautioned. "Of course, I shall be careful," he assured with a smile as he entered the room. Earlier, I had received 5 pieces of intelligence, one of which pertained to Miracle Gym, indicating that it would be closing down after today's operations. I felt compelled to warn him, considering our years of cohabitation and his amiable nature. Whether he heeded my advice was beyond my concern. Such matters are best touched upon briefly to avoid becoming tiresome. My day was consumed with errands, first purchasing a lottery ticket, then redeeming my winnings, followed by gathering evidence at the factory to claim overtime pay. Exhausted from the constant to and fro, I performed a quick wash and collapsed into bed. Upon awakening, it was already the next morning. Ding! Daily intelligence has been dispatched. Please check. I accessed the panel to review the intelligence. Today, my fortune seems slightly better, as I received a total of 10 pieces of information. Each report grants 10 experience points, and to upgrade from daily to weekly intelligence requires a total of 300 points. With the 50 points from yesterday, combined with today, S100, I now had 150 points, over halfway to the system's upgrade. If luck favored me, the system could potentially transition to weekly reports by the day after tomorrow. Even in the worst-case scenario, receiving only 3 reports daily would still allow for an upgrade within 5 days. While the frequency of reports would diminish, their value would markedly increase. With my thoughts collected, I began to peruse the day's intelligence. Daily Intelligence 1. Miracle Gym collapses. The owner absconds with funds, leaving hundreds of members without recourse for refunding over $1 million in fees. A professional closure team is in operation, and it is unlikely that any deposits will be returned. This was a continuation of yesterday's report. It was astonishing that so many had fallen victim to such a blatant scam. It made me reflect on the adage that there are no unsellable products, only unmarketable prices. Daily Intelligence 2. Dayueching's anniversary celebration. Spend over $688 to enter a draw for an electric vehicle. The winning card is affixed to the upper left corner of the box, and those who arrive before 9 p.m. can seize the grand prize. I had heard whispers of foul play in shopping mall lotteries. It appears my suspicions were well-founded. I was taken aback to discover that the mall employed such underhanded tactics to ensure the grand prize fell into the hands of predetermined individuals. Lin Yang took out his phone to search for the Dayueching public account, checking for news about a lottery. The grand prize was a Hongguang mini electric vehicle, valued at 60,000 yuan. Exchanging 688 yuan for 60,000 was undeniably a lucrative deal. Having acquired this information, he felt compelled to act swiftly. Daily Intelligence 3. Beneath the left flower bed at Building 3 of Jinling Community, there lies a lost gold bracelet. It could be retrieved within an hour. To receive such intelligence was astonishing, especially given the soaring gold prices, nearing 800 yuan per gram. A gold bracelet weighs at least 30 grams, thus valued over 20,000 yuan. Most crucially, this location was directly beneath his rental apartment. Without hesitation, Lin Yang slipped on his slippers and hurried downstairs. Any delay could result in someone else claiming the find. He made a beeline for the left flower bed, and soon discovered an enormous gold bracelet nestled beneath the tree. As soon as he grasped it, he felt its substantial weight. Both its size and heft were greater than that of a typical gold bracelet, resembling the extravagant style often worn by the affluent. He estimated that this bracelet weighed at least 50 grams, meaning it was worth at least 40,000 yuan, far exceeding his initial expectations. After securing the gold bracelet safely upstairs, he opened the panel to continue reading the intelligence. Daily Intelligence 4. Huada Machinery Factory's new food vacuum packaging machine development has failed, unable to meet client orders on time, facing substantial penalties. The factory director is offering a considerable reward for solutions, with the pressure control for the new product set at 35 megapascals to resolve the issue. Unexpectedly, he received intelligence from his former workplace. However, Lin Yang had long discerned the factory director's true nature. While there was a bonus for solving the problem, the likelihood of actually receiving it was another matter entirely. Even if it were attainable, the process would likely be fraught with complications. There was no need to waste time on such trivialities. Lin Yang opted to disregard this information. Daily Intelligence 5. Chen Xingqing, age 24, hailing from Xingqing. Graduated from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics with a degree in finance, standing at 1.68 meters tall, weighing 49 kilograms, blood type B measurements. Residential address: Runbinjiang Bay, telephone number 176. Chapter 7. The $1 Million Melee Pearl. Upon reading the fifth piece of intelligence, Lin Yang was engulfed in confusion. Why had the system suddenly delivered information pertaining to a specific individual? Who was this Chen Xingqing of whom he had no prior knowledge? However, based on the information provided by the bronze, she appeared to be a stunningly beautiful woman, exuding both innocence and charm. Yet, what could possibly be the significance of the system presenting information about a beautiful woman? Suddenly, he noticed that the color of this particular piece of intelligence differed from the others. The text was bolded. Clicking on it, he discovered an inner page. Congratulations on receiving character intelligence. Engaging with the individual mentioned in the intelligence will trigger a critical strike, guaranteeing the acquisition of high-value information. Goodness, this task seemed exceedingly simple. Merely interacting with the individual mentioned would yield a piece of high-value information. The previous intelligence regarding the lottery's grand prize of 400,000 did not even classify as high value. Thus, it was evident that high-value information was worth considerably more than 400,000. Yet, who exactly was this Chen Xingqing? With no knowledge of her identity, how could he possibly engage with her? Lin Yang shook his head. This matter required careful exploration and was best set aside for the moment. He continued to peruse the remaining 5 pieces of intelligence. Daily Intelligence 6. The scandal of urine being poured into the hot pot base at Binjiang Hot Pot has been exposed. Customers who dine during this period will receive a full refund, along with tenfold compensation for their expenditure. Dining once at table 109 will qualify for the compensation. To knowingly dine at a table where urine had been poured into the hot pot base requires an extraordinary level of mental fortitude. Furthermore, while tenfold compensation may seem generous, the average cost of a hot pot meal is only 3 to 400. Thus, tenfold amounts to merely 3 to 4,000. This piece of intelligence left Lin Yang feeling nauseated. Daily Intelligence 7. At the Binjiang Vegetable Market, the last coconut snail delivered by Xiao Chong contains a melee pearl. Purchasing this coconut snail will yield a melee pearl valued at over $1 million. What exactly is a melee pearl? This was Lin Yang's first encounter with the term. It is produced within a sea snail, akin to a pearl. However, given that pearls have become relatively affordable, how could these pearls from sea snails command such exorbitant prices? He took out his phone to search for melee pearls. Melee pearls are found within sea snails, with a probability of 1 pearl emerging from every 50,000 snails, rendering them exceedingly rare. Their colors are remarkably diverse, including shades of orange-red, orange-yellow, yellow, brownish-yellow, and nearly white, with a vibrant orange resembling a ripe papaya being the most precious. Each pearl possesses unique flame-like patterns on its surface, making every single one a distinct work of art. Approximately 200 melee pearls exist globally, predominantly treasured by the royal family of Nanyue, with minimal circulation in the outside world, depending on completeness, quality, appearance, and size. The transaction prices vary. Those with superior quality fetch no less than $20,000 per carat. The online descriptions of Melee pearls were exceedingly detailed, interspersed with images. They resembled the legendary Dragon Balls, explaining the alternative names of dragon pearls or flame pearls. The Melee pearl embodies rarity, artistry, uniqueness, and royal rarity, alongside attributes that cannot be artificially cultivated, which explains its exorbitant value. In stark contrast, the price of the coconut snail pales in comparison to the Melee pearl, barely reaching a fraction, not even 1/1000th of its worth. While searching for the Melee pearl, numerous videos pertaining to coconut snails appeared. The smaller ones weigh a few kilograms, while the larger specimens can exceed 10. Their price hovers around 30 to 40 per kilogram, never exceeding 100. Even if one were to calculate at a rate of 100 per kilogram, a colossal coconut snail would not surpass 2,000 yuan. Investing 2,000 yuan for the potential return of 1 million equates to a staggering profit margin of 500 times. The Binjiang market is situated near Lin Yang's residence and is the largest market in the entire Star City, offering an abundance of food, vegetables, meats, seafood, and daily necessities. It attracts not only local residents and tenants, but also affluent individuals residing in the luxurious Binjiang Bay, with its bustling atmosphere, drawing crowds daily. High-priced seafood like coconut snails does indeed find buyers. Missing out on such an opportunity could mean forfeiting a fortune. Lin Yang, pressed for time, glanced over the last 3 pieces of information, dismissing them as lacking in value. In a flurry, he donned his shoes, rented a shared electric bike outside the community, and sped towards Binjiang Market. His heart raced with anticipation on the journey. The Melee pearl, valued at over 1 million, represents a sum equivalent to the hard-earned wages of many individuals over a decade or two. The temptation to acquire it for less than 2,000 yuan by purchasing a single sea snail is one that few would wish to resist. As he twisted the throttle, maximizing speed, he fervently hoped that no one else had set their sights on the coconut snail. Missing such an opportunity might mean it would never present itself again. 10 minutes later, Lin Yang arrived at the entrance of Binjiang Market, carelessly parking the bike without even locking it. Arriving even a second early could diminish the likelihood of the coconut snail being snatched away by someone else. He was acutely aware of the difference between a shared bike being taken and a coconut snail being sold. Binjiang Market is a popular spot, bustling with countless food vendors. Lin Yang, having visited numerous times, was well acquainted with its layout. Upon entering, he made a beeline for the seafood section. "Xiao Chong delivers vegetables," he called out, searching through the stalls. However, it was already past 8 in the morning, the peak time for the market, making movement difficult and slowing his pace considerably. Suddenly, he noticed a blue sign at the end of the market that read "Xiao Chong delivers vegetables." Ignoring the jeers of others, he exerted all his strength to push through the throngs of people. By the time he arrived, the area in front of Xiao Chong's stall was teeming with customers. The sounds of commerce echoing all around. "Boss, 50 yuan for the shrimp. 3 kilograms of clams. 2 crabs. Boss, this coconut snail weighs 18 kilograms. Priced at 88 per kilogram, totaling 1,584. Just rounded down to 1,580. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, causing his heart to sink. He stood on tiptoe to glimpse the source of the sound, where a conch shell, roughly the size of a half basin, rested upon the electronic scale. An elderly man, clad in a Zhongshan suit, stood before the cash register, preparing to make his payment. He had rushed over upon receiving the news, yet he still arrived a moment too late. The coveted coconut conch, containing the precious mellow pearl, had already been claimed by another. The transaction was already underway, leaving him with no means to procure the conch. Should he recklessly intervene, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, thereby jeopardizing any chance of acquiring the conch and the treasure it harbored. Lin Yang's mind raced as he contemplated various strategies to seize the conch, yet every idea proved unfeasible. Was he truly to stand by and watch a fortune of 1 million slip away into another's possession? Such resignation was unbearable, deeply frustrating. Just a moment's delay. If only he had arrived 1 minute sooner, that conch containing a mellow pearl worth over 1 million would have been his. Chapter 8. Interrupted by an elderly man. Boss, wait. Do not kill it just yet. As the proprietor was poised to dispatch the coconut snail, he was suddenly halted by the elderly man's voice. Let me have a whiff of that snail, the elder insisted. The boss frowned slightly, replying, Old man, this snail is perfectly fine, remarkably fresh. See how its tentacles are still moving. I can discern its freshness merely by scent, the old man retorted stubbornly. With no other choice, the boss resignedly cradled the half-basin-sized coconut snail and presented it to him. Umph. The elder leaned in, inhaling sharply twice. This snail already carries an odor, is not fresh. I refuse to accept it. Refund my money. Lin Yang observed as the elderly man completed the transaction, and the boss prepared to kill the snail, mentally convincing himself to abandon his intentions of leaving. Unexpectedly, the old man declared he no longer wanted it and demanded a refund, reigniting Lin Yang's anticipation. Although he was eager for the boss to refund the money at once, he refrained from acting impulsively. Until the ownership of the coconut snail was clearly established between the elder and the boss, any rash move would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. If his intentions were uncovered, acquiring the coconut snail would become exceedingly difficult. He chose to remain a bystander, deciding to wait until the elder and the boss resolved the snail's fate before determining his next course of action. The boss, seeing the elder's unwavering stance and confident assertions, reluctantly brought the coconut snail to his own nose and inhaled deeply. Upon doing so, his brow furrowed. There was indeed a faint, unpleasant odor. It was a subtle scent, detectable only by the most discerning of noses. With over a decade of experience in the seafood business, he recognized that the snail had recently perished, having succumbed no more than 5 minutes prior. This prompted him to recall that the elderly man had entered the store the moment it opened. Fixating on the last coconut snail, after much deliberation and haggling, he had finally purchased it, only now to cite its lack of freshness as grounds for a refund. The boss could hardly be oblivious to the elder's intentions. He was clearly waiting for the price to drop before making a lowball offer. Such encounters were not novel. He had witnessed them time and again. Those who engaged in such tactics possessed a thick skin, leaving the boss with little recourse. He faced two options: sell at a loss or retain the snail. However, due to the perishable nature of seafood, once deceased, it would spoil within a remarkably brief period. Selling it at a reduced price might recoup some of his losses, while keeping it would result in a total loss. With a resigned sigh, the boss accepted his misfortune. He spoke with measured politeness. Old man, this snail has indeed passed, but only a few minutes ago. How about this? I will offer it to you at half price. Rounded down to 780, he added, while consuming spoiled seafood could lead to an upset stomach. The shell is still quite nice. Perhaps you would consider selling it to me for 50. The shell could serve as a decorative piece, and the meat could be boiled to feed a cat. Upon hearing this, the boss's expression fell. He had already anticipated a loss at half price. Yet this elderly man had the audacity to propose a mere 50 for a coconut snail valued at over 1,000. However, one must not dismiss customers, no matter how distasteful the business may be. He could only speak in a conciliatory tone. Old sir, that price is simply unacceptable. If you truly desire it, I can offer you a concession of 700. I can only offer 50. Sell it or don't. It's your choice. Very well, if that is the case. I shall issue you a refund. The owner promptly returned the 1,580 yuan. How can you conduct business this way, selling dead seafood at such exorbitant prices? The old man, upon receiving the refund, became increasingly irate and began to create a scene in the store. You old fool, wasn't he that coconut snail deliberately ruined by you? If you can't afford it, don't buy it. What kind of behavior is this? Are you not afraid that your misdeeds will bring misfortune to your descendants? How dare you speak to me like that? I will file a complaint against you. You old wretch. Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I don't show my temper? Today I will end you. The owner brandished a kitchen knife, leaping out from behind the counter. His fierce gaze sent shivers down one's spine. Customers selecting seafood in the store scattered in fear, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. The old man stood frozen in shock, momentarily paralyzed. Seeing the situation escalate, the plump proprietress rushed out from behind the counter and seized a knife from her husband's hand. "Dear, calm down. If you kill him, you'll end up in prison. Is it worth it to argue with such a person? Just wait. I'll go home and file a complaint against you." The old man regained his confidence as the owner was restrained, yet he feared the knife and quickly slipped away, disappearing into the crowd. Damn, after all these years in business, I've seen my fair share of oddities, but this one takes the cake. After the old man fled, the owner continued to curse. It took a series of persuasive words from his wife for him to gradually calm down. Lin Yang had been fixated on the coconut snail, and with its fate now decided, he approached the counter. "Boss, how much for that coconut snail?" "I'll take it." "Young man, are you certain?" "That shellfish was ruined by that old fool, but it was only dead for a short time. It's perfectly fine to eat. The taste will be indistinguishable from a live one. Normally, it would be sold at half price, but I can offer it to you for 700. "All right." Lin Yang replied affirmatively and promptly scanned his phone to make the payment. "Wait a moment, young man. Seeing how straightforward you are, I'll gift you this coconut snail. If everyone were as decisive as you, we wouldn't have had that earlier incident." "No need. A price is a price." Lin Yang insisted on paying, for it was unwise to seek a bargain at this juncture. Now that he had settled the payment, the coconut snail was rightfully his. If he had accepted it for free, and later the owner decided to reclaim it upon discovering a valuable pearl inside, he would have been left at a loss. It was not that he mistrusted the owner, but rather he had faith in human nature. For several hundred or even thousands, he might have thought, "You are quite fortunate." But this was a matter of hundreds of thousands. How many could resist such temptation? Therefore, settling the transaction clearly was the wisest choice to avoid any further disputes. The young man is straightforward. "In the future, whenever you come to the shop to purchase seafood, I shall grant you a 20% discount," the proprietor declared, turning swiftly to prepare the coconut snail at the workstation. His technique was remarkably deft. He cradled the sides of the coconut snail, striking the pointed end against the countertop. With a series of sharp taps, the succulent flesh of the snail was expelled from its shell like toothpaste from a tube. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Although he had purchased the coconut snail, he was acutely aware that once the precious meat was extracted, the proprietor might harbor ulterior motives. While it may ultimately end up in his possession, he could not escape the ensuing complications. He quickly interjected, "Wait, there's no need to process it. I will handle it myself at home." "Oh, it's no trouble at all," the young man replied. "In our shop, seafood purchases include preparation. You can simply manage it when you get home." As he spoke, he placed the coconut snail back on the workstation, pressing down on the shell with one hand while forcefully tugging at the exposed flesh with the other. In one swift motion, a whole piece of snail meat was extracted from a shell. Clatter! Simultaneously, a spherical bead, the size of a quail's egg and a vibrant orange hue, was ejected and fell onto the countertop. Chapter 9. I am your classmate, lo and behold, within this conch lies a pearl, large and perfectly round. The proprietor, upon noticing the exquisite pearl, examined it closely before rinsing it under the faucet and handing it over to Lin Yang. "Young man, you are indeed fortunate. There's a pearl inside." Only when Lin Yang held the pearl in his hand did his anxious heart finally find solace. Thankfully, the owner did not recognize its true value, mistaking it for merely an aesthetically pleasing pearl. Otherwise, acquiring it would not have been so effortless. The proprietor turned back to continue processing the conch meat, chuckling, "Such a large, round, and lustrous pearl must be worth at least 1,000. It's like enjoying a coconut conch for free and still making a profit." Lin Yang smiled in response, hoping the owner would hasten his work so he could depart with his treasure. After the troublesome old man exited the shop, many customers returned to select seafood, and new patrons also entered. Numerous onlookers had witnessed the discovery of the pearl within the coconut conch. They expressed their admiration for Lin Yang's fortune, their envy unmistakable in their gazes. "Had I known there was a pearl inside, I would have purchased it long ago. I have always wanted to try coconut conch, but the price was too steep. That young man is indeed lucky. If it weren't for that disruptive individual earlier, how could this pearl have ended up in his hands? This is what they call fate. What is destined to be yours will be, and what is not cannot be forced." The irate old man merely stepped out of the shop but did not wander far. Hearing about the exquisite pearl that had been found, his face reddened with anger. Curse it, after all my efforts, I ended up letting him capitalize on it. Lin Yang, overhearing the chatter around him, chuckled softly. If only these individuals knew that the pearl was a mellow pearl rather than an ordinary one, their reactions would be entirely different. The distinction in value between a mellow pearl and a regular pearl is astronomical. Since the advent of pearl farming, the price of pearls has plummeted. In contrast, mellow pearls are exceedingly rare, with those of superior quality commanding even higher prices. The one in Lin Yang's possession was worth over $1 million. The mellow pearl felt smooth and resembled a glass marble in texture, yet the quality was distinctly different. The size of a quail's egg, it felt substantial in his hand. Lin Yang examined the pearl against the light, ensuring there were no imperfections before safely stowing it away. Young man, that pearl you just acquired is quite impressive. Would you consider selling it to me? A middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, making a purchase inquiry as Lin Yang awaited the proprietor to finish with the conch meat. No, Lin Yang replied firmly, denying the offer. The man, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and smart trousers, with meticulously combed hair and glasses perched on his nose, exuded an air of intellect. Lin Yang surmised he had recognized the mellow pearl and, perceiving Lin Yang's youth and lack of excitement when acquiring it, probably mistook it for an ordinary pearl, hoping to buy it at a low price for a lucrative gain. Do not be hasty in your rejection, my dear brother. My wife has a penchant for pearls, and under normal circumstances, such a specimen would fetch no more than 1,000 yuan. I am offering you 2,000. What say you? Not for sale. Lin Yang was disinclined to engage in further banter with such a person. If he were indeed a naive fool unaware of the allure of the Malay pearl, he would have certainly fallen into the trap. My good man, why are you so lacking in discernment? Were it not for my wife's fondness, I would not waste my breath on you. Individuals of your ilk are insatiably greedy. I have offered you double the price, yet you remain unsatisfied. Since you assert that such a pearl is worth, at most 1,000, why then would you offer twice that for mine? Are you simply frivolous with your funds? You. The middle-aged man was left speechless by Lin Yang's rebuttal and shot him a venomous glare. At that moment, a gasp echoed through the crowd. Following the sound, a young man in his 20s stared, wide-eyed, at his phone screen. It turned out that the gem extracted from the conch was not a pearl, but rather a Malay pearl, which is only a 1 in 50,000 chance of forming within a conch shell. Such extraordinary luck is indeed astonishing. Good heavens! At the checkout, the proprietor slapped his forehead in realization. How could I have forgotten? It is indeed a Malay pearl. The price disparity between a Malay pearl and a regular pearl is immense. A single Malay pearl could outweigh the value of an entire haul of pearls. Young man, thank goodness you did not sell it for 2,000. That would have been a grave loss. The name Malay pearl was unfamiliar to many present. Witnessing the owner's shock and his declaration that an entire shipment of pearls could not equate to a single Malay pearl, the onlookers hastily retrieved their phones to search for information. My word, it was once auctioned for over 10 million. A single carat commands more than $20,000. Several times that of diamonds. Once the exclusive treasure of royalty, it is no wonder it is so highly valued. Young man, your fortune is remarkable. Had I known there was a Malay pearl within that conch, I would have purchased it myself. Once the crowd grasped the value of the Malay pearl, they swiftly understood the middle-aged man's motivation for offering 2,000 yuan and directed scornful glances his way. How unscrupulous! Attempting to deceive a young lad. If only he were more mature, he would not stoop to bullying a child. Fortunately, the young man was not deceived. Otherwise, regret would be futile. The middle-aged man, feeling the weight of the crowd's scrutiny, turned and fled, disappearing into the throng. Meanwhile, the conch meat had been prepared. Lin Yang, clutching the bag of conch meat, hastened to leave with even greater speed than before. As he walked through the market, he soon discovered that the events from the seafood shop had spread throughout the entire marketplace in a matter of mere minutes. Have you seen the group messages? Xiaochang's vegetable store just had a conch that yielded a Malay pearl, rumored to be worth at least several 100,000. Of course, I am aware. I was at the shop witnessing the commotion. Initially, everyone thought it was a pearl, and there was even someone willing to pay $2,000 for it. Thank goodness that young man did not sell. Had it been me, I would have already made the sale. To be honest, the young man had evidently recognized Melee Zhu long ago, yet chose to remain silent about it. If that were the case, his composure at such a tender age is quite remarkable. Each time Lin Yang encountered such remarks, he felt the weight of their gazes upon him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Suddenly, he was struck in the chest as if a hammer had landed upon him. "Hey, are you blind while walking? My apologies." Lin Yang momentarily stood still, processing the situation. Having rushed forward with his head down, he collided with a girl with long hair, her forehead meeting his chest. "Ouch," she gasped, rubbing her forehead, her tone irritable. "Just be more careful next time." "Thank you," Lin Yang responded apologetically, sidestepping her to continue on his way. "Lin Yang, is it you?" He turned back to see the girl he had just bumped into calling out to him. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair and delicate, and her long black hair cascaded down her back. Dressed in a pink tracksuit, she radiated youthful vibrance. Lin Yang searched his memory, but could not recall such a beauty. Yet, if she was a stranger, how could she possibly know his name? "Who are you?" "I'm Chen Qingqing, your desk mate from middle school. Don't you remember?" Chen Qingqing? Today, the system had provided a piece of intel regarding her. Merely interacting with her could trigger a critical hit, yielding high-value information. Initially puzzled about her identity, he was surprised to encounter her now. Although he had little recollection of her name, her mention of their middle school days sparked a memory. If he recalled correctly, she had only been his classmate for one semester before transferring, and he had not seen her since. Nearly a decade had passed, and she still remembered him. "It's you. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful now. I barely recognized you." "Haha, you haven't changed much. You're still as handsome as before." Chapter 10. Triggering critical information. Is he not the young man who acquired the magnificent Mellow Pearl? As Lin Yang paused to exchange a few words with Chen Qingqing, he was swiftly recognized by the passers-by. Upon hearing about the Mellow Pearl, they immediately cast envious glances in his direction. "Look, he is even carrying conch meat. It must be him. It is undoubtedly him. This young man's fortune is simply extraordinary. You cannot imagine." That coconut snail was initially purchased by an elderly gentleman who deemed it too expensive to keep. Haha, if that old man were to discover that the snail contained a pearl worth $1 million, he would surely wish to bang his head against the wall in despair. As more and more people became aware of the Mellow Pearl, coupled with the natural human inclination to witness spectacle, Lin Yang soon found himself encircled by an eager crowd. Chen Qingqing glanced around and, noticing the continuous influx of onlookers, suggested, "This is not the ideal place for conversation. Why don't we go to my home? It's located at Binhai Bay." "Sounds good," he replied. A notification from the system indicated that engaging with Chen Qingqing could trigger a critical hit, yielding high-value information. However, despite their prolonged interaction, the system had yet to respond. Lin Yang was determined to delve deeper into the matter. Furthermore, Chen Qingqing's invitation to her home must have some significance. After nearly a decade of no contact, it was unlikely a former classmate would extend such an invitation without reason. Chen Qingqing led Lin Yang to the parking lot, striding directly towards a pristine white Porsche. "Get in. I have something important to discuss. We shall converse at my home." With that, she slid into the car. Lin Yang settled into the passenger seat. "Via room." After Chen Qingqing pressed the accelerator and exited the parking lot, she cast a glance towards the river. Binhai Bay represents the pinnacle of luxury living in Star City, boasting an enviable location with riverfront flats, the smallest of which exceeds 500 square meters, commanding a staggering price of no less than 20 million per unit. Lin Yang could hardly fathom that among his former classmates from that small county town, there existed such affluence. Binhai Bay is conveniently located just a few minutes' drive from the Binhai market, and in no time, they arrived at the community and came to a halt in the parking lot. Lin Yang gazed out the window, intrigued by the surroundings of the neighborhood. The underground parking structure was brilliantly illuminated, unlike typical residential parking lots that merely employ a few lights. The walls were clad in expansive marble slabs, and astonishingly, the entire underground parking area featured a suspended ceiling. The opulence of this parking facility surpassed that of many homes. Upon exiting the vehicle, a few steps brought them to an elevator equipped with facial recognition technology, which automatically stopped at the corresponding floor of the homeowner's residence. Upon entering, one was greeted by an expansive layout that exuded a sense of openness, devoid of any feeling of confinement. The soaring ceilings complemented the dazzling crystal chandelier. The open-concept living and dining areas were so vast that they surpassed the total area of an average home. Underfoot lay a meticulously selected top-grade, natural marble flooring, with each slab exhibiting a unique pattern akin to exquisite artworks bestowed by nature itself. As I ventured a few steps inside, I was immediately captivated by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that dominated the wall on the riverside, offering a breathtaking view of the river scenery. Instantly, I felt invigorated, as if my horizons had broadened significantly. Truly, this residence epitomized luxury and comfort. In stark contrast, I recalled my own rented accommodation, characterized by its low ceilings, dilapidated decor, and a pervasive damp odor reminiscent of decay, an unmistakable distinction between paradise and purgatory. Lin Yang silently vowed that one day he would reside in such an opulent abode. "Let us take a moment to rest on the sofa. May I offer you something to drink?" he inquired. "Just water will suffice." Chen Qingqing nodded and turned to fetch it. Moments later, she returned, presenting him with a bottle of mineral water. As Lin Yang accepted the bottle, his fingers inadvertently brushed against hers. At that moment, a system panel materialized before him. Engaging with an intelligence agent has triggered a critical hit, rewarding you with high-value intelligence. Rewarded intelligence. In 2 weeks, it will be announced that the Jinling community will undergo an urban renewal plan. Purchasing property in Jinling community beforehand will yield relocation compensation tenfold the purchase price. Lin Yang was taken aback. It turned out that merely making physical contact with an intelligence figure could trigger such a significant event. He had spent considerable time pondering this, only to discover it was so straightforward. The high-value intelligence was indeed exceptional, far surpassing the daily intelligence updates in terms of value. The prospect of multiplying his assets tenfold was a testament to its worth, with the timeline set for 2 weeks hence. As Lin Yang understood, the Jinling community, often referred to as old and dilapidated, was not prohibitively priced, around 500,000 for a 100 square meter unit. Thus, the tenfold relocation compensation implied that one could receive 5 million for a single property. If he could acquire a residence before the announcement of the redevelopment, he would stand to gain substantially. Moreover, in Xingqing, there were no purchase restrictions. As long as one possessed the means, they could acquire multiple properties. The dream of amassing wealth through relocation compensation was not entirely unattainable. However, the pressing issue was that he currently possessed a little over 300,000, insufficient even for a single property, let alone multiple units, to secure that lucrative compensation. Although he had a melee pearl valued at over 1 million, he lacked the means to sell it. Without buyers, it was no different from an ordinary bead in his possession. With only half a month remaining, he faced the urgent tasks of raising funds, purchasing a home, signing contracts, and completing formalities. Once the redevelopment news was announced, the opportunity to purchase properties would vanish. Lin Yang shook his head resolutely. He had to find a way to amass wealth swiftly in the coming days. Such opportunities to multiply one's fortune tenfold were rare and must not be missed. Once the compensation was received, he could return home and perhaps make a name for himself amidst his substantial wealth. At that moment, he noticed the panel shift once more, revealing a new message. Engaging in deeper contact with the intelligence figure will trigger another critical hit, guaranteeing high-value intelligence. It appeared that an intelligence agent could indeed trigger critical hits consecutively. The previous contact had been initiated through mere physical touch. What then constituted deeper contact? Lin Yang hesitated to contemplate the implications. Such engagement likely would not be easily initiated. A cough from Chen Qingqing drew him back to the present. "I perceive that you have summoned me for a purpose. I am curious as to what assistance you require. It has come to my attention that you procured a magnificent mellow pearl during your recent comp purchase, and I wish to acquire it as a birthday gift for my grandmother, with the price being at your discretion." "What? Just as Lin Yang was pondering how to part with the mellow pearl, Chun Qingqing expressed her desire to purchase it. This is akin to receiving a pillow when one is in need of rest. He retrieved the pearl from his pocket and presented it to Chun Qingqing, stating, "I am not fully aware of its value. Please assess its market worth and offer accordingly." Wow, what a splendid mellow pearl. The patterns upon it are exquisite, and its condition is remarkable. I estimate it to be worth at least 5 million. And let be 5 million. Lin Yang did not hesitate and readily acquiesced to this price. The intelligence had suggested that the pearl was valued in the millions, and Lin Yang had initially assumed its worth to be a maximum of 1 million. Yet, Chun Qingqing's offer of 5 million far exceeded his expectations. It is evident that her desire for the pearl is genuine. Otherwise, she would not have proposed such a hefty sum. With this 5 million, he could purchase 3 apartments before the impending demolition and afterward receive a compensation of 15 million. 15 million is a figure that many dare not even dream of in their lifetime. However, for one who possesses a system, this number merely represents a starting point. Chapter 11. The Haunted House Buzzing. Star City Bank. Your Union Pay card ending in 4806 has received a deposit of 500,000 yuan on March 16th at 10:39, with a balance of 820,968.70 yuan. After negotiating a price, Chun Qingqing directly transferred 5 million yuan to Lin Yang. Upon seeing the balance in his account, Lin Yang felt as if he were dreaming. A single piece of intelligence had enabled him to turn a mere 700 yuan into 5 million, an unimaginable feat in the past. Given his previous income from labor, he would never have contemplated spending several hundred or even 1,000 on a single conch shell. Even if the coveted coconut conch containing the rare Mailizu were before him, it would remain out of reach. The daily intelligence system had opened a realm of infinite possibilities. Regaining his composure, Lin Yang expressed his gratitude to Chun Qingqing. "I owe you my thanks today. Without your help, this Mailizu would have been a mere treasure without a market to sell it." "Why thank me? You are unaware of the rarity of Mailizu. There are only about 200 in the world. I should be the one thanking you for being willing to sell it to me," she replied. "All right, it's getting late. I should head back. The cook will be arriving soon. Would you like to stay for lunch before you go?" "No, I have other matters to attend to. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the time," he said. "Sounds good. Then let us keep in touch." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Yang eagerly departed from Chun Qingqing's home. In half a month, the demolition plan for Jinling community would be announced. Purchasing a property in the community before that could yield tenfold compensation. Buying a house is not like other transactions. The process is intricate and time-consuming. With only a fortnight remaining, every moment was precious, so he needed to act swiftly. After leaving Binhai Bay community, Lin Yang immediately hailed a cab back to the community in search of properties to buy. With only 2 weeks left, searching for listings himself would be labor-intensive and time-consuming, and there was no guarantee of success. While real estate agents charge fees, sometimes one must pay for the necessary services. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Lin Yang made a beeline for the real estate agency, Lin Yang. As soon as he entered, a young woman dressed in a sleek black business suit approached him. "Good day. Sir, how may I assist you? I am looking to buy a property in Jinling community. Do you have any available listings?" "Yes, indeed. We have several options. You can call me Shaoli. Please share your requirements, and I will recommend suitable properties." Upon hearing Lin Yang's intention to purchase in Jinling community, the smile on Xiao Li's face transformed into one of genuine enthusiasm. Jinling community is an older community with a history of 30 years, characterized by outdated planning and chaotic property management, compounded by dilapidated buildings, which makes it less appealing to buyers. Although there are numerous listings, actual transactions amount to no more than 2 in a year. Due to its poor marketability, the agency fees are significantly higher than those for more desirable properties, while the commission for other easily sold communities is generally 0.5. That of Jinling community stands at 1.5. Naturally, she was delighted that someone had expressed interest in purchasing a property there. "Please show me several listings. I will choose one that suits my needs." "Of course. Please hold on for a moment." Shaoli moved the chair aside to let Lin Yang take a seat. and then offered him a bottle of water before retrieving the property documents. Lin Yang unscrewed the cap and took a sip, immediately wrinkling his brow. Previously, he had not noticed the taste of this brand of water, but after having a bottle of premium bottled water at Chun Qingqing's house, which cost 30 times that of ordinary bottled water, he instantly discerned the difference. Indeed, you get what you pay for. Wealthy individuals are not foolish. They spend more because it affords them a superior experience. If even a bottle of water could exhibit such disparity, one could only imagine the variations in other aspects of life. In the past, Lin Yang's aspiration was to purchase a car and build a small villa for his family, to bring honor to his parents. Now, those ambitions could be easily realized, and he had set higher goals to become wealthy and live a life of grandeur. Sir, I have gathered the information regarding the properties in Jinling community for you, Xiaoli stated, placing a folder in front of Lin Yang before pulling up a chair to sit beside him. The Jinling community had a total of 10 units available, with prices ranging from 180,000 to 500,000. Please take a look. Lin Yang opened the folder, which contained detailed information and photographs of the properties. He was not particularly interested in the visuals, but focused solely on the square footage and pricing. He noticed a 100 square meter unit on the 4th floor of Building 3 listed for only 180,000. Normally, such a property would be valued at around 500,000. Curiously, he inquired, "Why is this unit so inexpensive?" Xiaoli hesitated for a moment before slowly explaining. To be candid, this property is considered a haunted house. A murder case occurred here over a decade ago, which caused quite a stir. All the long-term residents of the community are aware of it. The owner's son has been trying to sell it for 5 or 6 years, but upon hearing it was a haunted house, potential buyers have always declined, resulting in a continuously dropping price. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang felt a wave of delight. After all, he did not intend to live there himself. He merely sought to purchase it for compensation upon redevelopment, and the haunted reputation mattered little to him. A property originally worth 500,000 was now available for just 180,000, a tremendous bargain. Moreover, once the demolition plan was announced in half a month, he could receive a tenfold compensation, amounting to 5 million. Lin Yang discreetly noted this property for acquisition. Currently, he had over 1.8 million, and with the haunted house priced at 180,000, he still had more than 1.6 million left, which, at an average of 500,000 per unit, would allow him to select 3 more properties. As he perused the documents, he focused solely on the area and price, disregarding the condition. What mattered was affordability. "I am interested in this unit, along with these 2 others. Is there any possibility of further price reduction?" he asked. "If you are sincere in your intention, I can negotiate with the owner regarding the price. I can contact them right now," Xiaoli responded, though she found herself puzzled by Lin Yang's choices. Why had he selected the most dilapidated units? The other properties, which were better maintained, were clearly more suitable for habitation. Was he perhaps considering them for investment? She shook her head. In the urban village area, the property rights were complex, and it seemed unlikely that an investor would be interested. Given his youthful appearance and foreign accent, she presumed he lacked sufficient funds, which constrained him to purchasing the cheaper options. Xiaoli took out her phone and began to dial the number of the homeowner of the 4 properties Lin Yang was interested in. After approximately 10 minutes, she hung up the phone and exclaimed with excitement, "Sir, several homeowners have heard that someone is interested in their houses and have decided to come over to speak with you in person. Please wait a moment. They will arrive one by one." About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, walked in. "I heard someone is interested in my house." "Who is it?" "It's me. I am interested in your property, but I'm uncertain about the price and whether there is room for negotiation." "If the price is right, I can sign the contract immediately," Lin Yang replied. The woman responded promptly, "Young man, you must know how low my asking price is. If I go any lower, I will incur significant losses, and then I would have to keep it for myself. Madam, I genuinely wish to purchase your house. However, your property has not been renovated, and there is a leak on one side of the balcony. The asking price is somewhat high. If a further reduction is not possible, I will have to explore other options," Lin Yang stated. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 middle-aged men entered. They seemed to be quite familiar with Xiao Li and approached her immediately. We heard someone is interested in our old house. Who might it be? Xiao Li promptly introduced them. Uncle Wang, Uncle Lu, it is Mr. Lin Yang who is interested in your property. The reason for your visit is to discuss whether the price can be negotiated further. They both nodded, turning their attention to Lin Yang. Young man, I want to beat around the bush. If you can pay immediately, I can offer a further discount of 50,000. What? 50,000? Old Wang, you can't be serious. Cutting that much off just like that? How can we sell in the future? Chapter 12. Who truly benefits? Upon hearing this, Old Wang furrowed his brow, internally reflecting, what does it matter to me whether you sell or not? Do you think you are more significant than Yu? She has explicitly stated that if I ensure her victory in her evening PK against other streamers, she shall become my girlfriend. Lin Yang was equally astonished when Old Wang mentioned that immediate payment would yield a discount of 50,000. Frankly speaking, properties in the Jinling community, a dilapidated urban village, are notoriously difficult to sell due to the poor environment and mixed demographics. Consequently, the prices listed by the agents were quite modest, even to the point of being low. A property priced at 500,000, inclusive of agent fees, with an additional 5,000 discount, would indeed represent a remarkable bargain if he were solely interested in this particular apartment. However, Lin Yang's aspirations extended beyond just this one property. Following the announcement of the Jinling community's impending demolition, a substantial compensation amounting to 10 times the property value would be available. Naturally, acquiring as many properties as possible would be advantageous. Regrettably, with only 180,000 in hand, he lamented that he could not purchase all 10 properties currently on the market. His strategy was to use his available funds to acquire as many properties as possible, and then, after earning more in the following days, to procure the remainder. After all, opportunities to multiply one's assets tenfold in such a brief period are exceedingly rare. Noticing Lin Yang's hesitation, Old Wang's frown deepened. If he failed to secure the funds today, Yu's defeat would mean she would not become his girlfriend. Yet, the current price was already exceptionally low. Further reductions would significantly diminish profits. Just then, a notification buzzed, a private message. Brother Wang, I have a PK tonight. You must ensure my victory. The message was accompanied by a photo of a long-haired beauty, bending slightly, pouting, and squinting her eyes, which looked more charming than a heart. Upon seeing the picture, Old Wang felt an exhilarating rush, and his resolve solidified. He promptly replied, Rest assured, Yu, I will guarantee your win. Then, addressing Lin Yang, he declared, If you can transfer the funds immediately, I shall grant you an additional 5,000 discount. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. The price was already quite favorable, and yet Old Wang was willing to lower it further. There was only one explanation. He was in urgent need of money, for no one would reduce prices so drastically otherwise. Not a problem. I will transfer the funds after signing the contract. Oh, wait, sir. Would you first like to see my property? The woman who entered with Old Lu sensed Lin Yang's intention to purchase Old Wang's apartment and immediately grew anxious. I can offer you a discount proportional to Old Wang's. Me too. My property is situated in a better location. Purchasing from me is a guaranteed profit. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Lin Yang had initially hoped to negotiate a slight reduction. However, he did not anticipate such considerable discount from these individuals. It was clear that Old Wang was in urgent need of funds, while the lady and Old Lu did not appear to be in a hurry for cash. What could be their motivation for hastily selling their properties? Nonetheless, regardless of their reasons for selling a lower price, the ultimate beneficiary would undeniably be himself. Very well. I shall acquire all 3 of your properties. Xiao Li, quickly prepare the contracts. What? Xiao Li could hardly believe his ears. Properties in Jinling community had lingered on the market for years without a single sale. Yet, Lin Yang intended to purchase 3 at once. The commission he would earn was indeed substantial, a veritable windfall. Brother Lin, please hold on. I will prepare the contracts for you immediately. With urgency, Xiao Li dashed out, returning shortly with fruits, seeds, and beverages laid out on the table. Brother Lin, preparing the contracts will take some time. Please enjoy some refreshments in the meantime. Lin Yang smiled. Although Xiao Li's initial demeanor was commendable, it paled in comparison to the current fervor. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Li returned with 3 copies of the purchase contracts for both parties to sign. Old Wang's property was listed at 400,000, the elder sister's at 380,000, and Old Lu's at 380,000 as well, totaling 160,000 for the 3 homes. Moreover, adding the property where a murder had occurred, priced at 180,000, meant that Lin Yang would acquire 4 properties for a total expenditure of 340,000. This left him with over 500,000, sufficient to purchase yet another unit. Initially, he had aimed to spend 800,000 for a maximum of 4 properties. Now, he could secure 5. When the time for redevelopment arrived, the compensation could amount to several million more. The speed of profit accumulation was simply astonishing. Old Wang and the elder sister signed the contracts without hesitation. But Old Lu hesitated while signing. Xiao Li was puzzled. "Uncle Lu, why the delay? Isn't it true that our community's properties are dilapidated, lacking in good school districts, and thus devoid of real value? Why would you buy so many at once? Could it be that you have insider knowledge about an upcoming redevelopment? What information could a newcomer like me possess? I simply wish to invest in a guest house," Lin Yang replied, taken aback by Old Lu's alertness. The mere act of purchasing several properties led him to suspect redevelopment. If such information were to leak, acquiring further properties would be impossible. You know well that the development direction of Xingqing is to the south. It has nothing to do with us in the north. Indeed, I would wager that our community will not see redevelopment in the next 30 years. Upon hearing this, Old Lu nodded. Certainly, the community underwent exterior renovations just last month. If redevelopment were imminent, such efforts would be unnecessary. He signed the contract and affixed his seal. At that moment, Lin Yang's anxious heart finally settled. He owed a debt of gratitude to Old Wang and the elder sister. Without their persuasion, Old Lu might not have signed so readily, leading to potential complications. He cast a grateful glance toward them. Nearby, Xiao Li breathed a sigh of relief as well. The signing of the contract signified that her commission was imminent. Such a rare occurrence of selling 3 second-hand properties at once prompted her enthusiastic demeanor. "Brother Lin, after you make the payment, please proceed tomorrow morning to handle the transfer procedures. Then these 3 properties will truly belong to you." "All right." Lin Yang requested their bank account numbers and promptly transferred the full purchase amount. Old Wang, Old Lu, and the eldest sister departed from the real estate agency, their faces radiant with joy after receiving the payment. At last, that dilapidated house has been sold. In recent years, property prices have plummeted, and this particular house had been on the market for 4 to 5 years, with its value steadily declining. I had feared that it would remain in my possession indefinitely. But unexpectedly, I encountered a rather unsuspecting buyer today. When we initially purchased it, the price was merely a few hundred yuan per square meter. Thus, no matter the selling price, we would incur no loss, albeit earning a little less. My nephew works at the planning bureau, and he mentioned that there will be no development in our area for the next decade or so. Rather than allowing it to languish in my hands, it is wiser to sell it at a low price and convert it into cash, which brings a sense of security. Indeed, cash is the most tangible asset. Chapter 13. The Secrets of the Mall Lottery. Xiao Li, please reach out to the owner of that property once more and see if the price can be negotiated slightly. Lin said. "What? Brother Lin, you're still looking to buy?" Xiao Lin could hardly believe it. Lin Yang had already purchased 3 properties and was now considering another. It was astonishing that someone of their age, perhaps even younger, could muster over $1 million to invest in real estate. It was truly disheartening to compare oneself to others. However, the more Lin Yang bought, the greater Xiao Lin's commission would be, which brought her some joy. She promptly complied with the request and continued her phone calls. The prices of the 3 properties Lin Yang had acquired were surprisingly below expectations. With over 700,000 remaining, after settling the payment for the haunted house, there would still be enough to acquire another property. Although there were still 2 weeks until the announcement of the demolition, one could never be too certain that someone well-informed wouldn't have insider knowledge beforehand. With capital in hand, It was imperative to secure as many properties as possible. Otherwise, they could be snatched away at any moment. While waiting, the owner of the haunted house arrived. He was the son of the main character in a notorious murder case and did not typically reside in this neighborhood, which explained his late arrival. The price he offered was indeed remarkably low, leaving little room for negotiation. Comparable properties, with similar renovations and size, were valued at $500,000, yet he quoted only $180,000. Ultimately, the property was sold for that price. Another property was sold for $400,000. By the end of the afternoon, Lin Yang had purchased 5 dilapidated houses, totaling $1,740,000. His account now reflected a mere $130,000. He was making money swiftly, but spending it even faster. Nevertheless, in 2 weeks, the 5 properties he acquired would yield demolition compensation worth 10 times their current value. This meant that even without any further action, he would soon become a millionaire, with assets exceeding $10 million. The Jinling community had a total of 10 second-hand properties available for sale, of which Lin Yang had successfully acquired 5. Although he yearned to secure the remaining 5, his funds were insufficient. He could only hope that tomorrow's intelligence would provide him with a lucrative opportunity to claim all the remaining properties. After finalizing the purchases and signing the contracts, it was already past 6 in the evening. Lin Yang recalled that spending $688 at Daiyueching would grant him a chance to win an electric vehicle valued at $60,000. He departed from the real estate agency and prepared to hail a cab outside. While waiting for a vehicle, he encountered Qin Ziyuan, who was returning home from work. From a distance, Qin called out to Lin Yang, "Lin Yang, thanks to your reminder, I avoided recharging at Miracle Fitness yesterday. You won't believe it. They closed down and fled overnight after business hours. Many who rushed to capitalize on the promotional offer were deceived." Lin Yang smiled. "I'm glad you weren't caught in that trap. Let me treat you to dinner tonight as a token of my appreciation." "No, I have other matters to attend to today. By the way, I'll be moving in a few days, and I'll treat you then. You must have received a promotion and a raise." Qin Ziyuan, having shared a few years as roommates with Lin Yang, understood their income levels and recognized that moving to a better location was likely a result of career advancement. His eyes brimmed with envy. "I have long grown weary of this wretched place. The environment is poor, not to mention the considerable distance from my workplace. I hope for the day I can leave this behind. With diligent effort, that day will surely come." After exchanging a few more words, Lin Yang hailed a cab heading to Joy City. The destination was not in the same direction as Jinling community, and the journey took over an hour. Arriving just shy of 8 o'clock, Lin Yang made his way directly to the 4th floor of the shopping center, entering a seafood buffet restaurant called Big Fish and Coral, where the dinner price was $688 per person, just enough to meet the threshold for the lottery. This eatery was a popular spot he had often encountered online and had long wished to visit, though the steep price had always held him back. Now that he had the means, and being in the area, it was the perfect opportunity to indulge. The establishment occupied nearly the entire floor of the mall, adorned with upscale decor and warm service, featuring a vast array of seafood. Coinciding with its anniversary celebration, the owner personally hosted a bluefin tuna cutting show during dinner. To Lin Yang's astonishment, the owner turned out to be Chun Qingqing. Today, she donned a sleek black professional suit and high heels, accentuating her tall stature. Coupled with her polished makeup, she exuded an air of striking confidence, captivating everyone's attention as she took the stage. She is indeed the proprietor, so young and accomplished. She is simply stunning. I thought I'd seen a celebrity. To manage such a large-scale restaurant at her age undoubtedly speaks to an extraordinary background. Lin Yang wholeheartedly agreed with the sentiments expressed around him. One could only speculate about Chun Qingqing's family background. A storefront in the mall could command a yearly rent exceeding $1 million. Leasing an entire floor would likely cost tens of millions. Added to that were operational expenses and labor costs. Lin Yang surmised that charging $688 per person might lead to losses. The bluefin tuna cutting show had concluded, and the diners were enjoying their meals. After greeting the guests, Chun Qingqing entered a private room surrounded by a throng of admirers. Lin Yang refocused his thoughts, sampled some food, and departed the restaurant by 8:40, heading to the mall atrium for the lottery. Upon arrival, he was met with a sea of people. A circular stage stood at the center, encircled by eager customers. On the stage were prizes, including an electric scooter, small appliances, LCD televisions, and ovens. Additionally, a host stood before an opaque box containing cards printed with various prizes. Each card represented a chance to win for those who had spent 688 yuan or more in them all. A long line formed behind the lottery box. Lin Yang took his place at the end of the queue, awaiting his turn. Observing the throng of attendees, he silently congratulated himself for arriving early. Otherwise, he would have missed the lottery before 9 o'clock. Congratulations, commemorative prize, a can of cola. Congratulations, fifth prize, a 20 yuan discount coupon for purchases over 500 yuan. Congratulations, commemorative prize, a can of cola. As the clock nears 9 o'clock, the lottery event approaches its conclusion, with merely half an hour remaining until the draw closes. The grand prize, an electric vehicle, has yet to be claimed. Who will ultimately seize this magnificent reward? Let's await the outcome with bated breath. On stage, the host adeptly stirs the atmosphere. With just a few succinct words, she incites even those who were initially reluctant to spend, as well as those who have already spent but failed to win a prize, to continue their purchases. Simultaneously, she casts a knowing glance towards the audience. A man in his 30s, understanding her cue, promptly steps forward, clutching his receipt, and joins the queue for the lottery. Lin Yang has already been in line for over 10 minutes, and is now just 2 individuals away from the stage. The person ahead of him is a plump woman, appearing to be in her 30s, holding a substantial stack of receipts. Upon noticing this, the host eagerly hands her the microphone for an interview. Madam, with such an impressive collection of receipts, I am certain that the audience is as curious as I am about how much you have spent today to accumulate such a vast number. Not much, just over 80,000. These receipts total 110, she replies. Wow, it seems our lovely contestant is determined to claim the grand prize electric vehicle. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd as they hear she possesses 110 receipts. Such an impressive expenditure. With that many receipts, the vehicle must surely be hers. The individuals behind her might as well forego waiting in line, for victory seems all but assured. However, at that moment, the man at the end of the queue, who had previously caught the host's glance, lets out a derisive chuckle. What bunch of fools! While you may not see the tickets within a box, those who place them inside certainly can. No matter how many times you draw today, even if it's 1,000 or 10,000, you will never win a grand prize. Chapter 14. A day of earning over 1 million commemorative prize, Coca-Cola Hall. Commemorative prize, Coca-Cola Hall. Commemorative prize, Coca-Cola Hall. Oh my, the third prize is a teddy bear oven. The young lady is indeed fortunate. It seems we are getting closer to the grand prize of the electric car. The plump woman pulled out ticket after ticket from the box. The vast majority being commemorative prizes, Coca-Cola, with the occasional slightly better awards, such as discount coupons and small appliances. As her consumer receipts dwindled, her anxiety grew palpable. Initially, she had maintained a calm demeanor, participating in the lottery while engaging with the host's interview. Gradually, however, her expression fell. How could this be? I had calculated it all. There can't be many tickets left in the box. Logically, with so many receipts, I should have exhausted the tickets and drawn the electric car by now. Yet, I still haven't drawn it despite nearly using up all my receipts. Soon, only one receipt remained in her hand, granting her one final chance to draw. Does anyone think she will win the car? Of course. If she doesn't T-win now, her luck must be abysmal. After drawing over 100 tickets, it's her turn. The audience was in full accord with the host, believing the grand prize belonged to the stout woman. She handed her receipt to the host and closed her eyes in prayer. Please, let me win. Please let me win. Then, she reached into the box to draw a ticket. After feeling through several, she finally convinced herself to pull one out, glancing at it before exclaiming joyfully, Wow, I won. I won the electric car. The audience reacted with expressions that seemed to say, of course. Over 100 tickets drawn. It was her rightful reward. The drama of drawing it on the last attempt was simply too fitting. Lin Yang, upon hearing that the grand prize had been claimed, glanced at the time. Only 5 minutes remained until 9. Ordinarily, the system's notifications would be reliable. The information indicated that the grand prize could be intercepted before 9. Why had the plump woman managed to win? The host, upon witnessing the award being claimed, suddenly wore a stiff smile. Although it would be inappropriate to display overt dismay in front of so many spectators, she feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, the young lady is exceptionally lucky. Please hand me the ticket for confirmation." As she took the ticket from the plump woman, she thought to herself, "I wonder who hid those tickets. They weren't secured well, and now an outsider has snatched it away after a long day of effort." Just as she was prepared to announce the winner of the grand prize, she suddenly noticed the words Yachty printed on the front of the electric vehicle. The host breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the prize drawn was a first prize Yachty electric bike, not the grand prize electric car. "Oh, I sincerely apologize, dear lady. You have won a Yachty electric bike. While it may not be the grand prize electric car, your luck is still quite commendable." Upon learning that the grand prize had not yet been claimed, the crowd, initially preparing to depart, decided to linger. Expressions of disbelief were evident on their faces. Is it truly the case that after over 100 draws, no one has won? The young lady's misfortune was palpable. She had inadvertently cleared the path for those who would follow, making it far easier for subsequent participants to win an electric vehicle. A plump woman wore a troubled expression, pouting discontentedly, and despite the host's attempts at consolation, her face remained devoid of any semblance of a smile. After confirming multiple times that the ticket was for a Yachty electric bicycle, she reluctantly made her way off the stage. It was then Lin Yang's turn to draw. He held a single slip of paper, allowing him but one chance. The host took the ticket, subsequently engaging Lin Yang in conversation. "Young man, do you believe you can secure our grand prize?" Lin Yang flashed a knowing smile, one that hinted at deeper intentions. When the host beheld his grin, an inexplicable chill ran down her spine, and a sense of foreboding settled within her. Only the act of drawing would reveal the outcome. Lin Yang reached into the box. Guided by the system's intel, his hand directed towards the upper left corner. As anticipated, he grasped the ticket, pulling it out with determination. Clearly printed upon it was the image of a pink electric car. The system's information had proven accurate. The opportunity to seize the prize before 9 p.m. had indeed materialized. The value of this vehicle, amounting to 60,000, was now his. The host was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the ticket in Lin Yang's hand. She exchanged glances with the individual standing behind him, silently questioning how this had come to pass. They had meticulously prepared, believing the next draw would favor their own. Yet here they were, thwarted. The person behind Lin Yang wore an expression of innocent bewilderment, communicating through their gaze. "How could I have known? We have employed this method for years. Who could foresee such an unexpected turn of events?" Although this incident left them disheartened, the presence of a vast audience necessitated a facade of composure. The host forced a smile, feigning surprise. "Wow, young man, your luck is astounding. You've hit the jackpot. Now, let's take a moment to see how you feel about this fortunate turn of events." She held the microphone before Lin Yang. What emotions accompany winning a car? Naturally, he expressed joy at the prospect of winning. "I hope your good fortune spreads to everyone present today." With the grand prize claimed, the hostess' interest waned, and she hastily concluded the conversation with a cursory question. Subsequently, Lin Yang was escorted to a side area to claim his reward. With the grand prize gone, the patience of the remaining spectators dwindled, and soon after, they dispersed. At that moment, Lin Yang noticed that the plump woman, who had drawn over 100 times, had not left. She approached him directly. "Handsome, would you consider selling me that car? If the price is right, I certainly would." "That is splendid. Thank you for your generosity." Her delight was evident upon receiving his affirmative response. Lin Yang was perplexed. After all, this was merely an ordinary electric vehicle, readily available elsewhere. What was it about this particular car that captivated her so intensely? The woman seemed to perceive Lin Yang's confusion and smiled, saying, "This vehicle is a collaboration with Pig Hero. Only those available during the Daiyue City anniversary celebration are authentic." Lin Yang nodded in understanding. "I see. Tell me, how much do you think it's worth? If it seems reasonable, I shall transfer it to you." The official promotional materials state its value at 60,000. "How about I transfer 60,000 to you?" "That works." Lin Yang had initially anticipated needing to discount the price to sell it. But now someone was offering the full amount without any need for negotiation or paperwork. He promptly transferred the winning qualification to the woman, thereby earning money and saving himself the hassle. Once he received the 60,000 from her, he left the mall and hailed a cab back home. Throughout the day, he first spent 700 yuan to purchase a coconut snail, which yielded 1.5 million upon opening a Malay pearl. Subsequently, he invested all his earnings into acquiring 5 apartments in Jinling community, expecting to receive tenfold compensation for their value upon impending demolition in 2 weeks. Later that evening, at the mall's anniversary celebration, he won a car, adding another 60,000 to his profits, thus excluding the anticipated gains from the properties. His total earnings for the day amounted to 1.56 million, far exceeding his initial expectations of merely a few hundred thousand. Over an hour later, he disembarked at the community entrance, where he fortuitously encountered his roommate, Qin Ziyuan, returning from outside. They decided to indulge in barbecue at the community entrance, and by the time they returned to their rental apartment, it was already midnight. At that moment, a notification echoed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding, today's intelligence has been dispatched. Please check for updates. Chapter 15. Intelligence of a 500,000 reward and $1 million luxury car before examining the latest intelligence. Lin Yang checked his system level. Daily intelligence system, 15300. Having bound the system for 2 days, he had received 15 pieces of intelligence, and after reading them, he earned 150 experience points. By reading an additional 15 pieces of intelligence, the system would upgrade to a weekly intelligence system. At that point, the value of each piece of intelligence would increase, and the temporal scope of the information would expand to encompass the following week. He then opened today as received intelligence. Fortune favored him, as he had received a total of 7 pieces of intelligence. Daily Intelligence 1. A torrential downpour is expected at 4:30 p.m. Low-lying areas of the community will accumulate over 1 meter of water. Please avoid these areas in advance. Lin Yang checked the weather forecast, which indicated a bright sunny day tomorrow. However, weather forecasts are rarely accurate, and he placed greater trust in the intelligence he had received. Daily Intelligence 2. A level fugitive Deng Weimin has entered Star City, hiding in the public restroom at Jinling Park. A reward of 500,000 is offered for information leading to his capture. Lin Yang was taken aback upon seeing this piece of intelligence. Any fugitive with a bounty is typically dangerous, especially one with a reward as substantial as 500,000. Deng Weimin was notorious, having committed a series of shocking gun-related crimes, including ambushing sentinels, stealing rifles, and engaging in armed robberies that resulted in fatalities. His methods were random yet brutal, often executing his victims without leaving any survivors. Whenever he appeared, panic would ensue, instilling fear among the populace. Notably, his anti-detection skills were exceptional, enabling him to evade capture before law enforcement could locate him. Police forces from various regions, including Jinling, Bashu, Zhujiang, and the Mountain City, had deployed thousands of officers, expending immense resources in pursuit of him. Yet after a year and a half, there had been no progress in the case. Consequently, his bounty had escalated from 10,000 to 500,000. His last known appearance was on the 18th of last month in a Mountain City, and thereafter there had been no further updates regarding his whereabouts. One could hardly fathom that, without the use of any transportation and while evading surveillance, he had managed to relocate to Star City. What was even more astonishing was that he had taken refuge in the public restroom of Jinling Park. Jinling Park itself was merely a small hill within the Jinling community, a mere few dozen meters tall, encircled by a few hundred meters of fitness facilities. Lin Yang often strolled around it after dinner for exercise. The thought of such a dangerous individual lurking there felt akin to a ticking time bomb. Encountering Deng Weimin would be catastrophic, and such a criminal must be eliminated. Unable to wait for dawn, Lin Yang immediately took out his phone and dialed 110. After a brief wait, the call connected. Before the operator could speak, Lin Yang hurriedly interjected. "Hello, I wish to report a suspicious individual in the public restroom at Jinling Park. he bears a resemblance to the fugitive Deng Weimin. Your information has been received and will be forwarded to the appropriate authorities for verification. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Ensure to verify promptly to prevent him from escaping. Lin Yang hung up the phone, took a few deep breaths to calm himself, and continued to peruse the remaining intelligence reports. Daily Intelligence 3. Due to the incident involving urine in the hot pot at Jiangdi Lao, customer traffic has significantly decreased. The official announcement includes a 34 discount, which is more generous than the 30 discount offered to students. Once again, the news pertained to Jiangdi Lao. Truth be told, the mere thought of this incident rendered him unable to stomach not only their offerings, but any other hot pot as well. Daily Intelligence 4. Wu Di is selling a 3YC Seagull. Purchasing this vehicle allows participation in the 30th anniversary draw for 60 cars. The vehicle's chassis number can be used for a chance to win a lifetime usage right to the Yangwang U8. Such fortuitous circumstances. Although he currently owned no vehicle, the Yangwang U8 was indeed illustrious. With no fear of flat tires, it could glide smoothly at speeds of 100 kilometers per hour on just 3 wheels. Its capabilities included a turning radius of 0 and an aquatic mode, complete with a drone platform. The initial announcement had indeed caused a stir. More critically, its price exceeded 1 million, with the cost of ownership surpassing 1.4 million. In contrast, the Seagull was merely a small electric vehicle priced around 60 to 70,000. Exchanging 60 to 70,000 for over 1 million seemed exceedingly advantageous. Moreover, it appeared that Wu Di was a former colleague from Huada Machinery Factory, and Lin Yang believed he still had his WeChat contact. He opened WeChat, scrolled through his contacts, and indeed found Wu Di. Upon clicking on his profile, he encountered a post in which Wu Di was selling the car. 3YC Seagull, 1 month old, 1,089 kilometers, selling due to personal discomfort from its small size. Asking price, 59,800, negotiable for serious buyers. Beneath this post were several comments from mutual friends from Huada Machinery Factory. A brand new one is only 66,800. At this price, you might struggle to sell it. A new model was released a few days ago, same price but with smart driving features. Your price is indeed a bit high. If you lower it by 10,000, I'll take it. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the comments. If they were aware that the chassis number could lead to a draw for the coveted Yangwang U8 valued at over 1 million, what would their reactions be? Having purchased 5 properties and with over 100,000 in hand, acquiring this vehicle was not beyond his means. Furthermore, he had been contemplating purchasing a car, intending to invest in a quality one. Winning the Yangwang U8 would be splendid, allowing for extended use. Although the Seagull was a domestic brand, it was not inexpensive, brimming with technological sophistication. Online reviews suggested that while owning a Mercedes G-Class didn't necessarily indicate wealth, owning a Yangwang U8 certainly did. Those who could afford 1 million for the Yangwang U8 likely possessed even more impressive vehicles. While purchasing other luxury cars might be driven by vanity, acquiring a Yangwang U8 for over 1 million was an assertion of genuine need rather than mere pretense. Now, the opportunity to obtain such a magnificent vehicle worth 1 million for less than 60,000 was simply too good to overlook. Without regard for the late hour, Lin Yang promptly messaged Wu Di. "I'll take your car. Please provide the actual price." Upon sending the message, Lin Yang prepared to peruse the remaining intelligence, only to be surprised by an immediate reply from Wu Di. "As you are aware, I have only recently purchased the vehicle, which can be described as nearly pristine. Given our previous acquaintance as colleagues, I confide in you that my bottom line is 54,800. Are you truly asking me to reduce it to 54,000? Very well. Tomorrow we shall proceed to the Vehicle Management Office to complete the necessary paperwork. No issue. Kindly provide me with your address, and I shall collect you in the morning." Lin Yang did not anticipate such a seamless car buying experience, and he promptly sent his address. All that remained was to wait for dawn to head to the Vehicle Management Office. After confirming the appointment, he continued to sift through the remaining intelligence. Daily Intelligence 5. The procurement manager at Dayu Haidang has embezzled funds, substituting inferior products and utilizing stale seafood, which has led to food poisoning among patrons. Preemptively replacing all the tiger crabs could avert such incidents. The proprietor of Dayu Haidang is Chun Qingqing, who previously invested 1.5 million in acquiring the Miley Pearl from her own stock, which can be seen as a self-beneficial maneuver. Moreover, engaging with her on a deeper level could trigger significant insights, yielding highly valuable information. A prior revelation indicated that the Jinling community is set for demolition. If one were to acquire all 10 available units, the expenditure would be less than 5 million, resulting in nearly 50 million in compensation. After deducting costs, a profit exceeding 40 million could be realized. Such high-value information is worth at least 40 million, and now, by merely triggering a critical insight, one could assuredly obtain intelligence valued at over 40 million, an opportunity not to be missed. The food poisoning incident at Dayu Haitang stemmed from the lack of freshness in the ingredients. Should Lin Yang preemptively inform Chun Qingqing to be vigilant about the freshness of the restaurant supplies, this could prevent future mishaps and earn her gratitude, thereby facilitating deeper engagement in the future. Whether she chooses to believe him is beyond his control. Lin Yang sent a message to Chun Qingqing. I was unaware that you are the proprietor of Dayu Haidang. During my visit yesterday, I noticed that some ingredients seemed less than fresh, particularly the tiger crabs. Please take heed. After dispatching the message, he did not receive an immediate response. It was quite late. Chun Qingqing may have already retired for the night. He continued to scroll down the panel, sifting through the next message. Chapter 16. Car Lottery Daily Bulletin 6. The Chrysanthemum smartphone's new folding model is available for pre-sale. A flaw has emerged on the Tiango platform. And entering the verification code NSSB 2025 grants access to purchase for just 1 yuan, limited to 1 unit. Lin Yang glanced at his cracked phone screen and quietly opened the Tiango shopping app, locating the pre-sale link for the Chrysanthemum Purex folding phone. Upon inputting the verification code NSSB 2025, the amount due astonishingly changed to just 1 yuan. A device valued at nearly 8,000 yuan was truly in his grasp for a mere single yuan. Regrettably, the limit was 1 unit. Or else, he would have seized the opportunity to acquire more and profit handsomely. Daily Bulletin 7, a popular milk tea shop, 2 points, has been reported for using expired cream, and customers who made purchases may receive tenfold compensation. How much could a cup of milk tea possibly cost? Even with the prospect of receiving 10 times the compensation, it remains a trifling sum. Moreover, should numerous purchases be made, the establishment would likely resort to legal measures, making the pursuit of compensation far from straightforward. Ultimately, this transaction does not present a lucrative opportunity. On the third day, Lin Yang received a total of 7 notifications from the system, and after reading them all, he earned 70 points of system experience. To upgrade from the daily system to the weekly one, he requires merely 80 points. With a stroke of luck, he could achieve this within a day. Although the weekly system would only provide between 3 to 10 pieces of information, the corresponding value of that information would significantly increase. Essentially, it is akin to curating the week's intel before disseminating it. A reduced quantity of information paired with heightened value equates to achieving greater results with less effort. Since acquiring the system, he had been inundated with countless deliveries daily, consuming copious amounts of time and leaving little opportunity to savor life. However, in just a few days, following the system upgrade, he would have ample time to relish life without the incessant hustle. Once the system evolves into a monthly and subsequently an annual intelligence format, the available leisure time would expand even further, enabling a truly liberated existence. After perusing all the information, half an hour had elapsed. Exhausted, Lin Yang closed the panel and promptly fell asleep. The following morning, Lin Yang was roused by the ringing of his phone. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was not yet 8 o'clock. The call was from Wu Di, undoubtedly regarding the car sale. He was surprisingly enthusiastic. Hello, Wu Di. Wait at the entrance of the community. I'll be there shortly. Sure, I am by the large stone at the main gate of your community. After ending the call, Lin Yang hurriedly tidied up, grabbed his ID, and stepped outside. As he approached the entrance, he immediately spotted a sleek, all-black 3YC Seagull parked nearby. Lin Yang, over here. Wu Di's voice called out before Lin Yang even reached him. He walked over, opened the car door, and slid inside. Despite its compact size, the interior offered a surprising amount of space, Even at 183 centimeters tall, he found ample headroom. All set. I'm off, Wu Di announced, pressing the accelerator. And the little car surged ahead with vigor. Isn't this car impressive? Electric vehicles and gasoline cars belong to entirely different eras. An electric car costing several tens of thousands can outpace a gasoline vehicle worth hundreds of thousands. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Indeed, the official lottery event for 3YC concluded at 10 a.m. this morning. After completing the necessary procedures, you must promptly participate in the lottery via the official mini program, lest you miss the opportunity. Why do you not complete the lottery before selling this vehicle? Lin Yang was taken aback by Wu Di's reminder regarding the lottery event. With millions of vehicle owners on 3YC and only 60 cars available for the draw, what chance did he have? Participating seemed a frivolous waste of time. However, since you have purchased this vehicle, I feel it is my duty to remind you. Whether you win or not is beyond my purview. Lin Yang nodded, realizing that his prior interactions with Wu Di had been purely professional, yet he found him to be quite amiable and trustworthy. Had he not been reminded, it was indeed possible that he would have missed the lottery deadline, squandering tens of thousands on this vehicle. Yet, if he were to learn later that he could have won a luxury car worth millions using this very vehicle, how might he feel then? Would he maintain the same composure? The intelligence system had indicated that entering the lottery with this vehicle's chassis number could potentially yield a magnificent Wanxiang U8. Although it would only grant him lifelong usage rights and not ownership, he had intended to return to his hometown, where it would be quite fitting to drive this car back. He could only imagine the reactions of his neighbors when they saw him. Appreciating Wu Di's integrity, Lin Yang transferred the purchase amount of 54,800 yuan once in the car, and upon arriving at the vehicle management office, they would take photos and sign contracts to complete the transfer. Subsequently, Wu Di guided Lin Yang on how to partake in the lottery. He accessed the official 3YC mini program, located the entry for the 30th anniversary lottery, input the chassis number and owner information, and click Confirm to successfully enter the draw. Lin Yang noted that participation ended at 10 a.m., with the draw scheduled for 8 p.m. that evening. Once finished, Wu Di departed alone by taxi. Lin Yang settled into the car, familiarizing himself with it before preparing to leave when his phone rang. He glanced at the screen, noting it was the police department. Sliding to answer the call, he responded, "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yang?" "Yes, it is. How may I assist you?" "Thank you for the lead you provided, which enabled us to crack a major case and successfully apprehend A-list fugitive Deng Weimin. When might you be free during office hours to come to our police station to register your information? After reporting, we will transfer the reward to your account." "Certainly." Lin Yang was astonished by the efficiency of the police department. Just hours after he had reported the incident, they had already made an arrest and reached out to him for information. To be honest, he had anticipated numerous obstacles in claiming this reward. With the car purchase and lottery behind him, he now awaited the live draw that evening. With no other pressing matters, Lin Yang drove directly to the police station to register his information. Upon entering the police station service hall, he immediately sensed something was amiss. He had visited this place previously to obtain a temporary residence permit and remembered the staff's expressionless faces, performing their tasks like automatons. However, today, each person wore a smile, as if celebrating some grand occasion. Lin Yang, following the guidance provided over the telephone, located the designated office and knocked on the door. "Please come in." "Hello. I am here to register my information and collect the reward." "You must be Lin Yang. Please have a seat." "Thanks to you. We have solved a major case that remained unresolved despite the efforts of numerous departments and experts across the nation. Your clues were instrumental, and our bureau has benefited from this success." The person receiving Lin Yang explained with a beaming smile, while handing him a form to fill out. It was then that Lin Yang comprehended the jubilant demeanor of the police officers. Having cracked a significant case, they were undoubtedly eager to take credit, and the reward would naturally follow. All of this was a result of his single report, which rendered their courteousness towards him quite understandable. Chapter 17. Acquiring all 10 properties after completing the registration at the police station, Lin Yang departed. Within the span of 3 days, he had amassed nearly 2 million through the intelligence relayed by the system. He purchased 5 properties in the Jinling community, set to be demolished, bought a car, and still retained approximately 140,000. Clearly, this sum was insufficient to acquire all the available properties in Jinling before the demolition. The bounty for providing leads on wanted criminals was yet to be dispersed, and a luxury car won in a lottery could not be converted to cash. With a resigned shake of his head, he decided to await the new intelligence scheduled for tomorrow, hoping for additional avenues to generate wealth. Although there were a total of 10 properties for sale in Jinling, and he had already procured 5, the prospect of receiving tenfold compensation for the demolition left him restless about not acquiring the entirety. As he stepped out that morning, he had hastily consumed an apple and was now starving. Lin Yang sought a nearby restaurant for a meal, ordering dishes he relished, but typically refrained from indulging in. Now that he had money, he felt he deserved to treat himself. Have you heard? The wanted criminal Deng Weimin was apprehended in the park's public restroom in our community. I was there when it happened. I even saw him before the police arrived. Though he was rather unattractive, I would never have guessed he was a fugitive. I've seen him in that restroom too, but he looked entirely different from his wanted poster. Had I known he was a criminal, that 500,000 would have been mine. Receiving a bounty is not as simple as it seems. They will likely find various excuses to delay the payment. Not a chance. When a major case is solved, the chief is bound to receive a promotion, and everyone involved will be thrilled. I'm certain the bounty will be distributed swiftly this time. While dining, Lin Yang noticed the patrons of the restaurant engrossed in discussions about Deng Weimin's arrest. Most were fixated on the bounty, envious of those who provided leads, as 500,000 was a sum that would take years of labor to earn. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification. He glanced at the screen. Star Citibank. Your Union Pay card ending in 4806 received a deposit of 500,000 yuan on March 15th at 11:26 a.m. Balance: 500,000. Without a doubt, it was the bounty. How remarkably efficient. Less than an hour after registration, the funds had been credited. Lin Yang smiled, speculating that, as others had discussed, with the resolution of significant cases, all participants would be afforded opportunities for advancement, and everyone would benefit. They were likely more eager for the case to conclude swiftly, thus enhancing their efficiency. With a bounty of 500,000 secured and over 600,000 in his account, he had sufficient funds to purchase a property in Jinling. After hastily consuming a few more bites, Lin Yang eagerly made his way to the real estate agency where he had previously secured his properties. As the announcement for the demolition drew closer, he was aware that those in the know might also rush to acquire homes in Jinling. In the Jinding community, there are a total of 10 properties available for sale. I have purchased 5 of the most affordable units, leaving 5 remaining. Missing out on even one unit could mean a loss of several million yuan, sums that most people would struggle to earn in a lifetime. With just a few 100,000 yuan, I could secure a significant profit in a mere fortnight. How could one not feel anxious? Brother Lin, you've arrived. How may I assist you? As Lin Yang approached the entrance, he was greeted by a welcoming face. Where is Shaoli? I need to speak with her. Shaoli is currently showing properties to a client. Perhaps I could be of service? You may call me Xiao Huang. No, I prefer to wait for Shaoli. Lin Yang replied, holding a favorable impression of her due to her honesty, reliability, and efficiency. He was hesitant to engage a new agent, fearing complications might arise if their intentions were not pure. Xiao Huang, sensing Lin Yang's refusal, displayed a hint of disappointment. Previously, during a transaction of 5 properties, Shaoli had earned nearly 20,000 yuan in commissions. Regrettably, it had not been him who attended to Lin Yang then. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind as she clenched her fists. Securing such a significant client could yield future opportunities for her. She quickly donned a friendly smile and said, Brother Lin, please take a seat and relax while I call Shaoli. All right, thank you. Lin Yang settled into the intermediary's lounge, and by the time he finished a cup of tea, Shaoli returned. Brother Lin, I apologize for the delay. I was showing properties to another client. To make amends, I would like to treat you to dinner tonight. No need for dinner. How many properties remain in Jinding community? 5 units are still available, the same ones you viewed previously. How many would you like to purchase this time? Last time, Shaoli had sold 5 units, earning a commission that surpassed that of many colleagues over several months, eliciting envy from others. Lin Yang's return was an opportunity not to be missed. To be frank, I intended to acquire all remaining units. However, I currently have sufficient funds for just one. Please assist me in securing this unit and expedite the paperwork as much as possible. Brother Lin, although your cash on hand is limited, you do possess 5 properties. You could use them as collateral to secure a loan and purchase the remaining units. At her suggestion, Lin Yang experienced a moment of enlightenment, slapping his thigh in realization. His previous thinking had been too narrow. Being from out of town, obtaining a loan without a job was indeed challenging. However, with 5 properties in hand, he could typically secure about 90% of the collateral's value through a mortgage. Coupled with the 60-odd thousand yuan he currently held, acquiring the remaining properties would not be a daunting task. That's an excellent suggestion, Xiaoli. Please assist me with this. I will ensure you receive a reward for your efforts. Once the loan is approved, I will purchase all 5 remaining units. It would be my honor to assist you, Brother Lin. There is no need for a reward, Xiaoli replied with a smile. Having earned nearly 20,000 yuan in commission from the last sale of 5 units, she anticipated an even greater commission this time, given the higher price of the properties. Why worry about a small reward when maintaining a good impression with Lin Yang was far more valuable? As a real estate agent, Xiaoli was well-versed in matters regarding loans. Without lingering any longer, Lin Yang went straight home to retrieve the property deed and other documents, then set off to the bank with Xiao Li in his newly purchased Seagull. Brother Lin, with your wealth, why are you driving a Seagull? Xiao Li expressed his surprise upon seeing Lin Yang in the modest vehicle. Just a temporary measure. I'll switch to a new car once it arrives. Lin Yang replied candidly. He anticipated that after tonight's lottery, where he hoped to win the illustrious Yangwang U8 worth $1 million, he would trade in the Seagull and sell the 2 he currently owned. At present, he felt remarkably at ease and elated. Having long desired to acquire all the properties available in Jinling community, he was finally able to resolve this today. Once he secured all these properties, he would merely await the impending demolition in a few weeks, anticipating a 10-fold compensation, which would elevate his wealth to that of a millionaire. With the daily intelligence system at his disposal, the money in his hands was akin to a snowball, only growing larger and larger. With assets in the tens of millions, he would soon reach the threshold of billions. Chapter 18. Allow me to introduce you to a job at the entrance of Xingqing Bank. Lin Yang parked the car and walked inside the bank with Xiaoli. Just then, Xiaoli's phone began to ring. She glanced at her phone and said apologetically, Brother Lin, I have an urgent call. Please go in first. I'll join you once I've finished. All right, Lin Yang replied, entering the bank alone. Lin Yang, is that really you? As soon as he stepped inside, a man dressed in a tailored black suit, with impeccably styled hair and of similar age, approached him. Zhang Jun, indeed it's me. What brings you to the bank? Lin Yang was pleasantly surprised to encounter an old classmate in such an unexpected setting. Zhang Jun was a fellow university student, and their relationship was one of those where they would greet each other but rarely stayed in touch, neither particularly close nor distant. Although they both resided in Xingqing after graduation, they had never maintained communication. Lin Yang glanced at his name badge, noting that he was the lobby manager. They had studied mechanical engineering together, a field seemingly far removed from banking. It was indeed surprising that Zhang Jun had secured a position in such a competitive institution. You seem to be doing quite well, working at a bank, Lin Yang remarked with a smile. Oh, it's just luck, Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly. Yet his expression betrayed a sense of pride. He scanned the surroundings and, noticing the absence of others, leaned in to whisper, My aunt is a leader at the bank. She helped me get this job. You were always the top of our class. I assume you are doing well too? Lin Yang chuckled softly. I lost my job a few days ago. Now I'm merely a jobless wanderer, far from your achievements. How about this? I can speak to my aunt to see if she can help you find a position as a bank telemarketer. Though it's outsourced, the benefits are only slightly inferior to those of a permanent employee. Thank you, but no, Lin Yang replied, knowing well that outsourced positions were worlds apart from those of full-time staff. They often bore the brunt of unpleasant tasks, and the remuneration was significantly less. He had no interest in such employment, especially considering the daily income from the intelligence system, which could easily reach hundreds of thousands. A jest about being a jobless wanderer seemed to be taken seriously by Zhang Jun, Xiaoli. What took you so long? Manager Wang has been waiting in the VIP room for quite a while. Just then, Xiao Li, having finished her call, entered the bank. Shang Yun Kritsit Heawomli. Where's the boss you mentioned on the phone? The one looking to mortgage 5 properties for a loan. Brother Lin is right here. Brother Lin? Zhang Jun looked at Xiao Li. Confusion etched across his face. Yes, the one seeking to mortgage properties for a loan is Brother Lin. Wait, the Brother Lin you're referring to is Lin Yang? Zhang Jun's face flushed a bright red, resembling a ripe peach. Indeed, Brother Lin is considering a loan due to insufficient cash for 5 properties. The moment I recalled my earlier sense of superiority, contemplating introducing Lin Yang to an outsourced telemarketing position, an overwhelming embarrassment washed over me, making me wish to vanish into the ground. Though housing in Star City is relatively inexpensive, a single unit still costs several $100,000. To possess 5 properties just a few years post-graduation is a feat that hardly necessitates job introductions. As Lin Yang's classmate and a local, he is still diligently saving for a down payment on his own home. In stark contrast, Lin Yang already boasts 5 properties and intends to acquire more. The two of us are incomparable. The flicker of superiority I felt moments ago evaporated entirely upon learning about Lin Yang's circumstances. Taking a deep breath to steady my flustered heart, I smiled and remarked, "Old classmate, it seems you're the one who has truly thrived. Gulme, allow me to escort you to the VIP room." I bowed slightly, gesturing for Lin Yang and Xiao Li to follow me into the VIP chamber. The bank's lobby featured stainless steel seating, while the VIP room was adorned with plush leather sofas. A coffee table graced the center, laden with floral tea, fruits, and exquisite pastries. A middle-aged man occupied one of the sofas. "Manager Wang, I brought my old classmate along. He wishes to apply for a mortgage." "Ah, Xiao Zhang. It seems you have quite the impressive acquaintance among your classmates," he responded warmly. With a few enthusiastic claps on the sofa opposite Manager Wang, I said, "Old classmate, please take a seat here." As Lin Yang nodded and settled down, I poured him a cup of floral tea, saying, "It's quite warm outside. A sip will quench your thirst." "All right, Xiao Zhang, you may return to your duties. I shall attend to Mr. Lin," Manager Wang instructed. "Of course, Manager Wang. Do not hesitate to call if you require anything," I replied, swiftly departing while gently closing the door behind me. Lin Yang chuckled softly. Indeed, money is a remarkable entity. Zhang Jun had merely known of my 5 properties, yet the disparity was striking. In the office of the Star City Planning Bureau, Shi Tsung pondered the urban renewal plans in his hands. How many individuals would become affluent from this demolition? Regrettably, he was not among them. As a staff member at the Planning Bureau, he always had early access to knowledge about urban developments, where demolitions would occur and where old cities would be transformed. However, as a mere junior employee, he dared not divulge such information lightly. Being discovered could entail consequences beyond merely losing his job. More crucially, having just a few years of work experience and little savings, he found himself powerless to exploit the information he possessed. Buzz! At that moment, his phone chimed with a new message. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was from his good friend Zhang Jun. "Do you remember Lin Yang from our class?" "Of course I do." His family circumstances seemed rather modest. He lacked connections and influence, and despite his outstanding grades, he found no prestigious job after graduation, eventually settling for a technician role at a small factory. "Precisely. He just came to our bank to apply for a loan. Is there some news worth sharing?" "He is not in debt from online loans. He is here to secure a mortgage." "Can you believe he owns 5 properties in Jinling community?" "As a classmate, I have only one apartment, which my family helped me with a down payment, and I am currently repaying the loan. How has he managed to acquire 5 properties?" "What did you say about the community?" Shirtsong only caught the name Jinling Community. Nothing else registered with him. Although Jinling Community is an older complex, a single unit typically costs around 500,000. How could he be so impressive as to purchase 5 at once? Upon confirming the name Jinling Community, the shock within Shirtsong was his alone to bear. He possessed a copy of an impending demolition announcement for the very community in question. While the 5 properties in Jinling Community are currently valued at only 2 to 3 million, the compensation post-demolition would amount to at least 10 million. "Wait, you mentioned Lin Yang is seeking a mortgage to buy a property. Is he looking at that community? Jinling Community? What of it?" Song refrained from replying further, suddenly realizing a critical point. If Lin Yang has money, why not invest in new properties in a modern complex rather than an old, dilapidated one? The only plausible explanation is that he has received insider information regarding the imminent demolition of Jinling community. Those who have access to such information are rarely ordinary. Does he have hidden connections? If I could forge a good relationship with him, perhaps he could advocate for my promotion in the future. He promptly retrieved the university class group, located Lin Yang's WeChat, and prepared to add him as a friend. After a moment's consideration, he opted not to add him directly, but instead sent a message in the group. Everyone, it has been a few years since graduation. Are there any classmates still in Xingqing? Let us gather together when we have the chance. Chapter 19 Weekly Intelligence System. Lin Yang successfully completed his mortgage application, with the bank appraising his 5 properties at a total value of 2.5 million, granting him a loan of 2 million. Coupled with his own capital of over 600,000, he could nearly acquire all the properties available in the Jinling community. After the transaction, Manager Wang bid farewell to Lin Yang with a beaming smile. Each month, he had a lending quota, and given the current unfavorable market conditions, it was challenging to disburse loans, let alone recover them. At this juncture, Lin Yang sought a loan of 2 million, secured by the mortgage of his properties, which alleviated concerns over potential delinquency. Completing his task with such ease and without fear of repayment naturally brought him joy. As a few individuals emerged from the VIP room, Zhang Jun promptly approached him. "Old classmate, have you seen the messages in the group? The monitor intends to organize a reunion, and you must attend." A reunion? Lin Yang had not been privy to this news. After graduation, there had been several gatherings, yet he had never participated. Such post-graduation reunions amounted to little more than a display of who had fared better in life, seizing the opportunity to ingratiate oneself and forge connections. It seemed the monitor had heard of someone's success and was eager to cultivate relationships. The monitor just posted in the group, "I will inform you once the location is confirmed," Lin Yang replied, glancing at his phone to find that indeed, the monitor had sent a message a few minutes prior. He held no interest in such gatherings, yet it felt discourteous to outright reject Zhang Jun's face-to-face invitation. Thus, he politely declined. "I am planning to return to my hometown soon. If I am still in Xingqing at the time, I will attend." "All right. I will send you a friend request on WeChat. Please accept it," Zhang Jun said. "Sure," Lin Yang nodded, accepting Zhang Jun's request. With a broad smile, Zhang Jun ushered Lin Yang out and promptly sent a message to Song, stating, "Lin Yang has agreed. Hurry and organize it, as he will soon be heading back to his hometown." After leaving the bank, Lin Yang accompanied Xiao Li to the real estate agency, purchasing all the available properties in the Jinling community. The remaining few homes, which were better renovated, came at a relatively higher price, totaling 2.48 million. Once he signed the purchase agreement, the weight on his shoulders finally lifted. With a total of 10 properties, he anticipated receiving a tenfold compensation post-demolition, potentially yielding around 50 million, with a minimum profit of at least 40 million in just over 10 days. Upon receiving the demolition compensation, he intended to return to his hometown, ensuring that his parents could enjoy a life that evoked envy. By the time he completed the formalities at the real estate agency, it was already late. Xiao Li invited Lin Yang to dine at a nearby restaurant. After the meal, Lin Yang returned to his rented room and, noticing the time was still early, began to pack his belongings. He would soon be departing, as he could only stay here for a short while longer. Once the demolition was complete and he received the compensation, he could finally possess his own home, with a maximum of another half-month to stay here. In the midst of packing, he lost track of time. By the moment he remembered the 3YC car lottery event, the draw had already concluded. He hurriedly opened the official live stream, only to find that the lottery had ended. Despite the passage of time, the live stream remained bustling with activity. Those fortunate individuals who won truly possess remarkable luck, with odds of winning reaching an astonishing 1 in several 100,000. Particularly enviable are those who won the coveted Yangwang U8, of which there are only 10 in total. Oh, how I envy them. Why was it not I who emerged victorious? The comments scroll rapidly, all expressing admiration for those who have indeed won. Lin Yang immediately searched for his own information on the large screen. Lin Yang, 430. 001X. Upon seeing this entry, he exhaled a sigh of relief. As expected, the small vehicle chassis number for which he had spent over 50,000 had indeed drawn the grand prize of a luxury car worth millions. With a car now in his possession, a house would soon follow. When he returns home, who will dare to speak ill of him? Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the phone rang. The caller ID displayed an official call from 3YC. Hello, Mr. Lin Yang. Congratulations on participating in our 3YC 30th anniversary lottery event. And you have on a lifetime usage right to 1 Yangwang U8. You will collect your prize in person in 2 days at our venue in Shenzhen. We will provide round-trip airfare and accommodation. Shortly, you will receive a link to fill in your information. Please wait for further instructions. All right, understood. Even before he hung up, the message had already arrived. Lin Yang ended the call, filled in the details, and began to anticipate the moment he would possess the luxury vehicle in just 2 days. In the past, every visit home had left him envious of others, as every household parked their small cars outside. His own family was the only one in the village without a car, leaving them unable to hold their heads high. Now he finally owned a car, and not just any car, but a luxury vehicle worth millions. The thought of their astonished faces upon seeing it filled him with a sense of vindication. The following morning, the first thing Lin Yang did upon waking was to access the daily intelligence updates from a system. Today, the system had pushed a total of 8 updates, meaning that reading through them all would yield 80 experience points. With enough experience, the system could upgrade to a weekly intelligence service. Daily Intelligence 1. A chimpanzee at Star City Zoo has gone viral for defecating on a visitor. Those who film the event can garner a significant influx of views. Another rather distasteful update. Lin Yang chose to ignore it and proceeded to the next. Daily Intelligence 2. At the west gate of Jinling Community. A customer at table 109 discovered a cigarette, but in their stone pot bibimbap. Those who order before 7 p.m. can receive a compensation of 1,000 yuan. Another useless update. Lin Yang deemed it unacceptable to consume a cigarette, but for a mere 1,000 yuan. Daily Intelligence 3. Top Toy has released a new line of blind boxes that have become a sensation. Those who queue can earn 140 yuan per day. Upon reading this, Lin Yang felt speechless. Out of the 7 updates sent today, the first 3 held virtually no value. Daily Intelligence 4. In the ceiling of the bathroom of Building 7, Apartment 601 in Jinling Community, 20 gold bars weighing 100 grams each are hidden. The owner of the gold bars has passed away many years ago, leaving them unclaimed and unknown. They can be retrieved without issue. Building 7, Apartment 601, in Jinling Community? Lin Yang could hardly believe his extraordinary luck. The residence, harboring gold bars, is the very property he had previously acquired for 180,000, a site marred by a notorious homicide. Now that the house rightfully belongs to him, retrieving the gold bars would prove to be a straightforward endeavor. Moreover, intelligence suggests that these bars are ownerless, known exclusively to him. Given this circumstance, it is imperative to reclaim them. With the current gold price hovering around 800 to 900 per gram, the redemption value should not fall below 700 per gram. A single 100-gram gold bar would yield 70,000. Thus, 20 bars would amount to 1.4 million. Having purchased the property for only 180,000, the gold bars alone are valued at 1.4 million, allowing him not only to acquire a house for free, but also to profit by over 1.2 million. Merely contemplating this is exhilarating. Fortunately, this intelligence was received prior to the impending demolition. Had he received it during the demolition, the bars would have become the property of others. Lin Yang glanced at the system level. Daily Intelligence, 260,300. He only requires an additional 40 experience points to level up the system. Conveniently, there remain 4 pieces of intelligence to peruse, and upon their review, the system will elevate to weekly intelligence. At that point, the information will pertain to the forthcoming week, significantly enhancing the value of each piece of intelligence. Lin Yang refocused his thoughts and continued to examine the remaining 4 pieces of intelligence. Chapter 20. The Blue Payment Software Bug. All discounts of 20 Daily Intelligence 5. A bouquet of roses was discovered in a garbage bin at the entrance of Binhai Bay Community. accompanied by 520 yuan in cash beneath the flowers. It can be retrieved before the sanitation workers clear the trash. Binhai Bay is an upscale residential area. Not everyone can gain entry. Although Chun Qingqing resides in the same community and could facilitate access, it feels unreasonable to seek assistance for merely 520 yuan. Daily Intelligence 6. Photos from the Lu Tianxian Film Festival red carpet have been released, featuring a popular Ultraman hairpin. Stockpiling these hairpins in advance could yield substantial profits. What exactly is an Ultraman hairpin? Lin Yang searched on his phone and discovered it is a hairpin shaped like Ultraman, priced at 19 yuan, made of faux diamonds, and appearing quite exquisite in its vibrant colors. Such fleeting trends are often ephemeral. Once the excitement subsides, interest diminishes. With a selling price of 19 yuan, the profit margin is likely modest. Thus, it must rely on high-volume sales. This necessitates a significant inventory, and if the trend fades before he can sell, he risks incurring losses that could erase any prior gains. Moreover, with less than a day left, managing procurement and sales alone is simply unfeasible. Lin Yang shook his head. Let others reap the rewards for this venture. Daily Intelligence 7. A self-service vending machine within the community has a remaining bottle of iced tea, containing a cap that can be scanned for a chance to win a family trip to an island worth 9,999 yuan. Purchasing all the iced tea to scan the cap could yield a chance to win. Lin Yang was aware of this promotion. He occasionally purchased a bottle of iced tea in hopes of winning a grand prize to take his parents on an island getaway. However, he had never won before. With his impending return to his hometown, winning a family trip would be perfectly timed, allowing them to explore sites they had never encountered. Daily Intelligence 8. The procurement manager of the Big Fish and Sea Pearls Buffet restaurant has been exposed for substituting inferior goods for personal gain and has been referred to the police. The restaurant preemptively replaced spoiled tiger crabs to prevent customer food poisoning. After reading all 8 pieces of intelligence, Lin Yang's system experience reached 300. At this moment, the system panel underwent a transformation. Congratulations, the host's daily intelligence system has successfully upgraded to the weekly intelligence system. The weekly intelligence will provide the host with 3 to 10 pieces of information each week, closely related to the host. The weekly intelligence has a probability of featuring high-value information. Each piece of weekly intelligence read will grant 100 experience points. Post-upgrade. While the number of intelligence pieces per push remained unchanged, the frequency transformed from daily to weekly. The most significant distinction is the potential for high-value information in the weekly updates, which is absent in daily intelligence. Thus far, only once had Lin Yang encountered high-value intelligence, which he obtained through interaction with Chun Qingqing, valued in the tens of millions, dozens of times more than typical intelligence. This underscores the disparity between weekly and daily intelligence. The former resembles a curated selection of the latter. Lin Yang checked the system. Weekly Intelligence 3000. A weekly intelligence report can yield 100 experience points. Thus, accumulating 30 such reports would elevate the system to a monthly intelligence framework. With a stroke of luck, one could witness another upgrade within 3 weeks, at worst. It would take no longer than 10 weeks for the system to enhance once more. The weekly intelligence reports have been dispatched. Please be vigilant in checking them. Henceforth, weekly intelligence will be sent at the same time each week. To Lin Yang's astonishment, the moment the system upgraded, the weekly intelligence began to flow in. He perused the reports, and the initial dispatch contained 4 pieces of information. The first report detailed that Raintree Technology unveiled a new model robot, N1, which has achieved a world-leading status, resulting in a dramatic surge in stock prices, culminating in a week of closures at the upper limit. An investment made early could yield a return of 488 times. This marked the inaugural report concerning the stock market. The stock of Raintree Technology could increase by a maximum of 20 daily, amounting to a cumulative rise of 148. 8 over 5 consecutive days. It is undeniable that the value of the weekly intelligence is vastly superior to that of daily reports. The potential profit from this intelligence is limitless, contingent solely upon the amount of capital invested. The greater the investment, the more substantial the returns. Lin Yang calculated that he currently possessed merely several hundred thousand. However, selling the gold bars that had yet to arrive would yield around 1.5 million. Multiplying 1.5 million by 1.488 equates to approximately 2.23 million. To achieve nearly a 1.5-fold return in just 5 days is undeniably exhilarating. Regrettably, all his available funds have been allocated to property purchases. Otherwise, his profits would have been even greater. Nonetheless, there is no cause for lamentation, as such intelligence will be received weekly. He could recoup his earnings once the compensation for property demolition is realized. The second report indicated that the temperature on the South China Sea Islands is 10 degrees lower than in previous years, leading to a reduction in the production of chili peppers. Consequently, prices are expected to double over the coming week, allowing for substantial profits through early stockpiling. This is another intelligence that necessitates capital. The greater the capital, the more one stands to earn. Unfortunately, his current capital is insufficient. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly secure a significant profit. Although he has only read 2 weekly reports thus far, Lin Yang has already discerned that their value far surpasses that of daily reports. The third report announced that Ne Zha 2 has broken national box office records this week, ranking among the top 5 worldwide, with prices of various merchandise soaring. Early procurement could yield 5-fold profits. This, too, is a report where greater capital translates to greater gains. Having reviewed 3 weekly intelligence reports, he recognizes their exceptional value, unlike daily reports that often contain trivial information. The fourth report, classified as high-value intelligence, revealed that between 2:35 p.m. and 2:40 p.m. this Friday, a bug in the Blue payment software would grant a 20% discount on all transactions, including shopping, personal transfers, credit card repayments, and rental payments. Subsequently, the official statement declared that there would be no compensation. Astute utilization of this bug could result in a significant financial windfall. Lin Yang could not restrain his exclamation upon reading this report. How remarkable that the first dispatch of weekly intelligence would include such a high-value piece of information. By exploiting a flaw in this payment software, one can enjoy a discount of 20% on any transaction. If one were to create 2 accounts and transfer funds between them, each transaction would yield a 20% profit. This implies that within a mere 5 minutes, one could potentially multiply their wealth several times over, if not exponentially. For instance, if one were to transfer 1 million, they would only need to send 800,000, while the receiving account would reflect the full 1 million. One could prepare 2 mobile phones, log into the payment software, and set up fingerprint payment authentication. Each transfer would require merely 5 seconds, allowing for 12 transactions within a minute, culminating in 60 transactions over 5 minutes. This would result in an effortless gain of 200,000 per transaction, amounting to a staggering 12 million over 60 transfers. Should one engage in a transfer of 10 million, the return could skyrocket to a staggering 120 million. Chapter 21. The arrival of million-dollar luxury cars. Upon reviewing all the intelligence, Lin Yang established his objective. After freshening up, he descended to the community entrance for breakfast, subsequently locating the vending machine indicated by the intelligence. Within, 5 bottles of iced tea remained, priced at 3 yuan each. Lin Yang scanned the code and made the payment, prompting the machine to dispense the beverages one by one. He bent down to retrieve all the iced teas from the collection slot, unscrewing the caps and scanning each one with his phone. Each scan automatically redirected him to the official mini-program for a lottery. The prizes included a thank you for your patronage, a 0.68 yuan red envelope, another bottle, an 888 yuan cash prize, and a family island vacation valued at 9,999 yuan. After scanning the cap of the first bottle, the cursor danced among the prizes before finally landing on the thank you for your patronage. The second and third caps yielded similar results. It was not until the fourth cap that he won the family island vacation. Upon entering his personal information, he successfully claimed the prize, which could be redeemed with a week's notice within the next 6 months. With the grand prize secured, he did not overlook the final cap. Upon clicking for the lottery, the cursor leapt among the prizes once more. Congratulations! You have won the second prize, an 888 yuan cash red envelope. Astonished, though 888 yuan is not a substantial sum, winning it from an iced tea bottle cap was indeed surprising. It is noteworthy that there are only 5-second prizes nationwide. This vending machine, with its remaining 5 bottles of iced tea, yielded not only one grand prize, but also a second prize, an astonishing feat with the island vacation in hand. Lin Yang made his way to Building 7, Apartment 601, the notorious dwelling he had purchased for 180,000 yuan. His initial intention was to acquire it solely for the demolition compensation, yet it unexpectedly concealed 20 gold bars, a delightful surprise. A thick layer of dust coated the door, indicative of long-term vacancy. The infamous murder case had garnered significant attention, rendering it unsellable and unrentable, resulting in years of abandonment until Lin Yang's acquisition. Inserting the key into the lock, he turned it to the right, and with a click, the door swung open. As he pushed the door, dust cascaded down, filling the air. Lin Yang quickly covered his mouth, waiting for the dust to settle before stepping inside. The items within, having been devoid of human presence for an extended period, were in a state of disrepair. Coupled with the memory of the tragedy, an unsettling chill crept down his spine. Lin Yang scanned the surroundings to locate the restroom. Upon entering, he discovered that the entire ceiling had collapsed onto the floor. Above the fallen ceiling lay a black plastic bag, seemingly containing something. As he reached out to touch it, the bag disintegrated, revealing a glimmer of gold. Astonished, he realized that it was indeed gold. The intelligence had proven accurate. Gold was hidden within the ceiling, which had succumbed to the weight over the years. Were it not for the system's intelligence alert, Lin Yang would never have ventured into this home. Who knows to whom this gold might have been sold at a bargain. Lin Yang carefully peeled back the shattered fragments of an old black plastic bag, revealing the gleaming gold within. Each piece, reminiscent of playing cards, measured approximately half a centimeter in thickness. The weight of each bar was substantial, with a total of 20 bars amounting to 2,000 grams. After securing the gold bars into his bag, he departed. He retrieved his phone, opened a mapping application, and searched for a nearby gold-buying shop, promptly hailing a taxi to his destination. These shops were modest and had limited capital. Thus, Lin Yang sold 3 or 4 bars at each establishment. It took 6 shops to liquidate his entire haul. Despite the varying storefronts, the buyback price remained consistent at 700 yuan per gram, culminating in a total of 1.4 million yuan from his gold bars. Coupled with the remaining funds from his house purchase, he had over 1.5 million yuan at his disposal. He decided to invest all this capital into the stock market, specifically in Raintree technology, which yielded a remarkable 20 return daily for an entire week, resulting in a considerable profit. However, he first needed to open a trading account. Lin Yang began by downloading the relevant securities company app, registering an account, binding his bank card, and completing facial recognition before he could transfer funds to purchase his desired stocks. Unfortunately, since it was Sunday, the market was closed, and he would have to wait until Monday at 9:15 for trading to commence. At present, the daily intelligence system had been upgraded to a weekly format, providing insights once a week. With most affairs nearly settled, it was time for him to embrace the pleasures of life. He envisioned waking up naturally each day, shopping solely based on preference without regard to prices. Just a few more days of patience would bring this dream to fruition. In 11 days, a demolition notice for the Jinling community would be announced, promising a 10-fold compensation for the demolition. His principal, alongside his earnings, would total around 50 million yuan, with 2 million owed to the bank, leaving him with 48 million. A stock investment of 1.5 million yuan, yielding a return of approximately 488 times, would add about 223,000 yuan to his wealth, culminating in 373,000 yuan. On Friday, a bug in the BluePay software allowed for a 20% discount on all transactions, enabling him to exploit this glitch by transferring funds between his various accounts, netting around 750,000 yuan per transaction. Over 60 transfers, this amounted to approximately 45 million yuan. Thus, within a maximum of half a month, his personal assets would surpass 100 million yuan. The speed of such a transformation from nothing to a fortune of over 100 million yuan was certainly unmatched by most. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification. It was a reminder for his flight, scheduled to depart the following morning at 10:30. Having filled out personal information for a prize won during the 30th anniversary lottery of 3YC the previous night, he received complimentary tickets and accommodations to attend the award ceremony. He would be receiving a U8 valued at $1,000,000, perfectly timed for his return home. As he prepared to put his phone away, it vibrated once more with another message. It was from Chun Qingqing. Lin Yang, thank you for your timely warning. It helped my restaurant avert a serious incident, the consequences of which could have been dire. As a token of my gratitude, how about dinner tomorrow? I will be heading to Deep City tomorrow. Let us discuss upon my return, he replied. All right, I will contact you in a few days. The following morning dawned. The first thing Lin Yang did upon waking was transfer $1.5 million into his securities account, leaving only a few thousand for daily expenses. Once the market opened, he invested entirely in Yushatech, and after enjoying a quick breakfast, he took a taxi to the airport bound for Shenzhen. That evening, he successfully acquired a $1,000,000 Yangwang U8 in Shenzhen. This luxury brand under 3YC boasts over 200 horsepower, accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.7 seconds, and weighs a staggering 4 tons, resembling a colossal tank, both imposing and majestic. Two remarkable features of this vehicle are its ability to turn in place and float on water for half an hour. Previously, he had spent merely $54,800 on a second-hand car to participate in a raffle, which he could sell at nearly its original price. This meant he essentially acquired a $1,000,000 luxury car without cost. With such a windfall, Lin Yang found himself utterly satisfied with the vehicle. He didn't even stay overnight in Shenzhen. Instead, he eagerly drove back to Xinjiang that very night. Covering over 1,000 kilometers, he journeyed through the night and arrived just after 8 the following morning. At this hour, the streets were bustling with commuters, parents dropping off children at school, and shoppers heading to the market. As he approached the entrance of his community, a few individuals were blocking the way, preventing his entry. Lin Yang had no choice but to honk the horn to alert them. Upon hearing the sound, the crowd quickly dispersed, creating a passage in the center. At that moment, a rugged off-road vehicle, reminiscent of a tank, maneuvered through the gap. With its sharp yet fluid lines and a distinct mech-inspired design, the vehicle exuded a powerful sense of technology and dominance. Sunlight glinted off its metallic surface, captivating the attention of passers-by. Chapter 22. Class reunion in the same city. Pray tell, what kind of vehicle just entered the community? I have never encountered such an emblem before, inquired a curious elderly lady returning from her grocery shopping, addressing a nearby young man. I am uncertain. I have never seen a lightning emblem before. However, that car exudes an air of majesty and must surely be quite expensive, replied the young man, retrieving his phone to search for the brand associated with the lightning emblem. Before long, the answer appeared on his screen. Goodness, that vehicle is the Yangwang U8, a domestically produced luxury automobile worth $1 million. Whoever drives that car is undoubtedly affluent. Upon hearing the mention of $1 million vehicle, the elderly lady's eyes sparkled with envy. With $1 million, one could purchase 2 apartments in our community. I wonder which wealthy relative can afford such an exquisite car. Today, Qin Zuan awoke in a daze, rising later than intended. As the clock ticked ominously, signaling his imminent tardiness for work, he hastily dashed out the door without taking the time to prepare. As he reached the ground floor, he was captivated by a formidable off-road vehicle that resembled a tank, gracefully coming to a stop below. It was none other than the Yangwang U8, the very car he had longed for. He quickly took a few photographs and shared them on his social media. This morning, I spotted a Yangwang U8, truly deserving of its reputation as my dream car. It is even more stunning and imposing in person, barely fitting in the parking space of our community. As soon as he posted, likes and comments flooded in. Wow, the owner of this car must be incredibly wealthy. As the internet suggests, not all who drive a Mercedes G-Class are affluent, but those behind the wheel of a Yangwang U8 certainly are. Indeed, a G-Class might capture my attention momentarily, but I would yearn to approach the owner of the Yangwang U8 and engage in conversation, eager to discover the experience of its high-end, intelligent features. I have heard that its water-wading mode is exceptional, allowing it to traverse water like a vessel. And does it not also feature a drone atop, scouting the road ahead while the driver is under the influence, swiftly turning around at the sight of traffic police? As Qin Yuan observed the likes and comments proliferating on his post, he felt a sense of satisfaction, as though the car were his own. Suddenly, reality struck him. He was running late for work. He hastily tucked away his phone and sprinted towards the bus station at the community entrance. Lin Yang had just parked when he noticed Qin Yuan fervently taking pictures of his vehicle. By the time he had parked and stepped out, Qin Yuan had already dashed away. Lin Yang chuckled to himself, then ascended to his apartment to catch up on sleep. Exhausted from driving all night, he soon succumbed to slumber. A rumbling in his stomach jolted him awake, though he could not discern how long he had been asleep. Checking his phone, he discovered it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Lin Yang rose from his bed, intending to venture out for a meal to satiate his hunger. At that moment, he noticed several missed calls, all from Zhang Jun, who had previously invited him to a class reunion. Given the multitude of calls, it was evident that he was reaching out once more about the gathering. Lin Yang held little interest in such reunions and had clearly made excuses to decline the invitation. It seemed Zhang Jun persisted in his efforts. Zhang Jun was the lobby manager at the Xingqing Bank, where Lin Yang had also secured a loan. In the future, it was inevitable that he would have to make contact. With so many phone calls from him, it would be unseemly to feign ignorance. A response was necessary to preserve face for future encounters. Upon dialing Zhang Jun's number, it was indeed, as Lin Yang had anticipated, a reunion of classmates. Zhang Jun informed him that not everyone would attend this gathering. Only 7 or 8 classmates remaining in Star City would be present. Given this, Lin Yang reluctantly agreed, reasoning that since he had no pressing engagements, mingling with different individuals might yield unique insights for the following week. After confirming the specific address, he ended the call. He rose, tidied himself up, and donned clean and neat attire before heading downstairs to prepare his vehicle for the university reunion. The venue was a private room at the Dayu Haitang Buffet restaurant, and Lin Yang felt a stroke of fortune upon learning this detail. As far as he knew, the buffet's hall charged $688 per person, while the private room was set at $998 with a minimum of 10 guests required. The group chat revealed that the class monitor, Shi Tsong, was treating, indicating he must be quite generous this time. Lin Yang pondered who he might be trying to curry favor with, perhaps Qin Qingqing? After all, he was aware that they were middle school classmates. With these thoughts, he proceeded downstairs. What a magnificent vehicle! Is that an Aoyang you ate? It must be worth over $1 million, over 100,000. One of the children exclaimed. I should tell my dad to buy one just like it. Over $1 million? Who told you it costs only over 100,000? Your father can't afford that. As Lin Yang descended the stairs, he spotted a group of children gathered around his car, animatedly discussing it. Approaching the vehicle, a little boy asked, Uncle, is this car yours? Yes, it is. Uncle, they say my dad can't afford such a nice car. Will you be my dad? Laughter erupted from Lin Yang, amused by the innocent candor of the child. All right, everyone, step aside. Uncle needs to drive out. Once the children dispersed, he opened the car door, settled in, and slowly drove out of the parking space towards Dayu Haitang. At the entrance of the Dayu Haitang Buffet restaurant, Shi Tsong, a local of Star City, was said to have influential connections. He secured a position at the City Planning Bureau immediately upon graduation, promising a bright future. Cultivating a good relationship with someone like him could prove advantageous down the road. Thus, when he initiated the gathering in the group chat, everyone available in Star City promptly requested half a day off from their superiors and arrived early at the hotel to await Shi Tsong's arrival. Look, is that Audi A4 new for Shi Tsong? 565 Mauritanian Ugias. Yes, I remember the license plate from the photo he shared in the group. As the group waited outside the hotel, they saw Shi Tsong's vehicle approaching and rose to greet him at the entrance. The Audi screeched to a halt at the front door. Before the doorman could react, someone rushed forward to open the door, one hand grasping the handle and the other resting on the frame. Director Shi, everyone has arrived. We've been waiting for you. Ha! We are all classmates. No need for such formality, Shi Tsong replied, beaming as he stepped out of the car. Though he uttered words of modesty, his countenance betrayed a certain enjoyment. Even if he were not currently a department head, he refrained from mentioning it. Is this Audi A for a new acquisition, Deputy Chief? Indeed. It was a birthday gift from my dear mother. I insisted against receiving it, but she insisted, claiming that in this day and age, one cannot find a girlfriend without a car. The surrounding peers, who had yet to purchase their own vehicles, displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead, they gazed at the car with envious admiration. Wow, this model is top tier, costing over $300,000. The locals truly stand apart, while we toil for mere survival. Deputy Chief has already taken to the roads in an Audi. Such is life. Some are born into privilege, while others are not. Ha! Only someone as kind-hearted as Deputy Chief would not forget us old classmates even after achieving success. The flattery from his peers greatly pleased Shirtsong. Sensing the moment was ripe, he tossed the car keys to the doorman and strode into the hotel with flair. Yet, after taking just a few steps, he suddenly realized something amiss. He had not spotted Lin Yang among the crowd. Working at the planning bureau, he was privy to the impending demolition of the Jinling community. It was inconceivable that Lin Yang, having purchased all the available properties in that area, was unaware of such crucial insider information. Anyone who dared to disclose the imminent demolition would certainly possess an extraordinary background. Lin Yang must know such individuals well, and fostering a relationship with him would undoubtedly smooth the path to advancement and salary increases. Thus, he had orchestrated this reunion. Without the main figure present, the gathering held little allure. Shirtsong halted and inquired, "Where is Lin Yang? Why hasn't he arrived?" The surrounding crowd looked puzzled, although Lin Yang had excelled academically. His post-graduation life had been rather lackluster, working as a technician in a small private factory. He paled in comparison to his peers, some of whom had ventured in entrepreneurship, others employed in major corporations, and still others like Shirtsong in public service. In terms of status and income, he was significantly outmatched. They had hosted numerous gatherings before, and Lin Yang had never attended any. Such a person seemed inconsequential to the reunion, making Shirtsong's sudden inquiry all the more perplexing. At that moment, a deep and powerful engine roared from afar, instantly captivating everyone's attention. A massive SUV gracefully approached the hotel, its rugged lines and imposing stature reminiscent of a majestic beast, starkly contrasting with the surrounding vehicles. The crowd's gaze was firmly fixed on this vehicle, and whispers of speculation regarding its owner began to circulate. "What kind of car is this? It exudes such power," one exclaimed in awe. "It appears to be the Yongwang U8, a domestically produced luxury vehicle worth $1 million. A knowledgeable classmate chimed in excitedly. As the vehicle came to a halt, everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the door. When it swung open and Lin Yang emerged, an immediate silence fell over the crowd, quickly followed by a chorus of astonished gasps. Chapter 23. How could Lin Yang, of all people, be the most successful? How could someone from the countryside afford such an extravagant car? Indeed, wasn't he just a technician at a small factory? The transformation is astonishing. A chorus of disbelief echoed among the crowd. Shirtsong's eyes widened, and the smugness on his face evaporated in an instant. He never imagined that the once inconspicuous Lin Yang would arrive in a luxury vehicle far surpassing his own Audi A4. A wave of disappointment washed over Shirtsong. He had believed himself to be thriving post-graduation, holding a respectable position among his peers. Yet, Lin Yang's sudden rise shattered his sense of superiority. However, a flicker of excitement crossed Shirtsong's gaze. Working at the planning bureau, he understood the significance of connections and background. The fact that Lin Yang possessed such an opulent car in just a few short years suggested he had formidable contacts. This only reinforced his earlier speculation that Lin Yang's acquisition of all the available properties in Jinling community was due to insider information regarding an impending demolition. Those who possess such knowledge and dare to share it are of a status far beyond his own. If he could cultivate a relationship with Lin Yang, his own path to promotion and salary increase might be considerably smoother. With this thought in mind, a smile returned to Shirtsong's face as he hastened towards Lin Yang. His expression radiated warmth as he approached Lin Yang, extending his hands to grasp Lin Yang's firmly, exclaiming exuberantly, "Lin Yang, it's been a long time. You've truly made us all see you in a new light. The moment you arrived in this luxury car, your aura is simply overwhelming." Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such enthusiasm from Shi Tsong, but he politely smiled in response, saying, "Class monitor, it's been a while. Since this is a reunion, I didn't want to appear too shabby." Shi Tsong laughed heartily, patting Lin Yang on the shoulder as if they were long-lost friends. "You say that, but with your capabilities, driving such a car must be effortless for you." With that, Shi Tsong stepped aside, gesturing for Lin Yang to enter. "Come, please. Everyone has been waiting for you for quite some time." Lin Yang nodded and followed Shi Tsong into the dining hall. The surrounding classmates were astonished by Shi Tsong's unusual cordiality towards Lin Yang, their mouths agape in astonishment. Whispers filled the air, laden with confusion. What had come over Shi Tsong? Wasn't he usually quite arrogant? Why was he being so cordial to Lin Yang? Indeed, Lin Yang had not been particularly close to Shi Tsong during their school days. What could possibly explain this change? Shang Yun, equally perplexed, was aware that Lin Yang had recently purchased 10 properties and had some wealth, yet he believed that alone was insufficient to warrant such deference from Shi Kong. Coming from a privileged background and working in the planning bureau, Shi Tsong had always held high standards. Undoubtedly, Lin Yang harbored other undisclosed secrets that had captured Shi Tsong's attention. "Lin Yang, I recognize the vehicle you are driving. It is the off-road variant of the Yangwang U8, which costs nearly 1.7 million upon purchase. Surely, you did not rent it merely for a class reunion, did you?" A classmate inquired with a teasing tone. To him, Lin Yang was once a mere impoverished youth, and it seemed implausible that he could afford such a luxury car in just a few short years after graduation. Another classmate chimed in, "Do not underestimate him. After all, we have known Lin Yang for years and are well aware of his character. He would never resort to flaunting wealth by hiring a taxi." With a laugh, yet another added, "Lin Yang, I heard you were dismissed from that company recently. You haven't taken up a driving job and are now behind the wheel of your boss's car, have you?" These jibes struck Lin Yang like sharp daggers. Yet he stood there silently, devoid of anger or embarrassment, as if the remarks were inconsequential to him. His gaze was calm and resolute, exuding a sense of confidence and poise that seemed to convey to everyone that he was indifferent to their opinions. If he were indeed renting or driving his boss's vehicle, such comments might have pierced his facade. However, this car rightfully belonged to him, and no amount of speculation could alter that truth. This was his source of strength, enabling him to disregard the chatter of others. To respond would be to show vulnerability, and the crowd began to question Lin Yang's unwavering demeanor, pondering whether this vehicle truly belonged to him. When had he achieved such success? Were the narratives they had known during their school days mere fabrications? Si Gong, upon hearing the doubts voiced by the others, felt a twinge of displeasure. He perceived his classmates as short-sighted, fixated on superficial appearances, entirely oblivious to the immense potential that might lie behind Lin Yang's success. In his view, Lin Yang's ability to drive such an extravagant automobile must be rooted in undisclosed circumstances, and forging a bond with him before his background became public could yield significant benefits in the future. Clearing his throat twice in an attempt to restore order, Shi Tsong stated, "Let's cease this baseless speculation. There must be a reason for Lin Yang's ability to afford such a car. As classmates, we should rejoice for him rather than engage in idle conjecture. I firmly believe that if any of us were to face difficulties in the future, Lin Yang would not hesitate to offer assistance." Though Shi Tsong appeared to advocate for Lin Yang, he too was consumed with curiosity about how Lin Yang had achieved his current status and who might be backing him. With a beaming smile, Shi Tsong eagerly ushered Lin Yang toward the private room, inquiring about his well-being as though Lin Yang were a long-lost brother. Upon entering the room, Shi Tsong swiftly pulled out the chair at the head of the table. Just as everyone anticipated he would take a seat himself, he respectfully gestured to Lin Yang, saying, "Lin Yang, you must sit here today. You are now the star among us, and this seat is rightfully yours." The crowd gasped in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Originally, one would have expected Shi Tsong to naturally occupy the principal seat, basking in the praises of the crowd, given his prestigious employment at the planning bureau and commendable family background. Historically, he had always taken the lead in gatherings. Yet today, he exhibited an unusual humility towards Lin Yang, which was strikingly out of character. What was Shirtsung's game? Typically arrogant. Why was he so deferential to Lin Yang? A classmate whispered to another, eyes wide with incredulity. Indeed, Lin Yang had never shared any particular camaraderie with Shirtsung during their school days. Now, Shirtsung not only greeted him first, but also invited him to the main seat. Could it be that today's gathering was arranged in honor of Lin Yang? Another classmate chimed in, their face a canvas of confusion. No one in the room was free from doubt. Everyone was aware of Shirtsung's influential family and extensive connections in Xinjiang. The only reason he would bestow such significance upon Lin Yang must be attributed to some deeper, hidden relationship. Curiosity ignited within them as they speculated on what connection Lin Yang had established to garner Shirtsung's newfound respect. As everyone took their seats, their minds were preoccupied not with the dining table before them, but rather with furtive glances at Lin Yang and Shirtsung, attempting to glean clues from their interactions. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly nuanced, with all eyes eagerly awaiting Shirtsung to provide a plausible explanation or for Lin Yang to divulge some secret. However, Lin Yang merely sat there, adorned with a faint smile, his thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, Shirtsung busied himself pouring tea and serving dishes for Lin Yang, adopting an air of servility and seemingly oblivious to the audience's perplexity. This only served to heighten everyone's curiosity. A reunion among classmates had morphed into a suspenseful riddle waiting to be unraveled. Chapter 24. The car is a prize after successfully adding Lin Yang on WeChat. Shirtsung wore a beaming smile. He was acutely aware of the need to not neglect the others, lest his intentions appear too overt. Thus, he began to frequently raise his glass, inviting his classmates to join in, showcasing the warmth of a gracious host. Everyone indulged heartily, determined to savor this meal to the fullest. Come, let's all raise a toast to our long-standing friendship. Though his classmates harbored some doubts, they chose to set them aside for the moment. They lifted their glasses, clinking them together before downing their drinks in unison. Lin Yang raised his glass to toast with the others, letting the red wine flow into his mouth. Since he was already here, he didn't mind putting on a show. At that moment, the door to the private room was gently pushed open, and two waiters entered, pushing a dining cart. Atop the cart, a magnificent Australian lobster caught everyone's attention, its vibrant red shell glimmering under the lights, surrounded by exquisite garnishes that made one's mouth water. Simultaneously, a bottle of red wine was carefully placed on the dining table, the label exuding an understated luxury. Seeing these two dishes, a flicker of doubt crossed Shirtsung's face. He distinctly remembered ordering from the buffet. The lobster and wine were clearly not included. A nagging thought crept into his mind. Had the waiters made a mistake? Yet, observing the envious glances from his classmates, he hesitated. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to reveal the truth now? Resolving to accept the situation, he gritted his teeth and decided to act as if these were indeed his orders. Come, everyone, let us try this Australian lobster. It's incredibly fresh. And this bottle of red wine boasts a rich flavor, perfectly paired with the lobster. Shirtsung feigned nonchalance, his face adorned with a broad smile. Instantly, his classmates' attention was captured, and they erupted in admiration. Wow, this lobster is enormous. This wine looks extraordinary. It must be quite expensive. Their gazes flitted back and forth between the lobster and the wine, eyes brimming with anticipation. I read on the Yu Haitang public account that the lobster is their signature dish, available only as a single order, priced at $888. And that wine is homebrewed, costing $888 a bottle, one classmate exclaimed. Wow, today we're really gaining insight. Long live our class monitor. Another chimed in, their excitement palpable. Class monitor, you've truly outdone yourself. Such an extravagant lobster and wine. We're so fortunate to bask in your generosity today, another classmate added, their tone filled with gratitude. Calculating his mind, one classmate noted that the buffet for 10 people was nearly $10,000, the lobster $888, and the wine $888, summing up to nearly $40,000, equivalent to many people's earnings over half a year. The disparity between Shirtsung, who effortlessly spent such a sum on a meal, and himself was stark. Deep down, he silently vowed to cling to this benefactor at all costs. As Shi Tsung listened to the praises of his classmates, he felt a mixture of pride and unease. With a smile, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "We are all classmates. There is no need for such flattery. Today is meant for everyone to enjoy delicious food and have a wonderful time." Despite his words, his gaze frequently drifted towards Lin Yang, attempting to glean some insight from Lin Yang's expression. Amidst the eager anticipation of his classmates, the waiter skillfully disassembled the lobsters, distributing the succulent morsels onto each person's plate. The students eagerly grabbed their utensils and began to savor the feast. This lobster is tender and springy, a true delight," one exclaimed. "Indeed, this is my first time tasting such authentic Australian lobster. Thank you so much, class leader. Without you, we would never have had the chance to indulge in such exquisite cuisine." As they feasted, the praises for Shi Tsung grew louder. Many of the students pulled out their phones to capture the moment, posting on social media and sharing short videos. The posts instantly received a flurry of likes and comments. "Wow, this is the Australian lobster and homemade red wine from Dayu Haidang. Have I struck gold? These two items are worth half a year's salary." Shi Tsung reveled in the admiration of his peers while discreetly seeking more information from Lin Yang. He could not believe that someone who had prior knowledge of government demolition plans possessed no connections or background. Raising his glass, he approached Lin Yang and cheerfully said, "Lin Yang, let us share a toast. Your presence today truly honors me." Lin Yang, embodying the adage of not striking a smiling face, stood up with a smile and clinked glasses with Shi Tsung, taking a delicate sip of the red wine and nodding in approval. "This red wine is indeed exceptional, surpassing any I have ever tasted." Seeing Lin Yang's reaction, Shi Tsung felt a surge of satisfaction, convinced he had played his cards right. He set down his glass and patted Lin Yang on the shoulder, grinning as he remarked, "Lin Yang, it has been years since we last met, and you have changed remarkably. That small factory's decision to dismiss you was a grave oversight. What have you been up to lately?" Lin Yang, with a modest smile, replied, "Class leader, please don't tease me. I've merely been fortunate. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. The car outside is actually from the 3YC 30th anniversary lottery." Shi Tsung chuckled, unconvinced by Lin Yang's claim. He was aware that the 3YC anniversary lottery had only given away 30 cars among millions of participants nationwide. Moreover, the Yangwang U8 was the finest among the prizes, making it exceedingly difficult to win. The more Lin Yang downplayed it, the more Shi Tsung felt he was concealing something significant. However, it was clear that Lin Yang was reluctant to elaborate further, and Shi Tsung deemed it inappropriate to press on, opting to abandon his probing. He was convinced that even a sliver of possibility meant that his efforts to ingratiate himself would not be in vain. Meanwhile, the other classmates, unaware of Lin Yang's real estate endeavors, were inclined to believe his story about winning the car in a lottery. In their perspective, aside from the fortunate stroke of winning, they could scarcely fathom a reason for a young man of modest means to suddenly acquire a luxury vehicle worth millions. "Goodness, so it was indeed a lottery," one remarked. "What car did you win it with?" "I entered with a Leopard 5, which cost over 200,000, but alas, I did not win," came the reply. "Ah, indeed. What vehicle did you use to win?" Lin Yang chuckled softly and answered candidly, "A second-hand Seagull, which I purchased for over 50,000. My heavens, your luck is extraordinary. To think you participated in the draw with the least expensive car and yet won the grand prize." Upon learning that Lin Yang's vehicle was a product of luck, the crowd merely marveled at his fortune before turning their attention back to pleasing Shi Tsung always responded with a smile, striving to flatter Lin Yang while ensuring no one else felt neglected. After a hearty meal, Shi Tsung patted his belly with satisfaction and called out, "Waiter, the bill, please." His voice echoed in the private room, and the previously lively atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence, all eyes fixed upon Shi Tsung. Before long, the waiter entered with a smile, bill in hand. She first offered a courteous bow to the guests and then announced, "Esteemed guests, today's meal, including service charges, totals 38,888 yuan. However, our owner has instructed that Mr. Lin, as our esteemed guest, is to dine free of charge." "What? Sure, Song nearly lost his balance upon hearing this, his glass almost slipping from his grasp. His eyes widened in disbelief. Did you say Lin Yang dines for free? Chapter 25. The bug in the payment software. The classmates were utterly astonished, exchanging bewildered glances, their mouths agape, their faces a canvas of shock and embarrassment. They had initially believed that this extravagant feast was a testament to Shirt Song's generosity, only to discover that it was, in fact, a boon from Lin Yang. How could this be? The lobster and fine wine were available solely due to Lin Yang's influence. Whispers of astonishment began to ripple through the group, their eyes wide with disbelief. Shirt Song's complexion fluctuated between hues of green and white, never having anticipated such a turn of events. He had thought he was basking in the limelight among his peers, yet he found himself the subject of ridicule instead. Staling a glunge at Lin Yang. He noted the latter's serene smile, as if all of this were of no consequence to him. Shirt Song felt a wave of regret wash over him. He had been swept away by the flattery of his classmates. Had he confessed earlier that he was not the one who ordered, this embarrassing situation could have been avoided. Nevertheless, it was not entirely a misfortune. The restaurant, Big Fish and Sea Turtles, could be deemed the most upscale seafood buffet in Star City, unaffordable for the average person. Lin Yang's association with such an establishment validated Shirt Song's previous speculations. Moreover, to have reached such a position in life, one must possess a certain audacity that few could rival. Regaining his composure, Shirt Song chuckled, Today we all benefit from Lin Yang's fortune. At that moment, a classmate suddenly had a realization and hurried over to Lin Yang, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Lin Yang, so you know the owner here? That's quite impressive. We owe you for this splendid feast. Without you, we would never have savored such exquisite lobster and wine. He eagerly poured a glass of red wine for Lin Yang, as though he were currying favor with a person of great stature. Seeing this, the other classmates quickly joined in, showering Lin Yang with compliments. Lin Yang, you are truly remarkable. We hope you will look out for us in the future. Indeed, Lin Yang, if you stumble upon any lucrative ventures, do not forget your old classmates. The classmates' attitudes underwent a complete metamorphosis. Just moments ago, they had been extolling Shirt Song, but now their attention had shifted entirely to Lin Yang. Observing this scene, Lin Yang felt a tinge of helplessness. He had not anticipated that a single gesture from Chun Qingqing would create such a stir. He graciously acknowledged their flattery, maintaining a smile throughout. Please extend my gratitude to your boss, Lin Yang said to the waiter, signaling that it was time to depart. Surrounded by his classmates, he rose to leave. After offering a brief farewell, he made his way to the door of the private room, with his classmates trailing behind him like devoted followers, continuously expressing their thanks. Shirt Song stood to the side, watching Lin Yang being enveloped by the crowd, feeling a pang of disappointment. It should have been him in the spotlight, yet Lin Yang's presence had usurped that position. However, he bore no resentment. Lin Yang's strength ultimately benefited him. After all, this gathering had been orchestrated to foster goodwill with Lin Yang. What does it matter to lose face in front of classmates? If one can align themselves with those behind Lin Yang, their status will undoubtedly rise, and there will be no shortage of sycophants in the future. Upon exiting the restaurant, the doorman had already brought forth Lin Yang's vehicle. He approached the car, opened the door, and settled inside. Meanwhile, his classmates outside continued to shower him with compliments, hoping to leave a favorable impression on him. Lin Yang waved to them, started the engine, and gradually departed from the restaurant. Even from a considerable distance, he could still see his classmates waving in the direction of his departing car. A smile graced Lin Yang's face. He recognized that such gatherings were not a novel occurrence, and he had previously chosen not to attend. Those individuals were aware of his presence in Star City, yet had never reached out to him. However, today, upon discovering their connection to the proprietor of the esteemed Yushu technology, their demeanor shifted dramatically, and they eagerly sought to add him as a friend on WeChat. He did not harbor any disdain for these classmates, for he understood that their motivations were rooted in self-interest. They sought to curry favor only when they perceived potential benefits. Just days prior, he had not even had the opportunity to engage with them at a reunion, yet in such a brief span, he had transformed into an object of their admiration. This remarkable change was largely attributable to the intelligence system, which had forewarned him of various insights. thus presenting opportunities for a shift in his life. The intelligence system had evolved from providing daily updates to weekly ones, with each piece of information now possessing significantly greater value, along with the potential for high-value insights. A single piece of high-value intelligence could be worth tens of millions. As Lin Yang sped through the night, the scenery outside flickered past him like a slideshow. After more than an hour, he returned to the Jinling community, parked his car, and ascended to his apartment. Following a refreshing wash, he lay on his bed, retrieved his phone, and checked the stock market. He had invested a total of $1.5 million entirely in Yushu technology, in accordance with the intelligence provided by the system, which was devoid of any geographical limitations. The stock had surged 20 daily for 2 consecutive days, yielding over 40 in returns within just 2 days. His securities account now boasted over $1 million. Satisfied with the stock's performance, Lin Yang tossed his phone aside and drifted off to sleep. Days swiftly passed, and on this particular morning, Lin Yang immediately opened the securities app upon waking. The intelligence indicated that Yushu technology had reached its 5th consecutive day of hitting the price ceiling, with today being the final day. As soon as the market opened, he sold all his shares. Over the course of 5 days, with a daily increase of 20, his account balance had escalated from $1.5 million to over $3.73 million, netting a profit exceeding $23 million. Truth be told, while this 5-day gain was not particularly substantial, it paled in comparison to the returns from daily intelligence. However, this was primarily due to his initial capital of only $1.5 million. Had he started with $15 million, his profits would have multiplied tenfold. This exemplifies the disparity between the two scenarios. More crucially, just as the system transitioned to weekly intelligence, he received a piece of high-value information between 2:35 p.m. and 2:40 p.m. today. A bug would occur in the Blue payment software, resulting in a 20% discount on all transactions. Several days prior, Lin Yang had prepared 2 mobile phones, each logged into his respective accounts. Additionally, he possessed a bank card with a daily transfer limit that was nearly limitless, poised to exploit a glitch for financial gain. The wait felt interminable, and to ensure he did not miss the opportune moment, Lin Yang even set multiple alarms. By 2:30 p.m. on Friday, he was seated at his desk, having cleared the memory of his phones and opened the Blue application, ready to transfer funds as soon as the time was right. 10, 9, 8. With just 1 second remaining until 2:35 p.m., Lin Yang promptly initiated a transfer of $3.73 million to his alternate account, utilizing the entirety of his available funds. As anticipated, upon clicking the transfer button, a promotional notification appeared at the bottom of the application, a 20 subsidy, amounting to a deduction of $746,000, resulting in a net payment of $2,984,000. He pressed his finger on the screen, and the transfer was successfully completed. Simultaneously, his alternate account received a notification confirming the deposit of $3.73 million. Without hesitation, Lin Yang swiftly switched to the mobile phone logged into his alternate account and initiated a transfer of $3.73 million back to his primary account. The previous promotional notification reappeared, transferring $3.73 million would only require an expenditure of $2,984,000, while the recipient would still receive $3.73 million. The back-and-forth transfer between his accounts took no more than 10 seconds, resulting in an additional $746,000 in both accounts. This sum represented the profit extracted from the Blue payment software's official promotions. Chapter 26. Early bug fix. Initially, the account held a sum of $3.73 million. After a series of transactions, one account reflected $476 million, while another displayed $746,000, resulting in a swift profit of $492 million within merely 10 seconds. Lin Yang, acutely aware that time equates to wealth, understood that once this bug was rectified, it would vanish forever. He seized the moment without hesitation. He promptly transferred the entire $476 million from one account to his secondary account. The transfer interface displayed enticing promotional information beneath the transaction amount. highlighted in striking red, a 20 discount, yielding a deduction of $895,200 with a net payment of $5,808 million. In the blink of an eye, the transfer succeeded, and his secondary account received the $476 million. Coupled with the previous earnings of $746,000, the total in his secondary account soared to $5,222 million. Without delay, he transferred the funds back to his primary account. The transaction of $5,222 million resulted in an actual payment of $1,776 million, netting a profit of $1,0444 million. Thus, in this second round of transactions, he amassed over $2 million. Remarkably, only 20 seconds had elapsed. Intelligence indicated that this bug within the Blue Payment software would persist for a duration of 5 minutes. Lin Yang continued to engage in swift exchanges, unwilling to squander even a moment. With each successive transfer, the promotional amounts grew significantly, escalating from the initial $746,000 to $1,044 million. As he tirelessly maneuvered funds between his accounts, after a little over 2 minutes, an unexpected notification emerged. The transfer had failed due to an anomaly in the transaction. Confused, Lin Yang recalled that the intelligence had clearly stated the bug would last for 5 minutes. Why, then, was he encountering issues after only 2 minutes? He attempted once more, but each effort was met with the same failure notification. It was not until 2:40 that the promotional information ceased to appear, signifying the bug had been resolved. Lin Yang, compelled by curiosity, opened the Xingqing Bank mobile app to check his balance. When the display revealed an 8-digit figure beginning with a 9, he was momentarily taken aback. Prior to the bug's activation, he had merely possessed $73 million, earning a mere 20 with each transfer, a few $100,000 at most. How, then, had nearly $100 million manifested in his account in just over 2 minutes? Quickly, he deduced the underlying mechanics. Each transaction augmented the account balance by 20, effectively multiplying the original amount by 1. 2. After 60 transactions, the calculation became staggering. 73 million multiplied by 1. 2 raised to the 60th power, yielding a terrifying figure exceeding 1 trillion. The transfer failure notification was undoubtedly triggered by the escalating sums, drawing the attention of the authorities. In the absence of prior knowledge, the discovery of this bug would have yielded minimal profit, considering its fleeting presence of only 5 minutes. However, Lin Yang, informed ahead of time, had meticulously prepared to exploit the bug, resulting in colossal sums after numerous transactions, making it nearly impossible to evade scrutiny. A wave of inexplicable apprehension surged within him. Originally, the 20 gain was inadvertently acquired by others. After the official discovery of the bug, they announced that no recovery would take place, thus bearing the loss themselves. However, those with discernment are well aware that some individuals deliberately exploited the bug to amass wealth, with the sum reaching nearly 100 million. Surely, the authorities would not seek to reclaim such a substantial amount from them, would they? If they were indeed pursued for recovery, it would render their efforts futile. Just then, the notification sound of a message from his roommate, Qin Ziyuan, broke the silence. Lin Yang opened the message to find a news link. Zpay encountered a P000 level incident, resulting in a 20 reduction on all orders from 1435 to 1440. Below the link was a comment from Qin. Lin Yang, have you heard? A bug appeared in Zpay, granting a 20 subsidy on all orders. Did you manage to take advantage of it? If I had foreseen the bug, I would have made continuous transfers to myself during that time. Gazing at the WeChat message, Lin Yang chuckled softly. He imagined that, like Qin, many others were regretting their failure to discover the bug in time. He opened his moments to find dozens of newly posted messages within mere minutes. Zpay bug grants a 20 discount. Too bad I only bought a phone screen protector, saving just 2 yuan. I paid at 234.59. Why didn't I wait a second longer to enter my password? Shocking. I heard someone made over 20,000 by transferring back and forth due to the Zpay bug. What luck do you all have? Why do I always receive news only after events unfold? As Lin Yang perused these posts, he noted that the majority lamented their missed opportunity to exploit the bug. while those fortunate enough to benefit felt extraordinarily lucky. Lin Yang smiled, while others spoke of gains in the hundreds or thousands. He was grappling with the reality of nearly 100 million. His account, initially holding 2 million, had astonishingly transformed into almost 100 million in just a few minutes. Yet, he remained uncertain whether such a colossal amount would ultimately be reclaimed by the authorities. Despite reports suggesting no recovery would occur, one must recognize that this was not a trivial sum, but rather a significant amount. He pondered how others would react upon learning that someone had profited nearly 100 million through the bug. Closing WeChat, Lin Yang opened his browser to peruse the latest news. Although a fortune now rested in his account, he felt an underlying anxiety. Thus, he continued to search for news related to the ZPay bug. Reports of a 20% discount on all orders due to the bug had flooded the internet. Yet the officials had not issued any clarification until now. Finally, around 3 in the afternoon, he stumbled upon the official statement regarding the marketing subsidy already issued. Since it was our error, we must bear the costs and responsibilities ourselves. We will not reclaim any funds from those who have received the marketing subsidy. Please rest assured. Upon reading this announcement, Lin Yang finally exhaled in relief. In essence, from this moment onward, the funds in the card truly belonged to him. Nearly 100 million, an amount that the vast majority of individuals would toil for an entire lifetime or even multiple lifetimes without ever earning. Yet he, in a mere span of 2 minutes, has amassed such wealth. More crucially, with this money, he now possesses capital. When he receives the new intelligence pushed by the system next week, he will be able to leverage that information to generate even greater profits. Concurrently, a video interview concerning a ZPay bug has gone viral online. The reporter interviews an official spokesperson for ZPay. What is the extent of the losses incurred from this incident? In a range of 10 billion, with a single user extracting nearly 100 million through repeated transfers to claim marketing bonuses. To extract such a sum in a short period is clearly intentional. Why haven't you pursued recovery? It was the significant fluctuations in this user's funds that caught the officials' attention, preventing even greater losses. Consequently, we decided against recovering the marketing bonuses. This video garnered over 1 million likes within mere minutes, with comments numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Lin Yang smilet knowingly, indeed. As he had surmised, the substantial fund movements drew the officials' scrutiny, enabling them to discover the bug ahead of time. He clicked to view the comments beneath the video. I usually use ZPay, but not today, Saab. I filled up with 500 yuan of gas, and I wondered why the discount was 100. I didn't realize at first, otherwise I would be taken full advantage. Didn't anyone notice the person who extracted nearly 100 million? Who is it that could possibly withdraw such an amount? Did they have insider information and prepare in advance? A 20% extraction yielding 100 million is no small feat. Even with prior knowledge, it would be impossible to withdraw such a sum. Chapter 27. 100 million secured the news of a bug in ZPay that allowed for a 20% discount on all orders rapidly spread across the internet. Those fortunate enough to encounter the bug while making their payments felt a sense of relief, while those who missed the opportunity lamented their misfortune. Among all the news reports, an official interview video became particularly viral. According to the official statement, one user had managed to exploit the bug to the tune of nearly 100 million, and remarkably, they would not be pursued for the funds. Earning such an astronomical sum in mere minutes seemed almost too good to be true. As the news gained traction, a different narrative began to emerge online. Many expressed skepticism, asserting that this was nothing more than a fabricated story. After all, the authorities would never reveal the identity of such a brazen individual who had taken nearly 100 million. Surely, the news was concocted by them. Indeed, it seemed implausible that they would overlook hundreds of thousands, let alone a sum nearing 100 million, unless the identity of the beneficiary was disclosed. It was deemed unequivocally false. The intention behind ZPay's release of the interview video was to project an image of accountability, showcasing their willingness to accept responsibility for their errors. In recent years, they had gradually fallen behind in competition with green software and with Tengu shopping facing numerous rivals. They no longer dominated the market as they once did. Thus, they reluctantly chose to forego the recovery of nearly 1 billion in losses. specifically mentioning the individual who had taken close to 100 million to amplify the news and maximize the impact of their image rehabilitation. However, this backfired spectacularly. Netizens were incredulous, doubting that anyone could truly extract nearly 100 million from the bug incident. Some began to analyze the situation online, and, through meticulous calculations, they concluded that without prior preparation, it was utterly impossible to amass such a fortune in just over 2 minutes. ZPay found itself in a precarious position. Disclosing the user's information was out of the question. Doing so would imply a blatant disregard for user privacy. Conversely, if they chose not to reveal it, they would face accusations of fabricating the news to bolster their image. In essence, no matter the course of action, an unfavorable outcome loomed. The only option left was to watch helplessly as the story continued to develop online. Lin Yang observed the unfolding drama and the ensuing debates among netizens with a bemused smile. Had the individual who secured nearly 100 million been him, he would likely have been embroiled in the discussions as well. Closing the news page, he opened his online banking to examine his balance, which stood at 98,542,428. The thought of such a sum languishing idly in his account seemed wasteful. It must be put to good use. Investing in the stock market appeared to be a prudent choice. Although it was often said that 9 out of 10 traders incur losses, with the 10th breaking even, Lin Yang's situation was different. He had access to a weekly intelligence system that would alert him to stocks experiencing consecutive surges and significant market capitalization increases. Armed with this information, he had no reason to incur losses. Indeed, this week, based on his intel, he had invested in Raintree Technology, which had enjoyed 5 consecutive days of gains, yielding a remarkable 148 return. The sole inconvenience lies in the substantial fluctuations in stock prices caused by large sums of money entering and exiting the market within a short period. This volatility hampers the optimal utilization of information intelligence. However, this dilemma is not without its solutions. One could opt for incremental buying and selling in smaller batches. Yet, this approach may lead to considerable complications. The most prudent resolution would be to enlist the services of a stock advisor, allowing one to issue directives while the advisor manages the intricate details of trading. Contemplating this, Lin Yang sent a message to Zhang Jun, inquiring if he knew of a reliable stock advisor. Given Zhang Jun's employment at a bank, he likely had acquaintances in the financial sector. Although Lin Yang had previously been reluctant to attend the class reunion, he acquiesced out of respect for Zhang Jun. Indeed, while Zhang Jun's influence was a minor factor, it was primarily Lin Yang's understanding of the significance of connections that motivated his attendance. While his classmates may not be as affluent, there would inevitably be occasions where their assistance could prove invaluable. For instance, in seeking a stock advisor, Lin Yang found himself at a loss. Having never ventured into this realm, he was completely unaware of whom to trust, akin to opening a blind box. Should he encounter an incompetent and unreliable advisor, the potential for substantial losses loomed large. Having attended the gathering previously and having demonstrated a modicum of capability, Lin Yang was confident that Zhang Jun would take his request seriously. Within a minute of sending his message, Zhang Jun responded, "I know a formidable senior who has worked at Xinqing Securities since graduation, and within merely 2 years, she has ascended to the position of general manager. Not a single one of her clients has incurred a loss, and I recently spoke with her. It seems she is poised for yet another promotion." As anticipated, Zhang Jun was indeed acquainted with someone in the field. A stock advisor who thrived in such a competitive environment must possess not only connections, but also a remarkable aptitude. Otherwise, no one would seek their counsel or trading acumen. To have a person of such caliber manage one's investments would undoubtedly be ideal. "Could you assist me in reaching out to her? I would like her to handle my trading activities." "That is feasible, but..." Shang Yun hesitated, implying there was more to the story. Lin Yang promptly replied, "Speak freely. There is no need for reservations among classmates." Well, her skills are exceptional, and her insights are keen, which is why many seek her as an advisor. However, she only accepts substantial clients, typically those with at least 10 million to invest. Lin Yang chuckled, initially perceiving this as a mere formality. It appeared there were indeed prerequisites for engaging her services, specifically a minimum investment of 10 million. He responded with an affirmative gesture, No problem. Please arrange a meeting at your earliest convenience. Well, what? Zhang Jun could scarcely believe his eyes. Fully aware of the implications of Lin Yang's message, it signified that Lin Yang possessed over 10 million in cash, for otherwise he would not have requested a meeting following the stipulations regarding the advisor's clientele. It has been merely over 2 years since his graduation from university, yet he has already amassed a fortune in the millions. Furthermore, he possesses 10 properties, collectively valued at several million. It seems that even the wealthiest among his classmates, such as Shirtsong, cannot rival Lin Yang's fortune. Zhang Jun finally comprehended why Shirtsong had initiated the reunion and insisted on inviting Lin Yang. Although Lin Yang is understated, he undoubtedly surpasses all his peers in success. Zhang Jun nodded to himself, reflecting, "Fortunately, Lin Yang sought a loan from our bank, granted me the opportunity to engage with him. Now that he has requested my assistance, it signifies that he regards me as a friend. I must ensure everything is executed flawlessly. Perhaps in his joy, he will deposit several million in our bank, which could very well lead to my promotion and salary increase." With this thought in mind, he promptly retrieved the number of a senior from his contacts and dialed it. Chapter 28. The campus bell and the academic prodigy. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, the conference room of Xingqing Securities was filled to capacity. A large screen on one wall displayed the performance curve for March. A well-dressed man in his 50s, with meticulously combed hair, addressed the audience. Despite the adverse market conditions, our performance has not only remained on par with previous years, but has also shown a remarkable 30% increase month-on-month. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone present for their dedication. Pausing briefly, his gaze landed on Hu Qian. Manager Hu, he continued. Upon hearing her name mentioned by the leader, Hu Qian immediately sat up straight. The man nodded and proceeded, "Congratulations, Manager Hu, for achieving the highest performance this month. With a substantial improvement, your bonus of 500,000 will be credited to your account before the end of the day." Applause erupted throughout the conference room. Envious glances were cast toward Hu Qian. Since joining the company, she had consistently been the top performer each month, leaving others to vie for a distant second place. The disparity was stark, and many lamented the apparent unfairness of fate. Why, they wondered, must someone so beautiful also possess such remarkable talent? Hu Qian smiled faintly at her colleague's remarks. She joined in the applause, rising to express her gratitude to those who congratulated her. Thank you. As the meeting adjourned, the end of the workday drew near. While Hu Qian was gathering her belongings, her phone rang. Noticing it was Zhang Jun, she answered the call. "Junior, are you calling to invite me to dinner?" "Sister, you jest. A college classmate of mine asked me to recommend a stock advisor, and naturally, I thought of you." Hu Qian frowned slightly. Having grown up next to Zhang Jun, she was well acquainted with him. From what she knew, the most successful of his college classmates worked at the planning bureau. Aside from that individual, she had not heard of anyone else achieving significant success. Moreover, they had only graduated a little over 2 years ago, so their financial resources were unlikely to be substantial. Having a few $100,000 was already commendable. Such clients did not meet her threshold. The crux of the matter was that she could not earn much from clients of this caliber, and should they incur losses, it would tarnish her reputation. "Zhang Jun, you know that the minimum investment required for me to take on a client is 10 million. However, considering our relationship, if your classmate can present 5 million, I will assist, but with one condition. Everything must be done according to my directives." Zhang Jun, accustomed to dealing with numerous individuals at the bank, quickly grasped the implication behind Hu Qian's words. "Sister, you've misunderstood. If he cannot meet your threshold, I wouldn't make the introduction. Rest assured, I have confirmed that he possesses 10 million. Hu Qian was taken aback. How could someone just 2 or 3 years out of college amass such wealth for stock trading? A surge of curiosity welled up within her. Was he a wealthy heir or a business prodigy? "Sister? Certainly. Let us convene in my office tomorrow at 10 a.m. for a detailed discussion." "Very well, senior. I shall accompany him to meet you tomorrow." Upon Hu Qian's agreement to the meeting, Zhang Jun felt an immense sense of relief. Meanwhile, Hu Qian was tidying her belongings in preparation to leave for the day. She was quite intrigued about Zhang Jun's classmate. not merely because of the substantial sum of 10 million, but also due to the remarkable capability of such a young individual to amass that amount. While she had no shortage of clients capable of investing 10 million, they were invariably older, middle-aged individuals. She had yet to encounter a client in their 20s with such financial prowess. The following day at 9:30 a.m., outside the Xingqing Binjiang Financial Building, Zhang Jun brought Lin Yang to this location. Shortly after Lin Yang had sent a message to Zhang Jun the previous day, he received a reply indicating that they would meet directly at the office today. To Lin Yang's surprise, Zhang Jun appeared at his doorstep early in the morning, insisting on personally escorting him. Reluctantly, Lin Yang acquiesced to his insistence. Throughout their journey, Zhang Jun exhibited remarkable courtesy and took initiative, leading one to believe that Lin Yang was the employer and Zhang Jun his assistant. Before them stood a magnificent 66-story edifice, situated in the heart of Xingqing's financial district, where all banks, insurance, and securities firms in the province were concentrated. The real estate here was exceptionally valuable, with daily rental costs exceeding 50 yuan per square meter. Thus, the companies able to lease offices in this area were predominantly large corporations, as smaller enterprises could hardly bear the exorbitant rents. Xingqing Securities was located on the 49th floor of this towering structure. Ding! The elevator announced their arrival at the 49th floor. As the doors opened, Zhang Jun held them open with one hand while bowing slightly in an inviting gesture. Lin Yang, we have arrived at Xingqing Securities. Very well, Lin Yang replied, stepping out of the elevator where he was greeted by a large sign bearing the name Xingqing Securities. Good day, gentlemen. May I inquire if you have an appointment? A receptionist at the front desk asked as they approached the company entrance. Yes, we have an appointment. We are here to see manager Hu Qian, Lin Yang replied. Ah, you must be Mr. Lin and Mr. Zhang. Manager who is already here. Allow me to escort you, the receptionist responded, promptly exiting the front desk and leading the way. Lin Yang and Zhang Jun followed her through several offices and along a corridor until they arrived at a door marked with a sign for the manageress office. Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhang, this is Manager Hu's office. Please, go on in, the receptionist announced as she opened the door. As Lin Yang entered, he saw a young woman in her 20s, dressed in professional attire, seated at her desk and typing on her computer. Manager Hu, Mr. Lin and Mr. Zhang have arrived, the receptionist informed as the young woman paused, rising to approach Lin Yang and extending her right hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Hu Qian, she greeted, her gaze unabashedly appraising Lin Yang after their handshake. Yesterday, I found myself intrigued by the character of Lin Yang, and today, I finally had the pleasure of meeting him. He is youthful, handsome, and exudes a captivating confidence. Hello. While Hu Qian observed Lin Yang, he too was taking note of her presence. Her attire was sharp and professional, radiating the aura of a strong woman. All right, since we are all acquaintances, why engage in such formalities? Let's sit down and converse. Zhang Jun approached the lounge area, arranged the cushions on the sofa, and invited Lin Yang and Hu Qian to take their seats. Senior, you seem to be doing quite well for yourself, having a spacious office all to yourself. It's merely a stroke of luck. I am grateful for everyone's trust in me, allowing me to manage their idle funds. Come now, do not be modest. Back in school, you were truly a remarkable figure, consistently dominating the simulated stock trading competitions. Upon hearing about her success in the simulated stock trading competition, Lin Yang recalled who Hu Qian was. Zhang Jun was right. Hu Qian was indeed a prominent figure during their school days. Her peers often remarked that she could easily rely on her looks, yet she chose to excel through her prowess. She possessed striking beauty and an enviable figure, consistently earning the title of Campus Belle in the annual school forum. Beyond her appearance, however, it was her remarkable abilities that truly set her apart. She served as the president of the student council, led multiple clubs, and was a frequent contender in various competitions. Whenever she entered a contest, others could only aspire to claim second place. Despite all her achievements, she maintained the highest academic standing in her department. She was the epitome of the Campus Belle, an academic prodigy, which explained why I felt an immediate sense of familiarity upon first seeing her, as if we had crossed paths before. Chapter 29. Is there a problem with 100 million? As Lin Yang entered the office and exchanged greetings, Hu Qian's gaze remained fixed upon him. Once they settled onto the sofa, Hu Qian remarked, "Junior, your classmate is quite accomplished." Zhang Jun nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed, Lin Yang is remarkably successful. At such a young age, he possesses numerous properties and a substantial amount of cash, far surpassing us. However, I am curious. How did you discern this, senior?" Hu Qian smiled slightly. "It is quite apparent. As someone who frequently interacts with others, one can easily distinguish between a successful individual and an ordinary person. The difference in their demeanor and aura is striking. Think back to how you behave in the presence of senior leaders at work." Zhang Jun reflected on his demeanor when faced with senior leadership. His eyes averted, his voice subdued, and his movements constrained, as though an invisible pressure bore down upon him. He found it challenging to relax, even in the presence of a successful individual like Hu Qian, despite their familiarity, due to the inherent disparity between them. In contrast, Lin Yang approached the situation with poise and engaged in conversation as an equal. This ability stemmed not only from his character, but also from the confidence his success afforded him. Lin Yang nodded in admiration. It was no wonder Hu Qian had achieved success. Her keen insight into people was a formidable asset. Hu Qian continued, "Now, to the matter at hand. Mr. Lin, I am willing to manage your investments, but I must emphasize that stock market trading carries considerable risks. 10 million could transform into 20 million in a month, or it could dwindle to 100,000 or even less. In extreme cases, one might lose everything. High risk also means high reward," Lin Yang replied with a smile. "It is precisely because of the stock market's inherent risks that I sought your expertise." Hu Qian nodded, smiling. "Since you're already aware of the risks involved, we can proceed with our discussion. Please hold on for a moment while I retrieve the contract." Hu Qian rose and found a delegation contract on her desk, returning to present it to Lin Yang. "Please review it. If everything is satisfactory, you may sign." Lin Yang took the contract and examined it, noting that it was designed to protect the rights of both parties. It outlined the method of operation and the profit-sharing ratio. There were two operational methods. The first required merely transferring funds to a designated account, with Hu Qian managing all other aspects, resulting in an 80 to 20 profit split. In the event of losses, a fixed fee of 50,000 would be charged per transaction. Lin Yang marveled at the lucrative nature of stock advisory services, realizing that regardless of profit or loss, the advisor would always earn. The second method involves semi-management, where the investor specified what to buy and at what price to enter or exit, with a 3% fee on profits and the same 50,000 fee for losses. Clearly, the second method aligned more closely with Lin Yang's preferences. However, he felt that the 3% fee was somewhat excessive. A three-handling fee may seem reasonable to others, yet for him, it is excessively high. Regardless of the meticulous research conducted by others or the probabilities of profit, there remains an ever-present risk of loss. However, Lin Yang stands apart. He possesses an intelligence system that delivers information with absolute precision. By adhering to the insights provided, he can engage in buying and selling with a guaranteed profit, devoid of any risk of loss. His reason for seeking assistance from Hu Qian lies in the substantial amount of capital involved. Managing it independently would inevitably cause fluctuations in stock prices, resulting in diminished profits. Moreover, should he choose to operate alone, all his focus would be consumed by this endeavor, leaving no time for other pursuits. Hence, enlisting someone to handle the operations is the most prudent choice. Lin Yang understands that to spur the horse to run, one must provide it with fodder. He is willing to concede a portion of the profits, yet a 3 fee is indeed excessive. "Manager Hu, I have no objections regarding other matters, but could we possibly reconsider the handling fee?" Hu Qian furrowed her brow. Typically, all other clients were charged a 30 to 70 split or a for-profit fee. She had only offered Lin Yang this reduced fee contract, which is reserved for VIP clients investing over 50 million due to her regard for Zhang Jun. In her perspective, despite Lin Yang's success, it was improbable for someone in their 20s to allocate 50 million for stock trading. What does Mr. Lin mean? I personally lean towards the second proposal, where I would oversee the buying and selling of stocks, but the handling fee should be adjusted to 1.5, of course. I would ensure that you do not incur losses. All fees would be assessed at 1.5, regardless of profit or loss. The notion of having the handling fee made Hu Qian contemplate outright rejecting Lin Yang as a client. Fortunately, Lin Yang spoke without hesitation, allowing her to swiftly calculate and analyze the pros and cons of his proposal. Although Lin Yang's plan reduced the handling fee, losses would still incur charges based on the percentage. In light of this, her earnings from the handling fee would not diminish and might even increase slightly. Thus, the proposal was not entirely unacceptable. Very well, we shall proceed with your proposal and sign the contract. Please wait a moment while I prepare the documents. No problem. Hu Qian rose to prepare the contract. At this moment, Zhang Jun softly remarked, Lin Yang, why alter the handling fee structure? There are no guarantees in the stock market. By making this change, aren't you putting yourself at a disadvantage? Lin Yang smiled faintly. Sometimes a loss is a blessing. Although he spoke these words, he was acutely aware that while others might not be assured of profits in the stock market, he certainly would be. Based on a profit of 10 million, he could save 150,000 in fees in a single transaction, and with multiple trades, this figure would only swell. Before long, Hu Qian returned with the revised contract printed out. Lin Yang meticulously reviewed the terms of the contract, finding no discrepancies, and prepared to sign. How should I fill out the capital section? Lin Yang inquired, pointing to a section in the contract. Simply indicate the amount you intend to invest under my management. Fill in the exact figure, she replied. But what if I wish to invest more in the future? Wouldn't that necessitate a new contract? Hu Qian nodded, affirming, indeed, the greater the capital, the lower the commission rate, which naturally necessitates a new contract. With a faint smile, Lin Yang inscribed a figure of 1 followed by 8 zeros in the capital section. Hu Qian's eyes widened at the sight of so many zeros. She silently counted in her mind, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Goodness, is this 100 million? Her initial reaction was disbelief, prompting her to recount twice more, confirming without a doubt that it indeed amounted to 100 million. Previously, she had only heard Zhang Jun briefly mention Lin Yang, noting his lack of a background and that he was not a rich second generation. Given those circumstances, to amass 10 million just a few years after graduation was already quite remarkable. To conjure up 100 million, however, seemed utterly fantastical, since she had not miscounted. Could it be that a mistake had inadvertently occurred? Mr. Lin, are you intending to invest not 10 million in the stock market, but rather 100 million? Yes. Is there a problem? Chapter 30. He is my boyfriend. Is it truly 100 million? Mr. Lin, how could you possess such wealth? As soon as Hu Qian uttered these words, she realized she had overstepped, prying into the private affairs of a guest. Nevertheless, the notion that Lin Yang could amass 100 million for stock trading was simply astonishing. In her estimation, it was already remarkable for someone of his age to have a mere 10 million for investment, considering that few, aside from the scions of affluent families, could manage such sums at his age. Yet here was Lin Yang, proclaiming his intent to invest 100 million. It was not just young individuals like him. Even those who had reached middle age and achieved success often struggled to allocate such an amount for the stock market. Lin Yang's revelation left her utterly astounded, prompting her inadvertent faux pas. My apologies, Mr. Lin. I should not have inquired about the source of your funds. Please pretend you did not hear that, she said, her initially commanding demeanor softening into a tone that sought forgiveness. That is of no consequence, as long as you assist me in managing my investments effectively. Lin Yang deftly redirected the conversation. However, these funds will not be available for a week. That should not pose a problem, I hope. Upon hearing Lin Yang's nonchalant attitude, Hu Qian regained her assertive composure and replied, there is indeed a problem. What problem? I just mentioned it, didn't I? The greater the investment, the lower the commission rate. We will need to revise the contract. Rising, Hu Qian promptly set about amending the contract, which she then presented to Lin Yang. Investing 100 million would elevate him to the status of our company's most esteemed SVIP client, with the commission charged at the lowest standard, complemented by the highest level of service, including priority access 24/7. As Lin Yang listened to Hu Qian's extensive introduction, he distilled it down to the essence. SVIP clients enjoyed preferential rights in all dealings with their firm. While he did not fully grasp every detail, He did remember the reduction in fees. Glancing over the revised contract, he noted that aside from the adjustments to the commission terms, everything else remained unchanged. The fee structure was altered to a flat rate of 1, irrespective of profit or loss, 0, 5 lower than before. This meant that on a $10 million investment, he could save $50,000 with each transaction. With frequent trading, those savings would accumulate significantly. Satisfied with the contract, he affixed his signature. At that moment, Zhang Jun remained in a state of shock, still processing the revelations. He rummaged through his memories of Lin Yang from their university days. To speak candidly, Lin Yang had left a profound impression on him over the 4 years they spent together. Despite his academic excellence, Lin Yang came from a humble background. While others indulged in leisure, he was busy working part-time. Could it be that Lin Yang was a concealed heir of wealth? If he truly were, he had concealed it exceptionally well, Zhang Jun mused quietly to himself. However, based on Lin Yang's prior conduct, he hardly resembled a privileged heir. After all, when had a rich heir ever taken a job at a small factory post-graduation? Yet, aside from the possibility of being an heir, there seemed to be no other explanation for how he could present $100 million for stock investment. Otherwise, how could he possibly amass such a fortune in just 2 or 3 years after graduation? If Lin Yang is indeed a scion of wealth, why would he choose to conceal this fact? Is it akin to the narrative portrayed in short dramas, where parents, fearing their child might become a wastrel, opt to hide their identity until a certain age, ultimately revealing the truth? Zhang Jun, upon delving deeper into his acquaintance with Lin Yang, finds himself increasingly perplexed by him. During their university days, he perceived Lin Yang as a man of modest means, only to later witness him secure a loan from the bank, producing 5 properties. Just days later, he astounds everyone by investing a staggering $100 million in the stock market. Simultaneously, he feels fortunate that during their initial encounter at the bank, he merely exhibited a sense of superiority without any hint of disdain. Now, he has even assisted Lin Yang in finding a reliable stock advisor. With such a favor in place, he contemplates that as long as he maintains good rapport, future benefits will surely follow. Junior, what are you murmuring about? Lin Yang, having finalized the contract with Hu Qian, prepares to depart, leaving Zhang Jun momentarily bewildered. It is only when Hu Qian calls out to him that he snaps back to reality. Oh, it's nothing. Are you ready to head back? No. I'm preparing to invite Mr. Lin to dine at Shihu Tower. You should join us. I'll pass. I just received word that the bank has an urgent task for me. Shihu Tower is an upscale restaurant in Star City, characterized by its ancient architectural style and vast scale, reminiscent of the Forbidden City. Such an elite setting naturally commands a premium price, with the average expenditure for food and beverages reaching $4,000 to $5,000 per person. Zhang Jun reflects that it would be inappropriate to join without contributing. Thus, he declines with an excuse. Junior, your bank is closed today. Do you still need to be so formal with me? Hu Qian smiles slightly. You introduced me to such a valuable client in Lin Yang. It is only fitting that I treat you to a meal. Shang Yun chuckles, realizing that rejecting her invitation further would be ungrateful. All right, then I shall thank you, senior. The trio of Lin Yang, Hu Qian, and Zhang Jun descends to the underground parking lot via the elevator. As the doors open, a colossal, rugged SUV comes into view. Wow, isn't that the recently launched Yangwang U8, the off-road enthusiast version? It costs over $160,000 upon delivery. Hu Qian exclaims upon spotting the vehicle. While $160,000 may seem exorbitant to the average person, it is relatively modest compared to other luxury automobiles. Hu Qian's astonishment leaves Lin Yang curious, prompting him to inquire, Manager, you seem quite knowledgeable about cars. Surely, in your line of work, you must have encountered many luxury vehicles. Hu Qian nods in agreement. Indeed, I have seen my fair share of luxury cars, which is precisely why the Yangwang U8 shocks me. Her statement intrigues Lin Yang further, leading him to ask, oh, what do you mean by that? The true affluent individuals are those who can purchase domestically produced cars priced over $1 million without concern for the brand's associated attributes, such as social status. They buy purely out of personal preference. To disregard the social implications of luxury vehicles requires immense confidence, which is why those who drive such cars are the genuine wealthy. Beside them, Zhang Jun, Having heard Hu Qian's explanation, nods in agreement. Indeed, Lin Yang is the true affluent one. What? Are you saying this vehicle belongs to Mr. Lin? As Hu Qian reflected on her earlier remarks regarding the car in front of its owner, she felt a tinge of embarrassment, akin to showing off before a master craftsman. Lin Yang approached the car door, lightly tapping his phone against the rearview mirror, causing the door to unlock automatically. He slid into the car and then leaned out to call, "Manager Hu, are you driving yourself? Or, I would love to ride in your car. I've yet to experience the grandeur of the Yangwang U8. Upon hearing the invitation, Hu Qian hurriedly walked a few steps to the passenger seat, opened the door, and took her place inside. Zhang Jun followed closely behind and also entered the vehicle. Once everyone was settled, Lin Yang promptly set the navigation for Shihu Lu. At the entrance of Shihu Lu, a dapper gentleman in a suit knelt on one knee, holding a bouquet of red roses, as he proposed to an enchanting woman with long hair standing before him. "Chen Qingqing, will you marry me? Wang Bin, I've told you before that I don't like you. And besides, I already have a boyfriend." Wang Bin flashed a confident grin, exuding an air of certainty. "You claim you have a boyfriend. Who is he? Bring him here. As long as you can summon him, I will believe you." Chen Qingqing's brows furrowed even deeper at his words. Wang Bin was her college classmate, and ever since their last reunion, he had been persistently pursuing her. She couldn't fathom how long he would continue this if she didn't dissuade him. However, she was currently without a boyfriend, and all the male friends she knew were already acquainted with Wang Bin. Even hiring an actor would be too late. Just as she felt overwhelmed, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching their direction. "He is my boyfriend." Chapter 31. A deeper encounter accompanied by Hu Qian and Zhang Jun. Lin Yang stepped into the renowned West Lake Tower. This illustrious establishment in Star City resembled a grand palace, exuding an air of opulence and grandeur. Its unique, ancient architectural style, with soaring eaves and intricately carved beams, highlighted the weighty history and cultural charm that enveloped the space, transporting one momentarily back to a flourishing era of antiquity. Upon entering the main hall, resplendent palace lanterns hung above, casting a soft yet brilliant light that illuminated every corner. The floor, laid with polished marble, reflected the silhouettes of patrons and shimmered with a cool radiance. Surrounding the hall were exquisite pieces of classical Chinese furniture, their wooden grains delicately pronounced, emitting a subtle fragrance that harmonized beautifully with the surroundings. Adorning the walls were masterpieces of calligraphy and paintings, depicting landscapes and intricately detailed birds and flowers, which enriched the ambience with a profound artistic essence. The restaurant bustled with a vibrant crowd, the air filled with lively chatter. Uniformed waitstaff gracefully navigated through the throng, their faces adorned with smiles as they provided attentive service to each guest. Amidst this lively atmosphere, Lin Yang keenly detected a familiar figure, his gaze drawn irresistibly in that direction. There stood Chen Qingqing, surrounded by a throng, her expression one of helplessness, while a man knelt before her, presenting a bouquet of red roses. Today, Chen Qingqing's attire differed significantly from her usual professional ensemble. She donned a casual outfit, a cropped floral t-shirt paired with light blue distressed jeans, radiating a playful and spirited charm. Suddenly, she pointed in Lin Yang's direction and urgently made her way through the crowd, approaching him with determination. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around his, resting her head affectionately on his shoulder. Then, she proclaimed loudly, "He is my boyfriend." This unexpected display left Lin Yang momentarily wide-eyed, his face a canvas of astonishment and bewilderment, his body instinctively tensed, completely unprepared to find himself ensnared in such a bewildering spectacle. What was happening? Chen Qingqing repeatedly signaled to him, "It's nothing, just play along and help me shoo away a fly." At that moment, Lin Yang noticed the man with the roses hastening toward them, and piecing together Chen Qingqing's reaction, he began to grasp the unfolding situation. Upon hearing Chen Qingqing's declaration, Wang Bin's smile faltered, his expression morphing into one of bewilderment and resentment. He scrutinized Lin Yang from head to toe, a surge of jealousy swelling within him. Lin Yang's tall stature and handsome features radiated a unique charm that Wang Bin could not overlook. Undeniably, in terms of appearance alone, Lin Yang was far superior. Yet, Wang Bin had known Chun Qingqing for quite some time and had some understanding of her character and emotional state. To his recollection, she had never mentioned such a boyfriend, and he observed that the interaction between Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing lacked the natural intimacy characteristic of a couple. This filled him with doubt. He furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with skepticism and discontent as he exclaimed, "You could just pick any man and claim he is your boyfriend. How can you prove it?" Wang Bin's challenge intensified the tension in the atmosphere, drawing curious glances from those around them, who began to whisper and murmur among themselves. Chun Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She bit her lip, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes, yet she quickly regained her composure. She understood that if she could not convince Wang Bin, this charade would not come to a resolution. As the crowd's attention focused on them, Chun Qingqing suddenly made an even more astonishing move. She gently rose on her toes, resting her hands lightly on Lin Yang's shoulders, and then slowly leaned in closer to his face. Before Lin Yang could react, her lips had softly pressed against his. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The world around them fell silent, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats resonating in the air. Lin Yang's mind went blank, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. However, he was not one to succumb to panic in the face of adversity. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. His mind raced, rapidly devising a strategy for this unexpected situation. He recognized that displaying panic or rejection would not only embarrass Chun Qingqing, but would also thrust him into the spotlight, attracting unnecessary trouble. Lin Yang's gaze grew resolute as he resolved to play along with Chun Qingqing's performance. He gently wrapped his arms around her waist, a confident and composed smile gracing his face, as if they were indeed a couple deeply in love. This gesture caught the attention of those around them, who gazed on with envy. Chun Qingqing sensed Lin Yang's cooperation and secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. She lifted her gaze to his handsome face, gratitude flickering in her eyes, realizing that she had encountered a savior. Wang Bin, upon witnessing the intimacy between Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing, felt the flames of jealousy blaze even hotter within him. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, and his expression twisted in turmoil. He refused to accept being rejected by Chun Qingqing and was unwilling to believe that she truly had a boyfriend. Even if you act close now, it does not prove you are a real couple. Wang Bin scoffed, his tone laced with derision. Perhaps this is merely a temporary act to deceive me. Lin Yang smiled slightly, his expression tinged with disdain. He regarded Wang Bin and replied leisurely, "If you choose not to believe, then there is little I can do. However, the bond between Qingqing and me is not something your mere doubts can dismiss." His voice was steady and powerful, brimming with confidence. He fixed his steadfast gaze on Wang Bin, as if declaring his claim. Chun Qingqing added, "Wang Bin, I've already told you that I do not like you. I hope you will not pursue me any further." Her tone was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. It turns out that the beautiful lady already has a boyfriend, and he is quite handsome. The pairing of such a charming man and an exquisite woman is indeed a match made in heaven. Handsome fellow, since she is already taken, it would be wise for you to relinquish your pursuit. Indeed, to interfere at this juncture would render you nothing more than a male interloper. The onlookers, upon witnessing Chun Qingqing's handsome boyfriend, began to cast blame upon Wang Bin. In an instant, Wang Bin's face flushed crimson, wishing desperately for a crevice to hide himself in. It was the first time he had ever experienced such humiliation. "You wait, young man. Just you wait." He uttered a bitter retort before turning away from Shihu Building. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding! In-depth interaction with an informational character triggered a critical hit, resulting in the acquisition of a high-value piece of intelligence, now pushed for your attention. Is this what they mean by in-depth interaction? Lin Yang had initially believed that such interaction would be taken literally. He never imagined that a mere kiss would suffice. He opened the interface to examine the high-value intelligence he had just received. Chapter 32. Eightfold Returns in 1 Month. Rewarding Intelligence. On Monday, Foodie Battery will announce groundbreaking news regarding the mass production of solid-state batteries, leading to a surge in stock prices with consecutive limit-ups. Entering at the right moment could yield an eightfold return within a month. Upon receiving this information, Lin Yang couldn't help but smile. Insights regarding the stock market were precisely what he had been eagerly seeking. It was likely the result of his morning efforts to find a stock advisor, combined with his profound interaction with Chen Qingqing, that triggered this fortunate revelation. An eightfold return in a month, a figure so astonishing that it would be hard to believe if spoken aloud. Lin Yang currently held nearly 100 million in his account, and news regarding the demolition of the Jilin community houses would be announced next week, granting him an additional 50 million in compensation. Calculating it all, he would have a principal of 150 million. If the information held true, an eightfold return would amount to 2 billion. Such substantial capital operations were fortunate, as he had already enlisted the expertise of Hu Qian, a professional stock advisor, to manage it. Otherwise, he would not only exhaust himself, but could also incur losses due to unforeseen circumstances. After all, stock advisors like Hu Qian operated with a professional team collaborating to execute tasks, while he alone might become overwhelmed, unable to manage everything effectively. Lin Yang understood well that specialized matters should be entrusted to specialists. While Lin Yang was lost in the delight and contemplation brought by the information, Zhang Jun suddenly called out, "Sister-in-law," pulling him back to reality. Upon hearing this address, Chen Qingqing seemed to be jolted, instantly releasing her grip on Lin Yang's arm. Her face flushing with a hue of embarrassment as she apologetically remarked, "I sincerely apologize for dragging you out as a shield without your consent. Do not worry. I will handle the subsequent matters." Lin Yang smiled and shook his head, responding, "It's all right. We are old classmates, and it is only natural to assist one another." When Chen Qingqing heard the phrase, "old classmates," an inexplicable sense of loss washed over her. She could not comprehend the reason behind her feelings. However, given the recent events, her spirits were already dampened. After expressing her apologies once more, she turned and walked away. Observing Chen Qingqing's retreating figure, Zhang Jun leaned closer to Lin Yang. Curiosity etched on his face as he inquired, "Brother Yang, what is your relationship with that beautiful woman? She truly isn't your girlfriend?" Lin Yang chuckled helplessly and clarified, "No, really, I merely helped her out of a predicament." Zhang Jun sighed in regret, pouting as he remarked, "Such a beauty. It's a pity she's not your sister-in-law." "All right, let us go," Hu Qian urged from his side. Consequently, Lin Yang, Hu Qian, and Zhang Jun followed the server toward the private room. Upon entering, Hu Qian, well acquainted with the setting, inquired whether Lin Yang had any dietary restrictions before confidently ordering several signature dishes. After placing the order, she handed the menu to Lin Yang and enthusiastically remarked, "Please have a look and see if there is anything else you fancy. Feel free to choose anything today. It's my treat." Lin Yang, not one to be modest, accepted the menu and perused it attentively. He had long heard of the exorbitant prices at Westlake Pavilion, yet when he finally opened the menu, he was taken aback by the figures displayed. Bean sprouts, which cost merely 2 yuan per gene outside, were listed at an astonishing 2,888 per serving, adorned with the exquisite title of fiery trees and silver flowers. This was merely the most ordinary of ingredients. Those inherently precious items on the Westlake Pavilion's menu commanded prices several times higher. The dishes Hu Qian casually ordered earlier, when totaled, surely exceeded 10,000 yuan. Lin Yang could not help but marvel. Westlake Pavilion indeed lived up to its reputation, with prices that were simply outrageous. Seeing that the dishes were nearly finalized, Lin Yang casually ordered the cheapest green tea, priced at 888 per pot. Before long, both the tea and the dishes began to arrive at the table. Each dish was presented with an artistry that resembled a masterpiece, captivating the eye and making one reluctant to disrupt their beauty with utensils. To Lin Yang's surprise, among the offerings was the highly priced fiery trees and silver flowers. The server paused momentarily before presenting this dish, wearing a professional smile, and began to elaborate on its origins. "Esteemed guests, fiery trees and silver flowers is our signature dish. It is crafted by hollowing out organic bean sprouts and stuffing them with black pork, followed by meticulous preparation by our top chefs. This dish not only demanded exquisite ingredients, but also involved a complex and elaborate cooking process, requiring chefs to possess exceptional skills and extensive experience to perfectly blend the tender bean sprouts with the rich flavors of black pork, yielding a unique and delectable delicacy. As Lin Yang gazed at what appeared to be an ordinary yet extraordinary bean sprout, he contemplated the opulence of West Lake Pavilion, which was evident not only in the prices but also in the meticulous craftsmanship and innovative creativity behind each dish. While listening to the server's description, he thoughtfully savored the culinary delights. The moment the ingredients touched his palate, he felt the worth of it all. He was certain he had never tasted such exquisite bean sprouts before, with the meat filling and the sprouts harmoniously intertwined. The crisp tenderness combined with the savory essence of the meat provided a remarkably delightful experience. Indeed, there was wisdom in the high prices. The continued success of this establishment was no mere coincidence. After all, affluent individuals are not foolish. If the taste did not justify the cost, they would not return a second time. Seeing Lin Yang's expression of pure enjoyment, Hu Qian nodded in satisfaction. As long as Mr. Lin was pleased, that was sufficient. Lin Yang smiled and replied, I must thank Manager Hu for treating me to such delightful cuisine. Suddenly, Lin Yang rechaled matters concerning stocks. Initially, he intended to wait for the compensation from the relocation to transfer funds to Hu Qian's account. However, now that he had received critical information, further delays could lead to missed opportunities. Thus, he took out his phone and transferred 90 million to that account, keeping a few million on hand for emergencies. Manager Hu, I have just transferred 90 million into the account. The remaining 10 million will have to wait until next week. Hu Qian was perplexed as to why Lin Yang decided to transfer the funds at this moment. Originally, they had agreed to transfer 100 million together next week. Yet he had suddenly sent over 90 million. Was there some urgent matter at hand? While she pondered this, her phone buzzed with a notification. Client Lin Yang's account. 7512 received a transfer of 90 million from Xinqing Bank. Account balance 90 million. Hu Qian was left dumbfounded at the sight of this amount. Good heavens! Is indeed 90 million. My word, 90 million, it truly has been transferred so effortlessly. The expression on Hu Qian's face shifted, filled with astonishment. A man in his 20s, without the privilege of a wealthy background, is genuinely poised to invest 100 million in the stock market. Mr. Lin, is there an urgent matter that necessitates this swift transfer of funds? Lin Yang nodded, affirming, Indeed, I already have a target in mind. Chapter 33. If you cannot carry, allow me to bear you manager, Hu. As soon as the stock market opens on Monday, please execute a full investment of all the funds in my account into the stock of Foodie Battery. Upon hearing this, Hu Qian nearly dropped the cup in her hand, her eyes widening in shock and disbelief, her voice involuntarily rising several notches. Mr. Lin, you must exercise caution. Although we have signed a semi-managed agreement, and I am merely responsible for the operations, as a friend, I truly must urge you to reconsider. With a furrowed brow, Hu Qian anxiously elaborated. I've kept an eye on Foodie Battery. Their production equipment is outdated. Their technological advancements lag behind the industry's evolution, and they have been in a state of continuous loss for several years. The company's reputation and future prospects are rather bleak. Following the release of last year's financial report, their stock has encountered consecutive limit downs for a week. Any further decline could render it worthless. Investing in their stock at this juncture is akin to throwing money into a bottomless pit. There's a high likelihood that you will see no return. Lin Yang listened quietly to Hu Qian's analysis, secretly amused. He was well aware that her concerns were grounded in reality, from the publicly available market information. Foodie Battery indeed appeared to be an unremarkable company with a dim future. However, unlike Hu Qian, he possessed crucial intelligence that others were unaware of. On Monday, Foodie Battery was set to announce groundbreaking news regarding mass production of solid-state batteries. Once this information was released, it would undoubtedly create a significant market stir, resulting in a meteoric rise in stock prices. In his view, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for profit, while Hu Qian, constrained by her limited information, could not perceive the potential within. With this in mind, Lin Yang smiled at Hu Qian and said, "Manager Hu, I appreciate your concerns and your diligent analysis on my behalf. However, every individual has a distinct judgment and perspective regarding the market. I have my own considerations and rationale. Please proceed with my instructions, and I trust that before long, you will witness the results." His confident demeanor suggested that victory was already beckoning him. Seeing that Lin Yang remained resolute, Hu Qian could only sigh in resignation, refraining from further commentary. Silently, she hoped that Lin Yang's fortune would favor him this time, wishing he wouldn't incur monumental losses from this investment. After all, in her many years of experience, she had never encountered a company with such dismal fundamentals that could experience significant short-term stock appreciation. After a satisfying meal, Hu Qian raised her hand to summon the waiter for the bill. With the service charge included, the total came to 14,888 yuan, nearly 5,000 yuan per person. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Yang was taken aback, reflecting on how not long ago he had been diligently working, earning a mere 5,000 yuan in a month. The disparity was indeed striking. After settling the bill, Hu Qian inquired, "It's still early. I'd like to visit the mall to select a birthday gift for my mother. Would you care to join us?" Lin Yang was initially inclined to decline, but suddenly recalled his imminent return to his hometown. This opportunity to visit the mall and choose gifts for his parents was serendipitous. Having not returned home in several years, he was determined to make a grand entrance this time, restoring the dignity his parents had lost over the years. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang nodded in agreement, saying, "Sure, I'll accompany you." Zhang Jun shook his head, replying, "I have other matters to attend to. You two go ahead. I'll take a taxi later." Thus, after leaving the restaurant, the trio parted ways. Lin Yang and Hu Qian drove to the mall, while Zhang Jun hailed a cab. Upon entering the mall, warm yellow lights cascaded down, bathing the entire space in a cozy and radiant glow. The mall buzzed with activity, a vibrant tapestry of shoppers and diversely arranged stores, their neon signs flickering and dancing, outlining a scene of commercial prosperity. The air was infused with a delicate fragrance of perfume mingling with the sweet aroma wafting from the bakery, creating an enticing shopping atmosphere. Standing in the center of the mall, Lin Yang's gaze flitted among the myriad of products, momentarily rendering him at a loss amidst the dazzling array. Images of his parents floated through his mind, yet he found himself at a loss as to what gift would adequately convey his sentiments. After a brief hesitation, he turned to Hu Qian, seeking her guidance. "I plan to return to my hometown next week and wish to bring some gifts for my parents. What do you think I should buy?" Hu Qian paused, tilting her head in contemplation, her face breaking into a gentle smile as she earnestly suggested, "For your mother, consider gold or jade jewelry, both valuable and certain to delight her. For your father, a belt, a massage chair, or some clothing would be practical, yet thoughtful gifts." As Lin Yang listened to Hu Qian's recommendations, he could not help but recall the envious glances his mother cast upon others adorned with jewelry and the discomfort etched on his father's face during bouts of back pain. It was clear he had approached Hu Qian for the right advice. Finding her suggestions most astute, Lin Yang resolved to first visit a jewelry store and subsequently seek out a quality massage chair. They made their way to the largest gold shop in the mall, which was bustling with activity. A stage had been erected at the entrance, where several couples were warming up. As Lin Yang and Hu Qian approached, a staff member greeted them enthusiastically. "Good day, sir and madam. Today marks our 10th anniversary celebration, and we have a couple's hugging event. If you win, you will receive a discount of 12% off all purchases today. Would you like to participate?" "A hugging event?" Hu Qian inquired with curiosity. "How does one participate? And what are the rules?" The staff member explained, "The boyfriend must lift the girlfriend, ensuring her feet do not touch the ground. The couple that lasts the longest wins the discount." Lin Yang chuckled softly. This was merely his first encounter with Hu Qian. They were far from being a couple, and the embrace of two unfamiliar individuals felt somewhat awkward. Just as he was about to decline, Hu Qian unexpectedly grasped his hand, looking at him with eager anticipation and inquiring, "Will you join me?" Taken aback by Hu Qian's sudden gesture, Lin Yang stammered, "We are not." However, Hu Qian seemed to disregard his words entirely, holding his hand firmly as she whispered in his ear, "I am planning to buy a large gold bracelet for my mother, and with a discount of 12, I can save quite a bit. A simple hug is all it takes. Are you suggesting that I am too heavy to embrace? If so, I can certainly hug you instead." Chapter 34. Inner Turmoil. Whom do you hold in contempt? Lin Yang was not one to shy away. Seeing that Hu Qian wished to partake in the event and secure a discount, he agreed. Thereafter, Hu Qian took Lin Yang's hand and ascended the stage. Alongside them were several other couples, totaling 20 pairs. After a brief wait, the organizers brought forth additional couples, and once the requisite number was reached, the host, beaming with delight, began to elucidate the rules of the hugging contest. "All right, we have gathered 20 couples. The rules are as follows. Once the competition begins, the boyfriends may lift their girlfriends in any manner, but the girlfriend's feet must not touch the ground. Should they do so, the contest concludes. The couple that endures the longest shall be declared the victor, winning the grand prize, an 88 discount on all store purchases. Now, all participating couples, please prepare yourselves. Boyfriends, lift your girlfriends." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang slowly extended his hands. One hand cautiously cradled Hu Qian's knee, while the other gently embraced her back. His movements were awkward and unnatural, his arms trembling slightly, as if fearful of causing her discomfort, while simultaneously striving to suppress his own anxiety. Hu Qian's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away, unable to meet Lin Yang's gaze. Her hands instinctively grasped his shoulders, fingers curling slightly in nervousness. An awkward tension lingered between them, as if the very air around them had thickened. The host, noticing everyone was ready, called out loudly, "Contestants, prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1, the contest begins." With this command, the arena fell silent, save for the heavy breaths of the participants. Within a minute of the contest commencement, a couple faltered. The boy, his face flushed, trembled as he lost his grip, and the girl's feet grazed the ground. Her expression fell immediately, and she lamented, "How can you be so useless? You can't even last a minute. It's not my fault you're too heavy. Just look at how slender the other girls are. Then go find yourself a slender girlfriend." As time passed, more couples succumbed, leaving fewer pairs on stage. Lin Yang's ability to endure was aided by his experience as a technician in a factory, where he frequently handled heavy parts, building his strength and stamina. Additionally, Hu Qian's slender frame made her relatively light, so while it was no simple task for Lin Yang to hold her, he managed adequately. Thus, they persevered until only 3 couples remained. Hu Qian gazed at Lin Yang, who was now dripping with sweat, and asked, "Can you hold on a little longer? If not, we could just give up." Lin Yang shook his head. "Having come this far, it would be a shame to abandon our efforts now." Hu Qian nodded slightly, her heart racing as she observed Lin Yang's focused and determined expression. Moments later, another couple was unable to withstand the challenge. The young man's stamina seemed to have reached its limit. His legs began to tremble, and the arms he had wrapped around the girl slowly descended, ultimately allowing her feet to touch the ground. Now, only Lin Yang, Hu Qian, and another couple remained on stage. This couple appeared to share a profound connection. Despite the exhaustion etched on the young man's face, his eyes radiated determination, while the girl clung tightly to his neck, her legs entwined around his waist, alleviating some of his burden. Hu Qian glanced at them, acutely aware that if she did not act soon, she might miss out on this advantageous opportunity. At that moment, beads of sweat rolled down Lin Yang's forehead, and his hands trembled slightly, clearly nearing his limit. Biting her lip, Hu Qian made a silent resolution. She tilted her head slightly back, her hands gradually encircling Lin Yang's neck, her fingers delicately resting on his shoulders. This gesture drew them closer together, their faces almost touching, their noses nearly brushing against one another. Lin Yang's breath gently caressed Hu Qian's cheek, carrying a hint of warmth. The sudden proximity left Hu Qian feeling somewhat flustered, her body instinctively tensing. She unconsciously tightened her grip around Lin Yang, fearing she might fall. At that moment, everything around them seemed to fade into silence. The once bustling mall now echoed only with their hurried breaths and racing heartbeats. The warm, golden light enveloped them like a dream, casting a soft glow upon their figures. The shouts and cheers of the onlookers blurred into indistinct noise, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just the two of them. Hu Qian's face flushed a deep crimson, heat creeping from her ears down to her neck. Her heart pounded like thunder, as if it might leap from her throat. She turned her head slightly, unable to meet Lin Yang's gaze directly. Yet his face, so close, left her nowhere to hide her eyes. Lin Yang's cheeks were equally flushed, resembling ripe apples. His eyes sparkled with a mix of shyness and anxiety, yet also held a unique tenderness. They remained tightly embraced, sharing warmth, while an indescribable tension hung in the air. In this charged atmosphere, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Finally, the other couple could no longer hold on. The young man's legs shook violently, veins bulging on his forehead, his face a canvas of exhaustion and reluctance. As the girl's feet touched the ground, a collective sigh of regret erupted from the audience. With only Lin Yang and Hu Qian left on stage, the host approached them, excitedly announcing, "The competition is over. Congratulations to the two of you for winning." "Wow, we did it! Lin Yang, you were incredible," Hu Qian exclaimed, nearly pulling Lin Yang in for a kiss in her exuberance. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, celebrating their perseverance and synergy. Lin Yang gradually relented Hu Qian, yet she still clung to his neck, as if still immersed in the intensity of the contest. "Can I let go now?" Hu Qian immediately withdrew her hands, exclaiming, "I was just so thrilled, I momentarily forgot." Lin Yang smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Once Zhang Hao and the others had finished, the host stepped forward, presenting the victory coupon to Lin Yang and Hu Qian, beaming as they said, "Congratulations. It is evident that the rapport and trust between you two are truly admirable. This 12 discount is well-deserved." Lin Yang accepted the coupon with gratitude, while Hu Qian stood beside him, her face radiating happiness. The female audience members below began to whisper amongst themselves, "Wow, that young man is incredibly handsome. Who would have thought he not only possesses good looks, but also such impressive stamina? His girlfriend is indeed fortunate." "Absolutely. I just witnessed him holding his girlfriend for such a long time. It's so reassuring." These words of praise floated into Hu Qian's ears, stirring something unique within her heart. Stealing a glance at Lin Yang beside her, she noticed the beads of sweat on his striking face, the light casting over him, accentuating his muscular physique. Her heart raced a little faster, prompting her to take a few deep breaths to mask her inner turmoil. Chapter 35. As Lin Yang observed Hu Qian's bashful demeanor, a subtle smile graced his lips, and a fleeting tenderness flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this formidable woman, renowned for her decisiveness in the workplace, possessed a shy side. Having secured a discount, he gently broke the brief silence, suggesting, "Let us now peruse the gifts." They entered the jewelry store, where the brilliance of light illuminated the room in a golden hue. A neatly uniformed saleswoman approached them with a professional smile, courteously welcoming, "Welcome to our store. Our gold jewelry is the finest in the entire Star City, with a variety of styles for you to explore." Lin Yang nodded slightly, his gaze beginning to scan the display cases within the shop. The counters were filled to the brim with an array of exquisite gold adornments, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and rings, each piece showcasing remarkable craftsmanship and diverse designs, radiating an alluring sheen. Additionally, several cases displayed jade ornaments, their soft luster glowing gently under the lights. Some were intricately carved into delicate representations of flowers, birds, and fish, while others were polished into smooth, round pendants, presenting an overwhelming selection. "Sir, are you purchasing a gift for your girlfriend?" the saleswoman inquired, her expression imbued with just the right amount of curiosity, noting Lin Yang's company with Hu Qian. Quickly, Lin Yang waved his hand, clarifying, "You misunderstand. I intend to buy some gold and jade pieces for my mother. Do you have any recommendations?" "Certainly. Right this way," the saleswoman responded enthusiastically, guiding him to a corner of the display where an assortment of elegantly designed gold bangles was neatly arranged. As she pointed to the showcased bracelets, she elaborated, "These styles are rather dignified, suitable for elders to wear." Lin Yang's gaze meticulously examined each gold bangle, scrutinizing the price tags. He noticed that prices varied primarily with size, with smaller pieces starting above 10,000, while larger ones range from 40 to 50,000. Sir, which one do you prefer? I can bring it out for you to see. The saleswoman's voice brimmed with anticipation, her eyes revealing a desire to facilitate a sale. Wrap them all up. Lin Yang replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. He mused that these gold ornaments, compared to gold bars, merely included craftsmanship costs. Purchasing them for wear was indeed a wise investment. Faced with such a plethora of choices, he resolved to simply acquire them all. The saleswoman's eyes widened in astonishment. Her previously bright gaze now filled with disbelief, as if Lin Yang's words were a bombshell that detonated within her mind. Her breath caught in her throat, and she stood as if frozen in place, nearly dropping the tray she held to display the bangles, instinctively gripping it tighter, her knuckles whitening from the effort. "Excuse me, sir, are you saying you wish to have all these gold bangles wrapped up?" The waitress, her voice trembling with disbelief, stammered as she reconfirmed the order. She could scarcely believe that this seemingly ordinary young man was so exceptionally affluent, casually purchasing over a dozen gold bracelets, a sum that was by no means insignificant. In her previous experiences, such lavish customers had been a rarity. The other attendants in the shop cast envious glances, their eyes brimming with awe and admiration. Among them, a young female server, her eyes sparkling like stars, couldn't help but fantasize how wonderful it would be if he were my boyfriend. Handsome and so wealthy, effortlessly spending millions. Following him would surely lead to a life of luxury, where I would be cherished like a princess. Her cheeks flushed slightly, as if she had already succumbed to this enchanting daydream, nearly misplacing the jewelry she was arranging. A slightly older waitress sighed softly, reflecting this young man, so capable at such a tender age, is truly impressive. Just look at him, then glance at my ordinary boyfriend. The disparity is staggering. She shook her head, unable to resist casting another admiring glance at Lin Yang, her eyes filled with both appreciation and wistfulness. A few other servers huddled together, whispering among themselves. He must be the owner of a major company. Otherwise, how could he be so generous, purchasing so many gold bracelets at once? Perhaps he is a wealthy heir, with a fortune that makes such expenditures trivial. Their words were laced with speculation about Lin Yang's identity and astonishment at his wealth, mingled with a hint of jealousy. These envious glances and hushed conversations spread through the jewelry store like an invisible breeze, subtly altering the atmosphere within. Meanwhile, Lin Yang appeared oblivious to the attention, engrossed in a discussion with Hu Qian about which gifts to select next. Suddenly, Hu Qian inquired, "These pieces can be discounted together, correct?" The waitress promptly nodded, her face alight with a smile as she enthusiastically replied, "Absolutely. Rest assured, any purchases made today in the store will enjoy an 88 discount with no limit. You two are the champions of today's hugging contest, and this is a special privilege we extend to you." As she spoke, the waitress delicately placed the chosen gold bracelets into exquisite packaging, her movements gentle and practiced. Hu Qian nodded in satisfaction, smiling as she said, "Then please wait. I will select one more." With that, she glided gracefully along the counter, her gaze flitting among the dazzling array of jewelry as she meticulously made her choice. Observing Hu Qian's focused selection, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "Manager Hu, with such a high income, why do you still fuss over this discount?" Hu Qian turned her head, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yang as she replied, "One should spend wisely and save when necessary. Our money does not come from thin air." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang felt a surge of admiration for Hu Qian, nodding vigorously in agreement. "You are absolutely right. Being affluent does not equate to being foolish." As the waitress presented Lin Yang with a striking gold bracelet, a shrewd lady promptly set aside her current task. She emerged from behind the counter, offering 2 bottles of mineral water to Lin Yang and Hu Qian. "Sir, madam, please quench your thirst. Jade and gemstones also make splendid gifts for elders. Would you care to take a look?" Very well. It appeared that the counters for gold and jade were distinctly separated, with the lady attending to the selection of jade. "Sir, may I inquire about your mother's age? What do you think of this exquisite piece of mutton fat jade?" The waitress enthusiastically recommended, "This mutton-fat jade is truly the pride of our store." Lin Yang glanced at the price tag and was astounded. A small jade Buddha was priced at an astonishing 880,000. Remarkably, the total cost of the dozen or so gold bracelets he had just purchased was only slightly less than that. The waitress, having observed his earlier nonchalance when purchasing those numerous gold bracelets, had confidently presented this store's treasure gem. Chapter 36. The ex-girlfriend Lin Yang did not possess a deep understanding of jade, yet the piece before him undeniably exuded the luster the attendant had described. From a distance, it imparted a sense of tranquility. As for its worth, he remained uncertain. Turning to Hu Qian, he inquired, "What do you think of this jade?" "This is a superior piece of mutton-fat white jade, flawless throughout. It is indeed a fine specimen," Hu Qian replied, her expertise in gemstones allowing her to discern the jade's exceptional quality at a glance. Lin Yang comprehended her implication. This jade was valued at 880,000, and with today's promotion of an 88 discount, it would amount to less than 800,000. Considering his mother's ongoing health struggles, purchasing a jade piece to aid her recovery seemed prudent. Resolving within himself, Lin Yang addressed the attendant. "Very well, please wrap it up." The attendant, upon realizing Lin Yang's intent, beamed with delight, her hands trembling with excitement even as she skillfully began to package the item. She resembled a child on the verge of ecstatic jubilation, secretly grateful to encounter such a generous customer. After Lin Yang made his selection, Hu Qian chose a jadeite bracelet as a birthday gift for her mother, placing alongside Lin Yang's purchase for checkout. The total, comprising numerous gold bracelets, the mutton-fat white jade, and the jadeite bracelet, reached 1,720,000 after the discount. As Lin Yang completed the transaction and prepared to depart, the store manager and 6 employees gathered at the entrance to bid him farewell. "Please come again," the manager said, moving slowly as they all bowed in unison, their faces adorned with warm smiles and their voices resonant with respect. They did not return inside until Lin Yang and Hu Qian had disappeared from sight. "Everyone come here," the manager commanded upon their return to the store, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he prepared to address his staff. The employees swiftly assembled, still bearing the excitement of having served esteemed guests, yet now composed, awaiting the manager's words. "You all witnessed the previous customer," he began, surveying each employee with a measured gaze. He was dressed quite ordinarily, not resembling a wealthy individual at all. However, he spent over $1 million without a flicker of hesitation. If you like some employees in other shops disregard customers based on their appearance, they will simply walk away. The manager continued, "Today, I shall impart another lesson. Assess a customer's capability not by their attire, but by their demeanor and gaze." When that customer entered the store, he scanned all the counters with an unwavering gaze, indicating that these items held little significance for him. This was further confirmed when he remained composed upon seeing the 880,000 jade. Such individuals are invaluable. The employees listened intently, some nodding in contemplation, while others displayed expressions of sudden understanding. "I would like to particularly commend Sister Huang today," the manager stated, directing his attention to the astute woman among them. "You demonstrated discernment, recognizing the customer's potential and needs, and promptly recommended our prized treasure. This month, your bonus will be doubled." Sister Huang was elated to have sold the store's prized treasure, and upon hearing the news of her bonus doubling, her joy was further amplified, her smile reaching the roots of her ears. She hastily remarked, "It's all thanks to the manager's excellent guidance." The manager nodded in satisfaction, allowing all the staff to return to their respective duties. As the employees dispersed back to their stations, they secretly contemplated the day's events. Fortunately, the manager had always instilled in them the principle of treating every customer with respect, as anyone who entered the store was a guest deserving of a warm welcome. Ascending to the second floor, after taking just a few steps, Hu Qian led Lin Yang into a clothing store, intending to select a gift for her father. Lin Yang glanced up and noticed the prominent Amani logo at the entrance, recognizing it as a luxury boutique. In the past, Lin Yang had kept his distance from such opulent establishments, feeling uncomfortable whenever he passed by, often choosing to walk by at a distance. Yet now, he found himself confidently stepping inside, devoid of any anxiety or unease. This newfound assurance stemmed from his financial success. The once distant aspirations that had intimidated him were no longer unattainable dreams. The store's decor was elegantly minimalist, with soft lighting casting a gentle glow on the exquisite merchandise, as if draping them in a veil of mystery. Large fashion posters adorned the walls, showcasing the latest seasonal trends, with models exuding confidence and grace that captivated onlookers. A subtle fragrance of perfume permeated the air, a unique scent that belonged to luxury boutiques, whispering tales of the brand's history and cultural essence. Following Hu Qian's lead, Lin Yang strolled leisurely through the store, his gaze sweeping across the displayed items, tailored suits, uniquely designed shoes, and stylish ties and belts. Each item, in terms of material and craftsmanship, was of the highest caliber, with every detail meticulously considered. In the bustling weekend mall, throngs of people filled the space, creating a lively atmosphere. Li Xiaojia and her close friend were leisurely browsing, savoring this rare moment of relaxation. They wove through various shops, occasionally pausing to admire the products showcased in the windows, offering opinions on the beautiful garments and exquisite accessories. Suddenly, her friend grabbed Li Xiaojia's arm, eyes wide with surprise, pointing excitedly ahead, exclaiming, "Look over there, isn't that your broke boyfriend Lin Yang?" Li Xiaojia instinctively followed her friend's gaze, and indeed, spotted Lin Yang's figure as he entered the Amani store with Hu Qian. A jolt of emotion surged within her, though she feigned composure, quickly retorting, "That's my ex-boyfriend. We broke up over 6 months ago." Her friend scoffed dismissively. Yes, your ex-boyfriend. Thank goodness you ended things early. I heard he was fired from the factory recently. I bet he can hardly afford a meal now, and yet he dares to enter a luxury store. What a facade. Li Xiaojia slightly furrowed her brows, remaining silent as her gaze lingered on Lin Yang. Her heart stirred with a ripple of emotions. How could he, after our breakup, become acquainted with such a stunning beauty? Her best friend, seemingly oblivious to Li Xiaojia's unease, continued to chatter incessantly. My boyfriend works with him and earns a modest income. Once I find someone wealthier, I shall cast him aside as well. As she spoke, she tugged Li Xiaojia towards the Amani store, exclaiming, "Let us go take a look. I want to witness his embarrassment when the staff dismisses him for being unable to afford anything." Upon reaching the entrance of the Amani store, they peered through the window and spotted Lin Yang and Hu Qian selecting items within. Lin Yang exuded an air of composure and confidence, his demeanor so elegant that he seemed to harmonize with the opulent surroundings. Meanwhile, Hu Qian offered suggestions, and the two shared laughter, appearing very intimate. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiaojia's friend gasped in disbelief. How dare he enter a luxury store when he is so poor? What a pretentious act. We must go in and expose him. Li Xiaojia bit her lip, a tumult of feelings surging within her, as if she had missed a significant opportunity. She sensed that Lin Yang was no longer the same person he once was. Inside the store, he radiated confidence and generosity, utterly uncharacteristic of someone who could not afford such luxuries. Had she truly misjudged him all along? Was he, in fact, a man of means? Her friend's boyfriend, a colleague of Lin Yang's, had been captivated by Lin Yang's handsome appearance when he encountered him while accompanying her to see her boyfriend. Initially, it was she who pursued Lin Yang, and after a prolonged effort, he reluctantly agreed to date her. However, it soon became apparent that Lin Yang was quite poor and could not provide her with what she desired, prompting an immediate breakup. Little did she expect to encounter him again today, especially alongside a beautiful woman in a luxury store. Chapter 37. Attire makes the man, saddle makes the horse. Xiaojia. Why are you still dawdling? Let us go. Her best friend tugged at her, urging her towards a shop. Xiaojia felt a deep sense of reluctance. Her feet instinctively retreated while her body trembled slightly, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face. She attempted to break free from her friend's grasp, murmuring, "Perhaps we should not go in. It doesn't feel right." Her friend, however, dismissed her concerns, pulling her along with determination, saying, "What's there to fear? Let us just take a look. They cannot possibly throw us out." Xiao Jia resignedly followed her, half-heartedly entering the store. Upon stepping inside, Xiao Jia felt as though the air around her had thinned. Her gaze flitted about, avoiding the exquisite products and the shop's opulent decor. Her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothes, wrinkling the fabric. She felt akin to a Cinderella who had wandered into a castle, utterly out of place amidst the lavish surroundings. The staff merely cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Jia and her friend before returning to their tasks, showing no inclination to welcome them. A new employee, eager to assist, was halted by an older staff member. The seasoned employee whispered, "There's no need to bother. They surely cannot afford anything, and they're clearly not our target clientele. Don't waste your time." The new employee, puzzled, replied softly, "But they carry bags worth thousands, and they appear genuine. How could they not afford our items?" The older employee scoffed lightly, explaining, "True affluent individuals exude confidence even when clad in rags. They are indifferent to the opinions of others, much like that gentleman and lady who entered earlier. Yet, these two, despite their designer labels, have a disoriented gaze. There is no merit in attending to them." The new employee nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you, Lu Jia. I understand now." As Lin Yang and Hu Qian stepped through the door, a service attendant clad in a sleek black uniform, her makeup flawlessly applied, rushed forward with a radiant smile that seemed capable of dispelling the winter gloom. "Welcome. Are you two looking for something in particular? I would like to buy a few belts for my father. Do you have any suitable styles?" "Yes, indeed." Upon learning Lin Yang was selecting a gift for his father, the attendant's eyes sparkled with excitement. She promptly turned and carefully presented 3 elegantly crafted belts from shelves. She placed them on the counter with utmost care, as if handling rare treasures. "These 3 belts are our store's bestsellers, crafted from the finest materials with exquisite workmanship, perfect for gifting to elders." As she spoke, she gently stroked the belts, her eyes filled with admiration. Hu Qian leaned in slightly, scrutinizing the 3 belts, occasionally running her fingers over the leather to appreciate its delicate texture, at times lifting the belts to examine the details under the light. Her gaze revealed a blend of professionalism and focus, as if she were engaged in a rigorous evaluation. The 3 belts are quite impressive, featuring a minimalist yet elegant design, crafted from exquisite materials. However, I wonder what my uncle's usual dressing style is like. It remains uncertain which of these he might prefer. Lin Yang smiled gently, sighing. "Let us take them all. Since we're unsure of the choice, acquiring all 3 belts won't break the bank. After all, my father has toiled his entire life. It is only fitting to purchase something fine for him." The server's previously warm smile blossomed into an even brighter radiance, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she were beckoned by a generous commission. "Absolutely. You are exceedingly generous. I will wrap them up for you, ensuring they're exquisitely packaged." As she spoke, she deftly retrieved the wrapping paper and gift boxes, her movements fluid and practiced. Her hands fluttered like butterflies, and in no time, the 3 belts were elegantly wrapped and placed in a refined tote bag. Throughout the packaging process, the server frequently looked up, her face beaming with smiles as she showered Lin Yang and Hu Qian with compliments. "You two clearly possess great taste. Your father will surely adore these belts. Your filial piety is remarkable. It is rare to encounter someone as generous as you." As she uttered her flattery, she privately mused, despite his ordinary attire, he entered the store without a hint of self-consciousness, revealing himself to be a hidden affluent individual. "Today truly is my lucky day, encountering such a magnanimous customer." In her thoughts, she calculated that the commission from this sale would suffice to purchase a long-desired garment, and with that thought, a smile crept onto her lips, prompting her service to become even more enthusiastic and attentive. At that moment, Hu Qian's gaze was captivated by a suit hanging on the display rack. It was a deep gray suit, understated yet sophisticated, with the fabric shimmering subtly under the light, exuding an air of quality. "Lin Yang, look at this suit. I believe it would look particularly stunning on you," Hu Qian said, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she tugged at Lin Yang's arm. Observing this, the server promptly approached with a radiant smile still gracing her face. "You truly have an eye for quality. This suit is a limited edition from our store. It is crafted from the finest Italian imported wool, a fabric that is not only soft and comfortable, but also highly breathable, draping beautifully to convey sophistication. As she spoke, she gently caressed the fabric of the suit, showcasing its texture. And observe the craftsmanship. Each stitch is meticulously crafted by our top tailors. Furthermore, the design of this style is timeless, suitable for business occasions as well as important social events. It never goes out of fashion. The server elaborated with pride in her eyes, her admiration for the suit evident. Lin Yang contemplated the suit, realizing that with his newfound wealth, there would inevitably be formal occasions requiring his attendance, making the acquisition of several formal outfits a necessity. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll give it a try." The attendant immediately displayed a beaming smile, swiftly removing the suit with utmost care, cradling it in her hands as she guided Lin Yang toward the fitting room. "This way, please. The fitting room is over here. Feel free to try it on, and call me if you need anything." Her voice resonated with warmth and concern. Lin Yang stepped into the fitting room and gently closed the door behind him. He shed his casual attire and picked up the suit, donning it slowly. As he fastened the final button and adjusted the collar and cuffs, he lifted his gaze to the mirror and was momentarily taken aback. The reflection seemed to transform him. The already handsome visage was accentuated by the suit, rendering him exceptionally dapper. His demeanor appeared more mature and poised, exuding elegance and grace. The tailored cut perfectly embraced his physique, highlighting his upright posture, while the deep gray hue added an air of mystery and depth. Indeed, it is said that a person relies on their attire, just as a horse relies on its saddle, Lin Yang mused. He admired his reflection a couple more times before pushing open the door and stepping out of the fitting room. Hu Qian, who had been engaged in conversation with the attendant, instinctively turned her head upon hearing the noise. In that fleeting moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. Her smile froze on her face as she stood transfixed, gazing at Lin Yang. Her heart raced. A sensation she had never experienced before surged within her, and a blush crept on her cheeks. Hu Qian's eyes sparkled with admiration and infatuation. Her lips parted slightly, as if to utter something. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. Her gaze remained fixated on Lin Yang, as though entranced by an invisible force, unable to look away. In that instant, time appeared to stand still, and everything around her blurred into obscurity, leaving only Lin Yang's striking figure at her sight. To her, he seemed to radiate a unique brilliance, a luminosity that stirred her heart, unbeknownst to her. Just then, Lin Yang inadvertently turned his head, his eyes sweeping towards the entrance of the shop, inadvertently locking gazes with Li Xiaojia. Chapter 38. Perhaps you should reconcile with him. Lin Yang was cheerfully selecting garments with Hu Qian in the suit store, laughter resonating warmly throughout the cozy space. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon two individuals entering through the door, one of whom was unexpectedly his ex-girlfriend, Li Xiaojia. In an instant, Lin Yang's brow furrowed, a subtle displeasure flickering across his face. He had never anticipated encountering this once dreaded person on what seemed to be an ordinary afternoon. Li Xiaojia's presence was akin to an untimely cold breeze, intruding upon the previously warm atmosphere. A sense of wariness crept into Lin Yang's heart as memories of her relentless pursuit resurfaced, evoking an all-too-familiar feeling of annoyance. He instinctively wondered if she had discovered his newfound wealth and sought to entangle him once more. This concern was not unfounded. After all, Li Xiaojia's prior obsession with materialism had left Lin Yang acutely aware of her character. Hu Qian, perceptive to Lin Yang's unease, followed his gaze and spotted the two unfamiliar women entering the store. Curiously, she inquired, "Lin Yang, do you know them?" Lin Yang quickly denied, "Not at all." At that moment, he yearned to distance himself from Li Xiaojia, wishing to shield his present life from the shadows of a less-than-pleasant past. To alleviate the sudden awkwardness, Hu Qian half-jokingly remarked, "This suit suits you remarkably well. I was completely entranced and thought you hadn't noticed." Grateful for Hu Qian's timely diversion, Lin Yang followed her lead, redirecting his focus back to selecting garments, deciding to purchase the suit that had garnered her enthusiastic praise. He addressed the attendant, saying, "I'll take this suit, And please recommend some shirts, ties, and shoes that would complement it. The attendant beamed with delight, warmly guiding them to the waiting area, soon providing coffee and pastries. Please take a moment to relax. I will fetch the matching items shortly. In the waiting area, Lin Yang and Hu Qian leisurely savored their coffee and sweets while awaiting the attendant's return with the coordinating attire. Meanwhile, Li Xiaojia and her friend remained overlooked. The shop staff engrossed in attending to Lin Yang and Hu Qian, rendering the two women almost invisible. Observing this, Li Xiaojia's friend felt a surge of discontent and could not help but grumble. Why does he receive such treatment while we enter and get ignored? Li Xiaojia whispered to her companion, "Let's not be like that. We're not here to shop." As Lin Yang and Hu Qian continued to enjoy their coffee and pastries, their conversation meandered effortlessly. They discussed promising stocks and market trends, discovering numerous shared interests, which led to an ever-growing exchange of topics and laughter that echoed through the waiting area. This harmonious and relaxed dialogue further bridged the gap between them, rendering the surrounding world even more delightful, except for the two figures of Li Xiaojia and her friend, who stood awkwardly at a distance. After a while, once the coffee was finished, the waiter appeared beside Lin Yang and Hu Qian, holding a selection of meticulously chosen shirts, ties, and leather shoes. It was as though he had been waiting for them to conclude their meal and drink before approaching. "Sir, what do you think of these combinations?" The waiter enthusiastically inquired, a smile illuminating his face. Lin Yang accepted the shirt, tie, and shoes, trying each on in turn. The fabric of the shirt was soft and comfortable, fitting his form as if it had been tailored specifically for him. The shoes, with their elegant and simplistic design, enhanced his stature, making him appear even more dashing. However, when he picked up the tie, he found himself at a loss. After much fumbling, he struggled to tie it into a neat knot. A slight furrow appeared on his brow, and a hint of embarrassment colored his expression, causing his movements to become somewhat clumsy. Hu Qian, observing Lin Yang's predicament, could not help but chuckle. Her laughter rang out like a clear bell, shattering the previously tense atmosphere of the lounge. "All right, let me help you with that," she said, rising from her seat and approaching Lin Yang. He was momentarily taken aback, but nodded and handed the tie to her. Having never worn such formal attire before, he indeed lacked the skill to tie a tie. Hu Qian's fingers deftly wove through the fabric of the tie. Lin Yang inclined his head slightly to facilitate her task. The seriousness etched on Hu Qian's face was quite enchanting, drawing his gaze irresistibly to her features. At that moment, a gentle blush adorned her cheeks, and her long eyelashes fluttered like delicate fans with every movement. Her lips, slightly pursed, formed an alluring arc that made one yearn to kiss them. Lin Yang's heart raced, the rhythm of his pulse echoing loudly in his ears. In this intimate atmosphere, their breaths intertwined, creating a palpable tension. Hu Qian inadvertently lifted her gaze, meeting Lin Yang's eyes once more. This time, an unspoken emotion flickered within their shared glance. Her hand trembled slightly, almost faltering in tying the knot. "I'm sorry," she murmured, apologizing before repeating her earlier actions. At last, she fashioned the tie into a perfect knot. Satisfied, she looked up at her handiwork and smiled at Lin Yang, saying, "All done." Lin Yang regarded Hu Qian with gratitude and admiration shining in his eyes. "Thank you. You did a wonderful job." "You're welcome," she replied. Meanwhile, Li Xiaojia and her friend watched the scene unfold, their hearts aflame with jealousy. Yet, their presence seemed entirely overlooked, unable to penetrate the dreamlike ambience enveloping Lin Yang and Hu Qian. Lin Yang approached the mirror and gazed at his reflection, a striking transformation evident before him. The handsome features, now accentuated by the ensemble, appeared even more striking. "Hu Qian, I truly appreciate your help today. It's my pleasure. I'm glad to assist, and I must thank you for accompanying me to shop for my mother's birthday gift." Lin Yang was quite pleased with the items selected by the attendant and nodded, saying, "Please wrap these up." "Certainly, sir," the attendant replied. Lin Yang returned to the fitting room, changed back into his original clothes, and handed over the garments and shoes he had just tried on. The total came to 218,000 yuan for 3 belts, a suit, a pair of shoes, and 2 shirts, and they would also gift him 2 pairs of socks valued at 688 yuan. How would you like to pay? WeChat or Alipay? Lin Yang promptly opened his WeChat payment code and handed it over. The attendant scanned the code with a machine, and with a beep, the payment was successfully completed. Upon witnessing Lin Yang's seamless transaction, Li Xiaojia and her friend exchanged glances, their expressions turning exceedingly grim. What's going on? How could this pauper afford to spend such a sum on clothing? Li Xiaojia's gaze followed Lin Yang intently. Her heart flooded with confusion, waves of bewilderment crashing within her. She could not fathom how the once thrifty Lin Yang, who had meticulously counted every penny to save a few yuan, could now be so extravagant and generous. 6 months prior, Lin Yang had lived in dire straits. He would painstakingly manipulate his shopping cart, adding and removing items repeatedly to utilize a discount coupon, all to save a few yuan. When shopping at the market, he lingered at various stalls, carefully comparing prices and quality before selecting the most cost-effective option. His attire was always simple and modest, the styles and colors outdated, clearly worn for a long time. Yet now, he purchased garments worth hundreds of thousands without a flicker of hesitation, exuding confidence and composure as if he were a different person altogether. Standing beside Li Xiaojia, her friend wore an expression of shock, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Initially convinced that Lin Yang was merely putting on an act to boast before them, eagerly awaiting a moment of humiliation when it came time to settle the bill, she was rudely awakened by the reality. She had never anticipated that the impoverished boy they once looked down upon could so effortlessly produce over 200,000 yuan for clothing. Her friend tugged at Li Xiaojia's arm, suggesting he must have encountered some opportunity or struck a lucrative deal, leading to his sudden wealth. Xiaojia, why don't you consider rekindling your relationship with him? Being his girlfriend would surely grant you access to any luxury bag you desire. Chapter 39. Now he's my boyfriend. Li Xiaojia's heart began to waver, her friend's words igniting a fervent desire within her. As she gazed at Lin Yang, her eyes reflected both shock and a flicker of affection. The impoverished past that she once scorned now seemed trivial in the face of Lin Yang's affluence. She envisioned a life as Lin Yang's girlfriend, luxury handbags, exquisite clothing. Items that once felt unattainable now appeared within her grasp. However, upon noticing Hu Qian beside Lin Yang, a wave of apprehension surged within her. Hu Qian's beauty and poise left Li Xiaojia feeling inadequate. In her mind, she compared herself to Hu Qian and found herself lacking in every aspect, be it appearance, figure, attire, or overall demeanor. Perhaps it was best to let go. After all, he already had a girlfriend. A hint of resignation and disappointment tinged Li Xiaojia's voice. Yet her friend, with a look of indignation, countered, Xiaojia, even married couples can divorce. What does it matter that he has a girlfriend? Consider how Lin Yang paid earlier, spending hundreds of thousands on clothes without batting an eye. He is not only wealthy, but also handsome. Where else could you find someone like him? Her friend's words pierced Li Xiaojia's heart like a sharp blade, severing her final hesitations. Indeed, she thought to herself, and with newfound determination, she strode purposefully towards Lin Yang. Her face adorned with an overly sweet smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, and her mouth stretched nearly to her ears. Her grin appeared almost glued on, excessively contrived. Lin Yang, it truly is you. Long time no see. Her voice was soft, almost sultry, with a rising intonation that made every word seem forced, creating an uncomfortable tension. I didn't expect to run into you here. How have you been lately? As she spoke, she gently flicked her hair and took a small step forward, leaning slightly to bridge the distance between them. Do you remember the little eatery we used to frequent? Those days, though simple, were truly wonderful. Li Xiaojia blinked, her gaze imbued with a touch of vulnerability, attempting to evoke Lin Yang's memories of their past. I often reminisce about our time together. Those memories are incredibly precious to me. She observed Lin Yang's expression closely, hoping to detect a glimmer of affection on his face. Lin Yang, Li, I have never truly forgotten you. Biting her lip, her voice trembled slightly, and a blush crept onto her cheeks as she feigned shyness. Do you think we could start anew? Lin Yang's brow furrowed deeply, his expression marred by disdain, his gaze frosty enough to freeze the air around him. He recoiled as if confronted by a ghost, retreating a significant distance, fearful of any contact with Li Xiaojia. Do not act this way. What we had is over, and there is no possibility of a fresh start. Lin Yang's voice was deep and resolute, devoid of any hesitation, each word seemingly extracted from between clenched teeth, radiating an undeniable determination. Initially, Li Xiaojia accompanied her friend to the factory to wait for her friend's boyfriend. Coincidentally, at the end of the workday, she collided with Lin Yang at the factory entrance. Captivated by Lin Yang's handsome demeanor, Li Xiaojia began to pursue him. However, during their interactions, her conversation was dominated by monetary desires, subtly implying her wish for this and that. Even before they officially became a couple, her behavior was indicative of what might ensue in a relationship. Recognizing their incompatibility, Lin Yang firmly rejected her advances. To his dismay, Li Xiaojia persisted, bombarding him with incessant messages and phone calls. After blocking her, she resorted to waiting for him at the factory gate, proving to be a relentless nuisance. Reluctantly, he sought a way to resolve the predicament. Lin Yang devised a plan. He would feign interest in her pursuit, knowing that once she realized he could not provide her with lavish gifts, she would likely end the relationship. Thus, he pretended to acquiesce to her advances. Half a month later, having gained nothing from Lin Yang, Li Xiaojia initiated a breakup. Et la tête, Lin Yang réadili agréed. To celebrate, he treated himself to a sumptuous dinner that night, and thereafter, he never encountered Li Xiaojia again. Unexpectedly, today, they crossed paths once more. What was even more disconcerting was her proposition to reconcile. Lin Yang felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The troublesome specter he had finally shed had resurfaced. As the saying goes, while the king of hell may be easy to invite, the troublesome spirits are tenacious. Lin Yang's mind raced, contemplating how to evade this unwelcome complication. Fortunately, he had resigned from the factory, and his current residence was soon to be demolished. By then, even if she sought him out, she would be unable to find him. "Excuse me, miss, do we know each other?" Hu Qian had been keenly observing Lin Yang's reaction. Noticing the look of disdain on his face, she understood the situation with clarity. Without hesitation, she strode confidently to Lin Yang's side, naturally linking her arm with his. A radiant smile gracing her face, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, vibrant and enchanting. With a slight lift of her chin and a glimmer of pride in her eyes, she proclaimed her claim. "This gentleman is my boyfriend. I kindly ask you to refrain from disturbing us." A glint of disdain flickered in her gaze. As if she were looking at a mere jester, Li Xiaojia's actions appeared utterly ludicrous and presumptuous in her eyes. Instantly, Li Xiaojia's complexion soured, alternating between crimson and pallor, akin to receiving a series of stinging slaps. Her lips quivered, struggling to articulate a response, yet Hu Qian's commanding presence silenced her, leaving her throat constricted and voiceless. Standing awkwardly, she unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothing, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. Her eyes filled with a mix of resentment and embarrassment. Observing this, her friend promptly stepped forward, eager to defend Li Xiaojia's honor. "Who do you think you are to speak to her like that?" Perhaps Lin Yang still harbors feelings for Xiaojia. My confidante stood with her hands firmly placed on her hips, her head tilted back, a trace of arrogance gracing her features as she endeavored to mask the insecurity that lurked within her heart. Hu Qian cast a disdainful glance at her friend, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly to reveal a smirk laced with derision. "What I am is inconsequential. What truly matters is that Lin Yang loves me." Hu Qian's voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity, each syllable piercing like a sharp blade into her confidante's soul. "As for you, mind your own affairs and refrain from making a fool of yourself here." The confidante was rendered speechless, a flush of embarrassment washing over her face. She opened her mouth, yet found no words to counter. Her hands clenched tightly into fists, her body trembling slightly with rage, yet she dared not speak again, standing there instead, her eyes seething with resentment as they bore down on Hu Qian. Chapter 40. New intelligence beneath the glaring yet dazzling lights of a luxury store. Li Xiaojia felt as though she were ensconced in a colossal spotlight, with every gaze piercing her being like the harsh illumination on a stage. Her eyes flickered uncertainly, shifting from Lin Yang's indifferent face to Hu Qian's expression of disdain. Each glance exchanged felt akin to a sharp prick, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. Her lips trembled slightly, yearning to articulate something to alleviate the awkwardness, yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. She endeavored to summon a smile, but as soon as the corners of her mouth lifted, the shame within her froze it in place, transforming it into a visage more grotesque than tears could convey. "Let us go," she gritted through clenched teeth, her voice hoarse with a blend of anger and embarrassment, laced with an almost imperceptible quiver. As she turned, her steps faltered, nearly causing her to stumble, resembling a tipsy individual whose body had slipped from control. She dared not meet the eyes of those around her, as if each gaze were countless sharp needles piercing her back. All she desired was to escape this mortifying scene, like a wounded beast seeking a shadowy corner to lick its wounds. Outside the mall, twilight descended, and the heavy clouds loomed like a vast leaden sheet, pressing down upon the city and engendering an inexplicable sense of oppression. Li Xiaojia and her close friend stood by the roadside, idly awaiting a vehicle. Li Xiaojia glanced at her phone intermittently, her brow furrowing as she muttered, "Why isn't this car arriving? This is so irritating." Her friend, in contrast, stomped her feet repeatedly, her eyes darting around, brimming with agitation and impatience. Suddenly, a massive SUV barreled toward them like an uncontrollable beast, its speed so rapid that it left no time for reaction. The tires splashed through the puddles on the road, producing a resounding splash, as the water was violently upheaved by an invisible hand, forming a towering wall that surged toward the pedestrians. Li Xiaojia and her friend scarcely had time to react before they were struck by this unexpected deluge. Initially, they stood frozen, wide-eyed in disbelief, their faces etched with terror as if time itself had come to a standstill. Then, with a sharp cry, Li Xiaojia exclaimed, "Ah!" Instinctively, she leapt, her hands flailing in the air in a futile attempt to shield herself from the icy, stinging muck. Her friend, equally indignant, protested while hopping in place, exclaiming, "What kind of terrible driver is that? Can't they drive properly?" In that moment, they appeared utterly disheveled. Li Xiaojia's hair was soaked with mud, strands clinging to her face, while some even stuck to the corners of her mouth, rendering her particularly disheveled. Her once exquisite makeup had long since deteriorated. Mascara smudged around her eyes, forming two dark circles that made her resemble a battered panda. Her attire was speckled with mud of varying sizes, as though someone had unleashed a barrage of clay pellets upon her, particularly around her chest and the hem of her skirt, with the muddy water pooled together to form a large, dark stain. The fabric clung tightly to her form, accentuating her somewhat awkward curves. Her friend was in no better state, entirely drenched in muck. Li Xiaojia's heart brimmed with indignation. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms, her mind incessantly cursing the driver. How could one be so inconsiderate? Wealth does not grant one the right to disregard others. She felt utterly unfortunate today, having been humiliated by Lin Yang and Hu Qian at the luxury store, and now splattered with mud by that detestable driver. All her grievances and frustrations surged within her, and her eyes involuntarily welled with tears. Her friend, equally incensed, breathed heavily, her chest heaving with rage, filled with condemnation for the driver. This person must have done it on purpose. It's infuriating. What a dreadful day. Clearly, we should have consulted the almanac before venturing out. Simultaneously, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. The vehicle had already sped away, leaving them unable to pursue, only able to simmer in frustration. This sense of powerlessness heightened her agitation. Meanwhile, within that SUV, Lin Yang held the steering wheel with ease, a faint smile gracing his lips as he occasionally engaged in light conversation with Hu Qian, who occupied the passenger seat. His gaze was focused yet gentle. Whenever they encountered a red light, he would adjust the air conditioning with care, inquiring if Hu Qian felt comfortable. Hu Qian leaned back in her seat, her face illuminated with joy, her eyes sparkling with vivacity as she animatedly gestured while speaking. A small joke from Lin Yang had her doubled over in laughter, the sound ringing melodiously within the confined space of the vehicle. As the car glided forward, Lin Yang suddenly furrowed his brow, slowing the vehicle, and queried, "Hu Qian, did you hear anything odd? I think I heard someone cursing at me." His gaze swept through the window, scanning the surrounding streets in search of the source of the sound. Hu Qian perked up her ears, listened intently, then shook her head with a smile, saying, "No, I only heard a dog barking by the roadside a moment ago. Perhaps you misheard." Lin Yang nodded slightly, though a hint of uncertainty lingered in his mind. Yet he chose not to pursue the matter further and pressed the accelerator, the car resuming its steady course. Unbeknownst to them, mere moments earlier, their vehicle had passed by a puddle, inadvertently causing a minor mishap that left Li Xiaojia and her friend in a state of disarray. At present, they were engrossed in each other's conversation, relishing this light-hearted moment as they continued toward their destination, blissfully unaware of the turmoil outside. Lin Yang first dropped Hu Qian off at her company before driving back to the building where he had parked. After turning off the engine, he did not immediately exit the vehicle. He leaned against the seat, his gaze drifting through the car window to the dimly illuminated night sky. His thoughts surging like a tide. The impending demolition of the Jinling community loomed ever closer, signifying his imminent departure from a place he had called home for over 2 years. In exchange for this upheaval, he would receive a substantial sum of tens of millions in compensation. This fortunate windfall was a result of intelligence provided by the system, alerting him in advance to the community's fate, allowing him to strategically acquire 10 properties beforehand. He contemplated, in the depths of his mind, how he must carve out time the following day to inspect the houses. With the vastness of Star City before him, he was certain there existed a haven where he could find solace and stability. With his current assets exceeding 100 million, he was entirely capable of purchasing property in any desirable neighborhood within Star City, crafting a warm and comfortable abode for himself. The following day, Sunday, Lin Yang rose early. He intended to visit several intriguing neighborhoods to ascertain the availability of suitable homes, ready to make a deposit if the right opportunity arose. Just then, a system notification chimed in his mind. "Ding! Weekly intelligence has been dispatched. Please check." The previous upgrade from daily to weekly intelligence had occurred last Sunday, and now, precisely 1 week later, the information was delivered as scheduled. Lin Yang opened the panel to receive this week's intelligence, eager to delve into the details it contained. Chapter 41, New System Features, Weekly Intelligence 1. The demolition plan for Jinling Community will be announced on Friday. Under the instigation of the streamer Yu, Old Wang intends to demand compensation for the demolition. The efficacy of legal measures against scoundrels is limited. Magic is required to vanquish them. Old Wang, Lin Yang held a profound impression of this individual. Initially, upon receiving news regarding the imminent demolition of Jinling Community, he promptly approached a real estate agency to purchase property, among which was a unit belonging to Old Wang. At that time, Lin Yang sought to negotiate a lower price, yet before he could utter a word, Old Wang had already slashed his own price. This enabled Lin Yang to acquire several properties below market value. Subsequently, it was rumored that he was eager to strike up a conversation with a favored female streamer. Allegedly, if he could secure her victory in that evening's PK contest, she would agree to be his girlfriend. More than a week has elapsed. It remains uncertain whether his aspirations have come to fruition. During their last encounter, Lin Yang perceived him as somewhat muddled, devoid of any particularly distasteful traits. After all, the money belonged to him. How he chose to spend it was his prerogative. To his surprise, however, this man was a rogue. The house had been sold, the money received, and the contract duly signed. The demolished property was now entirely irrelevant to him. At this juncture, one might understand his envy and regret over having sold the house just before the demolition. But to dare to cause a scene was utterly reprehensible. And that female streamer, having caused mischief, audaciously set her sights upon him as well. Lin Yang began to plot in his mind, vowing that they would both come to regret provoking him. Weekly Intelligence 2. The last imported Maybach S580 at the Zhongnan Auto World Maybach 4S dealership is advertised with 20-inch wheels, yet the actual delivery features 19-inch wheels. Collecting the vehicle's customs declaration, shipping records, and in-store inspection reports in advance will form a complete chain of evidence, allowing for a refund and triple compensation. Lin Yang was aware that Maybach is a luxury automobile brand, though he was not well-versed in its specific models. Nevertheless, even at a discount, it would still cost over $1 million. The notion of a refund alongside triple compensation implies that if one spends $1 million on this vehicle, not only would the $1 million be refunded, but the 4S dealership would also owe an additional $3 million. Such an opportunity to receive money effortlessly could not be overlooked. He resolved to visit the dealership shortly. One must concede that this weekly intelligence is far superior to the daily updates, with each piece of information possessing considerable value. Gone are the days of trivial announcements regarding discounts at various shops. Weekly Intelligence 3. Nanhai Island is experiencing persistently low temperatures, leading to a continuous reduction in the production of small chili peppers, and wholesale prices have reached unprecedented heights. Stockpiling in advance could yield substantial profits. Prior intelligence had already indicated a rise in the price of small chili peppers, which had climbed high over the week, coupled with the capricious nature of the weather. Entering the market at this juncture posed significant risks. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic losses. Lin Yang shook his head and continued to peruse the remaining intelligence. Weekly Intelligence 4. On Wednesday at 3 p.m., Chun Jinghua collapsed from a heart attack while jogging at Binjiang Financial Park. Providing timely assistance may garner goodwill from him. Chun Jinghua? An unfamiliar name. According to reason, the intelligence pushed by the system should be closely related to oneself in various aspects. Thus, it stands to reason that Chun Jinghua should have at least a direct or indirect connection to him. However, Lin Yang was certain that he had never heard of this name. He took out his phone and searched for Chun Jinghua online. Name: Chun Jinghua. Gender: male. Age: 68. Chairman of Run International Group, developer of the premier luxury residence, Binjiang Bay, owner of numerous shopping malls, assets exceeding $10 billion. It turned out he was a significant tycoon, which should mean there was even less connection to him. Yet he still appeared in the pushed intelligence. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yang concluded that the sole potential link could be that both he and Chun Jinghua were clients of stock advisor Hu Qian. A billionaire group owner could be swayed to like him. By leveraging this opportunity of life-saving grace, he would undoubtedly gain countless conveniences and benefits in the future. Lin Yang committed this information to memory and continued to read the last 2 pieces of intelligence. Daily Intelligence 5. A torrential rain is expected in Star City this weekend, with water accumulation in various parts of the city exceeding 2 meters. Please take precautions to avoid risks. A deluge with water levels exceeding 2 meters would submerge an ordinary car entirely, endangering the lives of its occupants. While this piece of intelligence may seem of little value, the ability to avert risks and safeguard one's life is priceless. Daily Intelligence 6. Hu Qian. Age: 26. Hometown: Star City. Graduated from South Central University with a degree in finance. Height: 168 meters. Weight: 49 kilograms. Blood type: A. Measurements. Home address: Yenda Plaza. Phone number: 135. Another piece of character information had surprisingly emerged. This week, the intelligence system had pushed a total of 6 pieces of information for the upcoming week. Each piece of intelligence from the weekly system could yield 100 experience points. Accumulating 3,000 experience points would upgrade the system to a monthly intelligence system. In the first week, 4 pieces of intelligence were received, and this week 6 pieces were received, totaling 10 pieces of intelligence for 1,000 experience points. This implies that with another 2,000 experience points, the system could upgrade. The system pushes out between 3 to 10 pieces of intelligence weekly, so in the best-case scenario, the system could upgrade in 2 weeks. Even in the worst luck, the system would upgrade after 7 weeks. By that time, the value of each piece of intelligence pushed by the system would significantly increase. Before the upgrade, each piece of intelligence was worth at most $1 million, but after upgrading to a weekly intelligence system, the value would soar to several million. Additionally, there would be a chance to acquire high-value intelligence, each valued in the tens of millions. Lin Yang noticed that the last piece of character information, Like the previous one about Chun Qingqing, had a different font color from the other pieces of intelligence. This was not the first time he had received character information. Lin Yang directly tapped on the intelligence with his finger. Sure enough, as before, there was an inner page. Could it be that, like previously, character intelligence would trigger a critical hit and yield high-value intelligence upon contact with the related individual? Upon accessing the inner page, a new message appeared on the panel. Congratulations. You have received character intelligence. Dining with the associated character will trigger a critical strike, undoubtedly unlocking a new random system function. Lin Yang was astonished. He had never anticipated that the system, in addition to upgrades and enhanced intelligence, could also unlock new functions. The intelligence system was already formidable, and the prospect of new functionalities was indeed thrilling. However, he was left to ponder what these newly unlocked features might entail and what effects they would possess. Moreover, Lin Yang noticed a peculiar distinction in the character intelligence despite both being categorized as such. Previously, having not seen Chun Qingqing for many years, his memories had grown hazy. The information on the inner page indicated that mere contact could trigger a critical strike. In contrast, with Hu Qian, who he had only known for 2 days. Having already dined together and shopped, the conditions for triggering a critical strike varied significantly. It seemed that the prerequisites for triggering a critical strike in character intelligence would indeed change with the depth of one's relationship with the other person. Fortunately, due to his past financial constraints, Lin Yang had not developed deep connections with the women around him. Otherwise, the conditions for triggering a critical strike would have been quite. He shook his head, realizing how his thoughts had wandered astray. Previously, he only focused on frugality, never contemplating such matters. Truly a well-fed mind. Enough of that. Unlocking the new system function was of utmost priority. Lin Yang picked up his phone, preparing to message Hu Qian and invite her on a date. Chapter 42. Just as Hu Qian found herself enveloped in the understated elegance of her spacious, minimalist penthouse. The decor exuded a subtle luxury, with pale, gray marble flooring shimmering gently in the light, harmoniously contrasting with the snow-white walls. The absence of excessive ornamentation was compensated by a few abstract art pieces, which artfully infused the space with a hint of artistic flair. Above, the ceiling was adorned with sleek linear lights casting a warm, non-intrusive glow, rendering the entire area both expansive and luminous. By the window stood a treadmill, quietly awaiting its purpose. Clad in form-fitting athletic, where that accentuated her alluring silhouette. Hu Qian activated the treadmill, her pace quickening in a flurry of urgency. Yet, after a brief moment, her agitation led her to abruptly stop the machine, her chest rising and falling violently, beads of perspiration trickling down her cheeks. She then made her way to the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of chilled water from the refrigerator. Gulping it down in an attempt to quell her inexplicable restlessness, she found herself still troubled, her brow furrowed deeply, her lips murmuring, "How could this be?" Ever since their dinner and subsequent shopping excursion, her heart felt as if it were being disturbed by an invisible hand. Lin Yang's presence lingered incessantly in her mind, refusing to be dismissed. In her efforts to concentrate on other tasks, her thoughts repeatedly drifted back to Lin Yang. She picked up her phone, her fingers gliding delicately across the screen as she prepared to send him a message. Yet, after typing a few words, she hesitated, contemplating. We've only known each other for a day. This feels rather unrefined. After a moment's indecision, she selected a different contact and dialed Zhang Jun's number. "Junior, the weather is splendid today. How about we go camping and have a barbecue this afternoon?" Hu Qian endeavored to infuse her voice with a casual, relaxed tone, although her grip on the phone tightened, her knuckles paling. "Sure, but it's more fun with a larger group. Why not invite a couple more people?" Zhang Jun's voice resonated from the receiver, imbued with the youthful exuberance characteristic of his age. Elated, Hu Qian welcomed this suggestion, unable to suppress a smile as her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "I have just enough camping gear for 4. Why don't you invite your classmate Lin Yang, and I'll bring another person?" "Sounds good. I'll gather the supplies, and you can call me when you're ready to head out." Zhang Jun responded readily. After ending the call, Hu Qian leaned back against the sofa, her face radiating a blissful smile. The image of Lin Yang filled her thoughts, and the prospect of spending a day outdoors with him made her heart feel as sweet as honey. Rising, she approached the window, gazing out at the azure sky and drifting white clouds, as if envisioning the joyful scenes of their playful escapades in the countryside. At that moment, her earlier agitation began to subside. Meanwhile, Lin Yang pondered how to invite Hu Qian out, when suddenly his phone rang, displaying Zhang Jun's name. Previously, there was little communication between them. However, since the last time they collaborated on a loan at the bank where Zhang Jun worked, their interactions have significantly increased. Lin Yang found Zhang Jun to be quite amiable. His assistance in finding a stock advisor had proven invaluable, fostering a closer bond between the two. When Lin Yang learned of the camping trip with Hu Qian and others, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? He had been tasked with dining with Hu Qian, a mission that would trigger a critical hit and unlock new system features. However, he had prior commitments in the morning, so he instructed Zhang Jun to proceed without him, reminding him to send the address once they arrived, before ending the call. Before embarking on the camping trip, Lin Yang had another significant task to attend to: purchasing the magnificent Maybach S580 from the dealership, a deal that promised a return of threefold on his investment. Such an opportunity was too enticing to ignore. After finishing his breakfast at the community gate, he drove directly to the Maybach dealership at Zhongnan Auto World. Upon his arrival, the sales staff were diligently attending to their duties when suddenly a massive off-road vehicle, reminiscent of a tank, came to a halt at the entrance. The sales professionals, seasoned in their field, immediately recognized the imposing Yangwang U8 and were acutely aware of its hefty price tag. They understood that the individuals who drove such vehicles were either extraordinarily wealthy or influential, belonging to a truly affluent demographic. These customers were not only receptive to novel experiences, but also possessed formidable purchasing power, placing great emphasis on technological innovation and branding. The decision to acquire a Yangwang U8 often stemmed from a desire for unique experiences rather than mere necessity. In simpler terms, those who could afford to spend over $1 million on such a vehicle as a mere toy would undoubtedly find the Maybach models within their financial reach. Consequently, the sales team's eyes lit up with excitement as they hurried to the entrance, forming a welcoming line and bowing in unison, exuberantly exclaiming, "Welcome to Maybach." Lin Yang, momentarily taken aback, had just parked his car and had yet to exit when he noticed their fervent enthusiasm. Was there an esteemed guest arriving? As he gracefully stepped out from the Yangwang U8 and surveyed his surroundings, he realized that it was still early and that he was the only customer present in the vicinity. Could it be that this grand reception was intended for him? His suspicions were soon confirmed by the actions of the sales staff, who were indeed there to greet him. Among them, a tall and strikingly attractive female sales consultant approached him briskly. With a radiant smile revealing 8 perfect teeth, her expression was warm yet measured. Her eyes radiated professionalism and competence, and her voice was melodious and inviting. "Good day, sir. We are thrilled to welcome you to our Maybach 4S dealership. I am Lu Dan, your sales consultant. How may I assist you today?" As she spoke, she gracefully inclined her body slightly, gesturing invitingly with elegance and poise. Not to be outdone, another male sales consultant quickly joined, introducing himself as he walked alongside her. "Sir, we currently offer a variety of Maybach models, each with its unique characteristics and outstanding performance, ensuring an unparalleled experience, whether for business travel or daily driving." As he spoke, his eyes fixated intently on Lin Yang, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his facial expressions, endeavoring to glean valuable insights from his reactions. Several sales representatives circled around Lin Yang, cautiously maintaining an appropriate distance, ensuring he did not feel overwhelmed while remaining readily available to assist. Occasionally, they interjected with remarks, presenting the store's promotional offers and after-sales services, their tone earnest and eager. Lin Yang was acutely aware that their intent was to impress him, for in their eyes, purchasing a Yangwang U8 as a mere toy or acquiring a Maybach would be effortless. The commission from selling a Maybach was substantial. What was wrong with their enthusiastic service? Lin Yang mused about how these individuals would react if they knew he was solely interested in the return and compensation policy. At that moment, He noticed the salespeople's fervent eagerness for him to select them as his sales consultants. However, there was one exception, a woman in her 30s. Upon recognizing his face, her previously radiant smile faded, replaced by an expression of disdain in her eyes. Lin Yang smiled and pointed to the female salesperson. "Say you, take me to see the cars." Everyone present was taken aback, bewildered by the fact that, despite their earnest flattery and Li Yu's glum demeanor, this gentleman chose her. Chapter 43. Because you are the most displeasing, I choose you. Li Yu stood in place, her gaze filled with disdain, and her thoughts involuntarily drifted back a year. At that time, her cousin, Li Xiaojia, had joyfully shown her a photograph of Lin Yang, whose striking features and captivating eyes rendered him almost unreal. Li Xiaojia's eyes sparkled with an unmistakable affection as she chattered excitedly about her pursuits of Lin Yang. After a half-year chase, she finally won his heart. Yet the relationship did not endure for long. Lin Yang was too impoverished, unable to afford even a modest gift, prompting her to decisively end things. In merely 6 months, how could a poor man possibly transform into a wealthy one? The cheapest car at the dealership exceeded $1 million, and anyone capable of affording such a vehicle would need assets in the tens of millions. Thus, Li Yu surmised that Lin Yang could not possibly purchase a car from the showroom, deeming it a waste of time to invest in someone who could not afford such luxuries. Initially, when she witnessed Lin Yang stepping out of a luxury U8, her first reaction was shock. She struggled to reconcile this affluent individual with the memory of the stingy, impoverished boy from her past. However, she quickly concluded that he must be driving a rented car, or perhaps had attached himself to some wealthy woman, coming here merely to put on a show and impress others. This preconceived notion only deepened her disdain for him. When Lin Yang insisted that she accompany him to view the cars, her contempt grew, and she silently cursed him as a weirdo, reluctantly accepting the task. "Sir, perhaps you should allow someone else to assist you," Li Yu remarked, her brow furrowed and impatience flickering in her eyes, her tone laced with obvious resistance. She was loath to squander time on someone she had labeled a pauper, calculating that it would be far more beneficial to attend to other clients with genuine purchasing power, potentially leading to a lucrative transaction and commission. "No, it must be you," Lin Yang declared firmly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He understood that the more unwilling Li Yu appeared, the more amusing her reaction would be when the time came for a refund, as the salesperson would undoubtedly bear some responsibility. Lin Yang's choice of Li Yu was merely a selection of the person he found most disagreeable. Though Li Yu was displeased with Lin Yang's refusal to relent, she recognized that in a professional setting, overt defiance would be inappropriate. Gritting her teeth and muttering complaints to herself, she forced a smile that was more painful than a frown and begrudgingly accepted the assignment. In her mind, she thought, "After all, you cannot afford it. This is merely a formality. Let us see how long you can keep up the pretense." With a languid stride, she led Lin Yang toward the display area. "Sir, why not take a look at this S180? It is the most affordable vehicle in our dealership, priced at around $1 million. Lin Yang chuckled softly, realizing that her reluctance stemmed from her perception of his poverty, leading her to introduce only the least expensive option. Should he have genuinely intended to purchase a vehicle, he would have already turned away. However, today he approached with a specific purpose, a return and triple compensation. The exterior of this car was unappealing, unlike the one over there. Lin Yang gestured towards the S580 positioned in the center of the showroom. Li Yu pouted her lips, reluctantly leading Lin Yang over. Standing beside the car, she began to deliver a mechanical introduction, her voice devoid of enthusiasm, as if she were fulfilling an obligatory task. "This is the S580, an imported sedan, a favored choice among many successful individuals." Lin Yang strolled around the vehicle, occasionally reaching out to gently touch the body, scrutinizing every detail, feigning a keen interest. His gaze settled on the wheels, silently calculating their size, undoubtedly 19 inches. Observing Lin Yang's actions, Li Yu could not suppress a smirk of derision. A pauper, considering an S580 which costs nearly $3.5 million. Could he truly afford it? Although she refrained from vocalizing her thoughts, Her sardonic tone and scornful gaze betrayed her inner sentiments. Subsequently, she deliberately elevated her voice, as if to underscore a point. The S580 is an imported sedan and quite expensive, costing over $3 million. Her tone seemed to convey to Lin Yang that this vehicle was beyond his financial reach, urging him not to waste time. Lin Yang discerned the underlying mockery in her words, aware that she was belittling his purchasing power. Yet he remained unfazed, offering a slight smile as he contemplated how he would turn the tables when he proposed the return and compensation. He replied nonchalantly, "No matter how expensive a car may be, if one has a liking for it, then it is worth it." According to the intelligence he had gathered, successfully executing a return and triple compensation would necessitate three crucial pieces of evidence: the customs declaration, shipping records, and in-store inspection records. With these documents in hand, he could claim that the store had misrepresented the product, thus securing a substantial compensation. Lin Yang understood that each subsequent step was vital, requiring utmost caution to avoid revealing any flaws. Raising his head, he fixed his gaze on Liu and casually inquired, "I have heard that many 4S dealerships clandestinely replace components of imported vehicles. Surely you wouldn't have done so as well?" This question, seemingly innocuous, concealed intricate layers of meaning. Upon hearing it, Liu's expression shifted slightly, a surge of anger swelling within her, perceiving Lin Yang's words as a deliberate provocation. She retorted sharply, "We are not some roadside shop. All the Maybach 4S dealerships in the province belong to our owner. We possess complete customs declarations, shipping records, and inspection reports, ensuring 100% authenticity of imports, so you needn't fret." "Very well, I shall take this vehicle," Lin Yang declared without a moment's hesitation. This proclamation detonated like a bombshell, stirring tumultuous waves within Liu's heart. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her face a canvas of shock and confusion. Her mouth slightly agape as she stood frozen for a moment before stammering, "Are you certain you truly want this car?" Her voice inadvertently rose several decibels, her eyes brimming with disbelief. To her, Lin Yang appeared merely as a pauper. How could he possibly afford this luxury car worth over $3 million? She even questioned whether she had misheard. Observing Liu's astonished expression, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He nodded affirmatively and declared, "Indeed, I shall purchase this one." Chapter 44. You misjudged at this moment. Liu remained enveloped in shock, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. She could scarcely comprehend how Lin Yang could so decisively purchase this vehicle. However, since Lin Yang expressed his intent to buy, she felt compelled to suppress her doubts and retrieve the contract. Her steps were somewhat frantic, nearly stumbling over a nearby display stand, a testament to her inner turmoil. As she collected the contract, Liu's thoughts continued to race. She wondered if Lin Yang was merely toying with her or if he was truly incapable of affording the car, intending only to impress those around him. Surely, when the time came to sign the contract, he would conjure various excuses to evade payment. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Liu felt a slight sense of equilibrium return. She resolved to accompany Lin Yang through this process, eager to see what trick he would unveil next. Hastily, Liu returned to Lin Yang's side, placing the contract on the table, her tone laced with skepticism. "Please review the contract. The S580 limited edition is priced at $2.84 million, and with the optional accessories and VAT, the total comes to $3.489 million. You may sign if there are no issues." Lin Yang took the contract, perusing it leisurely, scrutinizing each clause with remarkable diligence. He paid particular attention to the specifics regarding the vehicle's configuration, as these details were crucial to his potential claim for a refund. If any discrepancies arose, preventing him from obtaining the refund, it would mean unjustly benefiting Liu, allowing her to pocket a substantial commission. Watching Lin Yang's focused demeanor, Liu felt a twinge of impatience. She anticipated witnessing the moment he would be unable to follow through with payment, relishing the thought of his embarrassment. In her mind, she urged him to sign quickly, eager to see how he would extricate himself from the situation. Minutes later, Lin Yang concluded his review of the contract. He picked up a pen and, without hesitation, inscribed his name on the document. After signing, he lifted his gaze to Liu, offering a slight smile. all done. Li Yu's heart raced unexpectedly. She had not anticipated that Lin Yang would actually sign. Yet, a glimmer of hope lingered within her, suggesting that perhaps he was merely signing for show, without the means to pay. Thus, she retrieved the POS machine and, feigning composure, inquired, "Sir, may I ask your method of payment?" Lin Yang produced a Star City Bank card from his pocket and handed it to Li Yu, stating matter-of-factly, "Card payment." As she accepted the card, her hands trembled slightly. She inserted the card into the POS machine, entered the amount, and pressed the confirmation button. Moments later, the machine emitted a sound indicating a successful transaction. In that instant, Li Yu felt as though the world around her dimmed, nearly losing her balance. She had never imagined that Lin Yang genuinely possessed the means to purchase the vehicle. Her previous judgments had proven entirely misguided. Only upon the completion of the payment did Li Yu fully grasp that Lin Yang was indeed capable of affording the car. It appeared he had concealed his identity from Xiaojia. He was, after all, a wealthy heir. How could Xiaojia have misjudged him so gravely? With the revelation of Lin Yang's wealth, Li Yu's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, pivoting entirely in his favor. Her face was adorned with a radiant smile, one that surpassed even the warmth she displayed when attending to esteemed clients previously. Her eyes narrowed to slits and the corners of her mouth lifted, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. She appeared almost transformed. "Mr. Lin, you truly have an eye for quality. This S580 is perfectly suited for you." Li Yu's voice took on a particularly sweet tone, tinged with an air of flattery. "Rest assured, I will ensure that all subsequent procedures are handled impeccably. Should you have any concerns, do not hesitate to reach out to me." As she spoke, she continuously presented Lin Yang with various documents, occasionally smoothing her hair in an effort to leave a favorable impression. Observing Li Yu's transformation, Lin Yang felt a wave of irony wash over him. He mused silently. This world is indeed pragmatic. Wealth elevates one to a position of respect, while poverty invites disdain. However, he remained unfazed by Li Yu's demeanor. His objective was to execute a return and secure triple compensation. Ultimately, not only would he return the vehicle, but he would also receive thrice its sale price, too. 84 million multiplied by 3 amounts to 8. 52 million. Once this matter was resolved, he was curious to see if Li Yu would still be able to smile. "Mr. Lin, our dealership has one final S580 Collector's Edition in stock. Would you like to pick it up today?" "Yes, today would be ideal." "Very well." Li Yu responded with enthusiasm, promptly gathering the necessary paperwork and cheerfully leading Lin Yang to inspect the vehicle. Her steps were light, and throughout the journey, she enthusiastically detailed the car's various features and considerations, treating Lin Yang as if he were an old friend. They arrived at the showroom, where the last S580 awaited. Li Rue led Lin Yang directly to the vehicle, while Li Yu, her face beaming with a smile, concealed a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Lin Yang chuckled softly and initiated his meticulous inspection process. This was not merely a cursory check, but a pivotal undertaking that would determine the success of his plan for a return and triple compensation. During the inspection, Lin Yang remained particularly attentive to evidence that could substantiate any discrepancies related to the vehicle. He reviewed the documents handed to him by Li Yu, the customs declaration, shipping records, and the 4S dealership's inspection certificate were all in order. After thoroughly examining each item, he felt a strong sense of confidence. He lifted his gaze to Li Yu and smiled slightly. "Everything appears satisfactory. Let us proceed to the signing." Upon hearing this, a weight lifted from Li Yu's heart. She quickly offered him a pen, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, you are exceedingly meticulous. You are the most detail-oriented customer I have ever encountered." Lin Yang accepted the pen and inscribed his name on the inspection document. With the contract signed and all procedures duly completed, it was now merely a matter of obtaining the vehicle registration certificate for the luxury car to be unequivocally his. Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with anticipation and determination. He could already envision the scene following the successful execution of his plan for a return and triple compensation. At that moment, Li Yu, with a trace of an apologetic smile, softly remarked, "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize, but the vehicle registration certificate is currently at the bank. However, rest assured, I will retrieve it within 3 days and personally deliver it to your doorstep. Lin Yang nodded slightly, his gaze calm and composed. Very well. I shall leave the vehicle here for the time being. I will take it once I acquire the vehicle registration certificate. After conveying his instructions, Lin Yang turned and departed with measured strides. As soon as Lin Yang left, Liu transformed, eagerly retrieving her phone and swiftly tapping on the screen. She sent a WeChat message to her cousin, Li Xiaojia. The boyfriend you once scorned for being poor, Lin Yang, just bought a multi-million-dollar Maybach without batting an eye. You truly misjudged him. After sending the message, she leaned back in her chair, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Selling a luxury vehicle so effortlessly would undoubtedly enhance her bonus this month. Lin Yang's decision to leave the car at the 4S dealership was a strategic one, preparing for potential compensation claims. If he were to drive the car away now and later assert that the wheel size was incorrect, the dealership could easily argue that he had replaced it after taking possession, deliberately attempting to defraud them. By leaving it at the dealership, they could not invoke such excuses. It was only fitting for this establishment, which deceives customers with subpar products, to face some consequences. Additionally, it served as a lesson for the disdainful salesman, Li Rue. Though he would have to wait a few more days, Lin Yang was already anticipating the delightful expressions on their faces when he demanded triple compensation. Xiao Di, navigate to a Feng Yuan farm. Upon entering the vehicle, he directly set the navigation to the camping site. Hu Qian had already arrived, and by dining with her, he could trigger a critical hit and unlock new system features. At that moment, he was eager to discover what this new feature entailed. With a press of the accelerator, the off-road vehicle surged forward, advancing at full speed. Chapter 45, A Solution to the Dispute over Surnames in Childbirth. In Star City, there exists a captivating camping paradise known as Wofenjuan Farm. The farm is graced by the gentle flow of the Jingjiang River, with its expansive riverbank adorned by lush green grass, resembling a natural emerald carpet. On the opposite bank, majestic mountains rise, standing like vigilant guardians of the earth, silently observing the river as it meanders down from the heights. The harmonious blend of mountains and water creates a picturesque scene reminiscent of poetry. Every weekend, this enchanting locale transforms into a sea of joy, drawing countless visitors eager to embark on their camping adventures. On this occasion, Hu Qian, Zhang Jun, and Hu Qian's childhood friend Lin Shi have arranged to meet here. The trio shares a vehicle, filled with laughter and light-hearted chatter as they arrive at the entrance of the farm. Upon their arrival, dozens of cars are already lined up along the riverbank, where the atmosphere is vibrant and lively. Numerous canopies and tents are arranged in a charming disorder, resembling a temporary village. Hundreds of people of all ages, from children to the elderly, either relax beneath the canopies, savoring fresh fruits, or comfortably lounge inside the tents, basking in the warm sunlight. A group of children frolics on the riverbank, joyfully embracing the splendid moments bestowed by nature. I'll take the canopy, the folding table and chairs, and the barbecue grill down to the riverbank. You two can bring out the food from the trunk. Zhang Jun suggested as he hoisted a backpack taller than himself and made his way along a narrow path to the riverbank. Descending onto the riverbank, he navigated through the clusters of canopies and tents, his eyes scanning for a suitable spot to set up the canopy. At that moment, an off-road vehicle sped past him, the roar of its engine instantly capturing his attention. The heavy vehicle traversed the uneven, pothole-riddled riverbank as if gliding on smooth terrain. How impressive! Zhang Jun couldn't help but exclaim. Men seem to possess an irresistible affection for off-road vehicles, and his admiration soared further upon realizing it was a Land Rover, a vehicle he had long dreamed of owning. He had perused its specifications countless times online, memorizing every detail, yet lamented its exorbitant price tag, nearly $1 million. However, the allure was fleeting. The Land Rover suddenly became ensnared in the mud of the riverbank, its wheels spinning wildly and splattering dark sludge, yet it remained trapped. The driver appeared flustered, incessantly shifting gears in a futile attempt to extricate the vehicle, only to find it sinking deeper into the mire. After Zhang Jun departed, Hu Qian and Lin Shi remained by the riverbank. Standing beside the car, the sunlight caressed their figures accentuating their graceful silhouettes. Hu Qian exuded an aura of sophistication, her confident gaze and poised demeanor reflecting the allure of a mature woman. In contrast, Lin Shi radiated a gentle charm, her smile curving her eyes sweetly, reminiscent of a delicate little rabbit. As one traverses through a bustling crowd, they invariably become a focal point of attention. Now, with two beautiful women standing together, they resemble a vibrant tableau, instantly captivating the gaze of every passerby. They open the trunk of a vehicle, diligently retrieving items one by one. At that moment, a soft screech announces the arrival of a white Porsche, which glides to a halt beside them. The driver's window descends leisurely, revealing a handsome young man in his 20s who leans out. Dressed in a stylish casual ensemble, he wears a confident smile, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Dear ladies, it seems quite laborious for you to carry all those items. Would you like my assistance? Perhaps we could camp together?" His voice carries a hint of enthusiasm and anticipation. As his gaze flits between Hu Qian and Lin Shi, Hu Qian lifts her head, casting a glance at the young man, a polite smile gracing her lips. Yet her tone is resolute. "No, thank you. My boyfriend will be here shortly." "Ah, a flower already has an owner. How unfortunate." The young man's face briefly reflects disappointment at Hu Qian's rejection, but he quickly regains his composure. He withdraws his head, presses the accelerator, and the Porsche emits a deep rumble before gradually departing. As they watch the Porsche fade into the distance, Lin Shi seizes Hu Qian's hand, her face alight with curiosity. Qian, when did you get a boyfriend?" "I had no idea." She tilts her head, her eyes gleaming with gossip. Hu Qian lightly swats Lin Shi's hand, laughing helplessly. "I don't have a boyfriend. I merely wanted to send that man away." Lin Shi pouts, a hint of confusion crossing her face. He seemed quite decent, driving a Porsche and all. Why would he be interested? She simply cannot fathom Hu Qian's aversion to such an outstanding young man. At that moment, the image of Lin Yang materializes in Hu Qian's mind. His charm, confidence, and unique aura have left an indelible impression on her heart. Recalling the young man from earlier, her tone becomes somewhat disdainful. "A person like that is hardly worthy of being my boyfriend." A flicker of contempt dances in her eyes. In her view, the earlier young man pales in comparison to Lin Yang. Lin Shi wears a puzzled expression, as the previous man appeared quite commendable, both in looks and status. She cannot comprehend Hu Qian's disregard and resistance. Just as she is about to inquire further, her attention is captured by an approaching off-road vehicle. "Look, it's the Yangwang U8, the off-road player edition," she exclaims. No sooner has she spoken than the vehicle comes to a gentle stop before them. The door swings open, revealing a strikingly handsome face. Lin Shi is momentarily mesmerized. She gazes intently, having not encountered such an attractive person in years. His features are sculpted with exquisite precision. His eyes deep and expressive, and a charming smile graces his lips. Shi, this is my other friend, Lin Yang," Hu Qian announces. Hu Qian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Lin Shi lost in thought. She stepped forward and introduced herself to Lin Shi. At that moment, Lin Shi's face flushed slightly, and she shyly smiled, saying, "We all share the surname Lin, so there will be no disputes over whose name the children will bear in the future." As soon as her words left her lips, both Hu Qian and Lin Yang were taken aback. "What did you just say?" Shi, you're quite bold, aren't you?" Chapter 46. Rescue. Upon hearing the startled exclamations of Lin Yang and Hu Qian, Lin Shi finally regained her composure and chuckled awkwardly to alleviate the tension. Hu Qian introduced Lin Shi to Lin Yang, saying, "Lin Yang, this is my childhood friend Lin Shi, a dance instructor." Lin Yang greeted her warmly. "Hello." Flustered, Lin Shi repeatedly muttered hello, feeling embarrassed as she recalled her earlier words about wanting to have children with a man she had just met. Noticing that Lin Yang showed no intention of leaving, she averted her gaze and hurriedly retrieved a bag of fruits from the trunk, making her way towards the riverbank. Hu Qian, smiling, reassured Lin Yang, "Don't mind her. That's just how she is." Lin Yang shook his head, smiling. "It's fine. She's quite charming." He then inquired, "By the way, the roadside is filled with parked cars. Is there anywhere nearby to park?" After a moment of thought, Hu Qian replied, "If you drive a bit further, There's a fork in the road that leads down to the riverbank. You can park there. Alrig, Lin Yang get. Returning to his vehicle and revving the engine to drive away. Lin Shi had been watching Lin Yang closely and, once he left, felt brave enough to return. Grasping Hu Qian's hand, she gossipingly asked, Qian, confess honestly, have you taken a liking to Lin Yang? Not at all. I only met him a day earlier than you. Lin Shi looked unconvinced. No way. Qian, your gaze towards him is different. You can't hide it from me. Hu Qian's face flushed, and she quickly changed the subject. Well, you were the one talking about wanting to have children with him. Lin Shi retorted, that's different. My admiration was purely for a handsome man. As Hu Qian and Lin Shi bantered, they unloaded the items from the trunk, preparing to head to the riverbank. However, upon reaching the bank, they noticed the absence of Zhang Jun and even the tent they had set up. Scanning the area, they soon spotted Zhang Jun in the distance, directing the rescue of an off-road vehicle stuck in the mud. As they approached, they realized that due to the surrounding muck, most vehicles were hesitant to attempt a rescue, and the tow rope was too short, leaving the driver to try to extricate the vehicle himself. Zhang Jun happened to be nearby and had taken on the role of a helpful commander. The engine roared to life. Tires spun furiously, splattering dark mud everywhere. Yet the vehicle remained immovable, as if it were anchored in place. At this moment, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Isn't the Land Rover supposed to be impressive? Why can't it escape such shallow mud? A middle-aged man, seemingly knowledgeable about cars and sporting a beer belly, spoke with an air of arrogance. This is a Land Rover Range Rover autobiography, worth nearly $3 million with a 4T engine and over 600 horsepower, equivalent to half a tank. It's not something those domestic junk cars can compare to. Nearby, a young man, overhearing this, became instantly displeased. If you're going to boast about foreign cars, at least do so without disparaging domestic ones. You're still a product of this country yourself. Frowning, he retorted bluntly, oh, half a tank's worth of horsepower. It can't even free a single wheel. The middle-aged man, infuriated by the words spoken, felt his face flush crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. Stammering, he exclaimed, You, how can you speak like that? Such deep muck, even a tank would struggle to extricate itself. And besides, this driver must be a novice, utterly clueless in handling it. As he spoke, his hands gestured animatedly. No sooner had he finished than a bald head emerged from the Land Rover, adorned with a hefty gold chain, the man's age seemingly surpassing that of the middle-aged man. He pointed at the latter and bellowed, Who the hell are you calling a novice? When I was driving, you were still playing in the mud with your pants. The car owner's retort left the middle-aged man feeling utterly humiliated, prompting him to fall silent. Look, isn't that the Yangwang you ate? Someone suddenly exclaimed, pointing into the distance. All eyes turned in that direction to witness an imposing off-road vehicle, even larger than the Land Rover, ascending from the riverbank onto the riverbed. The vehicle, with its vast body and robust lines, exuded a distinctive aura of dominance under the sunlight, resembling a fearless warrior. Its metallic paint glimmered with a cold sheen, and the broad tires firmly gripped the ground, seemingly proclaiming its formidable prowess. Noticing the Land Rover's continued plight in the mire, and with other vehicles hesitant to assist, someone suggested to the driver, the Yangwang U8 boasts over 1,000 horsepower. It's practically akin to a tank. It should have no qualms about navigating through the muck. Why not seek its help? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in the driver's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he exited the vehicle, retrieved a cigarette from the trunk, and briskly approached the Yangwang U8. Meanwhile, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Can the Yangwang U8 truly pull the Land Rover out? A bespectacled young man inquired, his face a mask of doubt. It's hard to say. The muck is so deep, and the Land Rover is stuck fast. Even though the Yangwang U8 has powerful horsepower, it may not suffice, replied a nearby uncle clad in sportswear, shaking his head uncertainly. Conversely, others expressed unwavering confidence in the Yangwang U8. I believe it can definitely do it. The Yangwang U8 is no ordinary vehicle. Its performance is exceptional. I even heard it can float in an emergency. Pulling out a Land Rover should be a piece of cake. As the conversation flowed, all eyes remained fixed on the Yangwang U8 and the deeply entrenched Land Rover, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Nearby, the previously agitated middle-aged man scoffed dismissively. Domestic cars often exaggerate their specifications. Just because they claim to have 1,000 horsepower doesn't mean they actually do. If it dares to come over, it'll merely become another vehicle bogged down in the muck. Lin Yang navigated the winding road, gradually steering towards the riverbank. Upon finding a vacant space on a riverbed and parking the vehicle securely, a man adorned with a large gold chain and a chunky gold ring approached with a beaming smile. His ostentatious attire was strikingly conspicuous. "Hey, young man, could you lend me a hand? My car is stuck in the mud and cannot get out." The middle-aged man, while speaking, graciously offered a cigarette. His face lit with anticipation as he gazed at Lin Yang. Lin Yang instinctively accepted the cigarette and, upon closer inspection, realized it was a Hengshangxia, a brand of considerable worth, valued at no less than 2,000 yuan. He felt a twinge of surprise, but thought it impolite to refuse a friendly gesture. Moreover, his vehicle was equipped with recovery capabilities, making this a perfect opportunity for a test. He readily replied, "All right, sir, I shall give it a try, though I cannot guarantee success." "Not to worry, just give it a shot," the man encouraged. Thus, Lin Yang settled into his car and ignited the engine. The man led the way towards the scene of the incident. As they approached, the ground's condition deteriorated. What was once solid earth had succumbed to treacherous mud, causing anyone standing upon it to feel as though they might topple into the abyss, let alone a vehicle weighing several tons. Lin Yang maneuvered his vehicle with utmost caution. Inching closer to the Land Rover mired in the muck. The left front wheel of the Land Rover was nearly submerged. The surrounding mud churned into a murky chaos, and the vehicle leaned precariously, appearing quite distressed. Just as Lin Yang's car entered the mud, a resounding thud echoed as the wheels began to sink. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he realized he had underestimated the mud's ferocity. As soon as Lin Yang's vehicle became ensnared, a ripple of commotion surged through the crowd of onlookers. The previously disdainful middle-aged man, arms crossed and a mocking smile gracing his lips, proclaimed loudly, "See, I told you, domestic junk cars are inadequate. They've indeed become stuck." Chapter 47. Returning home, Lin Yang remained unfazed by the surrounding skepticism. He quickly regained his composure and began to scrutinize the vehicle's dashboard and the myriad buttons on the central console. Suddenly, a flicker of realization illuminated his eyes as he discovered a button marked Escape Mode, igniting a glimmer of hope within him. Without hesitation, he pressed the button, activating the vehicle's escape mode. In an instant, the electronic system of the car responded with alacrity, intelligently adjusting the power output and torque distribution. Lin Yang pressed the accelerator once more, and the engine roared with a deep, powerful growl, reminiscent of a beast awakening from slumber. In a flash, the tires seemed to gain formidable strength, spinning rapidly and propelling the vehicle out of the mire, mud splattering in every direction. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by this spectacle. The derisive voice of the middle-aged man abruptly silenced, replaced by a chorus of astonished gasps. "How remarkable is this?" Lin Yang cautiously maneuvered the vehicle closer to the Land Rover, and when he was about 4 to 5 meters away, the length of the tow rope was just sufficient. The older gentleman hastily secured the tow rope to Lin Yang's tow hitch and enlisted Zhang Jun to direct the rescue operation while he returned to his vehicle. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, his gaze betraying a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, Lin Yang shifted into reverse and gently pressed the accelerator. The vehicle moved steadily backward. The tow rope pulled taut. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Land Rover swayed slightly before being slowly extricated from the mud. With the successful rescue, the spectators erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause. How impressive is the Yangwang U8? Indeed, I've never seen a car that can escape from mud so effortlessly. The crowd marveled at the formidable capabilities of the Yangwang U8. Among them, a young man leapt into the air with excitement, exclaiming, "The power is astonishing. Over 1,000 horsepower, truly akin to a tank." His eyes sparkled with exhilaration, and his face radiated admiration for the Yangwang U8. Nearby, an older man nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "To see a domestic vehicle perform so admirably is truly eye-opening." We must not underestimate them in the future. At that moment, someone recalled the earlier disparaging remarks of the middle-aged man about domestic cars, and as they scanned the crowd, they found he had already slipped away, undoubtedly embarrassed by his earlier comments. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun, who was overseeing the rescue, stood transfixed, gazing at Lin Yang's Yangwang U8, his eyes filled with envy and longing. Following this incident, his dream car had shifted from the Land Rover to the Yangwang U8, and he silently vowed to work diligently to acquire one for himself. After the rescue concluded, the older gentleman approached Lin Yang, overflowing with gratitude, and clasped his hand tightly, saying, "Young man, I owe you a great debt today. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. My brother Tiger holds some esteem in Star City, so should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. I shall certainly help you." He then eagerly requested to add Lin Yang on WeChat. Recognizing the value of forging connections, Lin Yang readily agreed. Once Brother Tiger departed, the surrounding crowd began to buzz with animated discussions. I was astonished to realize that the individual I had just encountered was none other than Brother Hu. Brother Hu can be considered the undisputed monarch of the underground scene here in Hushi. Had I known it was him, I would have braved the risk of my vehicle sinking into the mud just to render assistance. Who could argue otherwise? With Brother Hu watching over us, we could navigate the future with unparalleled confidence. As Lin Yang listened to the surrounding chatter, he chuckled softly, surprised to have inadvertently rescued such a significant figure. With this favor owed to him, he might just evade considerable troubles in Xingqing in the future. Once the rescue operation concluded, Lin Yang returned his vehicle to its original position. Before he could exit, a throng of people swiftly surrounded him, encircling his Yangwang U8. Among the crowd, several young girls gazed at the vehicle with sparkling eyes filled with envy. One girl with a ponytail exclaimed, "Handsome, your car is magnificent. The design, the lines, absolutely stunning." As she spoke, she gently caressed the car's exterior, her eyes brimming with admiration. Indeed, he had only seen the Yangwang U8 online before. Witnessing it in person was an even more impressive spectacle. A bespectacled young man chimed in, tightly clutching his phone as he snapped photos from various angles, frequently adjusting settings to capture every intricate detail of the Yangwang U8 with perfection. Nearby, a middle-aged gentleman expressed his admiration, saying, "For a domestic car to achieve this level is truly remarkable. This is not merely a vehicle. It symbolizes the rise of our nation's automotive industry." His words were imbued with pride, and he lingered on the Yangwang U8 as if admiring a precious masterpiece. The crowd engaged in animated discussions, their eyes reflecting envy and admiration for the Yangwang U8. Many took out their phones, capturing images of the car amidst the incessant flashes of light. Punctuated by exclamations of awe, Lin Yang locked the doors and navigated through the throng, shortly spotting Hu Qian and other friends. He quickened his pace towards them, exclaiming, "Hey, I'm here." Upon hearing his voice, Hu Qian and the others turned around, welcoming him with enthusiasm. "You finally made it. We were waiting for you." After exchanging greetings, they began to divide tasks to set up the canopy. Once the canopy was erected, they proceeded to arrange tables and chairs. With everything in place, all that remained was to ignite the grill for the barbecue. Lin Yang picked up a lighter and ignited the charcoal, which soon crackled to life, emitting a plume of thick smoke. The group gathered around, their faces radiating excitement and anticipation as the joyous barbecue feast was about to commence. Just as they were preparing to indulge in the delights of grilling, a melodic ringtone pierced the lively atmosphere. Lin Yang retrieved his phone from his pocket and, upon seeing Mom displayed on the screen, a warm smile graced his face. He gestured to his friends, then stepped aside to answer the call. "Hello, Mom. What's the matter?" On the other end of the phone, the familiar voice of Lin Yang's mother resonated. Yang, didn't you mention returning home a few days ago? It's been over 10 days now. When will you come back?" Lin Yang slightly tilted his head, gazing into the distant sky, lost in contemplation. In just a few days, the demolition notice for Jilin community would be issued. Once the signatures were finalized, he could return home and await the disbursement of the compensation. If he went back now, he would have to return to Xingqing to sign documents later, which would be quite troublesome. He estimated he could return home by next week. Mom, just a few more days. I'll be back by next week at the earliest. I still have some matters to attend to, but I've almost arranged everything. So don't worry. His mother then inquired, will you return alone, or will there be someone else? What about that girlfriend of yours? Why not bring her home for me to meet? At the mention of his supposed girlfriend, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle, explaining, Mom, there's no girlfriend. Please don't think too much. The previous one was merely an illusion. She pursued me for half a year, and I only feigned agreement to placate her. After clarifying, his mother remained silent for a moment, only urging him to find a girlfriend soon, as he was no longer young. Lin Yang readily agreed and reminded her to take care of her health, advising her to spend money as needed without saving for him, before hanging up the phone. In the past, when he was struggling, he feared returning home and facing judgment from others, worried that his lack of success would bring shame to his parents. Now that he had achieved financial stability and success, he was determined to restore their honor upon returning home. Lin Yang hung up the phone and returned to sit beside Zhang Jun, with Hu Qian directly across from him. Sunlight cascaded over Hu Qian, outlining her graceful figure, while the breeze playfully tousled her hair, with a few stray strands teasing her cheek, enhancing her charm. Lin Yang, I heard your hometown is in Shaanxi, right? Hu Qian asked. Lin Yang nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Yes, why do you ask? Hu Qian clapped her hands in excitement, her face beaming with uncontainable joy. I have always wanted to travel to Shaanxi. I've heard that the scenery there is breathtaking, with unique customs and culture. With the Qingming festival approaching, why don't we all go together? It would be a wonderful opportunity for relaxation, and you could be our local guide. Lin Yang, considering Hu Qian's suggestion, took it lightly, interpreting it as a casual topic. Thus, he responded in agreement, sure. Although I am from Shaanxi, I haven't explored much beyond my hometown. It would be a perfect opportunity for us all to experience the charm of Shaanxi together. Hu Qian, delighted by Lin Yang's response, beamed even brighter, resembling a blooming sunflower. That's wonderful. It's settled then. I'll start planning as soon as I get home. Just thinking about it excites me. Chapter 48. New features of the random system after the barbecue. Lin Yang, Hu Qian, Lin Shi, and Zhang Jun eagerly engaged in games, their laughter echoing around them. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away quietly, and soon it was past 4 in the afternoon. Suddenly, the originally azure sky seemed to be slowly obscured by a vast gray curtain, darkening rapidly. In the next moment, a fierce wind arose, causing the entire riverside tents to sway precariously. As the arrival of a torrential downpour loomed, all those camping began to hurriedly pack their belongings, striving to leave before the rain fell. Lin Yang's expression shifted slightly. According to their original plan, they were supposed to have dinner here before returning. This would also allow Lin Yang to fulfill the condition of dining with Hu Qian, thereby triggering the system's critical hit to unlock new features. However, this impending storm disrupted their plans. Watching the impending rain, Lin Yang felt a pang of frustration, thinking to himself, why did it have to rain at this moment? As he assisted in the packing, Lin Yang contemplated how he could still share a meal with Hu Qian. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled a newly opened popular hot pot restaurant in Hudong, seemingly named 9 Color Cloud. It was said that the Yunnan mushroom hot pot there was exquisitely flavorful, albeit not inexpensive, and notoriously difficult to get a table. Yet at this moment, none of that seemed to matter to Lin Yang. As long as he could dine with Hu Qian and trigger the critical hit to unlock the system's new feature, that was all that counted. Thus, he proactively suggested, it's almost dinner time. Let me treat everyone a hot pot. The newly opened 9 Color Cloud seems quite good. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, 9 Color Cloud? ISNT that the Yunnan mushroom hot pot place? I've heard it's both pricey and hard to get a table. I wanted to try it for ages. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. I've heard as well. They say the taste is excellent and worth the price. Since you're treating, I want to hold back. Hu Qian smiled slightly. Since everyone agrees, I have no objections. Lin Yang did not anticipate such a smooth consensus and nodded in satisfaction. Afterward, Hu Qian and Lin Shi took one car, while Lin Yang and Zhang Jun took another, driving towards the hot pot restaurant. The vehicles sped along the road, and soon they arrived at the shopping mall housing the restaurant. At that moment, the underground parking lot was already filled to capacity. After a considerable effort, Lin Yang found a parking space, parked the car, and joined Hu Qian and Lin Shi to take the elevator upstairs. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, they were met with a sea of people, forming a long queue. Seeing this, Lin Yang's heart tightened, and he said to the group, "I didn't expect such a long line already. Let me go in and check the situation." With that, he strode into the establishment. He approached a staff member and inquired for 4 people. "How many tables must we wait for?" The staff member glanced at the device in hand and replied, "There are still 64 tables, with a wait time exceeding 4 hours. We recommend you come back another day." Lin Yang, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by the restaurant's unexpected popularity. However, it matters little. His sole intent was to dine with Hu Qian, hoping to trigger a fortunate turn of events. What they consumed was of no consequence. Having arrived at the hot pot restaurant, he could always opt for something else if necessary. As he turned to leave, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Lin Yang." He paused and looked back to find none other than Chen Qingqing. A hint of surprise crossed his face as he exclaimed, "Chen Qingqing, are you here for hot pot as well?" She shook her head, a proud smile gracing her features. "This establishment is also mine. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it?" Lin Yang was taken aback. Chen Qingqing had already launched a high-end seafood buffet and now opened a premium hot pot venue. It appeared her family's circumstances were far better than he had imagined, considering such upscale restaurants required substantial investments. Although they had yet to dine, he was confident of its quality, as evidenced by the thriving business. Upon hearing Lin Yang's compliments, Chen Qingqing beamed even more. "Thank you," she said, glancing at Lin Yang's hands and noticing he had not taken a number. "Why didn't you get a number?" Lin Yang nodded, explaining, "Well, the wait is 4 to 5 hours, so I was planning to go elsewhere." "Are you alone, or did you bring friends? You should invite them in. We have private rooms," Chen Qingqing replied warmly. "Thank you. I'm fortunate to benefit from your kindness today. It's nothing. We are classmates. There's no need for such formality." Lin Yang had previously heard that high-end restaurants often reserved private rooms, releasing them only for important guests. He never expected to experience such privilege himself. Exiting the hot pot restaurant, Lin Yang waved to Hu Qian and the others, beckoning them over. "Isn't their queue? How come you can eat so quickly?" Zhang Jun remarked, noticing that while others were waiting, Lin Yang had called them inside. His curiosity piqued. "This restaurant belongs to a classmate. She mentioned they have private rooms." Zhang Jun immediately gave Lin Yang a thumbs up. "Impressive. We're all benefiting from your connections today. You have no idea. High-end restaurants often reserve private rooms to accommodate important guests. This is the first time I've enjoyed such treatment in all these years." As he spoke, Zhang Jun took out his phone to snap a photo and casually posted it on social media. "Thanks to a friend, we can dine at Jiusei Yun during peak hours without waiting in line. Plus, we have a private room." As soon as he posted, he received a flurry of likes and comments. "Wow, Zhang Jun, you must have an exceptional classmate. Can I ride on your coattails?" Jiusei Yun features a per capita cost exceeding 2,000. Having access to a reserved private room indicates a remarkable background. "Excuse me, does the esteemed friend still need accessories for his leg hair?" Zhang Jun reveled in the comments, feeling immense pride in having a friend like Lin Yang, which brought him considerable esteem in front of others. Shi Tsong, feeling bored while scrolling through social media, stumbled upon this post and immediately liked it. He was further convinced that Lin Yang's background was extraordinary. What perplexed him was that the last time he had deliberately organized a gathering of classmates, it was to cultivate a connection with Lin Yang. Yet, in the end, it was Zhang Jun who seemed to grow closer to Lin Yang. When Hu Qian, Lin Shi, and Zhang Jun all arrived, Chen Qingqing led them to a private room. "This is the finest room in our hot pot restaurant. Please take a moment to peruse the menu. And should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for Shaoli." As Chen Qingqing observed Hu Qian and Lin Shi beside Lin Yang, an unusual sentiment stirred within her. Ever since she had planted a kiss on Lin Yang to fend off her suitors, the scene had replayed in her mind, awakening a peculiar affection for him. After exchanging a few casual words, she excused herself from the private room. Once outside, Chen Qingqing did not depart immediately. Instead, She leaned against the corridor wall, inhaling deeply in an attempt to quell the tumultuous emotions that surged within her. Her gaze betrayed a hint of despondency and helplessness as images of Lin Yang laughing and conversing with Hu Qian and Lin she flickered through her mind, each image piercing her heart like a sharp blade. She pondered, what is happening to me? Have I truly developed feelings for Lin Yang? Inside the private room, shortly after Lin Yang and the others ordered their dishes, the food began to arrive. They engaged in light-hearted conversation as they ate. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding! Condition met for a date with an information character while dining together. Critical hit triggered. The system will unlock a random new feature. Chapter 49. Is it true that fools have money? Beep. Random system function extraction successful. The system has added a reset feature. Reset. Before reading the received intelligence, one can opt for a reset, which will randomize the value and number of pushed intelligence. After 3 cumulative uses, one is guaranteed to obtain a piece of high-value intelligence. This function is limited to once a week, following the system's level changes. Once weekly, monthly, yearly, etc. The system's explanation was quite detailed, and Lin Yang immediately grasped the meaning of the reset function. In essence, upon receiving intelligence, one could choose to refresh it. For instance, if one were to receive 3 weekly pieces of intelligence and opted to refresh, the number might increase to 10 or possibly decrease to less than 3, as the system did not guarantee a minimum. Furthermore, not only the quantity of intelligence would change upon reset, but its value would also fluctuate. It could transform a collection of worthless information into several high-value insights or vice versa. Ultimately, it was a matter of chance. However, there was a notable benefit. After 3 cumulative uses of reset, one was assured of receiving at least 1 piece of high-value intelligence. Lin Yang deemed this feature quite advantageous. Even with the worst luck, one would not suffer greatly, as there remained a safety net of at least 1 high-value piece of intelligence. After all, the system would not necessarily push a high-value piece of intelligence for 3 consecutive weeks. Lin Yang, what's wrong? Hu Qian noticed Lin Yang's prolonged silence and inquired gently. Snapped from his reverie, Lin Yang smiled and replied, nothing, let us eat. He meticulously observed the ingredients in the restaurant, and he could not help but acknowledge that the quality here was indeed worlds apart from those inexpensive hot pot establishments. Each item appeared fresh, as if adorned with morning dew. The taste was nothing short of astonishing. Premium ingredients were truly exceptional, coupled with a sophisticated and elegant ambience. Despite the hefty price, the experience was undoubtedly worth it. It was no wonder that a hot pot costing over 2,000 per person attracted so many patrons. After all, wealthy individuals are seldom fools. Their expenditures are justified by value. Lin Yang recalled how he often heard people remarking that someone was a fool with money, spending 100 yuan on something that should cost merely 1 yuan at a market. At the time, he agreed with such sentiments, believing those individuals to be foolish. Yet, only through personal experience did he realize that the same item, priced at 1 yuan per jean at the market, could not compare to the 100 yuan per jean quality at a high-end supermarket. Just like the hot pot he was enjoying now, averaging over 2,000 yuan per person, enough to dine at an ordinary hot pot restaurant over 10 times. But if given the choice, he would undoubtedly opt for the 2,000 yuan experience. The disparity in ingredients, flavors, and ambience was simply incomparable. Most importantly, he could now comfortably afford it. Why suffer when one can indulge? Lin Yang, Hu Qian, Lin Shi, and Zhang Jun relished the feast, their laughter echoing throughout the private dining room. This hot pot meal, astonishingly, cost nearly 10,000 yuan. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, a few individuals engaged in casual conversation before rising to prepare for their departure. Lin Yang had initially intended to find Chun Qingqing to personally express his gratitude. However, the waiter informed him that she had already left. A tinge of regret washed over Lin Yang, as he could only hope for another opportunity to sincerely thank her for the luxurious treatment he had received as a distinguished guest. As they exited the hot pot restaurant, the entrance remained bustling with a throng of people, many anxiously queuing. Among them, a plump girl, sharp-eyed, quickly recognized Lin Yang. She curled her lip and remarked to her friend, "Did you see that guy? He arrived later than us, yet he's already finished and come out." Her friend, perplexed, speculated, "Perhaps he made a reservation?" The plump girl confidently countered, "No, this establishment does not accept reservations, and I saw him inquire about the wait time." Curiosity piqued. Her friend pressed further, "So how did he get in? Did he cut in line or buy a spot from someone?" The girl, with a sense of pride, lifted her chin and explained, "Neither. He was invited in by the owner. You see, upscale restaurants often reserve private rooms for important guests. I once experienced such treatment when dining with my uncle." Her friend, astonished, gasped, "Your uncle is the chairman of the Dejia Group. Could that young man possibly be a chairman of another corporation? Or perhaps a wealthy second-generation heir, with stars in her eyes?" Her friend gazed at Lin Yang as he departed, exclaiming, "Wow, regardless of his identity, he would make the perfect boyfriend. Not only is he handsome and fit, but he also possesses status, connections, and wealth. It's so unfair how the heavens have not only opened a window for him, but a door as well." Later, the four of them took the elevator back to the parking garage. Subsequently, Lin Yang and Hu Qian left in their respective cars, while Lin Shi and Zhang Jun shared a ride in Hu Qian's vehicle, as they all resided in the same neighborhood. Upon returning home, Lin Yang freshened up briefly before lying on his bed, contemplating the tasks he would undertake in the coming week. First on his agenda was the stock of Foodie Battery, which was projected to yield an 8-fold return in the next month. This matter was entrusted to his stock advisor, Hu Qian, relieving him of any concern. Secondly, he planned to visit Binjiang Park that Wednesday afternoon, where billionaire Chen Jinghua would unexpectedly suffer a heart attack, offering assistance to gain his favor, which would be advantageous for Lin Yang. Thirdly, there was the matter of returning the Maybach purchase from the 4S dealership, a transaction that could commence once the Green Book was in hand. Fourthly, the demolition plan for Jinling Community would be announced on Friday, at which point Old Wang would likely seek trouble, necessitating preparation in advance. Lastly, heavy rain was forecasted for the weekend, leading to potential flooding that would also require preemptive measures. Having clarified his plans, Lin Yang drifted off to sleep. On Monday morning at 9 o'clock, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, illuminating the desk of the manager's office at Xingqing Securities. Hu Qian sat gracefully at her desk, gently swirling the coffee cup in her hand. The steaming beverage released a delicate aroma that wafted throughout the office. Her gaze was calm and focused as she awaited the stock market's opening at 9:15. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the tranquility of the office. Hu Qian slightly furrowed her brow and softly uttered, "Come in." Her assistant, Xiao Lu, rushed in with a look of distress, his breath coming in quick bursts. "Manager Hu, something terrible has happened," he exclaimed, his voice trembling. "The market has just learned that Foodie Battery concealed the truth about a laboratory fire. The stock is bound to react imminently." "How could this happen?" Hu Qian's coffee cup trembled in her hand, spilling a few drops onto the desk, yet she remained oblivious, a sense of foreboding rising within her. "Fortunately, you received the news in advance. The market hasn't opened yet, so there's still a chance to reconsider," Xiao Lu added, a hint of relief in his tone. Hu Qian was acutely aware of Foodie Battery's predicament. This was an outdated factory with a dire operational status, struggling to survive amidst market currents, lacking any competitive edge. Yet Lin Yang had insisted she fully invest in this stock. The sum Lin Yang had transferred to the account was a staggering 90 million, no trivial amount, and any loss would equate to millions in irretrievable capital. Filled with apprehension and doubt, Hu Qian swiftly picked up the phone and dialed Lin Yang's number. His voice soon resonated from the other end. "Lin Yang, Foodie Battery has just imploded. It will reflect on the stock shortly. Do you still wish to proceed with the purchase?" "Proceed with the full investment as planned," Lin Yang replied decisively. Gripping the phone, Hu Qian felt her palms grow clammy, her eyes brimming with confusion and concern. She could not fathom Lin Yang's decision. To her, the impending drop in Foodie Battery's stock price seemed inevitable. Investing fully at this juncture appeared to be akin to throwing substantial funds into a fire pit. "Lin Yang, please reconsider. This is not a trifling sum, and the consequences of a loss could be dire," she implored, hoping to sway him. "I have made my decision. We will execute as planned. Trust the process, he asserted. However, Hu Qian wished to press him further, but Lin Yang had already hung up. She reluctantly set down her phone, anxiety flooding her senses. She was well aware that Lin Yang was resolute in his convictions. Once a decision was made, it was seldom altered. Yet this investment choice seemed excessively reckless, and she genuinely feared Lin Yang would suffer irreparable losses. Taking a deep breath, Hu Qian endeavored to regain her composure. She began to meticulously analyze Ferdy Battery's situation, scrutinizing financial statements, market share, industry competition, and technological innovations, considering every conceivable factor. Yet, no matter how she assessed it, Ferdy Battery lacked any investment-worthy highlights, and the prospects following the implosion appeared bleak. Before long, the clock struck 9:15. After the stock market opened, Hu Qian directed all her attention to Ferdy Battery. The stock hit its lower limit, plummeting by 20 compared to the previous trading day. Chapter 50. A 40 surge in asset value in just 1 second. The opening plunge of Ferdy Battery stock, hitting the limit down, had long been anticipated by Hu Qian, who found no surprise in it. What perplexed her was Lin Yang's insistence on purchasing this particular stock. Gazing at the sea of red, she simply could not bring herself to make the investment. In her mind, Lin Yang's resolute visage and unwavering voice echoed. According to the original plan, invest all in. Filled with confusion and concern, she endeavored to persuade Lin Yang to reconsider, yet he remained steadfast. 90 million in funds represented a substantial sum, and a misstep in investment could lead to dire consequences. In this moment of destiny, Hu Qian's heart was engulfed in profound turmoil. Rationality dictated that buying into Ferdy Battery at this juncture was akin to a moth drawn to a flame, placing vast resources in jeopardy. However, Lin Yang's decision left her no choice but to comply. Lin Yang, what are you truly thinking? Hu Qian murmured softly, a hint of bewilderment flickering in her gaze. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, her fingers trembled slightly on the keyboard. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth as if arriving at a monumental decision. Since Lin Yang was so resolute, she would follow his directive, even if it led them to the brink of an abyss. Raising her head, a renewed determination ignited in her eyes as she instructed her assistant, Xiao Lu, prepare to invest all in Ferdy Battery. Act swiftly. Xiao Lu paused momentarily, but upon seeing the firmness in Hu Qian's gaze, he promptly nodded and began executing the commands with urgency. In the office, the only sound was the clattering of keyboards, the tension in the atmosphere intensifying. At that moment, they resembled sailors navigating through a tempest, uncertain of what lay ahead, yet compelled to forge onward. Meanwhile, in the bustling Shanghai market, atop the financial tower, a meticulously orchestrated secret plan was quietly unfolding at the headquarters of Xinqing Investment Company. Investment Director Zhang Zhigua sat in his spacious, well-lit office, his eyes fixed intently on the fluctuating stock data on his computer screen, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Xinqing Investment was renowned throughout the national financial landscape, boasting formidable capital strength and a premier investment team, having achieved remarkable success in numerous market contests, establishing itself as a benchmark in the eyes of many investors. At this moment, Zhang Zhigua held in his hands a piece of confidential information that could potentially shake the very foundations of the financial market. Ferdy Battery had successfully developed solid-state batteries and was on the brink of mass production. This revolutionary new battery technology, akin to a brilliant star, had ignited boundless imagination and anticipation in the realm of renewable energy. Compared to traditional liquid batteries, it possessed numerous remarkable advantages. Its emergence would undoubtedly transform the existing battery landscape, heralding an unprecedented revolution in sectors such as electric vehicles and energy storage. Zhang Zhigua understood that once this news was officially disclosed, Ferdy Battery would undoubtedly experience explosive growth, swiftly ascending to become the world's foremost power battery company, with revenue increasing by thousands or even tens of thousands of times with ease. The immense investment value inherent in this situation left him salivating with anticipation. In order to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he meticulously orchestrated a scheme. Zhang Zhigua's team deliberately spread rumors that Ferdy Battery had concealed the truth about a laboratory fire, seeking to incite panic and drive Fudi Battery's stock price to plummet. His calculations were astute. As the stock price crashed and investors hastily sold their shares in fear, he planned to acquire them at a bargain, sweeping the market clean of available stocks. Once the truth was revealed and the stock price soared, he would reap substantial profits. Everything proceeded smoothly according to his design. Fudi Battery opened with a limit drop, and panic engulfed the market as stocks were hastily offloaded. Zhang Jigua, observing the incessant stream of sell orders on the screen, felt a surge of self-satisfaction, as if he could already see vast wealth beckoning him. However, he could never have anticipated that, at this critical juncture, a mysterious influx of capital would completely disrupt his plans. Leaning back in his plush executive chair, a triumphant smile graced his face as his eyes fixated on the screen, eagerly awaiting further panic selling to acquire those undervalued stocks. His fingers rhythmically tapped the desk, producing crisp sounds akin to a victorious symphony. Soon, all these stocks would belong to him, he murmured, his gaze betraying a mix of greed and excitement. He envisioned himself triumphantly emerging from this capital contest, with riches flowing into his pockets. Yet, just as he basked in this delightful fantasy, the stock data on the screen suddenly exhibited erratic fluctuations. A wave of mysterious capital surged into the market like a ferocious beast, unexpectedly sweeping up Fudi Battery stocks. The once plentiful sell orders were swiftly devoured by this enigmatic force. Trading volumes surged, and stock prices began to exhibit subtle fluctuations. The smile on Zhang Jigua's face abruptly froze. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the screen as if struggling to comprehend the unfolding reality. "How could this be?" he exclaimed, his voice laced with shock and confusion. He had meticulously planned for over half a year, with every detail carefully orchestrated. So how could such an upheaval occur at this pivotal moment? His mind raced to decipher the origins and intentions of this mysterious capital. However, everything transpired too suddenly for him to react. Watching the stocks being continuously bought up, a wave of intense anger and frustration surged within Zhang Jigua. He felt akin to a hunter whose prey had been snatched away just before capture, the fury and despair nearly driving him to madness. "Investigate. Find out whose capital this is," Zhang Jigua bellowed, rising abruptly and directing his outburst at his assistant. Startled by his sudden eruption, the assistant quickly nodded and turned to urgently commence the inquiry. The atmosphere in the office instantly became tense and oppressive, as everyone sensed Zhang Jigua's fury and anxiety. At this moment, the pace of mysterious capital acquisition surged, as if racing against time. A significant portion of the shares of Fudi Battery was swiftly purchased, and the stock price began to ascend slowly from its previously imposed limit. Zhang Jigua watched the continuously climbing stock price on the screen, his inner fury intensifying. He understood that if he did not act swiftly, his plans would be irrevocably thwarted. He could not allow them to succeed. Gritting his teeth, a fierce glint sparked in his eyes. He made a rapid decision and commanded his assistant loudly, "Immediately procure all circulating shares of Fudi Battery at the utmost speed, regardless of the cost." The assistant hesitated for a moment, cautioning, "Mr. Zhang, this approach will incur substantial costs, as there are limited circulating shares remaining. Our prudent strategy would be to continue selling off shares to instigate panic, allowing us to acquire at a lower price." "Enough idle chatter. Follow my directive." Zhang Jigua interrupted, his tone brooking no dissent. He was beyond caring about the repercussions. His singular focus was on preventing this enigmatic capital from seizing his hard-earned victory. Moreover, should news of Fudi Battery's success in developing solid-state batteries emerge, his prospects would be utterly dashed. As Zhang Jigua's command was issued, the investment team swiftly sprang into action. A deluge of capital flooded the market, fervently buying up Fudi Battery shares. The stock, which had been at its limit down, experienced a remarkable turnaround, surging from its imposed low to the ceiling limit in a matter of seconds. Regardless of how many shares were sold in the market, they were rapidly absorbed, and the stock price ascended like a rocket. In the office of the manager at Xingqing Securities, Hu Qian gazed in astonishment at the fluctuations of Fudi Battery stock on her computer screen. In the brief span of a second, The price shifted from a 20 decline to a 20 increase, reflecting a staggering 40 volatility. Lin Yang's investment of 90 million had been made at the limit down, meaning that his capital had now transformed into 126 million. Lin Yang, just who are you? Hu Qian murmured softly, her eyes betraying a blend of curiosity and intrigue, reflecting on Lin Yang's unwavering insistence that she invest in Foodie Battery. She found it utterly implausible that he had been unaware of any inside information prior to making the recommendation. Chapter 51. An opportunity to become a billionaire in the development of Foodie Battery. An unexpected fire marked a pivotal turning point. 6 months prior, a sudden blaze erupted in the Foodie Battery laboratory. Yet this calamity inadvertently catalyzed the successful research and development of solid-state batteries. This breakthrough undoubtedly heralded a seismic transformation for Foodie Battery. Once in mass production, Foodie Battery is poised to rapidly ascend to the status of the world's leading power battery company, with revenue growth potentially multiplying thousands of times, creating a company valued at over $1 trillion. Lu Guojun, the deputy factory director at Foodie Battery headquarters, held a mere 2% stake in the company. Yet his ambitions soared far beyond this modest share. To him, the successful development of solid-state batteries signaled the commencement of a lavish banquet of wealth, and he yearned to claim the largest slice of that bounty. He understood that once solid-state batteries entered mass production, the market capitalization of Foodie Battery would surge like a rocket, likely establishing a company valued at over $1 trillion. This immense allure of wealth fueled Lu Guojun's greed, which burgeoned within him like rampant weeds. He felt that relying solely on his current equity would never satiate his thirst for riches. After much contemplation, a bold and avaricious scheme quietly took shape in his mind. He set his sights on the stock market, resolving to seize the opportunity presented by Foodie Battery's announcement of imminent solid-state battery production to acquire as many circulating shares as possible. Thus, when the news broke and stock prices soared, he would reap unimaginable profits. To execute this plan, he enlisted his classmate Zhang Jigua, who served as a director at an investment firm. The two were like sharks sensing blood in the water, swiftly embarking on their scheming. Their plan was meticulously crafted. First, they disseminated news of a laboratory fire, attempting to create an atmosphere of panic that would trigger a plummet in Foodie Battery stock price. This information detonated like a bomb, stirring tumult in the stock market and inciting fear and anxiety among investors. Subsequently, they sold off a portion of their shares to further suppress the stock price. Observing the sharp decline, market participants fell into a frenzy, hastily selling their stocks. Meanwhile, Lu Guojun and Zhang Jigua reveled in their cunning, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to swoop in like vultures and acquire the panic-sold shares at a fraction of their value. In their minds, as long as the news of Foodie Battery's successful solid-state battery development remained concealed, their plan would unfold seamlessly, akin to a well-crafted tapestry. After all, Foodie Battery was merely a small battery manufacturer teetering on the brink of collapse, largely overlooked by industry giants, and they were convinced that no prominent figures would take notice. Immersed in their greedy machinations, they envisioned vast fortunes flowing ceaselessly into their coffers, fantasizing about their imminent ascent to the pinnacle of wealth. Just as Lu Guojun and Zhang Jigua believed their scheme was on the verge of fruition, the tides of the stock market shifted dramatically. A mysterious influx of capital surged into the fray like a rampaging beast, unpredictably disrupting this game of capital predation. Initially, Lu Guojun remained oblivious to the menace posed by this enigmatic force. Observing the subtle fluctuations in stock prices, he mistakenly believed that Zhang Jigua was covertly manipulating the market as planned. However, when Zhang Jigua's call arrived, the urgency and despair in his voice struck Lu like a sledgehammer to the heart. The plan had unraveled. Zhang's trembling voice suggested he had been drained of all strength. Lu Guojun felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his mind a blank slate. Gripping the phone tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulged from exertion, his lips quivering as he finally managed to utter, "How is this possible? What on earth has happened?" It turned out that this mysterious capital had, in a mere blink of an eye, swept through and acquired a staggering 95 of the 29 of circulating shares of Foodie Battery, equating to an astonishing 27.55. This frenzied acquisition instantly destabilized an already fragile stock market ecosystem. The stocks that were being sold off in droves were devoured at an astonishing pace by this enigmatic capital, leading to a dramatic surge in transaction volume and subtle fluctuations in stock prices. The meticulously conceived low-price acquisition plan of Lu Guojun and Zhang Zhigua evaporated in an instant. They had initially intended to buy out the entire 29 stake at a bargain, yet ultimately secured less than one. Apart from a 27.55 acquired by the mysterious capital, their minuscule one remained alongside a handful of retail investors. Although the 27.55 stake was currently valued at around $1 billion, it was anticipated that Foodie Battery would soon ascend to become a trillion-dollar enterprise, rendering that share worth nearly $300 billion. The prospect of becoming a billionaire, a plan that had seemed so smoothly orchestrated, had been abruptly thwarted by an unseen adversary. Lu Guojun slumped in his chair, staring vacantly at the ceiling, his heart surging with a tumult of anger and regret akin to a roaring tide. He could not fathom who was orchestrating all of this from the shadows, so deftly dismantling their plans. His mind was plagued by visions of wealth that had slipped through his fingers, each figure slicing through his heart like a sharp blade. The atmosphere in the office felt as though it had solidified, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet its rays could not penetrate the darkness enveloping Lu Guojun's soul. He clenched his fists, knuckles whitening from the strain, muttering curses under his breath. What the hell is going on? How could such capital emerge so suddenly? This mysterious capital was akin to a ghost, appearing and vanishing without a trace, shattering his avaricious dreams, leaving behind only shattered illusions and unending agony. The announcement of Foodie Battery's successful research and imminent mass production of solid-state batteries detonated like a bombshell in the financial markets, unleashing tumultuous waves. This revelation ignited a fervent desire for wealth, inciting a frenzied chase for capital. Within the grand halls of various stock exchanges, the price of Foodie Battery soared like a rocket ignited, reaching its upper limit in a mere instant. The vivid crimson numbers resembled blazing flames, piercing the eyes of countless investors. In the trading arena, the expressions on people's faces were etched with shock, regret, and a sense of injustice. Those who had once dismissed Foodie Battery now pounded their chests in despair, lamenting their failure to recognize the potential of this stock earlier. Their gazes were filled with despondency and hopelessness as they murmured incessantly, "If only I had purchased even a small amount, I could have effortlessly reaped a fortune in the near future. How could I have missed the chance to become a billionaire and attain financial freedom?" In every corner of the city, innumerable investors remained glued to their computers or smartphones, gazing at the locked limit-up board as waves of remorse surged through their hearts. They recalled their past indifference towards Foodie Battery. Some furiously struck their tables, vociferously cursing their own folly. Others sat vacantly in their chairs, their expressions hollow, as if their souls had departed, while yet others paced restlessly in their rooms, muttering to themselves in search of solace. In a modest investors' chat group, messages flowed like snowflakes, each one a testament to the collective regret of its members, imbued with helplessness and sighs. How could I have been so foolish? I had the chance to invest, yet I let it slip away. Now, I can only watch as others profit while I am left in turmoil. I too once believed this stock held no promise, and now I am consumed by regret. This is fate, it seems, destined to keep me from such wealth. At this moment, Lin Yang sat on his balcony, sipping tea and basking in the sun's warmth. He perused reports from various news outlets regarding Foodie Battery on his phone. The comments below were uniformly filled with remorse for not having invested in Foodie Battery sooner, akin to the regret of missing out on Bitcoin when it was merely 5 cents. Once again, they had missed the opportunity to become billionaires and achieve financial independence. Lin Yang smiled. Without the weekly intelligence system, he too might have found himself among those lamenting in the comments below. Chapter 52. Establishing one's own company in the financial edifice of Star City. Within the offices of Star City Securities, an air of gravity permeated the atmosphere. What could possibly be amiss? Hu Qian murmured softly, her gaze filled with perplexity and anxiety. As a seasoned manager at Star City Securities, she had navigated the vicissitudes of the financial market for years, witnessing countless fluctuations in stock prices. Yet never had she felt so utterly bewildered by the reasons behind a stock surge as she did today. Swiftly, she grabbed her phone and dialed the numbers of various industry colleagues in hopes of uncovering some clues regarding the sudden surge of Foodie battery stock. However, the responses were uniformly perplexing. Everyone seemed equally baffled by the abrupt increase. Could it be that some significant positive news had been concealed? Hu Qian speculated internally, her brow knitting into a furrow. Suddenly, the silence of the office was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Assistant Xiao Lu burst in like a whirlwind, her face alight with excitement and fervor, even neglecting the basic etiquette of knocking. Manager Hu, we have discovered the reason behind Foodie battery surge. Hu Qian's heart skipped a beat as she looked up, her eyes fixed intently on Xiao Lu. What is the reason? She inquired impatiently. The reason for Foodie battery surge is that they just announced the successful development of solid-state batteries, which are about to go into mass production. Xiao Lu exclaimed, her face radiant with joy, as though sharing monumental news. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her body trembling slightly, barely able to contain her elation. Hu Qian inhaled sharply at the news. As an experienced stock advisor, she understood the immense implications of such an announcement. In her perception, Foodie Battery had previously been a struggling small battery manufacturer on the fringes of the market. However, the news of their successful solid-state battery development and imminent mass production was akin to a powerful bomb, catapulting them into the limelight. She recognized that the successful development of solid-state batteries would fundamentally alter the dynamics of the entire battery industry and could even impact the global energy market. Foodie Battery, as the frontrunner in this technology, was poised to emerge as the greatest beneficiary of this transformation. Moreover, Lin Yang, possessing a substantial amount of this company's stock, would see his fortune ascend in tandem. Suppressing her inner astonishment, Hu Qian endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Yet the excitement and anticipation gleaming in her eyes were impossible to disguise. She swiftly turned to Xiao Lu and asked Xiao Lu, how much stock in Foodie Battery have we acquired in total? Xiao Lu quickly opened her folder, her eyes scanning the figures like a scanner, before reporting, Manager Hu, we have assisted Lin Yang in purchasing Foodie Battery stocks worth 90 million, totaling 25 million shares. The cost per share was 3.6 yuan, and the current stock price is 5.04 yuan, yielding a profit of 1.44 yuan per share. These stocks are now valued at 126 million, with a profit of 36 million for just today. Upon hearing this figure, Hu Qian's heart was set ablaze with tumultuous waves of emotion, a complex tapestry of feelings intertwining within her. She was acutely aware of what each of these numbers signified. As long as Lin Yang clutched these stocks tightly, it was all but assured that he would soon become a billionaire. Suddenly, Hu Qian seemed to recall something of paramount importance. She swiftly grasped her phone, her fingers gliding rapidly across the screen, dialing Lin Yang's number. Once the call connected, her voice brimmed with barely contained joy and excitement. Lin Yang, congratulations. You've invested in such a remarkable stock. I genuinely admire your insight. Who could have anticipated the astonishing performance of Foodie Battery? On the other end of the line, Lin Yang smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. It's merely luck, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Hu Qian was not convinced that it was simply luck. She pressed further. Lin Yang, please, don't be modest. I am truly curious. What drew you to this stock initially? At that time, Foodie Battery was merely an obscure battery manufacturer, with hardly anyone holding any optimism for it. Lin Yang chuckled. Well, I had received some advance information. Of course, such a statement could not be disclosed publicly. He jested, I just had a good feeling about it. The name appealed to me, and inexplicably, I sensed it had great potential. Hu Qian was momentarily rendered speechless, never expecting such a casual response from Lin Yang. However, she understood that in the financial realm, intuition and luck often play a pivotal role. After sharing a laugh, Hu Qian's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Lin Yang, to be candid, The news about Foodie Battery's successful development of solid-state batteries and imminent mass production has already spread. Its market value is destined to soar like a rocket, and it might not take long for it to become the world's leading power battery company. The value of your stocks will rise in tandem, and the wealth in your account will multiply at an unimaginable pace, reaching a staggering magnitude. At that point, the sheer scale of the funds will make it exceedingly difficult for me to provide you with comprehensive and efficient asset management services. I fear I will be overwhelmed. In my opinion, the best course of action would be for you to establish a company dedicated solely to managing these assets. Listening to Hu Qian's analysis, Lin Yang could not help but nod in silent agreement. He recognized that once wealth accumulates to a certain degree, relying solely on personal efforts indeed becomes inadequate to optimize and realize the full potential of that wealth. Creating a company to oversee asset management was undoubtedly a prudent and necessary choice. However, establishing a company is no trifling matter. It encompasses numerous considerations, particularly concerning the management talent. A competent manager is crucial to a company's growth, possessing not only exceptional professional skills, but also being reliable and trustworthy. In Lin Yang's mind, the figure of Hu Qian suddenly emerged. She had navigated the financial realm for many years, amassing a wealth of experience and demonstrating exceptional capability. Throughout their collaboration, she exhibited remarkable professionalism and a profound sense of responsibility, marking her as a rare talent. With a blend of jest and sincerity, Lin Yang remarked, "Manager Hu, perhaps you might consider joining my company. Once it is established, the position of president will be yours. Do you truly hold me in such high regard?" Hu Qian replied, momentarily taken aback. She did not immediately accept nor outright decline, instead responding in a similarly playful tone. Deep down, she was acutely aware that her current role as a manager at the largest securities firm in Star City was one that many aspired to attain. It was a position she had reached through relentless effort. To abandon such a lucrative and stable job for a nascent company was indeed a decision not to be taken lightly. Lin Yang was certainly cognizant of Hu Qian's apprehensions. With a reassuring smile, he said, "Your abilities are widely recognized, and I have complete confidence in you. Please do not rush to decline. Take some time to contemplate. After all, establishing a company is not an overnight endeavor. There is much groundwork to be laid, and there is no immediate need to make a decision. I will give it careful thought. Regardless of the outcome, I truly appreciate your trust," she replied. Chapter 53. Saving Leafs Lin Yang. Today, the stock of Foodie Battery has once again hit its limit, with the current share price standing at 6.05 yuan and an earnings per share of 2.45 yuan. The 25 million shares you hold are now valued at 151.2 million, yielding a profit of 61.2 million. Hu Qian's voice resonated through the phone, brimming with uncontainable excitement. In just a single day, Lin Yang's assets experienced yet another meteoric rise. The corners of Lin Yang's mouth curled upward slightly. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the revelation of such figures still stirred within him an indescribable sense of accomplishment. "All right, I understand. Keep a close watch," he replied. However, the frenzied ascent of wealth was merely at its inception. The following day, Hu Qian's call rang out punctually once more. "Lin Yang, today Foodie Battery has reached its limit again, with a current share price of 7.26 yuan and an earnings per share of 3.66 yuan. Your 25 million shares are now valued at 181.5 million, resulting in a profit of 91.5 million. Astonishingly, within just 3 days, the profits had already surpassed the initial investment. The pace of this financial growth was akin to being propelled by a rocket, leaving one utterly astounded. Nevertheless, Lin Yang's demeanor remained unperturbed, for he had foreseen all of this. Yet, despite the exponential increase in wealth, as long as the stocks remained unsold, these profits were merely figures on paper. Given the foreseeable future where Foodie Battery's market value was poised to surpass 1 trillion, even a fool would refrain from selling their shares at this juncture. Presently, Foodie Battery's market capitalization was merely over 600 million, and the total value of his stocks was less than 200 million. Once the market value transcended 1 trillion, those shares would amount to more than 300 billion. The disparity between 300 billion and 200 million was a staggering 1,500 times. Therefore, Lin Yang would never part with this portion of his stocks until Foodie Battery's value had fully appreciated. Moreover, he was in no rush. With his intelligence network at his disposal, he possessed ample means to accrue additional wealth through other channels. The funds from the stock market could simply be regarded as savings. After enjoying lunch, Lin Yang took a brief respite. Just as he rose from his slumber, his phone rang unexpectedly. He casually picked it up, and the screen illuminated with a call from the Maybach 4S dealership. "Hello," Lin Yang answered, pressing the receive button. On the other end, a warm and polite female voice greeted him. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yang? I am Liu from the Maybach 4S dealership. We have successfully retrieved the vehicle registration certificate for the Maybach S580 you purchased from us. Would it be convenient for us to deliver it to you in the next few days? Additionally, we can bring the car along as well. Does that work for you?" A few days prior, in pursuit of a refund and compensation, Lin Yang had deliberately purchased a Maybach from the dealership. The dealership had unilaterally altered the dimensions of the car's wheels, deceiving the consumers. When acquiring the vehicle, Lin Yang had meticulously gathered evidence, waiting for the vehicle registration certificate to ensure the car would truly belong to him before taking action. Nonetheless, he was well aware that, despite having ample evidence, obtaining a refund and compensation would be challenging. If it were an easy endeavor, incidents like the Mercedes-Benz female owner sitting atop the engine hood to assert her rights would not occur. Such matters were not only troublesome, but also time-consuming and exasperating. However, Lin Yang had already devised a plan in his mind to hand over the evidence to a lawyer and allow them to handle it. Yet, he found himself lacking in resources, uncertain of where to locate a formidable and reliable attorney. He had never considered those lawyers who seek clients online. Truly skilled lawyers are sought out by clients themselves. Finding a lawyer would take some time, so Lin Yang replied, "I am rather occupied these days. I will arrange for someone to collect the car from the store in a few days." "All right, I will ensure everything is arranged for you," came the response. After ending the call, a critical piece of information flashed in his mind. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, the billionaire Chun Jinghua would suffer a heart attack and collapse while exercising at Binjiang Park. As a billionaire, his wealth was considerable, but his connections were an invaluable asset. If Lin Yang could cultivate a relationship with him, leveraging his network would undoubtedly facilitate his own endeavors in the future. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 2 o'clock, with 3 o'clock rapidly approaching, causing his heart to race. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed downstairs, leaped into his car, and pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing towards Binjiang Park. Simultaneously, he swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed 120 for emergency assistance. Lin Yang had previously inquired with a doctor, and the most reliable method for a sudden heart attack was immediate transport to a hospital. The nearest hospital was 4 to 5 kilometers away, and without a prior call, there would be no time for effective rescue. Thus, calling for an ambulance in advance to ensure they arrived promptly was the most prudent course of action. However, calling ahead for an ambulance to attend to a stranger might reveal his foreknowledge of the event, a situation that would be difficult to explain. Therefore, he devised a ruse, feigning discomfort in his own heart, necessitating assistance. When the ambulance arrived, they could conveniently transport the billionaire Chun Jinghua to the hospital as well. Fortunately, Binjiang Park was not far from Lin Yang's residence. In a race against time, he finally reached the park just before 3 o'clock. As soon as the car came to a halt, he eagerly flung open the door and dashed out. "Sir, would you like to view a property?" A young man, seemingly of similar age, unexpectedly approached him, enthusiastically offering a brochure. Initially, Lin Yang intended to decline, but upon reflection, he realized he was indeed contemplating purchasing a property. So he accepted the brochure, slipping it into his pocket while hastily making his way into the park. His eyes scanned the crowd in search of Chun Jinghua's figure. Photos of Chun Jinghua were available online, and with Binjiang Park being relatively small and open, searching for him was not overly difficult. Before long, he spotted an elderly man jogging in the park. Lin Yang focused intently, a surge of joy filling him. This was indeed the man. Yet, just as he prepared to stride forward, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. "Ah, Someone has collapsed. A piercing scream instantly captured everyone's attention. The elderly man clutched his chest tightly, his face contorted in agony, as his body fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The surrounding crowd seemed to be momentarily frozen as if under a spell, and then, like startled birds, they swiftly scattered in every direction. This cannot possibly be a case of deceit. I cannot afford to get involved. A middle-aged man muttered to himself as he hastily retreated, his eyes brimming with caution and fear. Indeed, such incidents have become all too frequent. It is wiser to maintain a distance. A nearby elderly woman echoed his sentiments, hurriedly pulling her young grandson away from the scene. I have pressing matters to attend to. I cannot afford to be delayed by this situation. A young man cast a glance at the fallen elder, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately chose to turn and leave in haste. In just a few fleeting seconds, a considerable space had cleared around the elder. He lay alone on the ground, struggling in pain, yet no one dared to extend a helping hand. Chen Jingguo's eyes were filled with despair. His lips quivered as he attempted to call for help, but only a faint sound escaped. Watching helplessly as those around him shunned his plight, his heart heavy with sorrow. Just when it seemed he was on the brink of despair, Lin Yang appeared before him, accompanied by paramedics bearing a stretcher. Chapter 54. Had I known he was the wealthiest, I would have saved him. Lin Yang and the paramedics swiftly lifted Chen Zhenghua onto a stretcher and jogged toward the ambulance. Upon reaching the vehicle, the medical staff skillfully placed Chen Zhenghua inside, and Lin Yang followed suit, preparing to accompany the ambulance to the hospital. At that moment, an onlooker, a middle-aged woman, could not restrain herself and exclaimed, "Young man, what are you doing? You're not even wearing a white coat. You're not a doctor, so don't meddle unnecessarily." As Lin Yang assisted the medical personnel in attaching various devices to Chen Zhenghua, he replied, "Ma'am, I am not a doctor. I merely saw someone collapse and came to help." The woman, upon hearing this, waved her hands in disapproval and said, "Oh dear, how naive you are. In today's society, it's not easy to be a good Samaritan. Haven't you heard about those who have helped the elderly, only to be sued for it and required to pay hefty sums? You mustn't unwittingly create trouble for yourself." An elderly man beside her chimed in, "Indeed, young man. Just the other day, I heard about a young fellow who saw an old person fall and went to assist, only for the elderly individual to claim he was the one who caused the fall. The young man couldn't defend himself and ultimately had to settle for tens of thousands." Lin Yang furrowed his brow and said, "Sir, ma'am, I appreciate your concern, but saving lives is of utmost priority." A young woman also interjected, "Please just heed their advice. Haven't you heard the saying, if you didn't cause the accident, why call for an ambulance?" Nevertheless, Lin Yang remained undeterred by their cautions and continued to assist the paramedics in resuscitating Chen Zhenghua, doing all he could. Observing Lin Yang's refusal to listen, the crowd shook their heads and murmured, "This young man is foolish. Ignoring the wisdom of elders will lead to his downfall. When the time comes for him to face repercussions, he will have nowhere to lament his misfortune." Lin Yang found the crowd's incessant chatter irksome and chose to disregard them, unwilling to let anything impede his efforts to save the wealthiest man in Star City. He was not aiding an ordinary individual, but rather Chen Zhenghua, the chairman of Run Group, the developer of the luxurious Binjiang Bay. To have such a prominent figure indebted to him would be invaluable. Before long, Lin Yang, alongside the paramedics, had successfully placed Chen Zhenghua in the ambulance, which sped towards the hospital. After the ambulance departed, a man in his 30s suddenly slapped his forehead as if recalling something. That elderly man, hadn't he seen him somewhere before? Frowning in confusion, he mumbled to himself while instinctively searching his pockets for his phone. He quickly retrieved his device, his fingers flying across the screen as he opened a search engine. Moments later, his eyes widened in disbelief, his face betraying astonishment, and his mouth fell agape. No way. He asked the wealthiest man in Star City, the chairman of Run Group. His voice, raised several decibels in astonishment, resonated as if he had just stumbled upon a new continent. This exclamation instantly drew the attention of those nearby, who turned to him with expressions of bewilderment. "What did you say?" inquired a bespectacled young man, his face a canvas of surprise, as he hurried to the man's side, eager for clarification. The old man who just collapsed on the ground is the richest in Xing City? Another middle-aged woman approached, her countenance reflecting disbelief. The man raised his phone, pointing to a photograph on the internet, exclaiming, "The images on the official website cannot be fabricated." Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly gathered around, craning their necks, their eyes fixated on the screen of the man's phone. It truly is him. Good heavens, I missed the chance to be up close with the tycoon. Had I known he was the billionaire, I would have rushed to assist. The crowd exchanged words, their faces etched with regret. A fashionably dressed young man, consumed by remorse, repeatedly struck his own head in frustration, lamenting, "I was utterly blind. I feared being scammed when I should have helped. If I had intervened, perhaps the tycoon would have taken a liking to me, and my life could have soared to great heights." An elderly woman nearby sighed deeply, shaking her head. "How foolish of me. I advised that young man against helping. Now look, I've missed such a golden opportunity. If I had aided the billionaire, perhaps it would have benefited my child's job search." Another individual, visibly disheartened, stomped his foot and lamented, "If I had been a bit bolder and stepped in, the tycoon might have remembered me. In Xing City, I could have walked with swagger. Now the opportunity has slipped away." As the crowd expressed their regret, their envy for Lin Yang grew. That young man was remarkably fortunate to have saved the billionaire. His future undoubtedly appeared bright. Indeed, we just called him foolish. But it seems the real folly lies with us. They exchanged glances, each reflecting profound remorse. Lin Yang rushed to the hospital, following the ambulance at breakneck speed. Upon arrival, he immediately assisted the medical staff in wheeling Chun Zhenghua into the emergency room. Outside the ER, Lin Yang paced anxiously, his gaze fixed on the closed door, silently praying for Chun Zhenghua's safety. Should anything happen to him, all of Lin Yang's efforts would be in vain. After what felt like an eternity, the doctor finally emerged from the emergency room, removed his mask, and exhaled deeply, declaring, "The patient is no longer in critical condition. He will need to be hospitalized for observation for a while." Lin Yang's heart finally found solace. He wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to assist in arranging Chun Zhenghua's admission. Without hesitation, Lin Yang paid the deposit for Chun Zhenghua's hospitalization, meticulously filling out the necessary documents with authentic information and contact numbers. He was acutely aware that only by leaving clear information could he ensure that Chun Zhenghua would find him when the time came. After completing the necessary formalities, Lin Yang reflected on the ambulance he had previously summoned under the pretense of experiencing heart discomfort. To avoid any unnecessary complications, he underwent a comprehensive physical examination at the hospital. After the examination, the doctor, with a smile, remarked, "Young man, your health is excellent, and there are no issues with your heart. The discomfort you felt may have been psychological. Simply take time to relax more often." Lin Yang nodded in agreement, thanked the doctor, and departed from the hospital. The task of saving a life had been successfully accomplished, and now he could patiently await contact from the wealthy magnate. Upon leaving the hospital, Lin Yang first returned to Binjiang Park to retrieve his car and head home. While collecting his vehicle, he overheard a group of elderly individuals animatedly discussing him in the park. "Did you hear? The tycoon collapsed while jogging here this afternoon. Not a soul dared to approach. Fearing a scam," exclaimed a silver-haired gentleman. "Indeed, I was right there. He was rescued by a young man," interjected a plump elderly lady eagerly. "That young man is truly fortunate. Having saved the tycoon, he need not worry in his next life," another tall, thin elder remarked with envy. "If only I had the courage to step in back then, perhaps I too could be basking in good fortune now," lamented a man in a floral shirt, slapping his thigh in regret. "I heard the luxurious riverside residences at Binjiang Bay were developed by the tycoon. Who knows? He might just gift that young man a mansion out of sheer joy, and those are worth tens of millions. I could never afford one, even if I worked my entire life." Listening to their lively conversation, Lin Yang felt a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 55. The spirited old Wang Lin Yang drove into the community and parked his car downstairs. As soon as he stepped out, he heard someone shouting his name with great enthusiasm. Turning around, he realized it was old Wang, the very man who had once sold his house to Lin Yang at a bargain price to fund his admiration for a female streamer. "Old Wang, beaming with vitality and radiating energy, appeared to be enjoying life to the fullest, presumably having his wishes fulfilled through deeper interactions with the charming streamer. Lin Yang, my brother, I brought back some wild vegetables from the countryside. Would you like to take some home to taste? Old Wang said with unbridled enthusiasm, promptly pulling a handful of ferns from his bag and thrusting them into Lin Yang's hands before he could respond. Lin Yang quickly declined. No, thank you, Old Wang. I don't cook, so it would be a waste for me. In truth, Lin Yang had a more profound reason for rejecting Old Wang's offer. Intelligence indicated that once Old Wang learned of the impending demolition of the property, he would stop at nothing to reclaim it. If his demands were unmet, he would resort to unscrupulous tactics. Despite Old Wang's amiable demeanor, it was merely a facade, as he had yet to feel the sting of his interests being threatened. With Friday approaching, the day the demolition announcement was set to be made, Lin Yang understood that Old Wang might resort to desperate measures. He needed to prepare himself accordingly. Thus, he discreetly took out his phone and activated the recording function, ready for any eventuality. Since you don't cook, I want to insist on the wild vegetables. I'll treat you to a meal another day as a token of my gratitude. Old Wang conceded upon seeing Lin Yang's resolute refusal. Lin Yang smiled politely and casually inquired, "What has brought you such joy, Old Wang?" "Haha, have you noticed? I owe it all to you. If you hadn't bought my dilapidated house, I wouldn't be enjoying such good fortune today. My house had been on the market for 6 months without a single inquiry. Thanks to you, I was able to cash out. I used the money to help you win her PK against other streamers that night, and she promised to be my girlfriend. In just half a month, we've met 3 times. Old Wang's smile widened as he recounted his happiness, his eyes narrowing with delight as he shared his jubilance. Haha, Lin Yang, you would believe how sweet you is. Every time we go out, it feels like my heart is filled with honey. Lost in his bliss, Old Wang grew increasingly animated, oblivious to the fleeting look of disdain in Lin Yang's eyes. During our last date, she leaned on my shoulder and told me how much she liked mature and composed men. I nearly fainted from joy. Old Wang gestured excitedly, his face glowing with happiness, as if reliving those cherished moments with you. Lin Yang's lips curled into a polite smile, yet within, he mused, "This Old Wang is truly gullible. He doesn't realize that a young girl could hardly be genuinely interested in an old man. It's merely his wealth that has captured her attention." However, he verbally acquiesced to Lao Wang's words, exclaiming, "Lao Wang, you are remarkable. Your girlfriend is an exceptionally young and beautiful internet celebrity. Truly, your prowess remains undiminished." Lao Wang, upon hearing Lin Yang's compliments, beamed with delight, the wrinkles on his face gathering in joyful folds. "Oh, not at all. With your youthful charm and driving such an exquisite car, you could certainly attract an even more remarkable girlfriend." Having said this, Lao Wang hurriedly took his leave, stating, "I promise to treat you to a meal next time. Yu is about to go live, and I must return to support her stream." After bidding Lao Wang farewell, Lin Yang observed his retreating figure, a slight frown creasing his brow. He promptly saved the recording on his phone before turning to ascend stairs. Upon returning home, Lin Yang comfortably settled onto the balcony, where a gentle breeze caressed him, bringing a refreshing chill. He lifted his teacup to his lips, savoring a sip that released the fragrant essence of tea upon his palate. At that moment, however, his mind was preoccupied with a significant matter: finding a reliable lawyer to address the issue of the 4S dealership's refund and compensation. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang set down his cup and took up his phone, messaging Hu Qian. "Hu Qian, do you happen to know any formidable lawyers?" Shortly, Hu Qian responded, "I know quite a few lawyers, but they're all rather ordinary." Lin Yang furrowed his brow at this reply, realizing that he could not rely on Hu Qian for assistance. Undeterred, he swiftly sent the same message to Zhang Jun. "Zhang Jun, do you know any capable lawyers?" Zhang Jun replied promptly, "I don't know any personally, but Shi Tsong has a relative who seems to be a very accomplished lawyer. I can inquire on your behalf." Just a moment. Lin Yang nodded at this message, quickly responding, "Thank you, I appreciate your help." Meanwhile, Shi Tsong was racking his brain, contemplating how to establish a connection with Lin Yang, as the previous class reunion had left him feeling disheartened. This matter had been occupying his thoughts for days. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Zhang Jun calling. "Shi Tsong, I recall that you have a relative who is quite an accomplished lawyer, correct? Zhang Jun's voice resonated from the other end of the line. Yes, a distant cousin. She has been in the field for a decade without a single defeat and is currently the legal supervisor at Run Group. Is there a case you need her assistance with? Given our long-standing friendship, I can certainly make an inquiry. Though Shi Tsung spoke these words, he inwardly mused that Lin Yang likely had no significant case worthy of his cousin's attention. Even familial ties would not compel her to take on just any case. Not even longtime friends could expect such favors. It's not for me. It's for Lin Yang. He asked if I knew any formidable lawyers. And you came to mind, Zhang Jun explained. Upon hearing that Lin Yang was seeking a lawyer, Shi Tsung's previously casual demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes as he straightened his posture, his voice instinctively rising a notch. Ah, so it is Lin Yang. You should have mentioned that sooner. This trivial matter falls upon me. I shall promptly contact my cousin, urging her to take on this case at all costs. Just moments ago, he was delicately declining, yet now his stance has undergone a complete transformation. I was initially troubled about how to establish a connection with Lin Yang, and now fortune has smiled upon me as if a pillow has been provided to a weary traveler. I must not let this precious opportunity slip away. While expressing this, Shi Tsung has already begun searching for his cousin's phone number in his contact list, anxious that any delay might result in missing the chance to serve Lin Yang. He does not forget to remind Zhang Jun. Quickly inform Lin Yang to rest assured. With my cousin involved, this matter will surely be resolved flawlessly. My cousin is renowned in the industry. With her on the case, no challenge is insurmountable. Chapter 56, A Gift of a House Before Long. Lin Yang received a message from Zhang Jun, informing him that the matter concerning the lawyer had been resolved. Shi Tsung had agreed to seek assistance from his relative. Just as Zhang Jun's message arrived, Lin Yang received a WeChat notification about a friend request. Upon opening it, he discovered that Shi Tsung wished to add him as a friend. Lin Yang quickly accepted the request, and almost immediately, a message from Shi Tsung followed. Lin Yang, I have spoken with my cousin. Please let me know when you are available, so we can arrange a time to meet and discuss the details. All right, it is too late today. Let us meet tomorrow morning. Very well. I will notify my cousin right away. By the way, here is her number. With the lawyer's issue settled, a heavy weight lifted from Lin Yang's heart. He leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. But his thoughts soon drifted to the impending announcement regarding the demolition of Jinling community, set to be revealed in 2 days. He understood that the residence he had occupied for over 2 years would soon no longer be viable, and the urgency of purchasing a new home weighed heavily on him. Lin Yang recalled the promotional flyer he had received that afternoon. He had intended to examine it closely, but despite searching through his pockets, he could not locate it. In frustration, he turned to his computer, initiating a search for quality communities in Xingqing Online. After a comprehensive comparison, Lin Yang determined that the finest community in Xingqing was Bijiangbei. Apart from the exceptional quality of the residences themselves, this community boasted top-tier amenities, including outstanding property management, educational institutions, shopping centers, and hospitals. It was no surprise that it had become the epitome of luxury living in Xingqing. Acquiring a property in Bijiangbei would indeed be a commendable choice. Although the prices were steep, starting at a minimum of 20 million, he was not in a position to complain about affordability. In the ward of Xingqing Third Hospital, the scent of disinfectant permeated the air. Chen Jinghua slowly opened his eyes, squinting at the harsh light. The rhythmic beeping of medical equipment confirmed his continued existence. "Father, you're finally awake." The voice of his daughter, Chen Qingqing, was laced with a mixture of relief and joy. A circle of family members surrounded the hospital bed, their faces etched with concern. They exchanged words of comfort, filling the room with warmth. With reddened eyes, Chen Qingqing voiced her reproach. "Father, knowing how fragile your health is, why would you venture out alone to exercise? Had it not been for the kindness of a stranger who brought you to the hospital, who knows what might have happened?" A faint smile crept onto Chen Jinghua's lips as he weakly replied, "See, I'm fine now. Don't worry. But truly, I owe my life to that young man. Without him, you might have lost this old fellow." Recalling the moments of despair during his medical crisis, Chen Jinghua felt a shiver of fear. The indifference of those around him had pierced his heart like daggers. Those bystanders, fearful of being implicated, had kept their distance, their eyes void of compassion, only betraying coldness and suspicion, as if he were a monstrous figure. He had thought he would perish alone, and that sense of hopelessness had cast a shadow over his world. Yet, the arrival of that young man had been like a beacon of light piercing through the darkness. His bravery and decisiveness had restored Chen Zhenghua's faith in the warmth of humanity. Chen Zhenghua silently vowed to express his heartfelt gratitude towards his savior. At that moment, he noticed a brochure on the ground, one that showcased the Binhai Bay, a project he had developed. He vaguely recalled that this item had originally been in the pocket of the young man who had rescued him. A nod of understanding crossed his mind as he contemplated why the young man had been present in Binhai Park. It was to view the properties at Binhai Bay. Xiao Zhang, please investigate the identity of the young man who saved me. I must extend my gratitude appropriately by gifting him a property at Binhai Bay. Although Chen Zhenghua's voice was frail, it resonated with unwavering resolve. Yes, Chairman. Assistant Xiao Zhang promptly replied, though internally he was taken aback. The residences at Binhai Bay were the epitome of luxury in Xingqing, with each unit valued at no less than 20 million. To receive such an extravagant reward merely for summoning an ambulance to save the chairman left Xiao Zhang both astounded and envious. He lamented not accompanying the chairman, pondering that had he done so, it might have been him who was the savior. Dad, while it's essential to express gratitude for saving a life, gifting a house seems excessive. Are you not aware of the adage, a grain of kindness may be repaid with a grain of enmity? Chen Qingqing remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. Chen Zhenghua shook his head and replied earnestly, you cannot fathom the depth of my despair at that moment. While others merely observed, it was that young man who dared to intervene. I trust his character. Not only should I gift him a house, but I wish to give him the finest one, specifically the one opposite you. In Chen Zhenghua's heart, the debt of gratitude for saving his life was as heavy as a mountain. A mere house could hardly convey his appreciation. Upon hearing that her father intended to give away the best house, which was meant to be her dowry, Chen Qingqing's anger flared. Her expression turned serious as she stepped forward, fists clenched, and exclaimed, Father, that house holds significant meaning. How can you so casually offer it to a stranger? It is one of the finest properties at Binhai Bay, not only the largest in size, but also with the most splendid view. You intended it for me as part of my dowry. How would I manage if it were gifted away so easily? A hint of helplessness flickered in Chen Zhenghua's gaze. Yet his stance remained resolute. He straightened slightly, meeting Chen Qingqing's eyes with sincerity. Qingqing, do you not understand? Were it not for him, I would no longer be here. A house pales in comparison to my life. We must repay this debt of gratitude. Furthermore, I perceive that young man as a decent individual. Should he remain unmarried, living across from you would allow for a fortuitous connection between you two. Chen Qingqing frowned at the notion of mingling with others. Ever since she realized her unique feelings for Lin Yang, she could not view other men in a favorable light. She shook her head and replied, Father, your daughter is still young. Please do not attempt to match her with every man you encounter. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang departed the hospital room and sought out the on-duty nurse, successfully locating Lin Yang, the individual who had brought Chen Zhenghua to the hospital. Upon returning to the room, he found that both Chen Zhenghua and Chen Qingqing had ceased their argument and were now focused intently on him. Chen Zhenghua eagerly inquired, Xiao Zhang, have you found out? Who is the young man that saved me? Xiao Zhang promptly nodded and respectfully responded, Chairman, we have identified him. The individual who rescued you is named Lin Yang. He had called for an ambulance due to discomfort in his heart and fortuitously encountered your medical emergency, which led to both of you being transported to the hospital together. Upon hearing that the person who saved her father was named Lin Yang, Chen Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, her expression transforming into one of profound complexity. Her eyes widened, filled with astonishment and uncertainty, her lips slightly parted as if to speak, yet words eluded her. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and urgently asked Uncle Zhang, what did you say his name was? Are you certain there's been no mistake? Xiao Zhang, somewhat perplexed by Chen Qingqing's reaction, nevertheless affirmed, Indeed, it is Lin Yang, a native of Xiangxi. I recall you spent some time in Xiangxi during your childhood. Do you know him? Chen Qingqing did not respond to Xiao Zhang's inquiry, as her mind was awash with tumultuous thoughts. She could never have anticipated that the man who saved her father would be Lin Yang, the very individual who had recently captivated her every thought and dream. Chapter 57. Exemption from property and utility fees. How about it? Qingqing, do you know this person? Chen Zhenghua inquired, intrigued by his daughter's sudden concern for someone. No, I don't know him, Chen Qingqing instinctively denied. Chen Zhenghua, having built such a vast empire, was adept at discerning his daughter's thoughts. However, he chose not to press the matter further. Since she was unwilling to speak, he would refrain from inquiring. Xiao Zhang, contact the legal supervisor, Xie Jia, immediately. Have her draft a gift contract right away, and we shall bestow the finest property in Binjiang Bay upon Lin Yang. Once the contract is ready, go find Lin Yang for his signature. We shall discuss other matters when I am discharged, he commanded. Yes, Chairman, Xiao Zhang replied promptly, setting his plans into motion. He exited the hospital room and first called Xie Jia, urging her to draft the gift contract with utmost urgency. Following that, he reached out to Lin Yang. In the hospital room, Chen Zhenghua continued to observe Chen Qingqing intently. Feeling uncomfortable under her father's gaze, she remarked, Dad, why do you keep staring at me? Just a moment ago, you opposed my decision to gift a house to my savior. Why the sudden change of heart? I am merely respecting your wishes. Since you have made your decision, my opposition would be futile. I shall refrain from causing you any distress. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Qingqing. By the way, Dad, the property management fees in our community are quite steep, aren't they? It costs 25 yuan per square meter, and the house you are gifting is 800 square meters. The monthly property fee alone would amount to 20,000 yuan. By giving that house to Lin Yang, aren't you just adding to his burdens? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhenghua couldn't help but smile knowingly. His daughter clearly had a connection with Lin Yang, and it was evident that their relationship was more than ordinary. Otherwise, why would she have initially opposed the gift, only to later advocate for waiving the property fees? Qingqing, didn't you say you didn't know him? Why the sudden concern? Not only have you agreed to gift him the house, but now you wish to exempt him from property fees. When did you become so considerate of others? Confess, is he someone you have feelings for? Dad. Chen Qingqing felt her cheeks flush as her father saw through her thoughts. Chen Zhenghua chuckled and shook his head. All right, you're no longer a child. I shall not oppose your affections for whomever you choose. Our family has become the wealthiest in Xingqing. There is no need for you to sacrifice your happiness for profit. However, one thing you must always remember. Do not reveal your identity until you have thoroughly assessed a person's character. I understand, Dad. Well, since you have feelings for him, pursue him boldly. Additionally, inform Uncle Zhang to waive all property and utility fees for the house gifted to Lin Yang. Thank you, Dad. Chen Qingqing was taken aback by her father's unexpected support for her affection towards a man of humble background. Regaining her composure, she eagerly agreed. After dinner, Lin Yang took a leisurely stroll outside before returning home, where he settled on the balcony to scroll through his phone. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted him. It was an unfamiliar number, and instinctively, he hung up. In this era of rampant information, his immediate reaction to a stranger's call was to assume it might be a nuisance or a scam. In the ensuing moment, the phone rang once more, the same number illuminated on the screen. He promptly disconnected the call, pondering the persistence of these individuals, suspecting it to be yet another sales pitch or a scam. However, the phone rang again almost immediately, the identical number flashing before him. This time, he noticed it was a local number, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Who could be calling from an unfamiliar local number? After a brief moment of hesitation, he swiped the screen and pressed the answer key. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yang? A polite and gentle male voice resonated from the other end. Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling? Lin Yang inquired, his mind racing to recall anyone with such a voice, yet drawing a blank. Do you remember rescuing an elderly gentleman at Binjiang Park this afternoon? The voice carried a note of gratitude. Yes, how could I forget? Lin Yang chuckled, recalling the urgency that had driven him to assist. He had not anticipated a follow-up so soon. Thanks to you, our chairman is safe. As a token of our appreciation, we would like to present you with a luxurious flat in Binjiang Bay. The contract is being prepared at this very moment. Would it be convenient for you to sign it now so that our legal representative can meet with you? Furthermore, once our chairman has recovered, he will express his gratitude in person. To think that he was being gifted a flat in the prestigious run Binjiang Bay, which would be worth no less than 20 million. He could hardly fathom that his simple act of calling for an ambulance and paying a deposit of 20,000 yuan could yield such a remarkable reward, a lavish residence in one of the finest complexes in Star City. Moreover, the promise of a personal thank you indicated even greater benefits to come. It was undeniable that this gesture of gratitude was well worth the effort. Uncle Zhang, my father mentioned that the property gifted to Lin Yang will come with waived maintenance and utility fees. At that moment, a female voice interrupted from the other end of the line. Lin Yang recognized it as familiar, reminiscent of Chen Qingqing's voice. Both shared the surname Chen. Could she be related to Chen Jinghua? This thought flickered through his mind, intensifying his curiosity about the situation. Mr. Lin Yang, are you still on the line? Yes, I am. The voice drew him back to the conversation. I am available at any time. Shall we meet at Slow Coffee on the first floor of Garden City? All right, I will inform our legal team. Checking the map. They should arrive in about half an hour. Sounds good. Lin Yang was pleasantly surprised by the efficiency of the arrangements, as they were hastily coming to finalize the contract. Once signed, the luxurious flat would officially belong to him. He gathered his belongings and stepped out. Garden City was a large shopping center near his community. He crossed the road and arrived at Slow Coffee on the ground floor, casually ordered a cup of coffee, and settled in to await the arrival of the representative. Not long after, a woman clad in a sleek black suit entered the Slow Coffee establishment, her steps imbued with elegance and confidence. She carried a minimalist briefcase of exquisite quality, perfectly complementing her overall demeanor. As she scanned the interior of the CF, her gaze swiftly fixed upon Mr. Lin Yang, and she approached him directly. Each stride was light yet assured, as if the very ground beneath her feet propelled her forward, exuding an undeniable aura of power that drew the attention of several patrons. Good day, Mr. Lin Yang. I am Xie Jia, the legal supervisor of Run Group. I am here today on behalf of the chairman to sign the gift contract with you. Xie Jia stood before Lin Yang, offering a slight bow, her face adorned with a polite and professional smile. Her voice was crisp and melodious, reminiscent of a clear mountain spring, which was particularly pleasing to the ear. Hello, please take a seat. Would you like something to drink? I'll have an iced Americano, please. Very well, Lin Yang replied promptly, signaling a waiter to bring Xie Jia an iced Americano. Once the drink was placed on the table, Xie Jia took a gentle sip before leisurely retrieving a document from her briefcase. She set the document on the table and pushed it towards Lin Yang. This is the gift contract. The chairman intends to present you with a spacious 800 square meter apartment on the 36th floor of Building 2 in Binjiang Bay, valued at 40 million, along with a lifetime waiver of property management fees, utilities, and more. As she spoke, she pointed out the key clauses within the contract. Please review the terms, and if there are no issues, kindly sign at the end. I will handle all the transfer procedures, and the property certificate will be delivered to you. Chapter 58. House viewing. Lin Yang meticulously reviewed the contractual provisions, confirming that it was a legitimate gift agreement without any discrepancies. He took up a pen and inscribed his name on the document. After signing, Lin Yang leaned back in his chair, his thoughts drifting back to his days working in the factory. On one occasion, the factory manager had summoned him to repair a faucet at a villa, where he inadvertently overheard the manager lamenting that running the central air conditioning for a single night incurred an electric bill of 200 yuan. Over the course of a month, the electricity expenses soared to 6,000 yuan, exceeding the monthly salary of many ordinary workers. Moreover, he had heard that the property management fees at Binjiang Bay were exorbitant. In contrast, the personnel at Jinling Community were either missing teeth or had graying hair, while the staff at Binjiang Bay hailed from prestigious aviation programs, boasting striking physiques and appearances, having undergone rigorous training to serve as property managers. Consequently, the management fees were correspondingly high, at 25 yuan per square meter. For the smallest unit of 400 square meters, The monthly property fee alone would amount to 10,000 yuan, an amount that would require 2 months' salary for an average worker to cover. In the past, had he been fortunate enough to acquire such a residence, his only recourse would have been to sell it, as the costs associated with property management, utilities, and maintenance rendered it unaffordable. However, times had changed. The returns from the stock market had drastically transformed his life, with daily earnings sufficient to purchase another property of similar caliber. To his surprise, the other party had displayed considerable thoughtfulness by waiving these expenses for life, perhaps under the impression that he was merely an ordinary individual incapable of shouldering the costs of a luxury home. Once the contract was finalized, Xiejia took her leave, and Lin Yang rose to return home. The following day, Lin Yang proceeded as agreed to a CAF near Run Group to meet Shi Song's distant cousin, a renowned attorney. Upon entering the CF, he ordered a cup of coffee and settled into a quiet corner, awaiting the arrival of the lawyer. Before long, a well-dressed woman in a tailored suit appeared before him. "Hello, are you the guest my cousin introduced?" she inquired politely. Lin Yang looked up, astonished to recognize her as Xiejia, the same individual he had encountered the previous evening. Sometimes, fate has a curious way of intertwining paths. Xiejia smiled in response. Initially, she had assumed that this was merely an ordinary client referred by Shi Song, not anticipating any significant case. Her motivation for meeting Lin Yang was purely to honor Shi Song's request. Little did she know that this man was, in fact, the savior of the chairman, who had gifted him the finest villa at Binjiang Bay and exempted him from property and utility fees, underscoring the esteem in which Lin Yang was held. From that moment on, Xiejia began to regard Lin Yang with newfound respect. "May I ask, Mr. Lin Yang, what legal matters you require assistance with?" she inquired courteously. "In light of recent events, I purchased a Maybach S580 from a 4S dealership with a price tag of $2.84 million, culminating in a total cost of $3.489 million. However, I discovered a discrepancy between the vehicle S wheels and the specifications outlined in the purchase agreement. Consequently, I am seeking a resolution of a refund and triple compensation." Upon hearing this, Xiejia furrowed her brow slightly, her expression turning grave. Typically, luxury car dealerships have their own legal teams specializing in such cases, making them quite formidable, especially regarding demands for refunds and compensation. While such disputes are not uncommon, successful outcomes are exceedingly rare. Apart from the tenacity of their legal department, the crux of the matter lies in the inability of clients to present a cohesive chain of evidence. "I would like to know what evidence you currently possess to substantiate your claim that the vehicle you purchased is not as represented," she inquired. "I have customs declarations, shipping records, and inspection reports, and the vehicle has remained at the dealership without being retrieved," Lin Yang replied methodically. Having prepared these documents based on the information he had gathered, Xiejia was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as she regarded Lin Yang. "Mr. Lin, may I ask if you studied law in university? The evidence you have assembled is remarkably comprehensive, even surpassing that of many legal professionals. With these documents, I am confident I can facilitate a refund and triple compensation within a week." Lin Yang chuckled softly. "I studied mechanical engineering, which is entirely unrelated to law. However, I have come across similar situations online and gleaned a bit of understanding. What a pity. Had you pursued law, you would undoubtedly be a renowned attorney by now," Xiejia remarked, astonished that someone without a legal background possessed such acute legal awareness. "I would like to inquire about your fees," Lin Yang stated, recognizing that attorney fees are a significant aspect that requires clarification. 10% of the case amount. "No, 5%, Xiejia deliberated before offering a reasonable quote. Acknowledging the strong evidence at hand and the high likelihood of a favorable outcome, she made a concession in her fees. "Agreed," Lin Yang responded readily. He understood that the more challenging a case, the higher the fees, and with his ample evidence, a lower fee was reasonable. Once the details were finalized and the evidence submitted to Xiejia, Lin Yang departed the CAF. His stride was light, and his spirits elevated. He was confident that with the assistance of a professional attorney like Xiejia, he would successfully assert his rights and hold the dealership accountable for their fraudulent actions. Moreover, having entrusted the matter to his lawyer, he no longer needed to worry, merely awaiting the resolution. After leaving the CAF, Lin Yang drove to the Binjiang Bay community. With the imminent demolition of the Jinlin community, he had initially intended to purchase a property there. However, having recently assisted a wealthy individual, he was gifted a spacious apartment and decided to inspect the situation at Binjiang Bay first. The apartments at Binjiang Bay are fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy, saving him considerable effort. He arrived early to survey the situation. Should all be well, he would procure some daily necessities and then move in. In the Zhongnan automobile world, at the Maybach dealership, Li Rue inquired, "Has your client yet retrieved the vehicle?" I had called, and they mentioned they would come within the next couple of days. Indeed, having already settled the payment, their timing would not affect your commission. Reflecting on the day of the sale, Liu felt fortunate. When Lin Yang visited the dealership, the other salespeople were exceedingly warm towards him. Only she, being the cousin of Li Xiaojia, Lin Yang's former girlfriend, was aware of his true circumstances. He was merely a man of modest means. Consequently, she harbored a certain disdain for him. To her surprise, he ultimately chose her as his sales consultant, successfully selling a nearly 3 million yuan S580, likely due to his lingering affection for Li Xiaojia, selecting her out of respect for their connection. At that moment, she texted Xiaojia, sharing the news of Lin Yang's luxury car purchase. She wondered how they were faring now. Liu took out her phone, preparing to message Li Xiaojia for an update. At that moment, a woman clad in a sharp black suit, carrying a briefcase, entered the room. Chapter 59, A Refund of Threefold. Good day, madam. How may I assist you? Liu instantly recognized the woman who entered the store, adorned in high-end designer attire, each piece likely worth a small fortune. The total value of her ensemble could easily surpass several months of Liu's salary. Thinking to herself that this could be a significant client, she resolved not to treat her with any indifference. With a beaming smile, she approached with utmost enthusiasm, almost as if she had the word pleasure emblazoned across her face. "I am here to pick up a vehicle for Lin Yang. Here is the authorization letter," said Xie Jia, handing the document to Liu. Liu promptly took the letter, scrutinizing it with care. Once she confirmed its authenticity, her smile grew even brighter as she warmly exclaimed, "Ah, you're a friend of Mr. Lin. Please, follow me. The car is already prepared for you." With that, she led Xiejia to the new vehicle. To underscore the importance of the client, each vehicle pickup was accompanied by an elaborate ceremony. Liu arranged for the staff to adorn the area with an abundance of fresh flowers and prepared exquisite champagne and delicacies. Liu personally opened the car door for Xiejia, inviting her to experience the interior while enthusiastically detailing the car's myriad features and advantages. Her fervor akin to presenting a cherished treasure. During the ceremony, she not only passionately introduced the vehicle's functions, but also demonstrated several intelligent operations. From the multi-directional adjustments of the seats to the utilization of the smart driving assistance system, every detail was meticulously articulated. Behold, this seat massage function offers 5 distinct modes. Perfect for alleviating fatigue during long drives. Truly delightful. She elaborated. And this intelligent navigation system provides real-time traffic updates to help you chart the most efficient routes. As she spoke, she deftly navigated the central control screen, her face ever radiant with enthusiasm. In the vehicle inspection phase, Liu exhibited exceptional diligence, wielding a flashlight as she meticulously examined the exterior for any imperfections, leaving no minor scratch unnoticed. She even lifted the hood to check the fluid levels, ensuring everything was in order. Rest assured, we conduct a comprehensive inspection before delivery. Every detail is guaranteed to be flawless, Liu assured Xiejia with confidence. Once all procedures and explanations were complete, Liu invited Xiejia to stand in front of the car for a commemorative photograph. The staff presented a beautifully crafted car key, and Liu had thoughtfully prepared a small gift for Xiejia, a custom-made Maybach keychain. Congratulations on acquiring Mr. Lin Yang's new vehicle. May this car bring him exceptional travel experiences, Liu said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement over the successful transaction. However, just as Liu was reveling in the moment, Xiejia suddenly furrowed her brow. "Wait a moment, the wheel size seems incorrect," she said, pointing at the wheels. The certificate states that this Maybach S580 should have 20-inch wheels, yet the car delivered has 19-inch wheels. Upon hearing those words, Li Yu's smile abruptly froze on her face, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic, and an unsettling thought crossed her mind. The dealership had long been engaged in such dubious practices, dismantling original imported vehicle parts to replace them with cheaper aftermarket components. The removed parts were then sold to customers at exorbitant prices. How could the employee responsible for replacing the parts have been so careless as to misjudge the wheel size, and worse, be discovered by the customer? How could this possibly happen? I shall verify this matter immediately, Li Yu hastily replied, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Moments ago, she had reveled in the joy of selling a luxury car, fantasizing about generous commissions, only to be confronted with this unexpected predicament. Li Yu hurried to find the dealership manager. Upon arrival, the manager inspected the vehicle and the documentation, his expression darkening. This vehicle was originally equipped with 19-inch wheels. He attempted to explain. Xie Jia let out a derisive laugh, producing the customs declaration, and asserted firmly, "To my knowledge, this vehicle is an original import, and the declaration states it is 20 inches. How could it possibly be 19 inches? With the truth now unavoidable, the dealership manager had no choice but to concede. I recall now. The wheels were damaged during transport, so we replaced them with 19-inch ones and forgot to revert them before delivery." Upon hearing the manager's explanation, Xie Jia's conviction that the dealership was deliberately engaging in fraud solidified. As a professional lawyer, she was acutely aware of the consumer protection laws concerning fraudulent practices, which stipulated compensation of threefold the amount lost. In her eyes, the dealership had first concealed the information about the wheel size and then repeatedly altered their explanations regarding the discrepancy. Such behavior egregiously violated the consumer's right to be informed and to engage in fair trade. Since the dealership had crossed legal boundaries, they must face the repercussions. She remarked bluntly, "Your repeated changes in narrative render your statements utterly unreliable." The dealership manager furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Despite her youth, she proved to be quite a formidable opponent. However, having sold cars for many years, he had encountered all types of customers and was undeterred. "Madam, the error regarding the wheel size is indeed our oversight, and we are willing to rectify it. How about this? We will immediately replace the wheels. And to compensate for the unpleasant experience, we will additionally offer you a maintenance package valued at 50,000. What do you think?" Xie Jia scoffed at this proposal, unwavering in her stance. "In that case, we shall meet in court." She understood that securing compensation from the dealership would be challenging, and further discourse would be fruitless. With that, she drove away in her new vehicle. "Manager, are you really allowing her to leave with the car, just like that?" Li questioned, perplexed as she witnessed Xie Jia's effortless exit. The manager appeared utterly unconcerned. "Our establishment boasts the most formidable legal department. Over the years, we have never encountered issues of this nature. Even if it escalates to litigation, we possess ample strategies to address it. There's no need for you to be troubled." Upon departing the 4S dealership, Xie Jia promptly contacted Lin Yang, meticulously relaying the details of the incident. "Mr. Lin, the 4S dealership has adopted a rather obstinate stance and has declined our request for compensation. However, rest assured, I have already prepared the necessary legal documentation, and we shall proceed with the judicial process. I sense that the issues with this 4S dealership are quite significant. The matter of replacing the wheel hubs is unlikely to be straightforward. I intend to assign someone to investigate their operations and seek additional evidence." "Very well, Lawyer Xie. I entrust this matter entirely to your capable hands. Please do not hesitate to reach out should you require anything." As Lin Yang arrived at the entrance of the Binjiang Bay community, he received a call from Xie Jia. His intention had been to avoid complications by delegating this issue to her, thus granting her full authority to manage it. The process was inconsequential. As long as the outcome aligns with his desires, he would be satisfied. After hanging up, a sharply dressed man emerged briskly, exuding professionalism with every detail, his hair meticulously styled, his shoes polished to a gleaming shine. "Good day, sir. I am Zhang Homin, the steward of Binjiang Bay. How may I assist you today?" His voice conveyed the perfect degree of respect, and the professional smile upon his face radiated both warmth and propriety. Chapter 60. The luxurious apartment ready for move-in. Lin Yang nodded slightly. I am the owner of Unit 3601 in Building 2, here to take a look at my property. Zhang Homin was taken aback. Unit 3601 on the 36th floor was one of the finest apartments in the entire complex. Not only boasting the largest area, but also offering an exquisite view of the river. He was astonished that someone so young could possess such luxury and speculated that perhaps he was yet another understated rich heir. Zhang Homin quickly retrieved his phone, opened the internal app, and entered the property information. Instantly, the details of the owner, Lin Yang, appeared on the screen. Upon seeing the name, Zhang was jolted. He was all too familiar with this name. Lin Yang was a neighbor from his village, and they had been classmates in the first grade of elementary school. However, due to a few months' age difference, he had repeated a grade. Thus, Lin Yang was in a lower grade than him. In his memories, Lin Yang had always excelled academically and had gained admission to a prestigious university. But later he had heard that Lin was not faring well. His family still resided in their old house and had not purchased a car. Zhang Homin looked up at Lin Yang, noticing his distinguished demeanor, exuding poise and confidence. Unmistakably a person of both wealth and refinement. Such an inner radiance was something ordinary individuals could never feign. He silently dismissed the notion that the person in front of him could be the same Lin Yang. It must be a case of a namesake. Esteemed owner, allow me to record your license plate information into the system, granting you access to the underground garage. If you're unfamiliar with the community roads, I can guide you as well. Zhang Homin offered, his demeanor increasingly courteous as he extended his services to Lin Yang. Lin Yang nodded slightly, replying, "Thank you. Please join me in the car and guide me. Drive slowly. I will lead the way." Zhang Homin did not enter the vehicle. Instead, he quickly input Lin Yang's license plate information into the app and jogged ahead to lead the way. Lin Yang drove calmly behind him, ultimately arriving at the underground garage and smoothly parking in his designated spot. After securing his vehicle, Lin Yang surveyed his surroundings, feeling a sense of familiarity with the garage. It seemed reminiscent of the last time he visited Chun Qingqing's home, where a car was parked nearby. Could it be that his newly acquired apartment was in the same building as hers? At that moment, Zhang Homin sprinted to the elevator, promptly pressing the button, then held the elevator door open with one hand while gesturing for Lin Yang to enter with the other. "Mr. Lin, please," he said respectfully. Lin Yang stepped into the elevator, and only then did Zhang let go, quickly following suit. Once inside, he pressed the floor button and stood quietly beside Lin Yang, awaiting their ascent. Lin Yang had initially felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing Zhang Homin, and now, in the confined elevator space, he could observe him more closely. Zhang Homin wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and a clever glint in his eyes instantly reminded Lin Yang of his childhood classmate. Tentatively, he whispered, "Zhang Four Eyes?" Upon hearing the name Zhang Siyuan, Zhang Homin's body jolted, and the intercom in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp. He gradually lifted his gaze, his eyes widening to the size of copper bells, his mouth slightly agape, his face a canvas of disbelief. Countless thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. How could this be? This distinguished homeowner could not possibly be his neighbor from the same village. His eyes brimmed with confusion and astonishment as he fixed his stare on Lin Yang, seemingly searching for a trace of familiarity on his face. Moments later, Zhang Homin finally regained his composure, exclaiming excitedly, "No way, you are Lin Yang, the Lin Yang from our village." Observing Zhang Homin's fervent reaction, Lin Yang could not help but chuckle, patting him on the shoulder as he remarked, "Ha, after all these years, you become so serious." Zhang Homin replied with a smile, "Don't tease me. It's all for the sake of living. As butlers, one careless mistake can lead to complaints from homeowners. Losing money is trivial, but losing one's job is significant. I never imagined you would reside in such a luxurious home. This is one of the finest houses in Binjiang Bay. You truly are a hidden gem." Lin Yang humbly waved his hand, responding, "Just fortunate, I suppose. By the way, how about you? What is it like working as a butler here?" Zhang Homin puffed his chest out, a hint of pride illuminating his face. "It's quite splendid being a butler here. Although the demands are high, The compensation is remarkably good, even surpassing that of a flight attendant. Moreover, Binjiang Bay is renowned for its upscale community. I take great pride in working here. Suddenly, he recalled something, adding, of course, no matter how good it is, it pales in comparison to your fortune. Even if I spent my entire life as a butler, I could never afford a grand house like yours. Ding! The elevator had reached the 36th floor. At that moment, the doors slowly opened, interrupting their conversation. Zhang Homin quickly remembered his duties and returned to his role as a butler. He promptly invited Lin Yang out of the elevator and led him to the entrance of the residence. All entry doors in the community are equipped with facial recognition. Just align your face with the peephole, and it will automatically scan, Zhang Homin explained, gesturing towards the peephole with an expression of professionalism and patience. Lin Yang nodded slightly, stepping forward and aligning his gaze with the peephole. In an instant, a soft beep resonated, and the entrance door gradually opened on its own. Observing this, Zhang Homin quickly stepped forward, gently pushing the door open, while gracefully gesturing for Lin Yang to enter, his face illuminated with a warm smile. "Mr. Lin, please come in." As Lin Yang stepped inside, he was captivated by the sight before him. The interior design exuded a minimalist yet luxurious charm, strikingly similar to the layout of Chun Qingqing's home, yet possessing a unique elegance of its own. The floor was adorned with gleaming marble tiles, each piece meticulously joined, reflecting a gentle glow under the lighting. Above, an exquisitely crafted crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, infusing the entire space with a touch of romance and sophistication. The living room is spacious and radiant, with a captivating 270-degree viewing balcony. Standing on the balcony, one faces the Xiang River, where the gentle river breeze caresses the skin, bringing a refreshing coolness. In the distance, the glistening waters of the Xiang River shimmer under the sunlight, reflecting golden hues. Lin Yang carefully surveyed the interior, noting that not only was the decor exquisite, but the furnishings were also complete. The sofa, crafted from soft, genuine leather, offers a delicate touch, enveloping one in a gentle embrace upon sitting. The coffee table, made from natural solid wood, showcases clear grains that reveal the beauty of nature. However, the absence of certain everyday items suggests that with the purchase of a few necessities, he could promptly settle into this cozy new abode. After touring the house, Lin Yang expressed his satisfaction and turned to Zhang Homin with a smile, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. I will head to the supermarket to procure some essentials before moving in." Zhang Homin nodded eagerly, responding warmly, "Mr. Lin, you are too gracious. It is my duty to assist you. Allow me to accompany you to the garage to retrieve your vehicle." Along the way, Zhang Homin maintained an appropriately respectful distance behind Lin Yang, attentively detailing the locations and specialties of nearby supermarkets, their variety of household goods, the freshness of produce, and current promotional offers, all conveyed with expertise. Lin Yang listened quietly, occasionally nodding in agreement. Upon reaching the garage, Lin Yang opened the car door and settled inside. Zhang Homin swiftly approached, gently closing the door for him, then courteously said, "Mr. Lin, please take care. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me." Lin Yang rolled down the window, smiled in gratitude, and subsequently started the engine, slowly driving out of the community. Just as Zhang Homin returned to his office, having not yet settled down for a drink, the phone rang unexpectedly. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was his mother. He swiped the screen to answer, "Son, with the Qingming festival approaching, will you be coming home?" Zhang Homin nodded slightly. "We have adjusted our holiday schedule. I will return a day later for the festival." His mother replied softly, "All right, just remember to drive your new car back. Your third-hand son bought a BMW, I believe it's an i3, with a rear end that seems to soar. Bring back your grand Mercedes to put him in his place." Chapter 61. The announcement of demolition the following day. Lin Yang was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of noise. Groggily glancing at the clock, he noted it was barely past 8, yet outside his residence, the clamor resembled that of a bustling marketplace. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he donned his slippers and lazily ambled to the balcony to peer below. A throng of people surrounded the community bulletin board, forming a dense crowd, their animated chatter filled with palpable excitement. Curiosity piqued. Lin Yang strained to catch snippets of conversation. "Our neighborhood is being demolished," a jubilant woman shouted, her voice brimming with exhilaration. After so many years of waiting, this day has finally arrived. A delighted man echoed her sentiments, his eyes sparkling with joy. Of course, the newly posted announcement in black and white. How could it be false? A young man waved his phone, displaying a freshly taken photograph of the demolition notice. Hearing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but smile faintly, his lips curving upwards. After a 2-week wait, the long-anticipated demolition was finally at hand. Prior to this moment, he had astutely acquired all 10 available units in Jinling community, armed with insider information. According to the current compensation standards for demolition, he anticipated receiving a sum between 40 to 50 million yuan. After deducting his expenses, he stood to gain over 90% profit, a staggering fortune indeed. The funds he had invested in Foodie battery stocks were multiplying daily at a rate of 20%, serving as a crucial foundation for his wealth accumulation, which he was reluctant to touch. However, the demolition compensation could be maneuvered more flexibly. Once he signed the contract, he could return to his hometown with pride. Previously, he had refrained from returning home, feeling apprehensive due to his lack of success, fearful that the whispered rumors would cut as deeply as knives. Now, having finally made a name for himself, he could return with newfound confidence. Standing quietly on his balcony, he observed the jubilant crowd below, their elation infectious, stirring his own spirits. "Why has Jinling community suddenly been slated for demolition?" inquired a bespectacled young man, his face etched with confusion. "I heard it's part of urban renewal. This time, the compensation will adhere to new standards, which promises to be substantial," a well-informed elder proclaimed proudly, as if he had already secured the generous compensation. "Wonderful. Our house is in such disrepair. It leaks when it rains. At last, the demolition is upon us, and soon we can move into a new home." An excited woman clasped her hands together, her eyes shimmering with dreams of a brighter future. The news of the demolition spread through the community like wildfire, igniting a festive atmosphere akin to a New Year celebration. Residents shared the joyous tidings, their excitement palpable. Some wore broad smiles, revealing gleaming white teeth. Others grasped their neighbors' hands tightly, exchanging heartfelt enthusiasm. Children darted through the crowd, joyfully calling out, their innocence untouched by the complexities of demolition, yet swept up in the adults' exuberance. The entire community was enveloped in a sea of joy, with each individual dreaming of a promising new life. Old Wang hummed a cheerful tune as he briskly stepped into the neighborhood, his face still glowing with the pleasant memories of his date the previous night. He had just spent a delightful evening with the charming streamer, Yu, and his mind was filled with her sweet smile and gentle words, leaving him immersed in the enchantment of the night. Suddenly, he noticed a crowd gathered around the bulletin board, engaged in an animated discussion that resembled a pot of boiling water. His curiosity piqued, he hurried over, exerting considerable effort to squeeze into the throng. What event could have stirred such exuberance among the people? He called out, a curious smile gracing his face. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized him. "Old Wang, I remember you sold your house a fortnight ago, right?" Old Wang puffed out his chest proudly. "Indeed, I sold it for several 100,000. You have no idea how difficult it was to sell a house in our community. No one wanted it." That young lad, seeing me lower the price, I managed to charm him a bit, and he promptly paid in full. The next day, we rushed to complete the transfer. "What about you? Are you considering selling your place? I could help you get in touch. That young fellow is easy to persuade." Recalling that day, a cunning smile crept across old Wang's face, as if he had accomplished something exceedingly clever. "Alas, old Wang, you've sold at a loss," someone lamented. "Just received a notification. Our community is included in the urban renewal project and will soon undergo complete demolition." Those words struck old Wang like a thunderbolt, instantly freezing his smile. His once bright eyes dulled, losing their luster, and his face turned ashen, as if all the blood had drained from him. What did you say?" His voice trembled, laced with disbelief. "Yes, old Wang. I've heard the compensation standards are quite generous. A single house could yield several million. Another person chimed in excitedly. If only you had sold a little later, you could have benefited from the demolition. Around him, voices echoed in agreement. Each remark piercing old Wang's heart like a sharp knife. He felt darkness envelop him, nearly swaying on his feet, almost collapsing. His mind was blank, save for a singular thought echoing relentlessly. I sold at a loss. I missed out on millions. His hands instinctively clenched, nails digging deep into his palms. Yet he felt no pain. His lips quivered, desperate to articulate something, but no words emerged. The laughter and chatter surrounding him now sounded unbearably harsh, as if mocking his folly. Regret gnawed at him. He cursed himself for hastily selling the house, for not waiting just another half month. Yet, it was all irreversible. Meanwhile, those who had sold their homes to Lin Yang were receiving calls and messages from friends and family in quick succession. Upon learning about the impending demolition of their homes, they felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, rendering them momentarily speechless. Old Zhang was leisurely seated on the sofa, engrossed in his television program, when his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he noticed it was an old classmate calling and casually answered, "Hello, Old Chun, what is the matter?" On the other end, Old Chun's voice resonated with astonishment and regret. "Old Zhang, have you heard? The Jinling community is to be demolished, and the compensation is substantial. You've sold your house at a loss." Instantly, the smile faded from Old Zhang's face, and the remote control fell with a thud to the floor. Stammering, he uttered, "What did you say? Demolition? How is that possible? I just sold it half a month ago." Old Chun sighed, confirming it's absolutely true. The community has just posted the announcement, and everyone is discussing it. Just look at your bad luck. Old Zhang sat frozen on the sofa, his mind a blank slate, save for the echoing words of demolition and compensation. He recalled the time he sold his house, feeling a sense of relief at having successfully parted with it. Now, in hindsight, he felt like a complete fool. He struck his thigh in frustration, lamenting, "How could I have been so foolish? If I had waited just half a month longer, the house would have brought me millions. Now, it seems, I've just handed it over to someone else." The more he pondered, the more his anger and regret intensified, wishing desperately for time to reverse. Meanwhile, another seller, Sister Li, was sighing at her phone screen. The messages from relatives regarding the community demolition flickered incessantly in her WeChat. Her hands trembled slightly as she perused the messages, her heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. She murmured to herself, "Had I known it would be demolished, I would have sold everything, even at a loss, to keep my house." Brother Wang, upon hearing the news of the demolition, locked himself away in his room. Sitting on the edge of his bed with his hands clasped around his head, he sighed repeatedly. His wife knocked on the door from the outside, anxiously inquiring, "Darling, what is wrong? Open the door." Brother Wang remained silent, consumed by self-reproach. He regretted not having sought more information beforehand. Now, he could only watch helplessly as others received generous compensation for their properties. Chapter 62. Exploiting sympathy and the power of online public opinion, Old Wang returned home in a daze, collapsing onto the sofa with a vacant gaze. His mind echoing with the news of the impending demolition and the reality of missing out on millions. Overwhelmed by regret, he continuously berated himself, cradling his head in his hands as his body trembled slightly. Suddenly, the silence of the room was pierced by the ringtone of his phone. Irritated, Old Wang picked it up, intended to hang up, only to discover it was Yu calling. His eyes lit up momentarily, akin to glimpsing a sliver of dawn in the darkness, as his previously despondent mood ignited with excitement. This was the first time Yu had taken the initiative to call him. Straightening himself, Old Wang tidied his hair, cleared his throat, and pressed the answer button. "Brother Wang, I heard that your community is about to be demolished. You should receive a substantial compensation. Congratulations." Yu's sweet voice rang out from the other end of the line. The mention of the demolition, however, struck a painful chord within Old Wang, causing his expression to darken once more. With a sigh and a quivering tone, he lamented to Yu, "Indeed, my community is set for demolition, but it has nothing to do with me. I sold my house 2 weeks ago." "What? You sold your house before the demolition?" Yu's voice rose in surprise. "Yes, the transfer has already been completed, and the property deed has been issued." Regretting it now is futile, old Wang replied, his tone heavy with despair and remorse. That's unacceptable, Brother Wang. You must trust me. I will help you find a solution. Even if we cannot reclaim the house, we can at least mitigate the losses. Old Wang had already contemplated such a notion, but had been unable to devise a feasible plan. With Yu's words, he readily acquiesced, as if seizing a lifeline. Eagerly, he said, "All right, come over now, and we shall discuss how to proceed." Before long, Yu arrived at Old Wang's residence. She was a woman in her 40s, not particularly young, yet still exuding charm. Dressed fashionably, her long, wavy hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and her meticulously applied makeup highlighted her bright eyes and prominent nose. She wore a fitted dress that accentuated her graceful figure, and the high heels she donned added to her elegance as she walked. Old Wang was momentarily captivated upon seeing her. "Brother Wang, time is of the essence. We must swiftly devise a viable plan." Anxiety gnawed at Old Wang as he paced the room, his brow furrowed in distress. "I'm truly at my wit's end. How could millions slip away so easily?" "Do not fret, Brother Wang. Let us sit down and brainstorm," she reassured him. They settled onto the sofa, leaning in closely, whispering and occasionally jotting down notes. Suddenly, Yu's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Brother Wang, listen to me. Nowadays, netizens have an immense sympathy for the vulnerable. If we present your plight in a more tragic light, accompanied by visuals of the disheveled surroundings, we are bound to resonate with the public. You can claim that you were deceived, that someone swindled your house away." Old Wang listened attentively, nodding continuously, his face revealing a flicker of anticipation, yet tinged with concern as he inquired, "Will this truly work? What if someone sees through it?" Yu gently patted Old Wang's shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry, Brother Wang. As long as you act convincingly, no one will suspect a thing. The netizens are utterly oblivious to the truth. If we guide them properly, they will undoubtedly side with us." After reaching an agreement, the two began their frantic preparations. Old Wang rummaged through the cupboard, pulling out a set of clothes from years past that were tattered and worn, adorned with several patches, fitting him loosely and unflatteringly. He smeared some glue on his face, imitating mucus, intentionally making himself appear filthy and quite repulsive. With a few days' worth of unwashed hair, his locks hung in greasy clumps against his scalp, giving him a disheveled appearance. Meanwhile, Yu assisted by disordering the room, tossing items haphazardly to create a scene of utter chaos. She deliberately retrieved some dilapidated furniture and household items, placing them prominently to cultivate an atmosphere of destitution. Once everything was in place, Yu advised Old Wang, "Brother Wang, take a moment to gather your emotions. During the live stream, you must convey a sense of despair and helplessness." Old Wang inhaled deeply, closing his eyes and recalling the anguish of missing out on relocation compensation, his expression gradually contorting into one of pain and torment. "Brother Wang, are you ready? I will begin the live stream now." Yu called from the doorway, holding her phone. "I'm ready," Old Wang replied weakly from his bed, his voice laden with despair and suffering. "All right." Yu received the signal and promptly exited the room to commence the live stream. Standing at the doorway, phone in hand, her face a mask of concern and indignation, she passionately articulated, "Dear viewers, today we shall not dance. We have encountered a deeply infuriating matter. This gentleman has toiled for most of his life, finally managing to save enough to purchase this dilapidated home. Yet, half a month ago, he was deceived out of his property. Now he is homeless, forced to reside in this filthy and chaotic garage within the community." As she spoke, she opened the garage door, slowly guiding the camera into the space. The lens first swept across the disarrayed room, cluttered with various items, tattered clothing carelessly strewn aside, and an old bed occupying one corner, the wrinkled blanket exuding an unpleasant odor. Subsequently, the camera focused on Old Wang. There he lay, disheveled and grimy, with greasy hair plastered to his scalp, strands hanging over his forehead. His face bore the makeshift mucus, giving him a dirty appearance, and he wore the tattered, patched clothing. Lying pitiably on the bed, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness. "Alas, I find myself in a lamentable predicament. Deceived in the purchase of my abode, I am now relegated to dwelling beside a public restroom in a garage. As I weep, old Wang bemoans his fate, wiping away tears with hands soiled by misfortune, his body trembling slightly. Upon witnessing this scene in the live broadcast, viewers were immediately incensed, inundating the screen with fervent comments. How despicable! How could such a fraud exist? Justice must be served. That scoundrel must return the property. It is the fruit of my brother's labor. Let us expose this deceiver, unveil his information, and see if he dares to perpetrate another fraud. It is utterly outrageous. Individuals like him must face the full wrath of the law and not be allowed to roam free. My brother is pitiable. A lifetime's worth of toil has vanished, and we fervently hope for swift retribution. The host must aid my brother, and we shall all support you. Such fraudsters should be banished from the internet, leaving them with no refuge. The barrage of comments surged forth, a vivid testament to the collective outrage of the viewers. A palpable fury enveloped the entire live stream, with everyone demanding the identification of the fraudster, insisting he receive his just desserts. The notice for the neighborhood's demolition has been posted. I now possess my own home. Just yesterday, I procured some daily necessities and placed them inside. This morning, I stood on the balcony for a while before returning indoors to organize my belongings in preparation for the move to my new residence. At that moment, the telephone rang. It was Xiao Li, the real estate agent who had assisted me in purchasing 10 old units in the community. I swiped the screen to answer the call. Hello, Brother Lin. You must watch the live stream. That old Wang, who sold you the house, is now maligning you online, claiming you defrauded him of his property. The viewers are demanding justice against you. Lin Yang chuckled, marveling at old Wang's efficiency in his schemes. Nevertheless, he felt no worry, for he had been forewarned and had already devised a counter-strategy. The recording of his conversation with old Wang from a few days prior was now ripe for use. Chapter 63. Fermentation. The moment of counterattack, Lin Yang sincerely expressed his gratitude to Xiao Li, acknowledging his reminder about the live stream incident involving Lao Wang and Yu Yu. After hanging up the phone, he swiftly opened Douyin, typing Yu Yu's name into the search bar and entering her live stream room. The scene before him caused Lin Yang to furrow his brow. The number of viewers in the live stream was scant, barely a few dozen. In the frame, Lao Wang lay on the bed, lamenting his misfortunes. I am so pitiable. I've been deceived out of my home and now can only reside in a garage, homeless. His voice was laden with despair and anguish, likely to evoke sympathy from the uninformed. Meanwhile, Yu Yu stood beside him, holding her phone, her expression a mix of concern and indignation as she passionately addressed the camera. My dear family, Brother Wang is truly unfortunate. We must seek justice for him. Her words were charged with incitement, each syllable igniting the ire of the online audience. Observing the spectacle, Lin Yang felt no stirrings of emotion within. He silently lamented the nature of humanity. Once self-interest is at stake, the faade is effortlessly discarded, revealing one's authentic self. He understood that Lao Wang and Yu Yu were attempting to leverage sympathy and emotional manipulation to coerce him into sharing a portion of the compensation from the relocation. However, Lin Yang remained unperturbed by this affair. If these two dared to target him, they should not expect his leniency. At that moment, Lin Yang had no intention of releasing the recording. He recognized that the timing was not yet optimal, while releasing it now could vindicate him. The limited impact of the incident would not bring about any repercussions for Lao Wang and Yu Yu. Thus, he resolved to bide his time, waiting for the situation to escalate and gain broader attention, at which point he would unveil the crucial evidence to deliver a decisive blow. Lin Yang's gaze fixated on the barrage of comments rolling through the live stream room. Although the viewers were incensed, the matter had only circulated within a small circle. Despite Yu Yu's prolonged streaming, the viewer count barely reached 100. At this rate, it was uncertain how long it would take for the situation to spread. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. If that were the case, he would take the initiative to stoke the flames of this farce. Without hesitation, he contributed a sum of 10,000 yuan to Yu Yu's live stream through the official channel. In an instant, the number of viewers in Yu Yu's live stream surged like a rocket, climbing from a mere few dozen to several hundred and soon surpassing thousands. The momentum continued unabated until the count stabilized at 15,000, gradually leveling off. Yu, who had been anxiously fretting over the desolation of her stream, was suddenly taken aback by the influx of viewers, her eyes widening in disbelief. She quickly erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Family, we're gaining viewers. Thank you all for your support. We must help Brother Wang seek justice." Her voice, tinged with exhilaration, took on a sharper tone, and the phone in her hand trembled slightly with her enthusiasm. In a bid to retain the hard-earned attention of the audience, she intensified her performance, each expression and gesture imbued with dramatic flair, as if proclaiming her righteousness to the world. Within the tranquil confines of the live-streaming room, Old Wang and Yu harmonized beautifully, vividly enacting the saga of victimhood and deceit. Old Wang's naturally hoarse voice, now tinged with feigned sorrow, resonated with a deeper pathos. Each word seemed to emerge from a shattered chest. I saw that this outsider was struggling in Star City, so I trusted him and sold him my house. Yet, he deceived me, claiming the property was worthless, and I was led astray. Now I realize how foolish I was. That was my only home. As he reached a crescendo of emotion, he abruptly sat upright, gesticulating wildly, tears and snot streaming down his face, the dirt on his visage forming streaks that accentuated his pitiful appearance. Yu, ever the supportive partner, skillfully added fuel to the fire, her voice sharp and impassioned, akin to a dagger piercing the very hearts of the viewers. "Dear family, listen to this. Is this the act of a human being? This honest man, having lived a simple life, has fallen prey to such a scam, and now he has nowhere to call home. We cannot allow such villains to roam free. We must seek justice for this brother." As she spoke, she angrily pointed towards the camera, as if Lin Yang were standing before her, facing her judgment. With the fervor of Yu's broadcast surging, an increasing number of viewers flocked in, drawing the attention of various Douyin streamers who quickly discerned the potential for viral content. They began to share related videos, and in no time, the news about a young man defrauding a vulnerable elderly individual spread like wildfire across the internet. With explosive headlines emerging in rapid succession, shock. Youth employs such tactics to swindle vulnerable elderly of their property. Heartbreaking. Elderly person's lifetime savings stolen by a young con artist, now left homeless. Revealed. How a youth orchestrated a scheme to rob an elderly person of their shelter. These headlines detonated like bombs, igniting the fury of netizens, with comments flooding in, each brimming with outrage and condemnation. Such a person deserves to be imprisoned for 10 years or more. It's utterly despicable. We must impose severe penalties on the fraudster and restore justice to the elderly. Otherwise, what moral order remains in society? Let us track this con artist down, ensuring he has nowhere to hide, and see if he dares to commit further misdeeds. The elderly are too pitiable. May they reclaim their homes soon, granting them a place of refuge. There were fervent calls to expose all information about the swindler, so that everyone could recognize his true nature and prevent others from falling victim to his deceit. The netizens, ablaze with righteous indignation, would have gladly seen Lin Yang meet with a most severe fate as they vented their fury in the comment section, blissfully unaware that they had been ensnared by the web of lies spun by Old Wang and Yu. Meanwhile, Lin Yang observed quietly from the shadows, his gaze calm and resolute, as his carefully laid plans advanced step by step, awaiting the opportune moment to unveil his true intentions. As the tempest of public opinion intensified, Lin Yang's phone began to ring incessantly. "Lin Yang, what on earth is going on with the news about you online? How could you be labeled a fraud?" The urgency in Chun Qingqing's voice was palpable. Upon seeing the news, her heart tightened, and her first instinct was to call Lin Yang for confirmation. A faint smile graced Lin Yang's lips, exuding a sense of calm confidence as he gently replied, "Qingqing, do not worry. This is merely a farce orchestrated by Old Wang and that streamer to extort me. I have long since gathered evidence, and when the time is ripe, I shall unveil the truth to the world." After ending his conversation with Chun Qingqing, Hu Qian's call followed suit. "Lin Yang, are you all right? Those news reports are outrageous. I am nearly beside myself with anger. You must find a way to clarify this. Thank you for your concern. I am fine. I already have a strategy in place. And soon those who have slandered me will face the consequences they deserve. Subsequently, calls from Zhang Jun and Shi Tsong poured in, both expressing their worries and care for Lin Yang. He responded to each one, maintaining an air of composure and confidence. Each of his words served as a soothing balm, gradually assuaging the anxieties of his friends. Thus the hours slipped by. Lin Yang continued to eat and drink, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. He remained vigilant, closely monitoring the escalation of the situation until several prominent figures reshared the incident, amplifying its impact to an irretrievable extent. He realized then that the moment for counteraction had arrived. Chapter 64. Brother Tiger, just as the online community was engulfed in righteous indignation and the condemnation of Lin Yang reached its zenith, Lin Yang finally stepped forward. Rather than opting for written rebuttals or convening a press conference, he chose instead to upload an audio recording directly onto a social media platform. This action was akin to dousing the blazing flames of public outrage with a bucket of cold water, instantly capturing everyone's attention. As the recording commenced, Lin Yang's voice resonated. "Old Wang, what has brought you such joy?" Following this, Old Wang's triumphant laughter rang out. "Haha, did you notice? This is all thanks to you. Had you not purchased my dilapidated house, where would I be today? My property was on the market for 6 months without a single inquiry. It was you who transformed my fortune. With the money from the sale, I enabled Yu to win her PK against other streamers that very evening. And she promised to be my girlfriend. We've already met 3 times in just half a month." Old Wang's tone brimmed with boastfulness, each word like a sharp dagger piercing the Na'vi hearts of the oblivious netizens. He continued to regale the details of his dates with Yu, exclaiming, "Haha, Lin Yang, you cannot fathom how sweet Yu is. Every time we meet, my heart feels as if it has been drenched in honey. During our last outing, she rested her head on my shoulder and confessed her fondness for mature, composed men like myself. I nearly fainted from glee." His voice was saturated with ecstasy, as if he were still basking in those delightful memories. Upon hearing this, the netizens felt as though they had been struck hard across the face, the sting of humiliation burning fiercely. They had believed they were voicing justice and aiding a pitiable, lonely elder, only to discover that it was all an intricately orchestrated deception. Not only had they been made fools of, but they had also unwittingly become accomplices in this elaborate ruse. A tumult of anger, shame, and regret intertwined within them, leaving their hearts in turmoil. Upon learning the truth, the netizens were ignited with fury, their wrath erupting with the force of a volcano, unstoppable and overwhelming. They felt like a troop of jesters, duped in this meticulously crafted scheme, parading their own foolishness and credulity. The sensation of betrayal gnawed at them like swallowing a fly, nauseating and distressing, rendering them unable to digest their indignation. Their rage surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, directed squarely at Yu and Old Wang. The once vibrant live stream was drowned in a deluge of vitriolic remarks. "How disgusting to deceive us emotionally. This female streamer has such dubious taste, consorting with this filthy old man. These 2 swindlers deserve no mercy. Return my sympathy and refund." Each aggressive comment in a barrage of messages struck like cannonballs, mercilessly bombarding the screen where Yu and Old Wang appeared. The words of sympathy and support that had once flowed freely transformed into sharp reproaches, each syllable infused with the netizens' anger and humiliation after being so thoroughly deceived. Yo-Yo remained enraptured by the surge in popularity within her live streaming room, believing she was on the brink of her life's defining moment, poised to become a champion of justice in the digital realm. As she beheld the influx of viewers, a confident smile illuminated her face, and she excitedly addressed the camera. "Dear family, look at how many have come to seek justice for Brother Wang. Our power is boundless. We must ensure that the fraudster receives the punishment he deserves." Her voice echoed throughout the streaming room. It was swiftly drowned out by a tidal wave of vitriol. Brother Wang, equally bewildered, stared at the screen, his once proud smile abruptly freezing into a rigid and unattractive mask. He could not have anticipated such a dramatic reversal of fortune. His mind was a blank canvas, filled with dread, as he opened his mouth to speak, only to find his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. Netizens were relentless, their fury stripping them of reason. Some began to report the live stream in a frenzy, citing various grievances, false advertising, deceiving viewers, malicious hype, and more. Each report struck like a sharp blade, piercing through Yo-Yo and Brother Wong. Others maliciously spread rumors in the chat, alleging that Yo-Yo and Brother Wong had previously engaged in multiple fraudulent activities and that this was merely a revelation of their wrongdoings. There were also those who incited conflict, urging fellow netizens to join in their attack, plunging the entire live streaming room into chaos. Under the relentless barrage of reports, the live stream was permanently suspended within mere minutes, leaving the screen engulfed in darkness. Yo-Yo and Brother Wong stared at the suddenly blackened display, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, rendering them utterly stunned. They comprehended that their meticulously orchestrated dream of wealth had been irrevocably shattered. Not only had they failed to secure a single penny in compensation, but their reputations were now thoroughly tarnished. Brother Wong slumped to the ground, cradling his head in despair. Muttering, "It's over, it's all over." Yo-Yo fared little better. Not only had she failed to acquire any funds, but she had also lost her account. Only then did Yo-Yo think to investigate why the netizens had suddenly turned against her. Soon, she discovered a recording posted online by Lin Yang. "Brother Wong, how could you be so foolish?" Not realizing your words were recorded, Yo-Yo exclaimed angrily, storming out. Brother Wong hurriedly followed. "Yo-Yo, I had no idea he was so cunning. This is my fault. Let us consider other ways to secure the compensation." Upon hearing the words compensation, Yo-Yo's demeanor softened. "After a day of streaming, I'm hungry. Let us eat something first and then devise a plan." "All right," he replied. As Yo-Yo and Brother Wong stepped outside, they were instantly recognized. A sharp-eyed woman pointed at them, exclaiming loudly, "Look, it's these two scammers, deceiving everyone online for sympathy. How shameless." Her piercing voice immediately attracted the attention of those around them, with hurried passers-by coming to a halt, encircling the pair. A young man, his face contorted with fury, stepped forward and loudly berated them. "How can you still show your faces? You have deceived countless people online with your kind. Who would dare to trust anything on the internet again?" An elderly man nearby shook his head, sighing deeply, his expression marred by disappointment and disdain. People today, in their quest for fame and fortune, will stoop to anything, devoid of even the most basic moral principles. His words resonated with a profound sense of helplessness, as if his faith in society was crumbling before his very eyes. Yu and Old Wong found themselves encircled by the crowd, feeling as though they were being roasted over an open flame. Their faces flushed crimson. They yearned to protest, yet found their throats constricted, unable to utter a sound. The incessant pointing, mocking, and cursing from the surrounding crowd felt like a barrage of sharp blades, piercing deep into their souls. They could only bow their heads, desperately shielding their faces with their hands, attempting to escape the relentless tide of humiliation. Unable to endure the public scorn any longer, they hastily retreated home. To avoid recognition, they donned hats and masks, wrapping themselves tightly as if they were two guilt-ridden thieves, stealthily venturing out once more. Yet, despite their precautions, they could not evade the watchful eyes of the crowd. As they approached the entrance of their community, several children pointed at them and shouted, "Look, there are the scammers. Mom says they are bad people." The children's bright, piercing voices rang out sharply in the open space of the community entrance. Soon a throng gathered, directing their fingers at the pair once more. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shoved Old Wong forcefully, causing him to stumble precariously. Before they could react, another individual delivered a harsh kick to Yu's back. She cried out in pain, lurching forward. The two were shoved and berated amidst the throng, utterly powerless to defend themselves. By the time the crowd dispersed, they were battered and bruised, their clothes torn and tattered. Yu's hair hung disheveled over her face, her eyes filled with terror and despair. Old Wong slumped on the ground, his body marked with bruises, gasping for breath, resembling two wounded stray dogs in their plight. Supporting each other, Old Wong and Yu trudged homeward, their steps heavy and cumbersome. Each movement felt like a tug on their injuries, every pang of pain a reminder of their recent ordeal. A dried streak of blood lingered at the corner of old Wang's mouth, glaringly conspicuous against his battered visage. Yu fared little better. Her hair was a chaotic mess, cascading over her face and obscuring her fearful and desolate gaze. Together, they made their way home, their injured bodies subjected to the judgmental stares of onlookers. Old Wang gazed blankly at the ceiling, his eyes hollow and lost, as the scene of their beating replayed in his mind, filling him with dread. Yu sat upon the sofa, her gaze betraying a hint of ferocity. Gritting her teeth, she spoke with deliberate clarity. If it must be this difficult for me, then I shall not let him off easily. Turning to Lao Wang, she commanded, prepare yourself. We are going to seek assistance from my cousin, who serves under Tiger Brother. We must ensure that Lin Yang faces the consequences. Lao Wang, who had been slumped beside her, abruptly lifted his head. Astonishment and dread etched across his face as he exclaimed, "You mean the notorious Tiger Brother, who operates in both the shadows and the light?" Chapter 65. The fraudster. The golden rays of the setting sun cascaded over the aged community as Lin Yang busied himself transporting cardboard boxes downstairs. At that moment, Qin Ziyuan returned from work, a freshly purchased takeout meal in hand. Upon witnessing Lin Yang's actions, he paused in surprise, then, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Lin Yang, what is this?" As he stepped closer and discerned that Lin Yang was packing his belongings, he continued, "Are you aware that the community is about to be demolished? Have you found a new place?" Lin Yang straightened up, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his arm, and responded with a smile, "Yes, I'm moving my things over now." A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Ziyuan's face as he hurried to Lin Yang's side, asking, "Where's your new place? Can we still be roommates? You're the best roommate I have ever had." Lin Yang offered an apologetic smile, imbued with a hint of nostalgia, and replied, "That might not be possible. I'm not renting a place, it's my own." Upon hearing this, Qin Ziyuan nearly dropped his takeout, his eyes widening in disbelief. His mouth agape, as if frozen in place. After a considerable pause, he stammered, "You graduated only 2 years ago, and you already own a house in Xingcheng?" His gaze brimmed with astonishment and envy, as memories of his own struggles to pay monthly rent flooded his mind. In comparison to Lin Yang, he felt woefully inadequate, silently pondering. One might compare to him. A mere jester? Regaining his composure, Qin Ziyuan sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice as he said, "I have been keeping an eye on the housing market in Xingcheng, but the prices are exorbitant. Even the most remote areas, I simply cannot afford it." As he spoke, his gaze drifted into the distance. Filled with longing, he continued, "I truly envy the residents of Binjiang Bay across from the company building. Those fortunate enough to reside there must have been born with a silver spoon. One cannot help but acknowledge that being born into the right circumstances is indeed a skill." After a moment, Qin Ziyuan turned to Lin Yang with curiosity, asking, "Where did you buy your house?" "Binjiang Bay," Lin Yang replied. Qin Ziyuan could hardly believe his ears. His eyes widened like saucers, his expression frozen in shock, and his body instinctively stiffened. After a brief moment, he suddenly snapped back to reality, stepping closer and gripping Lin Yang's shoulders with excitement, exclaiming, "Lin Yang, you are incredible. Binjiang Bay is the best community in Xingcheng. The houses there start at no less than 20 million. You must have won a multi-million-dollar lottery." Immediately, he shook his head, dismissing his own speculation. No, the person who won the 600 million lottery was not from Xingcheng. Once he regained his composure, curiosity filled his heart as he scrutinized Lin Yang. At that moment, he noticed Lin Yang walking to the back of a YU-8, sweeping his foot across the ground, which triggered the trunk to open. Qin Ziyuan's attention was instantly captivated. His eyes widened even further, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, his face a canvas of astonishment and envy. After a prolonged silence, he finally stammered, Is this your car? I have long been intrigued by the appearance of such opulent vehicles in our neighborhood, particularly one parked beneath our building. Little did I know it belonged to you." As he spoke, he couldn't help but step closer, delicately caressing the car's exterior, his eyes brimming with admiration. "This is simply magnificent. Lin Yang, you have truly outdone yourself. It feels as though you've transformed into an entirely different person since we last met." He circled the car several times, his words flowing with praise, his gaze filled with longing. Lin Yang chuckled, opened the trunk, and placed his bag inside. He then approached the driver's seat, opened the door, and settled in. "Get in. Let us go for a meal." Lin Yang beckoned to Qin Ziyuan. "All right." Qin Ziyuan remained in a state of shock even after settling into the passenger seat. He was still enveloped in the awe of the moment, fastening his seatbelt while stealing glances at the luxurious interior, exclaiming, "This is the essence of a luxury car. I've only ever seen such grandeur at auto shows or on television. I can't believe I'm actually sitting in your vehicle today. Lin Yang, you've truly made it." As Lin Yang started the engine and gently maneuvered out of the community, he remarked with a smile, "Let us chat more over dinner." Throughout the journey, Qin Ziyuan's emotions were a whirlwind, his gaze frequently shifting between Lin Yang and the passing scenery. Filled with curiosity and bewilderment about Lin Yang's transformation, Lin Yang brought Qin Ziyuan to Shihu Building, an establishment of exquisite antiquity that radiated elegance under the warm glow of lights. The red lanterns at the entrance swayed gently in the breeze, seemingly welcoming every patron. Upon entering the main hall, the melodious strains of classical music enveloped them, while intricately carved screens and rustic wooden tables and chairs exuded a profound cultural ambience. The attentive staff greeted them warmly and guided them to a serene private room. Lin Yang casually perused the menu, while Qin Ziyuan sat beside him, appearing somewhat reserved. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes darting over the prices listed, inadvertently furrowing his brow with each dish he examined. When Lin Yang inquired about his preferences, he hesitated for a moment before quietly replying, "Anything is fine. You can order. I'm not picky." Lin Yang smiled and pointed out a few dishes to the waiter, saying, "Let us start with this fire tree silverflower. I had it last time. Although it's pricey, the flavor is unparalleled. One serving of bean sprouts costs $28.88. Having shared 2 years as roommates, Qin Ziyuan was a decent fellow, and they had enjoyed a harmonious companionship. Since they were now about to part ways, Lin Yang felt it fitting to treat him to a sumptuous farewell meal. Turning to Qin Ziyuan, he inquired, "Is there anything else you would like to eat? Please don't hold back." Qin Ziyuan awkwardly smiled and waved his hand, saying, "That's enough. This is plenty." In truth, he felt that the dishes were rather expensive, but he was too shy to voice his thoughts. During the meal, Qin Ziyuan was exceedingly cautious with his movements, delicately lifting each morsel, fearful of making any noise. Occasionally, he glanced around the room, his eyes reflecting a mix of wonder and discomfort, starkly contrasting with Lin Yang's relaxed demeanor. Lin Yang gazed at the scene before him, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he beheld a reflection of his former self. In times of financial hardship, he too had navigated life with such trepidation. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, the two were just about to rise and depart, when, with a resounding crash, the door to their private room was flung open, and a group of ruffians stormed in with an air of menace. At the forefront stood a man with a scarred visage, towering and imposing. The scar on his face appeared particularly grotesque under the harsh lighting, his eyes radiating a ferocity akin to a beast poised to pounce. Trailing closely behind him were several individuals with flamboyant hairstyles, their hair dyed in a riot of colors, cigarettes dangling from their lips, exuding an air of arrogance and bravado. Their footsteps were heavy and hurried, shattering the tranquility that had previously enveloped the room. Among this unruly band was Old Wang, accompanied by his live-streaming partner, Yu, both bearing bruises that hinted at recent altercations. Upon entering the room, Old Wang pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yang and bellowed, "It is he. He deceived me out of my property, which is set for demolition soon, potentially yielding millions in compensation." Recognizing Old Wang, Lin Yang quickly surmised the situation. He understood that this group bore ill intentions, and if not subdued, they would pose an ongoing threat. Previously, during a camping trip, he had extracted a vehicle mired in mud, and the owner, Tiger, had gratefully added him on WeChat, promising assistance whenever needed. Rumor had it that Tiger navigated both the legitimate and illicit realms with considerable influence. Without hesitation, Lin Yang retrieved his phone and sent a message to Tiger, providing his precise location. Moments later, a reply arrived. "Should they dare to act recklessly, invoke my name. I am nearby West Lake Tower and will arrive in 10 minutes. Upon hearing old Wang's words, a glimmer of greed flickered in the scarred man's eyes. He shot Lin Yang a menacing glare before gesturing for his companions, who swiftly positioned themselves on either side of Lin Yang, effectively trapping him. The scarred man then leisurely addressed Lin Yang. "Boy, I've heard you're a swindler, having defrauded my brother-in-law of a property. If this matter isn't resolved today, you shan't leave unscathed." Chapter 66. Begging for mercy with a mere glance from Scarface. The yellow-haired thug lunged at Lin Yang. In response to the sudden attack, Lin Yang swiftly sidestepped, employing the agility and robust physique honed during his time in the factory, and forcefully hurled the yellow-haired thug aside as if he were a mere sack of potatoes. The thug soared through the air, crashing down heavily, emitting a painful grunt as he struggled to rise. Observing this, another yellow-haired thug recoiled in fear, retracting his outstretched hand and hesitating to advance further. Scarface, witnessing his subordinate's pitiful failure, was consumed by rage, his anger igniting a malevolent fury within him. He unleashed a furious tirade, branding his underling as worthless. Before charging into the fray himself, like a rampaging bull, he barreled towards Lin Yang, the sound of rushing wind accompanying his assault. Lin Yang inhaled deeply and met Scarface head-on, the two engaging in a fierce struggle. Scarface's blows were swift and brutal, each punch imbued with immense power, slicing through the air with ferocity. Although Lin Yang possessed commendable physical attributes, he had never trained in combat, relying solely on instinct to defend himself or retaliate. While he fared reasonably well against the frail yellow-haired thug, he soon found himself at a disadvantage against Scarface, a seasoned and formidable opponent. A straight punch from Scarface aimed directly at Lin Yang's face. Reacting quickly, Lin Yang narrowly evaded, feeling the rush of wind as the fist grazed his cheek, leaving a stinging sensation in its wake. Before he could fully regain his composure, Scarface launched a kick towards his abdomen. Lin Yang, unable to dodge in time, braced himself for the impending impact. At that critical moment, Qin Ziyuan suddenly appeared, positioning himself in front of Lin Yang. He absorbed the full force of Scarface's kick, propelled backward several paces before crashing against a table, barely managing to steady himself. Watching Qin Ziyuan, injured yet courageous, Lin Yang felt a surge of both gratitude and anxiety. He recognized that Scarface was an individual of genuine skill, and he doubted his own ability to contend with such a formidable adversary. Standing nearby, Lao Wang and Yu Yu observed as Lin Yang gradually succumbed to the disadvantage, their faces betraying expressions of smug satisfaction. Despite the bruises adorning Lao Wang's visage, his mood remained undeterred, his eyes narrowing into slits and a triumphant grin revealing a set of uneven, yellowing teeth. Kid, you're still too tender to challenge me," he boasted. "Now you understand fear, don't you? Return my house, and perhaps I'll persuade my cousin to spare you." As he spoke, he took a couple of steps forward, arrogantly gesturing towards Lin Yang with a lift of his chin, his demeanor exuding a distasteful arrogance. Yu Yu, arms crossed over her chest, wore a mocking smirk, her eyes sparkling with schadenfreude. She sauntered up to Lin Yang, her voice intentionally shrill and piercing as she taunted. "Look at you, utterly incapable of defending yourself against my cousin's onslaught. My cousin runs with Tiger Brother, in this Star City, who has heard of Tiger Brother's infamous reputation. Cross my cousin, and you can forget about living peacefully. Wise up and return my brother Wang's house quickly, or you'll find yourself in a world of trouble." After speaking, she deliberately tossed her hair, exuding an air of arrogance, as if longing for the entire world to witness her current triumph. The two engaged in a verbal spar, competing to see who could more adeptly mock Lin Yang. Their laughter echoed throughout the private room, a dissonant symphony that grated on the ears. Old Wang intermittently slapped his thigh, seemingly applauding Scar's audacity, while Yu incessantly pointed at Lin Yang, her expression contorted and grotesque, as if proclaiming her victory to the universe. In their eyes, this farce was drawing to a close, with the scales of triumph decidedly tipping in their favor. Lin Yang was merely the fish upon their chopping block, at their mercy. Just as Lin Yang and Scar found themselves in a stalemate, the atmosphere thickening with tension. A deafening bang resounded as the door to the room was forcefully kicked open. The sound struck like a thunderclap, momentarily stunning everyone present. A tall, imposing figure emerged in the doorway, exuding an aura of authority, his gaze sharp and unsettling. Scar instinctively turned to look, and upon recognizing the newcomer's visage, his previously fierce eyes filled with dread. The muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably, and his once flushed complexion turned as pale as parchment. His legs seemed to lose all strength, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, the sound of his knees hitting the floor echoing painfully in the silence of the room. His lips trembled as he attempted to utter something, but the overwhelming fear choked his throat, leaving him only able to produce disjointed, indistinct sounds. Scar's subordinates, once brash and overbearing, now stood frozen in shock at his reaction. Their faces were etched with terror, eyes wide as if they had witnessed the most horrifying sight imaginable. Their cigarettes had long since fallen to the ground, unnoticed. Their bodies quaked uncontrollably, some collapsing in a heap, utterly devoid of strength to stand. Brother whose Scar managed to stammer, his voice quaking with fear. I mentioned that working in my company requires adherence to rules. Such violent conduct is unacceptable. Yes. Brother who, your words are wise. We shall never dare again, he continued, bowing repeatedly, his forehead striking the ground with a thud, swelling and even oozing blood after a few moments. The yellow-haired thugs, awakening from their stupor, hastily followed suit, kneeling and begging for mercy. Lin Yang was taken aback by this scene. He had only heard tales of Brother whose formidable reputation. He had not anticipated the reverence he commanded among this group. A mere glance from him was enough to induce such abject submission, as the fearful gazes of the onlookers bore witness. Brother who strode into the private room with measured steps, each movement seemingly laden with immense pressure, rendering those present breathless. His gaze swept coldly over the crowd kneeling on the ground, ultimately resting upon Lin Yang. A hint of warmth graced his originally austere countenance as he spoke. Brother, I apologize for my tardiness. I trust these ruffians have not harmed you. Chapter 67. Are they worth your wrath? Upon hearing Brother Tiger address Lin Yang as brother, Scar's face instantly turned ashen. He scrambled to Lin Yang, repeatedly bowing his head and pleading, "It is I who have failed to recognize greatness. I have erred. Please, forgive my transgressions and do not hold it against me." His forehead struck the ground repeatedly, soon becoming red and swollen, a few strands of hair sticking to his sweat-drenched brow, rendering him a pitiful sight. Seeing their leader in such a state, Scar's subordinates mimicked him, groveling before Lin Yang with fear and desperation etched on their faces, incessantly begging, "Please spare us. We shall never dare again." Old Wang and Yu stood frozen, their eyes wide and mouths agape, their expressions a portrait of disbelief as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. They could never have imagined that the very help they summoned would kneel before Lin Yang, pleading for mercy. The stark contrast left them momentarily stunned, their minds blank. Old Wang was the first to regain his composure, anger and resentment flickering across his face as he demanded of Yu, "What is happening? Did you not claim your cousin was formidable and associated with Brother Tiger? How is it that he now behaves like a mere child?" Kneeling in apology in this day and age, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. Yu, too, snapped back to reality, her visage marred by regret and reproach. She shot Old Wang a fierce glare and retorted sharply, "Are you blind? The one who just entered was Brother Tiger. Why did you not mention that Lin Yang is his brother? You nearly led to my demise." As if struck by a horrifying revelation, she shuddered and, disregarding everything, pulled Old Wang down with her to kneel before Lin Yang, chanting in desperation, "We were wrong. Please spare us. We shall never dare again." At that moment, a group of individuals knelt on the ground, appearing woefully pitiful, leaving onlookers to believe that Lin Yang had been the aggressor. Confronted with this scene, Lin Yang was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Brother Tiger wielded such influence, capable of instilling fear without lifting a finger. This individual, who had once been rescued from a predicament, had now come forth to support him at a simple message's behest. Lin Yang felt a mix of astonishment and gratitude. Observing the kneeling crowd, Lin Yang understood that if he did not make them suffer, they would inevitably return like bothersome flies in the future. Thus, he had no intention of letting them off easily. "Brother Tiger, thank you for your concern. I am not gravely harmed. However, this commotion has completely dampened my appetite. And more critically, my friend has been injured by them." Lin Yang turned his gaze toward Qin Ziyuan, overwhelmed with emotion. He had not anticipated that Qin Ziyuan would stand in front of him to shield him from harm. Had it not been for him, Lin Yang would now be the one injured. With this realization, he was determined to ensure these individuals face consequences. With a sharp clap, Lin Yang's words had barely faded when Tiger's hand shot out like lightning, delivering several resounding slaps to the scar-faced man, the crisp echoes reverberating throughout the private room. To everyone's astonishment, rather than reacting with anger, the scar-faced man appeared relieved, his body trembling slightly. Once Tiger had finished his reprimand, the scar-faced man turned and glared menacingly at the group of yellow-haired youths. Understanding his silent command, they rushed forward, seizing Old Wang and Yu, and began to strike them mercilessly. "You deceived Brother Scar. Otherwise, how could we have fallen for this trap? Since this mess arose from your actions, you must bear the responsibility and compensate this brother for his emotional distress and his companion's medical expenses," one of the yellow-haired youths shouted as he struck. Old Wang and Yu, their faces flushed and blood trickling from their mouths, cried out in agony, pleading for mercy. "We will pay. We will pay. Please spare us." Upon witnessing this, the scar-faced man commanded his subordinates to cease their assault. With a look of remorse, he turned to Lin Yang and said, "Brother, although I was deceived, I share in the fault. I will personally offer an additional 50,000 as compensation for your losses. I hope you can forgive me." With trembling hands, he produced a bank card from his pocket and extended it towards Lin Yang. Tiger glanced at Lin Yang, his gaze filled with inquiry and concern. "Are you satisfied with this punishment?" Lin Yang understood that the matter could be considered resolved at this point. He had merely assisted Tiger by bringing a vehicle. His presence here was already a significant concession. With a smile, Lin Yang replied, "They have been punished, as long as they do not provoke me again. I have no objections. Thank you, Tiger. Well, since Brother Lin Yang is willing to let it go, I shall give you a reprieve today," Tiger responded, his demeanor shifting to a friendly smile. "Brother, you haven't had a meal yet, have you? Let us change to another private room and continue. Nothing is more important than dining." After Lin Yang and the others departed, the scar-faced man's expression darkened dramatically. He glared fiercely at Old Wang and Yu, unable to suppress the fury boiling within him. "You fools," he snarled, his voice laced with anger. "Do you even know what you are? Are you capable of provoking Tigress brothers? You nearly got me killed today." With a wave of his hand, his yellow-haired lackeys lunged forward again, restraining Old Wang and Yu. He then advanced, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon them. Old Wang and Yu, bruised and battered, continued to plead for mercy. "Please, stop. If you continue, we will die." Their faces were a patchwork of bruises, their bodies covered in footprints, utterly miserable. Yet the scar-faced man showed no signs of relenting. With each strike, he channeled his pent-up frustration and rage into their punishment. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, Qin Ziyuan, and Tiger moved to another private room. The new chamber was spacious and bright, elegantly adorned, with crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow, and the dining table laid out with exquisite tableware. 3 individuals sat together, and the waiters swiftly presented an array of delectable dishes, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. At one point, Lin Yang excused himself to the restroom and discreetly settled the bill. It was only natural for Brother Hu to treat him to a meal in return for his assistance. Later, upon learning of this, Brother Hu insisted on reciprocating, to which Lin Yang smiled and consented. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, they each departed in their vehicles. Qin Ziyuan remained somewhat bewildered, feeling as if the events of the day were merely a dream. He sat in Lin Yang's car, lingering over the evening's experiences. "Lin Yang, you are truly remarkable." His eyes sparkled with admiration. "I never imagined you knew such impressive individuals." He shook his head in disbelief, his expression filled with astonishment. "Without you, I can hardly fathom how today would have concluded." As Lin Yang drove, he chuckled, "It's merely a stroke of luck that I happen to know brother who." The following day, Lin Yang received the compensation sent by Scarface, his 50,000 yuan combined with 50,000 yuan from Old Wang and Yu, totaling 100,000 yuan. While the money was secondary, the primary intention was to ensure they faced consequences, deterring them from troubling him in the future. Lin Yang chose not to share the money with Qin Ziyuan, knowing full well that a direct handout would likely be refused. Instead, he contemplated expressing his gratitude in a different manner, considering that Qin Ziyuan had taken a blow on his behalf and sustained minor injuries in the process. Time flew by, and before long, a week had passed, bringing them to Sunday once again. On this day, as soon as Lin Yang awoke, he received a notification from the system. Ding! This week's intelligence has been dispatched. Please check your inbox. Chapter 68. The Wandering 500,000. Upon perusing his panel, Lin Yang discovered that he had received a mere 3 intelligence updates this week. Fortunately, he refrained from opening them immediately, for once he did, the opportunity to reset would vanish. The system had recently introduced a reset function which, upon receiving intelligence, granted one chance to reset as long as the updates remained unopened. Following a reset, both the value and quantity of the intelligence would change randomly, and utilizing the reset function 3 times guaranteed a piece of high-value intelligence. Notable examples included the demolition of Jinling community housing and the soaring stock prices of foodie batteries, both of which were invaluable insights. With only 3 pieces of intelligence this week, a reset would likely yield a greater number. Lin Yang clicked the reset button on the panel. Ding! This week's intelligence has been successfully reset. After the reset, the intelligence count doubled from 3 to 6. With the reset completed, the button on the panel turned gray, rendering it inactive. Each time intelligence was received, only one opportunity for a reset remained. Lin Yang began to read the intelligence updates. Weekly Intelligence 1. The Wandering 500,000. Recently, a group of foreigners has entered Star City under the guise of tourism, conducting illegal surveys in the northeastern mines, seeking to steal fundamental geographical information and sensitive geological data. Report to the relevant authorities. A successful capture will yield a reward of 500,000. Previously, Lin Yang had frequently encountered news about the Wandering 500,000. Those who reported sightings included farmers, DD drivers, and delivery workers, yet he had never been among them. While walking the streets, he would scrutinize those around him, searching for any suspicious individuals. A successful report could lead to a substantial reward of 500,000. Regrettably, luck had not been on his side during those times. Among the most notorious cases of Wandering 500,000 was a foreign female host from CAV-TV, who was apprehended after carelessly revealing her identity during a broadcast, having operated undercover for 2 decades. To his surprise, an opportunity now presented itself for him as well. He must locate this group post-haste and report them to the authorities. Weekly Intelligence 2. The demolition of Jinling community is progressing rapidly, with all signatures acquired within 48 hours. Demolition will commence on the 3rd day. Beneath the old camphor tree in the central garden, a jar of silver dollars has been unearthed containing 100 coins, including a rare Xiansen Longshu, valued at 8 million, buried at a depth of 20 centimeters, making it easy to excavate. Incredible! Had it not been for this intelligence, who would have imagined that a dilapidated community's demolition could yield such treasures? Moreover, with a burial depth of only 20 centimeters, it would be a crime to miss this opportunity. Aside from the 8 million silver dollar, even the ordinary coins would fetch hundreds or thousands each, bringing the total value to over 100,000 for all 100 coins. Lin Yang felt an overwhelming urge to immediately rush and excavate the silver dollars buried beneath the tree. However, it was broad daylight, and the central garden was populated with many elderly individuals seated under the tree, sipping tea and conversing for hours on end. Attempting to dig now would surely attract their attention. What is unearthed at that moment shall no longer belong to oneself. It is imperative to wait until nightfall, when no one is around, to discreetly excavate it. Thus far, I have merely perused 2 pieces of intelligence, each valued at several million. It appears that utilizing the system's reset function has proven to be quite advantageous. Weekly Intelligence 3. Speed makes an appearance in domestic live broadcasts. Concluding his journey in Star City, with a route encompassing Lukshan, Binjiang Park, Simenku, and Mango TV's broadcasting hall. Those who stake out in advance can garner substantial viewership. Speed, known as Lin Yang, is an abstract streamer from abroad. Initially, I stumbled upon him through a video of the song Sunshine, Rainbow, Little White Horse. Recently, I have also encountered his domestic broadcasts, where throngs of viewers follow him for the traffic. Such occurrences are undoubtedly beneficial for online streamers, holding immense value. However, for Lin Yang, they bear little significance. He continues to read the next piece of intelligence. Weekly Intelligence 4. On Thursday evening, Qin Ziyuan suffers a cerebral hemorrhage. His life hanging by a thread. Preventive treatment may avert danger. Previously, Qin Ziyuan had shielded him from a blow, and he had intended to express his gratitude. Now, upon receiving news of his illness, it is only natural to alert him. Yet, should he convey this directly, he would undoubtedly be skeptical. A clever approach must be devised to ensure he seeks treatment at the hospital beforehand. Lin Yang ponders for a moment, and suddenly has a stroke of inspiration. If he is to experience a cerebral hemorrhage on Thursday, his body must already be showing signs. Why not offer him a comprehensive health checkup at a top-tier hospital under the guise of gratitude? This would allow for early detection of any issues and preemptive treatment to avert any peril. Weekly Intelligence 5. Foodie Battery develops solid-state batteries. With news of impending mass production causing stock prices to soar, numerous investors wish to buy in, but regrettably, the stock opens daily at its peak, leaving no opportunities. Those already holding shares are witnessing a daily increase of 20. Based on prior intelligence, Lin Yang had invested all his funds in Foodie Battery S stocks following the announcement. After a week of consistent trading halts, his 90 million has burgeoned to over 260 million, more than doubling, approaching a tripling of his investment. At this rate, within another week, he could expect nearly 6-fold returns. The previous high-value intelligence indicated that Foodie Battery's returns for the upcoming month would be 8-fold. However, with 10 trading days remaining this month, should the upward trend persist, the returns will undoubtedly exceed 8-fold. Something significant is likely to transpire in the coming days to halt Foodie Battery's rise, but the specifics remain to be seen. Weekly Intelligence 6. Lu Xiangdong, the second-largest shareholder of Foodie Battery, envious of the stock's relentless ascent, seeks to acquire more shares. He decides to leverage his holdings, selling to induce panic among investors, thus creating an opportunity for himself to buy more shares by preparing funds in advance. Upon receiving this intelligence, Lin Yang finds himself intrigued by the nature of Lu Xiangdong. One must wonder how foolish one must be to conceive such a scheme to manipulate investors into selling their stocks. This strategy proved effective prior to the announcement of successful solid-state battery research by Foodie Battery. However, now that the promising prospects of Foodie Battery are widely recognized, leveraging one's stock holdings to incite panic seems akin to sewing garments for others. Even if he were to receive advance intelligence and prepare funds to acquire all the stocks being sold, once other investors notice the selling, they would undoubtedly scramble to purchase at any cost. Yet, if he were truly so foolish, he would not have ascended to the position of the second-largest shareholder. Therefore, he must possess other means at his disposal. Nevertheless, Lin Yang remains unconcerned by such matters. Today marks the day of signing for the relocation, promising a compensation package amounting to several tens of millions, alongside the considerable value of the silver dollars in the community garden. Additionally, factoring in a reward for capturing the fugitive of 500,000, the total sums to several tens of millions. Such a fortune would suffice to acquire all circulating shares. When the time comes, should he dare to sell, he would simply buy them all back. Chapter 69. A comprehensive sweep. The intelligence system has transitioned from daily updates to weekly reports for 3 weeks, accumulating a total of 16 pieces of intelligence. Lin Yang glanced at the system's experience metrics. Weekly intelligence, 1,600, 3,000. With just 1,400 more experience points, the system could elevate to a monthly intelligence framework. Each weekly intelligence report yields 100 experience points, which implies that acquiring an additional 16 weekly reports would facilitate the upgrade. With a stroke of luck, the upgrade could be achieved in 2 weeks. Even in less favorable circumstances, receiving merely 3 reports each week would still lead to success within 6 weeks, just over a month. After perusing the received intelligence, Lin Yang formulated a strategic plan. The paramount objective for the coming week was the acquisition of shares in Foodie Battery. It is widely acknowledged that Foodie Battery is poised to become a trillion-dollar enterprise in the near future. By firmly securing these stocks, 1's assets would experience rapid and substantial growth. It was utterly bewildering that there were individuals choosing to sell shares in Foodie Battery at this juncture. Regardless of the reasons behind it, Lin Yang understood that if he missed this opportunity, acquiring a significant number of Foodie Battery shares in the future would prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, he recognized the necessity of seizing this moment. Acquiring stocks requires capital, yet the majority of his funds had already been invested in Foodie Battery shares. To procure additional stocks, he needed to amass more money. Therefore, his immediate priority for the upcoming week was to generate as much capital as possible. According to the intelligence reports, there were 2 main avenues for acquiring funds: reporting the foreign individuals with $500,000 in cash, and seeking out the silver coins beneath the large tree in the community garden. As for the compensation from the demolition, that would only be accessible after signing the necessary documents on the following business day. Today being Sunday, he could only attend to other matters. In addition to securing funds, the next most important task was for his roommate, Qin Ziyuan, to undergo a health examination. With this in mind, Lin Yang promptly purchased a VIP package for a comprehensive health check at the best local hospital and approached Qin Ziyuan, presenting it as a prize from a lottery, emphasizing its 2-day validity and urging him not to waste it. Qin Ziyuan had been feeling unwell lately, but had postponed a hospital visit due to the costs involved. Grateful for the health check package, he accepted it with heartfelt thanks. After attending to Qin Ziyuan's needs, Lin Yang hastily drove towards the northeastern mines of Xingqing. According to the system's intelligence, the foreign individuals with $500,000 were active in the northeastern vicinity of Xingqing, particularly near Jaime Peak. This area had once been a hub of mining activity, littered with abandoned or factories, remnants of which stood as crumbling walls under the relentless passage of time. The mining pits, some filled with water, shimmered with a mysterious luster under the sunlight, transforming the landscape into a haven for outdoor adventurers. Lin Yang was familiar with this locale, often encountering news of tragic accidents involving explorers in the vicinity. As the 2-hour journey progressed, his anticipation and anxiety heightened with each passing mile, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. As he entered the mining area, he instinctively reduced his speed, his eyes scanning the surroundings with the precision of a radar, missing not a single shadow by the roadside. Suddenly, a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners came into view. Several of them were gathered around an individual lying on the ground, their expressions frantic as they gesticulated animatedly. In this inland city, while foreigners were not an uncommon sight, the specialized exploration equipment they bore immediately heightened Lin Yang's alertness. His heart raced, and he scrutinized the group, his gaze meticulously assessing each individual. The striking appearance of these foreigners, with their golden locks and azure eyes, was particularly conspicuous against the backdrop of the mines. The various pieces of exploration equipment they carried glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight, clearly expensive and highly specialized. Although Lin Yang was not trained in exploration, he understood well that such equipment was far from ordinary tourist paraphernalia. He quickly compared every detail in his mind: time, location, ethnicity, all aligning perfectly. The mining area was not a typical gathering spot for foreigners, and their presence coinciding with the time frame indicated by the system's intelligence reports suggested they could very well be the elusive 500,000. His fingers trembled slightly as he discreetly retrieved his phone, prepared to call and report. Just then, one of the foreigners surged forward from the crowd, rushing to the front of his vehicle and shouting, "Help! Help! Help me!" He then attempted to communicate in broken Mandarin, "Help! Help! Our partner fell from the mountain while hiking and hit his head. It's very dangerous. We can't find a vehicle to take him to the hospital." Can you help us? Lin Yang was about to refuse, but the words caught in his throat. Instantly, images of the rewards he had seen when researching the report on the 500,000 flashed through his mind. A simple report could yield a reward of 500,000, and if the contribution was substantial enough, he could receive up to 5 million. Weighing the pros and cons swiftly, he realized that if he reported them immediately, the authorities would take time to arrive, and the foreigners might flee in the interim. Allowing them to escape would render his report futile, and he would lose out on the generous reward, making all his efforts in vain. Conversely, if he feigned compliance and offered to take them to the hospital, delivering this group of foreigners directly to the authorities would yield far greater significance. This would be a case of catching both the culprits and the stolen goods. Ensuring his contribution would be considerable, and the reward even more substantial. With that thought, Lin Yang formulated a plan, his expression softening as he feigned concern. All right, you can lift him into the car, and I will take him to the hospital. He endeavored to keep his tone casual, revealing not a hint of his true intentions. Upon hearing his response, the foreigner's face instantly lit up with surprise, and he expressed his gratitude profusely. Swiftly, he and another two individuals lifted their injured companion into the vehicle, while the other two climbed aboard to care for him. Lin Yang noticed that 3 foreigners remained outside, and a sense of urgency gripped him. He could not allow these individuals, worth 500,000 each, any chance of escape. Although the vehicle was somewhat overloaded, he reasoned that when explaining to the police that it was to apprehend those endangering national security, he would likely be met with understanding and thus avoid punishment. Consequently, Lin Yang gestured to the 3 foreigners outside, calling, "You should all come aboard. The more, the merrier in looking after him." After a moment's hesitation, the trio complied and entered the vehicle. Once everyone was settled, Lin Yang discreetly adjusted the rearview mirror to ensure he could observe all movements within the cabin. He took a deep breath, feigning calmness while internally feeling as tense as a tightly strung bowstring. He inputted the nearest police station's address into the navigation system and gently pressed the accelerator, steering the vehicle toward their destination. Throughout the journey, the foreigners, with their somewhat halting Mandarin, incessantly praised Lin Yang. "Brother, you are the most compassionate person I have ever met. We thank you on behalf of Peter. There's a saying that good deeds are rewarded. Surely, yours will be." Asuplis malgrade Lin Yang lips, barely perceptible. He wondered how these foreigners would feel upon realizing he was escorting them to exchange for a bounty. Chapter 70. All captured inside the Black Mi Peak police station. Chief Xiao Jiangang sat at his somewhat dilapidated desk, his brow tightly furrowed into a shape resembling A, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface, producing a monotonous and muffled sound. He had just ended a call from a classmate from his police academy days, who suggested organizing a gathering. What was initially a typical reunion of peers, however, bore news that pierced his heart like sharp thorns. His former classmates, with whom he once shared youthful exuberance at the police academy, were now achieving remarkable success, either being transferred to prestigious positions in bustling urban areas or gaining recognition for their outstanding contributions in significant cases. In stark contrast, he found himself ensnared in this modest police station, mired in the tedious minutiae of daily affairs. Reflecting on his days as a fresh graduate, Xiao Jiangang was filled with ambition and dreams, fervently aspiring to make significant contributions to public security, solve monumental cases, and become a figure of admiration. Yet, reality had doused his fervor with the cold water of indifference. Life at the Black Mi Peak police station was as tranquil as a stagnant pool in the mountains, devoid of any ripples. Each day brought forth not the thrill of chasing down criminals, but rather mundane disputes among neighbors over trivial matters or the occasional petty theft, offering him no opportunity for distinction. Initially, he held on to hope, believing that diligence would eventually lead to his moment to shine. Thus, he approached his duties with utmost care, meticulously addressing every minor incident. However, time, like a relentless file, wore away his youthful enthusiasm, and with the passage of years, the fervor within him dwindled to a mere flicker. Now, he resigned himself to the harsh truth. adopting a mindset of merely getting by as he continued to endure in this seemingly unremarkable position, steadfast yet unfulfilled. Suddenly, a sharp screech of tires shattered the silence of the station, disrupting Xiao Jiangong's reverie. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze, his expression filled with curiosity. In this typically quiet station, where even a mouse passing by could stir attention, who could have arrived? Driven by intrigue, he rose and approached the window, peering through the slightly fogged glass to observe outside. A large SUV had come to a steady halt in the station's courtyard, its presence strikingly out of place in the otherwise modest surroundings. Moments later, the door swung open, and a handsome young man stepped out of the vehicle. A fleeting thought crossed Xiao Jiangong's mind. Could he be a new colleague? However, before he could ponder further, the young man strode purposefully towards the service hall. Lin Yang drove the vehicle into the courtyard of the police station and abruptly halted it with a swift brake. At that moment, the foreign passengers in the vehicle sensed that something was amiss and questioned, "Aren't we supposed to be taken to the hospital? Why have we arrived at the police station?" "My car has run out of fuel. I came here seeking assistance," Lin Yang replied. His vehicle was a hybrid, rarely requiring refueling, which had led to a prolonged state of an empty fuel tank. The foreigners glanced at the fuel data displayed on the screen and accepted his explanation. Lin Yang chuckled to himself, realizing that this group of affluent individuals had no inkling of their imminent exposure. They believed themselves to be mere ordinary passers-by, thus lacking any particular vigilance, making them susceptible to any casual excuse without suspicion. After disembarking, Lin Yang discreetly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze swiftly scanning the structure of the police station and its vicinity. Upon locating the service hall, he made his way toward it with purpose. As he entered the hall, he immediately spotted the officer seated behind the counter. He approached the counter briskly, lowering his voice to say, "Officer, I wish to report a suspicion. I believe the foreigners in my vehicle are spies." Upon hearing this, the officer's previously calm demeanor transformed, his eyes sharpening with intensity. He straightened up swiftly, fixing his gaze on Lin Yang, and inquired, "Are you certain? What evidence do you possess?" Lin Yang promptly recounted his encounter with the foreigners near the mining site in meticulous detail, emphasizing the specialized exploratory equipment they carried, which was far from the belongings of ordinary tourists. The officer listened attentively, quickly jotting down notes, his expression revealing seriousness and focus. He occasionally paused to question Lin Yang for critical details, such as the specific shapes and colors of the equipment and the accents of the foreigner's speech. As Lin Yang's narrative unfolded, the officer's countenance grew increasingly grave. He understood that if Lin Yang's claims were accurate, it would constitute a highly serious case that required immediate escalation to superiors without a moment's delay. Before long, the news reached the ears of Director Xiao Jiangang. Previously mired in professional woes, he felt a surge of vitality upon hearing the report, as if invigorated by a potent stimulant. A singular thought raced through his mind. This could be the opportunity he had been yearning for. If he could successfully apprehend these spies, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement, potentially propelling him to a higher position and transforming his mundane work life. Even if Lin Yang's report turned out to be erroneous, the repercussions for him would be negligible, a mere scare. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Jiangang could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, slamming his hand on the table, and declared loudly, "All personnel, assemble." His voice echoed throughout the police station. In short order, officers emerged from various corners of the building, gathering swiftly in the courtyard, each bearing an expression of seriousness, their eyes reflecting a mix of alertness and excitement. Xiao Jiangang stood at the forefront of the assembly, his gaze resolutely sweeping over each police officer as he swiftly outlined the operational plan. "Listen closely," he commanded, according to reports from the public. "The foreigners in that vehicle outside may very well be walking treasure worth 500,000. We must act swiftly to ensure their complete apprehension. Not a single one must escape." The officers nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting unwavering conviction. They promptly positioned themselves as instructed by the chief, rushing into the courtyard to encircle Lin Yang's vehicle. Xiao Jiangang approached the car with deliberate steps. He raised his voice, addressing those inside, those in the vehicle. Step out immediately for inspection. The foreigners within, upon hearing the command, became flustered, exchanging alarmed glances that betrayed their fear. One of them, peering through the window, shouted back, "What is the meaning of this? One of our companions is injured. We must take him to the hospital at once. We cannot exit the vehicle." Unmoved, Xiao Jiangang maintained his intense scrutiny of the situation inside the car, his eyes sharp as a hawk, missing no detail. Through the window, he observed the array of specialized exploration equipment within, peculiar in shape, its metallic casing glinting coldly under the sun, unmistakably valuable and highly professional. This equipment further corroborated Lin Yang's report, solidifying Zhao's conviction that these foreigners were indeed the walking treasure worth 500,000. "Cease your futile resistance. You are completely surrounded," Xiao Jiangang proclaimed once more, his tone now even more resolute. He made a slight gesture with his hand, signaling the officers to prepare for action. The officers tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions revealing both vigilance and determination. At the chief's command, they would charge forward without hesitation. Realizing their deception could no longer prevail, the foreigners understood they were cornered, their faces paling, eyes filled with despair and fury. They glared at Lin Yang with expressions of resentment. One foreigner cursed in broken Mandarin, "This cunning fox has deceived us." Standing nearby, Lin Yang observed the unfolding scene with a subtle smile, aware that his plan had succeeded. In short order, the officers acted decisively, swiftly opening the car doors and escorting the foreigners out one by one. The injured foreigner was also carried out, despite his groans of pain. The officers offered him no opportunity for resistance, quickly securing him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the foreigners were led by the police, one after another, into the interrogation room of the station. At that moment, Xiao Jiangang exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally relaxing. Turning around, he smiled warmly at Lin Yang and said earnestly, "Young man, we owe you a great debt. Your actions have greatly contributed to national security. On behalf of the police station, I thank you." His eyes glimmered with gratitude and admiration as he firmly grasped Lin Yang's hand, shaking it vigorously. Lin Yang humbly smiled in return and replied, "Chief, this is merely my duty. Maintaining national security is the responsibility of each and every citizen." Xiao Jiangang nodded and continued, stating subsequently, "We will hand these individuals over to the relevant authorities for interrogation. If it is confirmed that they are part of the elusive group of 500,000, the authorities will undoubtedly reward you. Rest assured." He patted Lin Yang on the shoulder, offering him both affirmation and encouragement. Lin Yang accepted the receipt that Xiao Jiangang handed him, scrutinizing it carefully before tucking it away with caution. A total of 6 members of the elusive group had been apprehended. Even at the minimum reward standard, it would amount to 3 million. Should the severity of the situation escalate further, the rewards would be even greater. Lin Yang glanced at the time. It was getting late. The return journey would take 2 to 3 hours, and by then, darkness would have fallen. There is still one more task to attend to today: excavating the silver dollars buried beneath the grand tree in the community garden, which were worth at least 8 to 9 million. Lin Yang hurriedly thanked Xiao Jiangang before driving away. Meanwhile, deep within Jaime Peak, dozens of well-equipped individuals were conducting a search. The leader stated, "We must not allow that group to escape. If they manage to leak the highly classified geographical data they have uncovered, the losses to us would be incalculable." Just then his phone vibrated. Pulling out, he saw a message that read, "All individuals have been captured and are currently detained in the interrogation room of the Jaime Peak police station." Upon reading the message, he exhaled deeply in relief. He hadn't anticipated that such a small police station would possess the capability to apprehend the entire group before they could escape. Chapter 71. The midnight treasure hunt. Lin Yang's new residence in Binjiang Bay was impeccably arranged, ready for immediate occupancy. However, the latest intelligence suggested that a jar of silver dollars lay buried beneath the grand tree in the central garden of Jinling community. Thus, he resolved to extend his stay in Jinling for an additional day, determined to unearth this valuable cache of silver. After successfully escorting the suspicious foreigners to the police station, Lin Yang drove back to Jinling community. As he parked his vehicle and stepped out, his phone rang urgently. The caller ID displayed Qin Ziyuan's name. Lin Yang pressed the answer button, and on the other end, Qin Ziyuan's voice brimmed with excitement and gratitude, nearly choking with emotion. Lin Yang, I truly don't know how to express my thanks. Thanks to the health check package you provided, I was unaware of the severe issues plaguing my health. My hypertension has escalated to over 200, and the doctor informed me that I was in imminent danger, promptly admitting me to the hospital. Reflecting on it now fills me with dread. If it weren't for you, I might have lost my life at any moment. Qin Ziyuan's words were saturated with gratitude, his voice trembling with emotion. Listening to him, Lin Yang felt a profound sense of comfort. During a previous peril, Qin Ziyuan had selflessly shielded him, a kindness that Lin Yang had always cherished. It seemed that in this moment, he had repaid that debt of gratitude. Lin Yang offered gentle reassurances to Qin Ziyuan, advising him to focus on recuperating before ending the call. The sky had not yet darkened, making it an unsuitable time for his treasure hunt in the Central Garden. Feeling a pang of hunger, he opted to dine at a nearby restaurant outside the community. He casually ordered a few dishes to satiate his hunger and then leisurely returned home to rest, having purchased a small shovel from a convenience store on his way back. Once home, he found himself eagerly anticipating the night as treasure-seeking endeavor. Based on past experiences, the area around the Central Garden typically emptied of elderly strollers and leisurely wanderers after 10 o'clock in the evening. That would mark the optimal moment for him to embark on his treasure hunt. After a considerable wait, Lin Yang glanced at the clock. It was finally 10 o'clock. Yet, he refrained from immediate action. To ensure utmost caution, he decided to delay his departure to the Central Garden a little longer. As the clock struck midnight, he felt it was the right time to proceed. Grasping the newly acquired shovel, he stealthily stepped outside. The moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the pathways of the community, while a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, creating an almost oppressive atmosphere. As he tiptoed into the Central Garden, the scene unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. There was not a soul in sight, save for the gentle breeze rustling the leaves. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang carefully leaped into the flower bed beneath the grand tree and began to dig fervently. The soil was gradually displaced by the shovel's movements, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Pit after pit was excavated, yet the silver dollars remained elusive. Nevertheless, Lin Yang remained steadfast in his belief that the intel was accurate. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. Clang! A crisp metallic clang abruptly shattered the tranquility of the night. Lin Yang felt a sudden tightening in his chest, and his hands began to move with increased urgency. He hastily excavated the surrounding soil, revealing a ceramic jar, reminiscent of those commonly used in the 1980s and 90s for storing eggs. His recent dig had fortuitously dislodged the jar's lid. Leaning closer, he peered through the opening to find the jar brimming with silver coins. The coins had darkened over time, significantly larger than a 1 yuan coin, completely filling the jar. Young man, what are you doing? Just as Lin Yang was reveling in his discovery, an unexpected voice startled him. He swiftly turned to see a gaunt old man who had appeared by the flower bed, craning his neck to peer inside. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, internally lamenting the timing. It was late, and the old man was still wandering about, particularly in this Central Garden. If he were to learn of Lin Yang's newfound treasure, the news would undoubtedly spread, and these precious coins would no longer belong to him. At best, he would receive a mere flag of honor and a modest 500 yuan, a staggering contrast to the 8 million or 5 million he could have gained. Lin Yang's mind raced as he quickly replied, just digging some soil to take home for planting flowers. With the night cloaked in darkness, he hoped the old man could not discern his true activity. However, the very next moment, when Lin Yang glanced back toward the garden's edge, the old man had vanished without a trace. A chill ran down Lin Yang's spine as the cold wind swept past him. He dared not linger any longer. He swiftly unearthed the jar filled with silver coins, secured it in a pre-prepared bag, and hastily filled the hole before making his way home. Upon reaching his abode, Lin Yang promptly locked the door and exhaled a sigh of relief. He entered his room, retrieved the jar, and poured its contents onto his bed, beginning to meticulously count the coins. After a thorough tally, he discovered a total of 100 silver coins, of which 99 were the renowned Yuan Shikai big head coins. And, astonishingly, one was a rare Xian Sanlong Su coin. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Yang quickly took out his phone to check the prices. The current market value of the Yuan Shikai coins was approximately 100 yuan each, amounting to around 100,000 yuan for the 99 coins. The Xian Sanlong Su coin, however, was valued at an astounding 8 million yuan. This meant that in less than half an hour, Lin Yang had amassed over 8 million yuan, a feat he had never dared to imagine. Now that the silver coins were securely in his possession, his next consideration was how to sell them without drawing undue attention. Fortunately, silver coins were not particularly rare in the market, allowing him some peace of mind regarding their disposal. Chapter 72. The compensation of 48 million at the break of dawn the following day. Lin Yang arose early and made his way towards the demolition command center at the entrance of the community. Today marked the first day for signing contracts regarding the demolition of Jinling community. The specific compensation amounts had been publicly announced in the community bulletin the previous day. However, Lin Yang had refrained from perusing it, for he understood that the list was merely for outsiders. The precise compensation figures would only be revealed upon the signing of the contract. If one was content, they would sign. If not, they could delay until a satisfactory amount was reached. Nonetheless, the intelligence received yesterday indicated that all residents of the community would sign within 2 days, suggesting a general satisfaction with the demolition compensation. It had been previously mentioned that the demolition of Jinling community was part of a typical urban renewal project. Hence, everything was conducted according to the highest standards. Perhaps it was for this reason that the compensation offered had garnered the residents' approval. Upon Lin Yang's arrival at the command center, a considerable crowd had already gathered outside. Groups of individuals were animatedly discussing the details of the compensation. As soon as Lin Yang made his appearance, the collective gaze of the crowd turned towards him, filled with envy. Look at him, before the demolition. He purchased all 10 available units in our community. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. 10 units. Each compensation amount is several million. That totals to tens of millions. He has truly struck it rich. Indeed, those who sold their properties to him must be regretting their decision. Didn't Old Wang try to host a live stream to recoup some losses? But he was outdone. After all, they sold willingly. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Old Wang in days. Where has he gone? I heard he was seriously injured and hospitalized. Lin Yang, overhearing these discussions, could only shake his head in resignation. The current situation rendered any attempts at discretion futile. Old Wang's live stream had created quite a stir, and now everyone in the community recognized him and knew about his acquisition of all available properties before the demolition. Disregarding the murmurs around him, Lin Yang strode directly into the command center. He approached the person in charge and politely stated, "Hello, I am here to sign a contract. However, before I do, I would like to thoroughly understand the demolition compensation policy." Upon hearing his intent, a staff member promptly welcomed Lin Yang with enthusiasm. The staff member retrieved a folder containing the demolition policy documents and began to elucidate the details for him. In this demolition, regardless of the age of the property or the luxury of its furnishings, these factors do not influence the compensation amount. The sole determinant of the compensation is the area of the property. The larger the area, the greater the compensation. The staff member explained patiently. Lin Yang listened intently, delight blooming within him. He was acutely aware that a significant portion of the properties he had acquired were among the oldest and most dilapidated in the community. This demolition compensation policy seemed tailor-made for him, greatly advantageous to his circumstances. After the explanation concluded, the staff member turned to Lin Yang and inquired, "Do you understand?" Lin Yang nodded and gestured for the demolition contract to be brought forth. "Certainly, please present your identification," the staff member requested. Lin Yang promptly handed over his identification card. The staff member accepted it and swiftly searched for the relevant information on the computer. Shortly, the printer hummed to life, producing a contract which the staff member presented to Lin Yang with both hands, saying, "Mr. Lin Yang, please review the contract carefully. If everything is satisfactory, you may proceed to sign. Should there be any areas of confusion or dissatisfaction, feel free to voice your concerns." Lin Yang took the contract and began to read meticulously. The document clearly stated, Mr. Lin Yang is the owner of 10 properties in the Jinling community, specifically units 402 in Building 3 and 601 in Building 17, with areas of 80 square meters and 92 square meters respectively. The total area of the 10 properties amounts to 1,034 square meters. And according to the compensation standards set forth in Order Number 3 of the demolition plan, the compensation sum totals 48,321,429, 24 yuan. Lin Yang scrutinized the contract word by word, leaving no detail overlooked. After confirming its accuracy, he privately calculated that this compensation amount closely aligned with his prior expectations. He had previously conducted a detailed comparison of compensation standards from nearby demolished communities and was aware that this offer was indeed quite generous. It was no wonder that within just 2 days, the residents of the community had eagerly signed off on the demolition agreement. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Yang picked up the pen and elegantly inscribed his name on the contract. The staff member was momentarily taken aback. Many individuals present at the Demolition Command Center that day harbored doubts and had refrained from signing, remaining in a state of watchfulness. Yet here was this young man, decisively signing without reservation, which was quite unexpected. It was important to note that the Jinling community, being a pivotal project in the Urban Renewal Initiative, had stringent tasks and a pressing timeline. Thus, the compensation standards have been established at the maximum allowable limit, leaving little room for negotiation. Regardless of how much the residents might delay, the compensation amount would ultimately remain as stated in the contract. However, to encourage proactive cooperation among the residents for the demolition efforts, an additional incentive of 100,000 yuan was offered to the first 10 households to sign. Yet, the residents were hesitant, cautious in their decision-making, and until now, Lin Yang was the only one brave enough to take that step. Regaining his composure, the staff member promptly congratulations, Mr. Lin Yang, for being the first resident to sign in this community and for receiving the 100,000 yuan incentive bonus. No sooner had he finished speaking than another staff member approached, carrying a thick bundle of cash for Lin Yang to sign and collect. Lin Yang signed with pleasure, successfully obtaining the 100,000 yuan reward. The onlooking residents could contain their excitement no longer. The fact that he could purchase 10 properties prior to the demolition indicated that he must have connections and confidence in the process. He has already signed, so the contract is undoubtedly sound. Let us hasten to sign as well, exclaimed a resident. Quickly, bring me the contract. I wish to affix my signature. The crowd echoed his sentiments, and the atmosphere became exceedingly lively. Everyone jostled one another, eager to secure the contract for their signatures, while those who were somewhat slower appeared visibly disheartened. Alas, such misfortune! I lagged behind and consequently lost out on a bonus of 100,000, lamented one individual, thumping his thigh in regret. Having completed his signature, Lin Yang collected his bonus and, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, departed the Demolition Command Center with composure. His only task now was to await the disbursement of the demolition funds. However, his mind was also preoccupied with another matter, the jar of silver dollars. Through his online research, he discovered that the Xiqing antique trading market was located in Qingshitang. Thus, he briskly returned to his residential complex, located his vehicle, started the engine, and set off towards Qingshitang. Chapter 73. Accused of fraud as Lin Yang stepped into the bustling antique market of Qingshui Pond. He was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere brimming with liveliness. The entire market spanned a complete street, with shops lining both sides, flanked by an array of stalls brimming with wares. The merchandise on display was a feast for the eyes. Porcelain gleamed with a gentle luster. Jade radiated an enchanting aura. Scrolls of calligraphy unfurled the tapestry of history, and bronze artifacts proclaimed the weight of time, even featuring vintage cameras from the 1980s and 1990s. The market was a throng of people, both buyers and sellers, creating a bustling crowd that rendered the street nearly impassable. The vendors' calls rose and fell like an intricate urban symphony. "Come take a look, authentic Tang Sankai. Going for a bargain," shouted a middle-aged man with a thick accent, raising a vividly colored Tang Sankai ornament high above his head. swaying it in the sunlight to catch the attention of passers-by. Not far away, an elderly gentleman wearing reading glasses sat leisurely on a small stool, gently waving a folding fan while murmuring, "Inherited blue and white porcelain. Come if you know your stuff. The price is negotiable." His tone was unhurried, yet exuded undeniable confidence. Some vendors, eager to attract business, employed all manner of tactics. A young man wielding a megaphone blared a pre-recorded advertisement. Don't miss out. A massive clearance of ancient coins from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Limited quantities, first come, first served. His voice was sharp and loud, cutting through the market's cacophony. Lin Yang navigated the crowd with difficulty, clutching a black garbage bag filled with a canister of silver dollars. Inside were 99 pieces of the yuan dai tu, a common silver coin with a transparent market price of approximately 100 yuan each, making it a safe transaction without the fear of being swindled. The most valuable piece, the Xian San Longshu Dragon Silver Dollar, had already been set aside and secured closely. It was a treasure that could not afford to be misplaced. Lin Yang was not in a hurry to sell. Instead, he meandered through the market. Whether buying or selling, one must compare options. It was essential to select a reputable vendor to ensure the sale of the Xian San Longshu Dragon Silver Dollar, valued at 8 million. Thus, he intended to first test the waters with the yuan dai tu, using it to identify a trustworthy shopkeeper before offering the highest value silver dollar. Upon entering the market, a vendor eagerly greeted him. "Young man, this bronze ding is from the Zhou dynasty. Would you like to take it home?" Lin Yang looked up to see the vendor holding a quaintly styled bronze ding, his face adorned with a warm smile. Lin Yang chuckled inwardly, recognizing that bronze artifacts were national treasures and could hardly be so casually found at a street stall. A closer inspection revealed that this supposed Zhou dynasty bronze ding was unmistakably the 4-ram square zun from history books. Claiming it was from the Zhou dynasty was a clear misrepresentation. Prior to his visit, he had conducted research online, aware that most of the items sold by these vendors were merely crafts, with genuine antiques being exceedingly rare, if they existed at all, typically limited to low-value trinkets like common copper coins. The vendors actively solicit customers and deceive them into purchasing handicrafts at exorbitant prices, adhering to the principle of not opening for 3 years, but profiting for 3 years once opened. The value of the rare Longshu silver dollars is immense, yet these vendors lack the means to acquire them. Thus, they are not Lin Yang's targets. His attention is directed towards the shops flanking the market. Lin Yang randomly selected a shop and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, the antique shop owner greeted him warmly. "Young man, feel free to browse and let me know if you wish to purchase anything." While saying this, he enthusiastically prepared tea for Lin Yang. Politely declining the offered tea, Lin Yang inquired, "Do you buy yuan de dao?" "Indeed, but the yuan de dao are quite numerous in circulation and have a low value," the owner replied. Taking a few yuan de dao, Lin Yang casually retrieved from a jar and examining them closely in his palm. His brow furrowed slightly as he shook his head, stating, "These coins have too many scratches and are not in pristine condition, which severely affects the purchase price. Even if I were to buy them, I would struggle to sell them. If you truly wish to part with them, I could offer a maximum of 100 yuan each." Lin Yang inwardly scoffed, dismissing the shop from consideration. The owner clearly intended to exploit him. The value of yuan de dao was so transparent, and yet he dared to slash the price to a mere tenth. Such a person was not worth engaging in a transaction. Retrieving his coins, Lin Yang turned and left. "Hey, young man, if you're sincere about selling, I can increase the offer to 110, the owner called after him. But Lin Yang did not look back and exited the shop. He proceeded to several more antique shops, encountering similar situations. The yuan de dao, valued at 1,100 yuan, were offered at a maximum of only 500 yuan. Although Lin Yang had never dealt with antiques before, he now acutely understood the depths of the market. He had been probing with silver dollars, hoping to find a reputable shop, yet after a long day's effort, he had come up empty-handed. Just as Lin Yang was about to give up, he noticed a commotion ahead, a throng of people encircling something, their voices buzzing with speculation. Curiosity piqued. He tiptoed to peer inside. There lay an elderly man, his white hair sprawled on the ground, his face as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, eyes tightly shut, and his brow contorted in pain. He weakly murmured, "Medicine, the medicine in my pocket." His voice was barely audible, as if it might be drowned out by the surrounding clamor. The crowd exchanged glances, their faces filled with hesitation and concern. A stylish young man, hands stuffed in his pockets, leaned forward as if to approach, but abruptly recoiled, muttering to himself, "What if I get blamed? I'd lose my entire month's salary." "Better not." A middle-aged woman with a basket of groceries, her face etched with worry, murmured, "This old man looks so pitiful, but I have a family waiting for me to cook. If I get implicated, there's no way I could explain myself." As she spoke, she shook her head in resignation, leaving with lingering glances over her shoulder. A few bystanders stood at a distance, whispering and gesturing towards the elderly man. In today's society, one must be cautious when assisting the elderly. Haven't we heard of countless news stories about scams? One mustn't let good intentions lead to unfortunate consequences. The old man lay on the ground, utterly alone and helpless. His frail hands hung limply at his sides, occasionally trembling as if signaling for help. His eyes were filled with despair and pain, gazing at the indifferent crowd, seemingly conveying his grievances and bewilderment. His cracked lips moved incessantly, yet his voice grew increasingly faint, as if his very life force was gradually ebbing away. In the midst of the crowd's hesitation, a young girl in her 20s emerged briskly from the throng. Without a moment's hesitation, she knelt beside the elderly man, gently patting his shoulder, and softly said, "Grandpa, please don't worry. I will fetch your medication right away." Observing this, the onlookers urged her, "Young lady, mind your own business. Be careful not to get embroiled in something troublesome, for it may be difficult to prove your innocence later." Indeed, these occurrences are far too common. Do not let your good intentions lead to misfortune, they chimed in, attempting to dissuade her. Yet, the girl appeared undeterred, meticulously searching through the old man's pockets until she found a medicine bottle labeled fast-acting heart resuscitation pills. "Is this the medication, Grandpa?" she asked, to which the old man nodded in affirmation. Swiftly, she twisted off the cap, poured out a few pills, gently lifted the old man's head, and placed the pills into his mouth. She then borrowed a cup of water from a nearby vendor, carefully helping him sip it. After taking the medicine, the old man's complexion gradually regained some color, and his breathing became steadier. The girl supported him as he moved to sit on the steps of a nearby shop to rest. After a while, the old man's spirits visibly improved. Seeing that he was now all right, the girl turned to leave. At that moment, Lin Yang recognized her and exclaimed in surprise, "Chen Qingqing?" Hearing her name, Chen Qingqing glanced over, her eyes lighting up with recognition. "Lin Yang, what brings you here?" After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Qingqing explained that she had come to the antique market to buy a gift for her grandfather and to explore interesting trinkets. Curiously, she inquired about Lin Yang's purpose, to which he replied with a smile, "I have some trinkets of little value that I intend to sell." Just then, the now revived elderly man suddenly stood up and quickly approached Chen Qingqing, grasping her arm. This unexpected action caused a stir among the surrounding crowd, who began to murmur amongst themselves, "See, I told you the girl should have heeded the warnings. Now she's been ensnared by this old man." Chapter 74. The true treasure of the jar. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yang was about to step forward to pull the old man away when the elderly gentleman hurriedly released Chen Qingqing, exclaiming, "You are mistaken. I'm not a man who seeks to extort. How could I repay kindness with malice? The young lady just saved my life, and I wish to retain her contact information to express my gratitude in person." Chen Qingqing shook her head and replied, "There's no need. I haven't done anything worth mentioning." "How can you say that? If it weren't for you, I would not be here today." Reluctantly, Chen Qingqing provided the old man with her contact details, and only then was he satisfied to depart. The onlookers, realizing the spectacle had concluded, dispersed as well. Lin Yang remarked with a smile, "Weren't you afraid of being taken advantage of when you rushed to save that old man?" Chen Qingqing chuckled, "Not all. Let me tell you, I know that old man. He is the owner of Xiangchuan Building, the largest antique shop in Star City, filled with countless treasures. He wouldn't dare to swindle me for a mere sum." Nodding in understanding, Lin Yang suddenly remembered his intention to sell those silver dollars, but had yet to find a suitable shop. Perhaps Xiangchuan Building would be the answer. How reputable is Xiangchuan Building in conducting business? He inquired. Chun Qingqing affirmed. Although the prices at Xiangchuan Building are slightly higher than those of other shops, they are honest and never sell counterfeits. While they may not offer the highest prices for antiques, they do not employ tricks, which is why many are willing to do business with them. Given this information, Lin Yang decided to take the silver dollars to Xiangchuan Building. Chun Qingqing disowned his intention and said, "You wish to sell your items there, don't you?" "Indeed." "Then let us go. I will take you." Navigating through the crowd, Chun Qingqing led Lin Yang to a grand, ancient-style edifice, where a sign reading Xiangchuan Building hung prominently above the entrance. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by a staff member. "Welcome. What would you like to purchase? Please feel free to browse. I have some silver dollars I wish to sell." Lin Yang replied. The staff member nodded. "Please follow me." They ascended to the second floor, where the staff member invited them to sit, poured tea, and then inquired about Lin Yang's items for sale. Placing a black garbage bag on the tea table, Lin Yang extracted the jar and removed its lid, revealing the silver dollars inside. "These are the silver dollars." The staff member examined one of the coins, stating, "Indeed, although yuan daitu coins are abundant, those in such pristine condition are rare. We can offer you a maximum of 1,000 per coin." Lin Yang was quite pleased with this price. Having explored the antique market for quite some time and consulted with 7 or 8 shops, he had consistently received offers ranging from 100 to 500, citing poor condition. Xiangchuan Building's direct offer of 1,000 demonstrated genuine intent. Given that the market value for yuan daitu silver dollars hovers around 100, their offer of 1,000 was quite reasonable. "Very well, let us proceed with this price. There are a total of 99 yuan daitu coins. Please verify the count." "Certainly." A staff member meticulously removed each yuan daitu from the ceramic jar for inspection and counting. After half an hour, he spoke. "There are a total of 99 yuan daitu, all in excellent condition. At a purchase price of 1,000 yuan each, the total amounts to 99,000 yuan. Do you see any issues?" "None at all." Upon confirming the transaction, the staff member promptly transferred the funds to Lin Yang. Suddenly, a voice erupted beside him. Hey, what are you doing?" Startled, Lin Yang turned to find the elderly man whom Chun Qingqing had previously rescued. "You are wasting a treasure. How could you use such a fine item to store yuan daitu and to put in a garbage bag?" The old man gazed adoringly at the ceramic jar containing the silver dollars. "This is a Yuan Qingwa jar. I have never seen one of this size before." His eyes widened, fixated on the jar, as if it were the most precious artifact in existence. Trembling hands gently caressed the surface of the jar, as though he were touching the most exquisite treasure. His lips quivered as he repeatedly exclaimed, "Wasting a treasure. Wasting a treasure." The sorrow in his voice was palpable, as if a dagger had been thrust into his heart. Cradling the jar, he excitedly began to educate Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing. "Do you know? Yuan Qingwa is a top-tier treasure among porcelain." Although Lin Yang was not well-versed in antiques, he had heard of the illustrious reputation of Yuan Qingwa, not for any other reason, but because each piece commands astronomical prices, often in the tens of millions. Those that are relatively intact and of superior quality can fetch over 100 million. Observing the old man's adoration, it seemed that this seemingly ordinary ceramic jar was indeed a rare and invaluable gem, likely worth a considerable sum. Chapter 75. 400 million. The elderly man cradled the ceramic jar in his hands, his voice trembling with excitement. "Do you realize what this is? It is Yuan blue and white porcelain. The vast expanse of the Yuan dynasty, with its unobstructed Silk Road and flourishing maritime trade, allowed artisans to access high-quality cobalt from Western Asia, known as sumoliking. When fired, this cobalt exhibits a deep, rich hue with intricate layers and distinct rust spots, establishing the foundation for the unique artistic style of Yuan blue and white porcelain." As he gently caressed the jar, he continued, "Moreover, the underglaze painting technique during the Yuan period was highly developed, enabling the successful painting and firing of porcelain, significantly increasing the yield of colored porcelain. Coupled with the Mongolian affinity for blue and white, the blue and white patterned porcelain perfectly aligned with their aesthetic preferences. With these factors in play, Yuan blue and white porcelain rapidly ascended to prominence, becoming the hallmark of the ceramics industry at that time. Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing listened intently, completely unaware that this jar, which contained silver dollars, possessed such profound historical significance. The old man passionately narrated the glorious history of Yuan blue and white porcelain when suddenly his voice faltered. His eyes fixated on the patterns adorning the jar, filled with perplexity. Huh? Why does this Yuan blue and white jar depict Giguzi descending the mountain? I recall that a jar of Giguzi descending the mountain fetched an astonishing 231 million renminbi at the Christie's auction in London in 2005, acquired by a renowned collector. How could another Giguzi descending the mountain jar surface? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's heart sank, as if gripped by an invisible hand. A foreboding sense of dread washed over him. Could it be that this ceramic jar was a counterfeit? After all, how could such a rare treasure be casually used to store silver dollars and be buried deep in the earth? Something was amiss, indeed. The elderly man, seemingly transfixed, muttered incessantly as he scrutinized the jar from every angle. He leaned in closely to examine each texture on the jar's surface, occasionally employing a magnifying glass to inspect it inch by inch, leaving no detail overlooked. Immersed in his study, his gaze was focused and fervent. He gently turned the jar over, exposing its base, and scrutinized the clay quality with a magnifying glass. The clay was coarse, revealing evident air pockets and small black particles, distributed in a natural and irregular manner. He nodded slightly, contemplating. The clay of a Yuan dynasty was not meticulously washed. These air pockets and particles are indeed the marks of the era. The old man tenderly traced the glazed surface with his fingers, savoring its delicate and smooth texture. Murmuring to himself, "This glaze is as warm as jade, with a perfect luster. A replica could never achieve such an effect." Subsequently, he shifted his focus to the hues of the blue and white. In the areas of dense blue, he could discern distinct rust spots, irregular in shape and exhibiting a notable concavity, characteristics unique to suma-liking material. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the old man's eyes. He was convinced that this natural diffusion and rust spotting were features that modern replicas could scarcely imitate. Upon examining the intricate designs, the Yuan blue and white vase depicting the scene of Giguzi descending the mountain presents a well-balanced arrangement of patterns, with fluid and natural lines. The figures are vividly portrayed, seemingly allowing one to perceive Giguzi's calmness and wisdom during his descent. The elderly gentleman, while observing, began to elucidate to Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing. Observe the expressions and the lines of the clothing. Every detail reflects the exceptional craftsmanship of the Yuan dynasty artisans. Furthermore, the decorative layers of the Yuan blue and white are abundant, with this particular vase showcasing as many as 7 or 8 layers, all harmoniously arranged, distinguishing the primary from the secondary elements. Ultimately, the elder scrutinized the craftsmanship. After a meticulous examination, he exhaled deeply, his face radiating a sense of conviction as he asserted, "Indeed, this is an authentic Yuan blue and white Giguzi descending the mountain vase. Every detail, from the body texture, glaze color, hue of the blue and white, to the decorative patterns and craftsmanship, aligns perfectly with the characteristics of Yuan blue and white, and its preservation is truly a rare gem." The elder's face was alight with excitement, his eyes gleaming with an uncontainable light, as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Yang, speaking earnestly and with urgency. "Young man, this Yuan blue and white piece is worth a fortune. It could have fetched 231 million 10 years ago, and its value can only have escalated since." He continued, "I have an old friend who is infatuated with Yuan blue and white. Would you consider selling this piece to him first?" Lin Yang's heart raced, as he had initially believed it to be merely an ordinary ceramic vase, yet it had transformed into an invaluable treasure. Instantly, thoughts of his urgent need for funds to acquire more shares in 40 batteries flooded his mind. The arrival of this Yuan blue and white was perfectly timed. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang decisively nodded and replied, "Certainly, if the price is right." Upon hearing Lin Yang's agreement, the elder's face brightened with a satisfied smile, and he promptly said, "Please hold on. I will make a call right away. With that, he hurried to the side and dialed a number. Although Lin Yang could not hear the voice on the other end, the elder's respectful tone and earnest demeanor indicated that he was conversing with a person of considerable significance. The elder occasionally furrowed his brow and nodded gently, as if engaged in a heated discussion over the price. Moments later, he hung up the phone and returned briskly, his face beaming with joy. My friend is willing to offer 400 million for this Giguzi descending the mountain vase. What do you think? Lin Yang gasped at the figure, his heart filled with astonishment and delight. This price surpassed the auction value from a decade ago by a staggering 150 million. Truly generous. Straining to contain his excitement, Lin Yang endeavored to maintain his composure, nodding emphatically as he stated, "It's a deal." The elder smiled as he handed Lin Yang a check for 400 million, explaining, "You must be this young lady's boyfriend. I am indebted to her for saving me. Had it been anyone else, I would have certainly negotiated the price. Although the Giguzi descending the mountain vase is indeed worth 400 million. Lin Yang realized then that he had indeed benefited from Chun Qingqing's influence. The old man handed Lin Yang a business card, which bore only a name and a phone number. Upon receiving the card, Lin Yang focused his gaze and discovered it read Lin Bian, surprisingly sharing his surname. Lin Bian smiled and said, "This is my private number. If you have anything valuable to sell in the future, feel free to contact me." Lin Yang nodded solemnly, contemplating that with an intelligence network in place, he might acquire even more antiques, making Lin Bian an excellent choice for future transactions. After concluding their business, Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing strolled out of Shanshan Tower side by side. The sunlight bathed them, filling Lin Yang's heart with gratitude and joy. He turned to Chun Qingqing and sincerely said, "Qingqing, I owe you so much. If it weren't for your timely assistance to Boss Lin, I wouldn't have encountered such a fortunate opportunity. Allow me to treat you to lunch as a token of my appreciation." Chun Qingqing's lips curled into a radiant smile as she playfully replied, "All right then, I shall not be polite. I happen to know a fantastic restaurant that is sure to please you." They arrived at a charming restaurant imbued with artistic ambience, featuring wooden tables and chairs, soft lighting, and walls adorned with artistic paintings, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Lin Yang gallantly pulled out a chair for Chun Qingqing, only sitting down himself after she was comfortably seated. The waiter presented the menu, and Lin Yang, with a smile, pushed it towards Chun Qingqing, saying, "Order whatever you like." Without hesitation, Chun Qingqing confidently selected several signature dishes. Throughout the meal, laughter and joy filled the air as they exchanged amusing anecdotes from their lives and reveled in the surprises brought forth by their recent fortune. Lin Yang's eyes brimmed with appreciation and admiration for Chun Qingqing as he raised his glass and earnestly expressed, "Qingqing, I truly cannot thank you enough. Without you, I would not know how long it would take to sell these silver dollars. Nor would I have imagined that this ceramic jar was actually a priceless piece of Yuan blue and white porcelain." Chun Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she took a sip of juice and replied, "Do not say that. It was merely your good fortune. I am happy to have been of assistance." After their meal, they leisurely walked to the parking lot. Lin Yang regarded Chun Qingqing earnestly and said, "Today was truly delightful. If you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to reach out to me." Chun Qingqing nodded and smiled in response, "Of course, you too. Contact me whenever you need." They then parted ways, each getting into their respective cars and waving goodbye as they drove off in different directions. As Lin Yang settled into the driver's seat, he reflected on the day's events, feeling as if he were in a dream. He instinctively touched the business card Lin Bian had given him, pondering that with this card, selling any future antiques would be much more convenient. While driving home, Lin Yang suddenly remembered he still possessed a silver dollar worth 8 million. This particular coin had been stored separately, and in the excitement of discovering that the ceramic jar was Yuan blue and white porcelain, he had momentarily forgotten about it. Shaking his head, Lin Yang decided to keep it with him for a few more days, planning to find time to exchange it for money at the shop next time. The demolition contract has been duly signed, and the antiques have been successfully sold, yielding an unexpected profit of 400 million. With most matters now settled, it is time to return to my hometown. I drove back to Binjiang Bay, parked the car, and took out my phone to call my mother. Chapter 76. The five great killers in the afternoon. Around 3 o'clock, Lin Weigua and his wife Yang Saixia stood at the entrance of the village, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a vehicle to the county town. Today marks the auspicious occasion of their uncle's 80th birthday, where a lively banquet awaits them in the county. Filled with joy, they prepared to attend the celebration. Yang Saixia occasionally glanced into the distance, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety as she murmured softly, "Why hasn't the car arrived yet? We mustn't miss the chance to wish Uncle a happy birthday." Lin Weigua gently patted her shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Do not fret. Let's wait a little longer. The vehicle will surely come." Despite his reassuring words, his toes tapped lightly on the ground, revealing his own impatience. As they awaited with bated breath, Zhang Daqiang from the same village sped towards them in a brand-new car, raising a cloud of dust behind him. The moment Zhang Daqiang spotted Lin Weigua and his wife, he slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement as the vehicle came to a halt before them. He swiftly rolled down the window, his face beaming with a radiant smile as he called out warmly, "Lin Gu, where are you two headed?" Upon hearing his voice, Lin Weigua turned and recognized Zhang Daqiang, returning the smile with kindness as he replied, "It's my uncle's birthday. We're heading into the county for the celebration." Zhang Daqiang immediately responded, "I happen to be going to the county for business as well. Let me give you a ride, it's on my way." As he spoke, he enthusiastically gestured for them to get in the car. Lin Weigua quickly waved his hand in refusal, politely saying, "No trouble, the car to the county will arrive shortly. We can wait a little longer." His tone conveyed gratitude, yet he wished to avoid imposing on others. "What trouble is there? It's merely a matter of convenience. Come on, get in," insisted Zhang Daqiang, his smile unwavering, his eyes filled with sincerity, as if he would not relent until Lin Weigua and his wife accepted his offer. He even unbuckled his seatbelt, poised to step out and usher them inside. Ultimately, unable to persist in his refusal and feeling that denying the offer would be ungracious, Lin Weigua and Yang Saixia reluctantly climbed into the vehicle. Once inside, Yang Saixia smiled and remarked, "Daqiang, you are truly generous. Thanks to you, we would have been waiting here for quite a while otherwise." Zhang Daqiang chuckled heartily, saying, "Sister-in-law, it's nothing at all. We are all from the same village. It's no trouble to share a ride." As the car began to move, Zhang Daqiang gripped the steering wheel firmly, his smile growing ever more radiant. His eyes sparkling with pride as he exclaimed, "Lin Gu, behold my car. It is the latest model of the Asia Dragon, boasting 5 remarkable features: a leather steering wheel, leather seats, a leather gear shift, electric front seats, and a rear seat that folds in a 6:4 ratio. Did you not feel the comfort the moment you stepped in?" In his enthusiasm, he playfully patted the steering wheel, as if caressing an invaluable treasure, his gaze filled with pride and satisfaction. Lin Weigua responded with a smile. "So this chair is made of genuine leather. No wonder it feels so different to the touch. It is indeed quite comfortable to sit on. Daqiang, you truly made a wise purchase. Yang Jia timid in enthusiastically, absolutely. This is far more comfortable than riding a bus. Daqiang, you have a remarkable eye for quality." Upon hearing their praises, Zhang Daqiang beamed with delight, his pride evident as he sat up straighter, seemingly enveloped in the joy of their compliments. With great enthusiasm, he continued to showcase his vehicle. "Just take a look at this screen, a magnificent 8-inch color display, and the smart navigation system. It effortlessly plans your route with just a command. It's incredibly convenient. Plus, there's a radio with exceptional reception. I can tune into over a dozen stations." As he spoke, he eagerly turned on the radio, swiftly searching for a station playing music. Soon, melodious tunes filled the car, and he swayed gently to the rhythm, a look of bliss on his face, occasionally humming along as if he were the happiest person in the world. Let me tell you, Lin Gu, when I decided to buy a car, I didn't hesitate at all. I was instantly drawn to this model. Although it was a bit pricey, I believe it's worth every penny. After all, it's an international brand, incomparable to domestic cars. Lin Weigua and his wife, Yang Saixia, sat in the back seat, fully engaging with Zhang Daqiang. Lin Weigua maintained a smile, nodding in agreement. This brand is indeed excellent. No wonder so many people admire it. The features are truly top-notch. You've made a splendid choice. Yang Saixia added with a smile. Yes, Daqiang. Your life is becoming increasingly enjoyable. Their responses only heightened Zhang Daqiang's excitement. Indeed, this is a gift from my son, Xiaojun, for my 60th birthday. By the way, your birthday is approaching too. What does Lin Yang plan to gift you? I cherish whatever my son gives me. The most important thing is that our family is safe and sound. Exactly, that's what I always say. But Xiaojun insisted on gifting me a car, and he got upset when I refused. You've raised Xiaojun to be quite filial, and it's a testament to how much you've cared for him since childhood. Just as Zhang Daqiang was animatedly recounting his son's devotion, filled with a sense of pride, Yang Caishia's phone suddenly rang. Instinctively, she reached for her phone and, upon seeing that it was her son Lin Yang calling, her eyes lit up with excitement. She quickly answered the call, her tone brimming with joy and eagerness. Xiaoyang. On the other end, Lin Yang's voice came through. Mom, I've finished everything on my end and plan to return home in a couple of days. Hearing her son's words, Yang Caixia was overwhelmed with emotion, her voice trembling with excitement as she responded, Really? That's wonderful. Let me know what you'd like to eat. I'll make it for you. We raised the free-range chickens nicely. I'll prepare a pot for you. And I've saved your favorite cured meat as well. No need to go out of your way to make anything special. I enjoy all the home-cooked meals. Lin Yang responded with a smile. Upon hearing that her son, who had not returned home for over 2 years, was finally coming back, Yang Caishia's joy was palpable. Her face radiated happiness, and her eyes shimmered with tears of excitement. She turned to glance at Lin Weigua, her gaze filled with delight, and then spoke into the phone. Xiaoyang, take that train back, and your father and I will come to pick you up. No need, I will drive back myself. You two just wait at home. He replied, Alahite. Drive carefully on the way, pay attention to safety, and if you get tired, find a service area to rest, Yang Caixia quickly admonished, her tone brimming with concern as if her son were right beside her. After hanging up, Yang Caixia excitedly grasped Lin Weigua's hand, her face blossoming with joy as she exclaimed, Old man, Xiaoyang will be back in a couple of days. Great. Lin Weigua beamed, his eyes filled with anticipation. Zhang Daqiang, who sat in the front, heard their conversation and smiled, saying, I just heard on the phone that your Lin Yang has also bought a car. I wonder what kind it is. My son bought a BZ3, a hybrid with many high-tech features. He was supposed to buy one for me as well. But at my age, I find it difficult to embrace new things. I still believe in the reliability of gasoline vehicles. Lin Weigua chuckled. I have no idea what kind of car he bought. This child never mentioned it to us. However, as long as he likes it, that's what matters. Zhang Daqiang replied, Your Lin Yang is quite impressive. He can afford a car just 2 or 3 years after graduating. Even a domestic car serves its purpose. He said this while shaking his head slightly, a hint of skepticism on his face, as if he believed that domestic cars could never compare to the foreign ones he esteemed. As they spoke, Zhang Daqiang drove into the county town. The vehicle came to a steady halt in front of a restaurant, and after expressing their gratitude to Zhang Daqiang, Lin Weigua and Yang Caixia exited the car and walked into the establishment. Chapter 77. We had become neighbors. Lin Weigua and Yang Caixia entered the restaurant and quickly located their second uncle amidst the crowd. With beaming smiles, they approached him and respectfully presented a red envelope, saying, Second uncle, may you have blessings as vast as the East Sea and a lifespan as enduring as the South Mountain. Happy birthday. The second uncle accepted the envelope, his eyes narrowing into slits as he chuckled with delight, repeatedly nodding and urging them to take a seat, stating that the meal would commence once everyone arrived. Before long, relatives began to trickle in one by one, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively as they gathered around. At that moment, the eldest aunt was the first to break the ice, her face radiating pride as she animatedly proclaimed, My son has truly made a name for himself. Recently, he purchased a large house in the heart of the county. Soon, your uncle and I will be able to enjoy a comfortable life in the county. No sooner had the eldest aunt finished speaking than the second aunt eagerly chimed in. My daughter is no less impressive. She recently acquired a car, a luxury import, no less. Its performance and appearance are simply remarkable. Following suit, the third uncle raised his teacup, took a gentle sip, and leisurely remarked, My son has recently been accepted as a civil servant in a government department. This is a stable and respectable job, a guaranteed future for him. At this point, the fourth aunt, who had been quietly listening, could no longer contain herself. She clapped her thigh excitedly and exclaimed, "What you all have said pales in comparison. My son opened a small shop, and initially, I feared it would struggle. To my surprise, business has blossomed over the past 2 years, earning him far more than his previous job. Everyone engaged in animated exchanges, each boasting about their children's accomplishments. Pride was evident on every face, and the restaurant was enveloped in an atmosphere of comparison and display. Amidst this fervor of boasting, the restaurant became a stage for showcasing achievements. As if only through such demonstrations could one gain the upper hand in this unspoken competition. Suddenly, the topic shifted to Lin Weigua and Yang Saixia. Lin Yang graduated from a prestigious university. His job must be excellent, or why would he be so busy that he hasn't returned home in 2 years? Inquired a curious relative. Lin Weigua and Yang Saixia maintained their warm smiles as Lin Weigua replied, "Unhurriedly, it's going well. I've been occupied with work these past 2 years, but now that I have some free time, I'll be driving back in the next few days." His tone reflected a sense of pride in his son. Upon hearing that he would be driving back, the relatives perked up in interest. The eldest aunt's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Oh, he's bought a car. That surely means he's doing well. When he returns, we must have a gathering with the family. It's been years since we last saw him." Yang Caixia nodded with a smile, assuring them, "Rest assured, when Xiao Yang returns, we will treat everyone to a nice meal and have a good time together." Lin Weigua chimed in, and the atmosphere became even more jubilant. In Xingqing, at the Binjiang Bay community, Lin Yang ended the call and took the elevator upstairs. After the facial recognition system unlocked the door, he stepped inside. This 800-square-meter riverfront flat, located in Star City's Riverside Bay, marked the first day of his official move into his new home. Valued at over $40 million on the market, this luxurious residence was a reward he received for saving the chairman of Runt Group based on intelligence. The mere expenditure of $120 for an ambulance led to the acquisition of such an opulent dwelling, a notion beyond imagination for anyone. As he crossed the threshold, the expansive and luminous space unfolded before him without reservation. The minimalist decor exuded an understated luxury. Approaching the window, the vast floor-to-ceiling glass unveiled the world outside in all its glory. The panoramic 270-degree view allowed the river scenery to unfurl like a breathtaking painting. In the distance, the waters of the Xiang River shimmered, while on the opposite bank, the city skyline rose majestically, with modern skyscrapers illustrating the vibrancy and prosperity of this metropolis. Lin Yang's gaze meandered through every corner of the room, stirring within him a profound sense of reflection. Once he resided in a cramped, dilapidated rental unit where the paint on the walls had largely peeled away, revealing a mottled surface beneath. Several windows hung precariously, the glass riddled with cracks, barely held in place by tape. The door lock had long succumbed to rust, requiring considerable effort to open. The furniture was equally decrepit. The bed creaked ominously with every movement, as if it might collapse at any moment. The floor was uneven, necessitating careful steps to avoid stumbling. Yet now, in merely half a month, fate had turned in an astonishingly dramatic fashion, and all that lay before him felt like an unattainable dream. Lin Yang inhaled deeply, striving to calm the exhilaration coursing through him. He settled onto the sofa in the living room, retrieving the 400 million check earned from selling antiques from his pocket. At that moment, the priority was to cash the check and deposit it into his account, subsequently enabling Hu Qian to acquire all the stocks of Fudi battery available on the market. Intelligence indicated that Lu Xiangdong, the second largest shareholder of Fudi battery, planned to sell off shares in a panic, and acquiring more stocks would trigger a significant sell-off. In due course, the invested funds would multiply exponentially. Aside from these matters, he also intended to visit the mall before heading home to purchase health supplements for his parents. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the soft gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Lin Yang's face and rousing him from a sweet slumber. As he awakened, he felt invigorated, marking the beginning of a new day. He quickly rose and entered the spacious, well-lit bathroom to freshen up. Inside, the exquisite fixtures gleamed with a silvery sheen under the lights, while the thermostatic showerhead released delicate droplets, reminiscent of a gentle spring rain, washing away his fatigue. After completing his morning routine, Lin Yang meticulously selected a comfortable and casual outfit before stepping out with a buoyant stride. His destination was the bank, to cash the 400 million check, followed by a trip to the mall to purchase health supplements for his parents. As he stepped out of his home, poised to press the elevator button, the door across the hall suddenly swung open, revealing a familiar figure. Lin Yang focused his gaze and was astonished to see Chen Qingqing. A sudden realization dawned upon him. No wonder everything felt so familiar when he first arrived at this new residence. The Chen Qingqing family lived right across from him. He had visited her home over half a month ago, envious of her youthful possession of a luxurious penthouse in Star City. Little did he expect that he would now reside here as well, and that they had become neighbors. Lin Yang greeted Chen Qingqing warmly, proclaiming, "What a coincidence! I had no idea you lived right across. Who would have thought we would become neighbors?" Chen Qingqing's lips curled into a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. As she secretly mused, "I have known all along. It was because of you that I persuaded my father to let go of this apartment." She responded enthusiastically, "Indeed. What a coincidence. The world is truly small. From now on, we shall be neighbors, and we can look out for each other." Her gaze lingered on Lin Yang for a moment before she curiously inquired, "You're out early. Where are you headed?" Lin Yang replied honestly, "I plan to stop by the bank first, then head to the mall to pick up some things to take back home." "You're preparing to return home?" Chen Qingqing raised an eyebrow, a hint of longing in her eyes. "I would love to visit the place where I once lived. I wonder if I could hitch a ride with you?" Without a second thought, Lin Yang nodded in agreement. "Of course. Having your company will surely make the journey enjoyable." As they entered the elevator, Chen Qingqing seemed to recall something and said with enthusiasm, "How about I join you for shopping? I want to visit Teacher Wang when I return." Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Then a warm smile graced his face. Teacher Wang, their former homeroom teacher from middle school, was an exceptionally kind and wise individual. In Lin Yang's memories, Teacher Wang always patiently listened to everyone's troubles, offering encouragement and support. When Lin Yang felt inferior due to his family's financial struggles, it was Teacher Wang's comforting words that helped him regain his confidence and face life's challenges bravely. With gratitude swelling in his heart for Teacher Wang, Lin Yang smiled and said, "That sounds wonderful. In that case, I'll buy an extra gift for him." We must not forget the support and guidance he provided us. Chapter 78. Embracing the thighs, Lin Yang arrived at the Binjiang branch of Xingqing Bank. As soon as the wheels came to a halt, before he could even reach for the car door, Zhang Jun, with an eager expression and hurried steps, rushed out, as if fearing that a mere second's delay would cause him to miss something of paramount importance. Trailing closely behind him were several middle-aged men clad in impeccably tailored suits, each bearing a solemn demeanor and synchronized gait. Zhang Jun swiftly opened the car door for Lin Yang, bowing at a 90-degree angle in a gesture of utmost courtesy. His face adorned with a sycophantic smile as he exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for you." Taken aback for a moment by Zhang Jun's formality, Lin Yang, along with Chen Qingqing, disembarked. Before they could steady themselves, the group of men behind Zhang Jun quickly surrounded them. The foremost individual, radiating warmth, took a few steps forward and extended his hand, grasping Lin Yang's firmly as he warmly welcomed him. "Mr. Lin, welcome. I am Wang Bin, the president of the Binjiang branch of Xingqing Bank. You may call me Xiao Wang. Today, I assure you that I will attend to your needs with the utmost diligence." Though Wang Bin appeared to be twice Lin Yang's age, he adopted an exceptionally humble posture in front of him, as if Lin Yang were the most esteemed guest in his life. Lin Yang reciprocated politely, exchanging pleasantries with Wang Bin. Subsequently, Wang Bin gestured invitingly, leading Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing into the bank. Throughout the journey, Wang Bin incessantly expressed his warm welcome, his tone brimming with enthusiasm and respect. As he ushered them into the VIP room, upon entering, Wang Bin cheerfully remarked, "Mr. Lin, please take a seat with this young lady. Do not hesitate to let me know if you have any needs. There is no need for formalities." Just as Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing settled into the plush sofa, Zhang Jun hurriedly entered, carrying a platter of fruits and pastries, which he gently placed on the coffee table. Lin Yang casually glanced over and couldn't help but be taken aback. The assortment of fruits and pastries was markedly different from his last visit. During his previous loan application, the table had merely held common apples and bananas. This time, however, the platter was adorned with rare and exquisite items. Among them were plump, golden cherries, each one sizable, and the ruby-red Roman grapes, exuding a rich fragrance. Such fruits were rarely seen in ordinary fruit shops, available only in high-end supermarkets. He had recognized these fruits from videos he had watched previously, knowing that they fetched exorbitant prices of over $1,000 per pound. With the bank president personally attending to them and the lobby manager bustling about in service, the lavish spread of fruits and pastries underscored the elevated treatment they were receiving. Lin Yang understood that such hospitality was entirely due to that 400 million check. After all, a sum of 400 million was an immense figure for any branch, warranting significant attention from a bank. With other matters to attend to and a return to his hometown imminent, where he needed to purchase health supplements for his parents, Lin Yang directly addressed Wang Bin, stating, "I would like to cash this check, President Wang, if you could assist," with a beaming smile adorning his face. Wang Bin promptly nodded and said, "Mr. Lin, I am aware. Zhang Jun has already provided me with a detailed report yesterday. Ordinarily, for such a substantial check, a week's prior appointment is required for cashing. However, your matter is of paramount importance to our bank, and we will certainly make exceptions." As he spoke, he carefully accepted the 400 million check from Lin Yang's hands. Wang Bin placed the check on the table, leaning slightly forward, his eyes fixed intently on the check as he meticulously examined every detail, including the date of issue, the amount in both numerical and written form, the name of the payee, and the issuer's signature. While inspecting, he nodded gently, occasionally murmuring, "Yes, the issue date is correct, the amount in words and figures matches, and the signature is clear." Upon confirming the authenticity and integrity of the check, he looked up and smiled at Lin Yang, saying, "Mr. Lin, all the basic information on the check appears to be in order. Next, I kindly ask you to provide a valid identification document for our identity verification process." This was standard procedure, and Lin Yang did not hesitate to comply. He retrieved his identification card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Bin. Wang Bin accepted it with both hands, exhibiting great respect, and then placed the ID on the card reader for information retrieval and verification. His gaze shifted back and forth between the computer screen and the identification card, diligently comparing each piece of information while reassuring Lin Yang, "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, this identity verification is a necessary process of the bank. It will be completed shortly." Once the identity verification was successfully completed, Wang Bin produced a form and placed it before Lin Yang, pointing to the blank spaces. "Mr. Lin, I would appreciate it if you could fill out this transfer form, which requires the account information of the payee, specifically the designated account to which you wish to transfer these funds." Lin Yang took the form, grasped the pen, and began to fill it out with utmost seriousness. Wang Bin stood by, his eyes trained on Lin Yang's entries, wary of any potential mistakes. After Lin Yang finished, Wang Bin took the form back, meticulously verifying it once more. Only after confirming its accuracy did he exhale in relief, stating, "Mr. Lin, your entries are impeccable. I will now proceed with the transfer process. Please bear with me for a moment." With that, he rose swiftly and moved to the adjacent computer, executing the task with practiced proficiency. His fingers danced across the keyboard, his eyes focused intently on the screen, exuding determination. After a short while, he turned around, his face illuminated by a joyful smile, announcing, "Mr. Lin, the transfer has been successfully processed. You may rest assured. The sum of 400 million has been transferred to your specified account, and you can check the transaction details at your convenience through mobile banking or other means." Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Wang Bin quickly added, "Mr. Lin, should you have any further needs, whether pertaining to banking services or otherwise, please do not hesitate to contact me. Be sure to save my number. From now on, you shall be our bank's most esteemed client, and we are committed to providing you with the highest quality of service." As he spoke, He retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yang with both hands. The words on the card shimmered under the light, seemingly reflecting Wang Bin's esteem for Lin Yang. Once the matter was settled, Lin Yang did not linger, rising promptly to depart. Wang Bin, along with Zhang Jun and the others, personally escorted Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing to the car. Wang Bin opened the car door, his face adorned with a beaming smile as he addressed Lin Yang. "Mr. Lin, travel safely. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call me. I am at your service 24 hours a day." His tone suggested that Lin Yang was akin to his benefactor. He would brave any challenge to meet Lin Yang's needs. Once seated in the car, Lin Yang waited for Chen Qingqing to fasten her seatbelt before starting the engine. Wang Bin and Zhang Jun stood by the car, continuously waving goodbye, their gestures reminiscent of bidding farewell to an important leader about to embark on a journey. Even as the car drove far away, Lin Yang caught sight of them, still waving in the rearview mirror, their figures strikingly prominent in the sunlight. When Lin Yang's vehicle finally vanished from view, Wang Bin withdrew his gaze, still wearing a pleasing smile as if Lin Yang were still before him. He turned to Zhang Jun, his expression transforming into one of warmth as he declared, "Zhang Jun, from today onward, you are promoted to private client manager, solely responsible for liaising with Mr. Lin. You must fulfill his every request promptly, without any negligence. Do you understand?" Zhang Jun was momentarily taken aback by this proclamation, but soon his face lit up with uncontainable joy. He had never anticipated that merely because Lin Yang had exchanged a check, he would be bestowed with such a career advancement. He nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Thank you, President. Thank you. I will certainly work diligently and not betray your trust." Wang Bin nodded in satisfaction, patting Zhang Jun on the shoulder, remarking, "You lucky fellow. If you had mentioned earlier that you had such a wealthy classmate, would you have had to wait until today for this promotion? I would have never confined you to the role of a lobby manager. You must seize this opportunity. If you serve Mr. Lin well, the rewards will be bountiful." Zhang Jun nodded earnestly, secretly resolving to cling to Lin Yang's coattails. He contemplated that since Lin Yang had merely exchanged a check without depositing money, the president had promoted him to client manager. If Lin Yang were to deposit a few billion someday, might he not find himself in the position of vice president? The thought quickened his heartbeat, his eyes brimming with anticipation, as if the vice president's role were beckoning to him. Meanwhile, in the office of the manager at Xingqing Securities, Hu Qian was intently focused on the computer screen, where various stock data and charts flickered. Her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, her gaze sharp and attentive. Suddenly, a striking notification appeared on the computer screen. Lin Yang's account has successfully received a fund transfer of 400 million. Hu Qian's hands froze, her eyes widening in astonishment. Her mouth slightly agape, her face a canvas of shock. She could scarcely believe her eyes. Instinctively, she rubbed her eyes and glanced back at the screen, where the staggering figure of 400 million still gleamed with undeniable clarity, as if proclaiming the veracity of it all. "How is this even possible?" she murmured, her voice laced with shock and uncertainty. Before she could fully absorb the gravity of the situation, her phone chimed with a message from Lin Yang. "Keep a close watch on the stock of Ferdy Battery. If anyone sells, acquire all shares regardless of the price." Hu Qian took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. She understood that Lin Yang was not as straightforward as he appeared. Her previous experience aiding him in acquiring Ferdy Battery shares had instilled in her a profound trust in him. She believed he must possess some undisclosed information, and the issuance of such an urgent directive indicated he had received credible intelligence. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly summoned her assistant and said urgently, "Gather everyone in the conference room immediately. We have an urgent task." She then rose and strode purposefully toward the conference room. In no time, team members arrived one by one, and upon witnessing Hu Qian's serious demeanor, they grasped the gravity of the situation, the atmosphere in the conference room becoming palpably tense. Standing before the conference table, Hu Qian surveyed each individual and spoke rapidly. "Listen closely, everyone. From this moment forth, we must monitor Ferdy Battery's every move around the clock. If anyone sells shares of Ferdy Battery, regardless of the price, Acquire them all without delay. This is a crucial directive from Mr. Lin, vital to our forthcoming strategic maneuvers. So I expect everyone to be fully alert. The team members nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a blend of focus and determination. They promptly returned to their respective stations, immersing themselves in the urgent tasks at hand. In an instant, the office buzzed with the sounds of keyboards clattering and phones ringing, as each individual devoted themselves wholeheartedly to monitoring and preparing for the acquisition of Ferdy Battery shares. Chapter 79. The Importance of Perception. Lin Yang drove Chun Qingqing to the IFS International Financial Center. After parking in the underground garage, they ascended the building together in the elevator. The first floor was lined with luxury brand boutiques, each showcasing the latest seasonal apparel and accessories in their windows. Attentive sales associates, clad in uniforms, greeted each customer with warm smiles. Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing lingered not, making their way directly to the elevator, intent on reaching the second floor. Their purpose was clear. Lin Yang sought to purchase supplements for his parents, while Chun Qingqing aimed to select a gift for her middle school homeroom teacher. Upon reaching the second floor, they paused in front of a pharmacy named Jiuzhitang. Exchanging glances, Chun Qingqing smiled and remarked, "It seems we share the same thought. Ginseng is indeed an excellent supplement, invigorating the spirit, bolstering immunity, and alleviating fatigue." Lin Yang nodded in agreement and stepped into the pharmacy, where a rich aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped them. The store was adorned with a quaint and elegant decor, wooden shelves and counters exuding a subtle fragrance that mingled with the herbal scent in the air. On the walls hung calligraphic scrolls detailing knowledge of medicinal materials and principles of traditional Chinese wellness, adding a touch of cultural sophistication to the establishment. A female pharmacist approached them with a professional smile. "Good day, sir and madam. We are the finest pharmacy in Star City, offering a wide array of rare medicinal materials. May I assist you with anything specific? Could you show us your ginseng?" Lin Yang inquired. "Certainly." The pharmacist guided them to the counter displaying ginseng and began her introduction. She first pointed to a row of fresh ginseng roots, stating, "Sir, this fresh ginseng is our latest stock, exceedingly fresh. Observe its smooth skin and vibrant color. It is perfect for medicinal cuisine, retaining the essence of the ginseng while enhancing the dish's flavor and nourishment. Priced reasonably at only 99 each." As Lin Yang followed her gesture, he noticed the fresh ginseng appeared rather diminutive, reminiscent of undernourished radishes, giving off a somewhat subpar impression. Noting their lack of interest, the pharmacist proceeded to point to another selection of ginseng. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she proclaimed, "This 5-year-old ginseng has been meticulously cultivated. Look at its complete roots and distinct patterns. Its medicinal value is exceptionally high. Though it is slightly pricier at 999 each, it is undoubtedly worth the investment, and many customers specifically seek out this ginseng for their health." Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing leaned closer to the counter, scrutinizing the ginseng. Indeed, it appeared more authentic than the fresh variety, yet still seemed rather petite, barely larger than a child's pinky. Lin Yang gently furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of disappointment. This ginseng did not align with his expectations for high-quality roots. Chun Qingqing shook her head slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing her features. "These ginseng roots are far too ordinary. They're hardly suitable for a gift. Perhaps we should explore other options." Lin Yang nodded subtly, a sense of resignation reflected in his eyes. The female pharmacist appeared oblivious to the disappointment of the two individuals, continuing to eloquently extol the virtues of a particular product. "Sir, madam, this 9,999 grade, 10-year-old ginseng is one of our store's signature offerings. Its lengthy growth period enriches its nutritional profile, making it ideal for both soups and infusions, providing exceptional health benefits. It would be perfect for nourishing one's parents." However, Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing had already lost interest in such ordinary ginseng, and in unison they declared, "These are far too commonplace." There was a hint of impatience in their tone, and they disregarded the pharmacist's recommendations, turning to leave. At that moment, a middle-aged man briskly entered the establishment. Dressed in a well-tailored dark suit, his hair meticulously styled, He wore a confident smile that radiated a sense of competence. Upon entering, he swiftly surveyed the store, his gaze landing on Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing. At first glance, he recognized them as the individuals he had seen exiting a Yangwang U8 in the parking lot. Though the U8 may not rival the most luxurious cars, priced at just over $1 million, it signified true wealth, as its owner likely possessed even more opulent vehicles, treating the U8 as a mere plaything to explore its myriad features. "Good morning, manager," a pharmacist greeted the man with immediate respect. "Good morning," he replied with a slight nod, then hurried towards Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing. As he approached, his smile became even warmer, and he courteously addressed them. "Sir, madam, greetings." The pharmacist who had previously recommended ginseng to Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing was about to offer an explanation, but was interrupted by the manager's raised hand. A stern glint flickered in the manager's eyes as he directed a serious tone towards the pharmacist. "Quickly, prepare a cup of health tea for these two. You know how I instruct you, be observant." The man frowned, puzzled by the pharmacist's lack of awareness. It was evident that these customers were uninterested in ordinary ginseng and sought something superior. Clearly, they were affluent individuals. Yet, instead of presenting a better option, she insisted on discussing the cost-effective, commonly farmed ginseng. After reprimanding her, he swiftly donned a beaming smile and turned back to Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing, saying, "Sir, madam, please do not take offense at the oversight of my staff. We do have superior ginseng available in our store. Please take a moment to sit and relax. I will bring you selections forthwith, allowing you to choose at your leisure." Chapter 80. The shopping spree. The shopkeeper approached the counter, crouched down, and cautiously opened the safe, retrieving 4 or 5 exquisite red boxes. With these boxes cradled in his arms, he hurried over to Lin Yang, gently placing them on the counter and slowly lifting the lids. In an instant, the boxes revealed their contents. Magnificent ginseng roots, each as thick as a finger, radiating a distinctive luster. Lin Yang's attention was immediately captivated. These ginseng roots were evidently of a superior quality compared to those he had examined earlier. The shopkeeper delicately picked up one of the boxes and presented it to Lin Yang, offering a detailed description. "This is a meticulously cultivated 50-year-old ginseng. Observe the intricate iron wire patterns on its surface, deep, dense, and dark. The root hairs are entirely intact, not a single one broken, ensuring that none of its medicinal properties have diminished." Lin Yang leaned in for a closer inspection, confirming the shopkeeper's claims. The roots were indeed whole, with no signs of even the finest hair-like root hairs being damaged. "Sir, while mountain ginseng is exceedingly rare nowadays, if it does appear, it is unlikely to circulate in the market. This artificially cultivated 50-year-old ginseng is the finest available for purchase." The shopkeeper spoke earnestly. Lin Yang nodded, feeling a sense of appreciation for the shopkeeper's sincerity. Regardless of whether this ginseng was truly the best on the market, at least he was not attempting to pass off cultivated specimens as wild. "How much is this?" Lin Yang inquired. 280,000. "Does that seem reasonable to you?" The shopkeeper replied. "And the others?" Lin Yang asked again. "They are all the same, 50-year-old cultivated ginseng, each priced at 280,000, the shopkeeper patiently explained. "Very well, I will take them all. Please wrap them up," Lin Yang decisively stated. "Absolutely," the shopkeeper beamed. And the atmosphere in the shop transformed as the pharmacist displayed an eagerness to assist, offering health tea and thoughtfully presenting Lu Ji, a traditional herbal delicacy, for Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing to savor. With 5 roots of artificially cultivated 50-year-old ginseng, each at 280,000. The total came to 1,400,000. After completing the transaction, Lin Yang unhesitatingly handed one root to Chen Qingqing, saying, "This one is for you to present to Teacher Wang later." Previously, when selling antiques, the buyer had spared him a price reduction out of gratitude for Chen Qingqing's life-saving assistance, allowing him to profit by an additional 100 million. He had treated her to a meal then, and since she also wished to purchase ginseng, this gift served as his token of appreciation for that occasion. "This is far too valuable. I cannot accept it without recompense. I will transfer the money to you," Chen Qingqing insisted before Lin Yang could respond, already sending the funds to his bank account. She still had his banking details from when she had previously purchased a Malay pearl from him. Lin Yang understood her reasoning for opting for a bank transfer over WeChat. It was to ensure he would accept the payment. Recognizing her intent, he refrained from any further insistence, quietly noting this kindness in his heart, resolved to return the favor when the opportunity arose. As Lin Yang and Chun Qingqing departed, the shopkeeper and the pharmacists accompanied them to the door, bidding them farewell in unison. Safe travels, and we welcome you to visit again. Their actions attracted the curious gazes of passers-by, who wondered how much Lin Yang and his companions had purchased to elicit such enthusiasm from the store staff. After acquiring the supplements, the two of them took the elevator to the basement level, where an upscale supermarket awaited. At the entrance, the tobacco and alcohol counter stood out prominently, with an array of fine wines and cigarettes neatly arranged. Lin Yang mused that although his parents seldom indulged in alcohol, having some on hand was essential for entertaining guests. Thus, his gaze drifted across the tobacco and alcohol display, ultimately settling on the He Tianxia cigarettes priced at 2,000 yuan per carton and a bottle of Matai at 280 yuan. After a brief contemplation, he decided to purchase 10 cartons of He Tianxia and 5 cases of Matai. Despite their considerable cost, these items paled in comparison to the price of the ginseng he had previously bought. Were it not for the limited space in the trunk of his car, he would have purchased even more. Once the transaction was complete, Lin Yang instructed the owner to deliver the tobacco and alcohol to the parking lot and stow them in the trunk. Noticing that it was nearing noon, Lin Yang proposed treating Chun Qingqing to a meal, which she readily accepted. They once again took the elevator to the 5th floor of the mall. The entire floor was suffused with the enticing aromas of various cuisines, with restaurants and snack shops lined up in close proximity, bustling with activity. As mealtime approached, long queues formed outside each establishment, some extending to over 50 tables. Yet, despite the crowds, people continued to arrive, eager to secure a place in line. "Shall we try this one?" Lin Yang suggested as they passed a Western restaurant named Mystic Realm. He paused, captivated by the restaurant's unique and charming decor, which featured an abundance of glass elements glimmering in the sunlight, resembling a dreamlike crystal palace. The entrance was adorned with exquisite wrought iron floral motifs encircling the wooden door, exuding an air of rich European elegance. Remarkably, this particular restaurant was the only one on the 5th floor that did not require waiting in line. Lin Yang, who had little patience for queues, was instantly drawn to it. Chun Qingqing's lips curved into a slight smile, her eyes reflecting approval as she nodded. "Indeed, you have good taste. This restaurant is considered the finest in Star City." With that, the two walked side by side into the establishment. Upon entering, a warm and welcoming server approached them with a sincere smile, politely guiding them to an empty table. The server then presented the menu with both hands. Lin Yang accepted the menu and casually glanced over it, only to be taken aback by the prices listed. No wonder the other restaurants on the 5th floor were teeming with patrons while this one required no waiting. A simple cream mushroom soup was priced at 700 to 800 yuan, a sum sufficient for a lavish meal in an ordinary restaurant. Meanwhile, the main courses, such as steak, were priced by weight, with a 5 Wagyu beef costing 19 yuan per gram. While it may seem affordable, the reality was quite different. A typical steak weighs around 250 grams, bringing the cost of a single steak to nearly 5,000 yuan. This price was indeed staggering, beyond the means of the average person. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, silently lamenting that such prices were truly unattainable for most. In the past, he would undoubtedly have deemed it excessively pricey, and the mere thought of attempting it would not have crossed his mind. However, his financial circumstances have transformed significantly. The accumulation of wealth has inevitably altered his perspective on consumption. In this journey of life, one should embrace the courage to explore a myriad of experiences and savor diverse lifestyles. Given his newfound ability to afford it, why not give it a try? Without the act of trying, how can one ascertain its flavor or determine its true worth? Chapter 81. Two country bumpkins dining on Western cuisine. Lin Yang perused the menu, preparing to place his order. He began with a bowl of creamy mushroom soup, priced at 780 yuan, curious to discover what unique qualities this expensive dish might possess. Following that, he ordered an A5 Wagyu steak, freshly cut and weighed by the server. This particular cut weighed 238 grams, which, at a rate of 19.9 yuan per gram, amounted to nearly 736 yuan. He also selected a serving of pasta priced at 480 yuan. Eager to ascertain how the offerings of this Western restaurant would differ from his usual fare. Lastly, he chose a salad that cost 850 yuan. Chen Qingqing opted for a flank steak, which, while less expensive than the A5 Wagyu, still commanded a price of over 4,000 yuan. She also ordered several appetizers. After placing their orders, the dishes began to arrive in a timely manner. The first to be served was the creamy mushroom soup. Its milky broth elegantly presented in a delicate ceramic bowl, garnished with finely chopped herbs, accompanied by a small, perfectly toasted slice of bread, golden brown in color. Next came the pasta, its slender strands enveloped in a rich meat sauce, where tender pieces of meat and finely chopped vegetables could be discerned. A vibrant basil leaf adorned the edge of the plate, adding an exquisite touch. Soon after, the salad was presented, featuring a delightful arrangement of fresh vegetables in a riot of colors: crimson tomatoes, orange carrots, purple cabbage, and verdant lettuce, topped with scattered nuts and crumbled cheese, complemented by a small dish of special dressing. Gazing at these dishes, Lin Yang couldn't help but recall a humorous quip circulating online about Western cuisine. Large plates with scant portions, where one finds nothing but greenery and sauce. Indeed, this sentiment proved true. Each dish was modest in size, yet presented with such artistry that they seemed less like food and more like meticulously crafted works of art. A subtle smile of amusement crept across Lin Yang's lips as he turned to Chen Qingqing, who was equally captivated by the culinary creations before them. Just as Lin Yang was lost in admiration for the exquisite presentation of the dishes, the steak made its grand entrance. The server approached with steady hands, bearing a beautifully crafted plate showcasing the much-anticipated A5 Wagyu steak. The plate itself was a work of art, adorned with intricate carvings along its edge, while the steak lay at the center, surrounded by vibrant accompaniments and a small dish of special sauce. With a warm smile, the server slightly bowed and began to elaborate. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our restaurant's finest A5 Wagyu steak. This A5 Wagyu hails from the renowned Kobe region in Japan, a purebred breed of black-haired cattle. During the final stage of its rearing, these cattle are fed a unique diet consisting of rice, malt, and beer residue, which enhances the tenderness and juiciness of the meat. Moreover, Japan enforces strict grading standards for Wagyu, with A5 representing the pinnacle of quality, indicative of rich marbling and an unparalleled level of tenderness." After a lengthy introduction, the waiter politely bowed slightly and turned to leave. Lin Yang gazed at the rather expensive steak before him, filled with anticipation. He picked up his knife and fork and cut a piece of the steak to taste. However, in that instant, his brows furrowed immediately. Chen Qingqing, who had been attentively observing Lin Yang's reaction, quickly inquired, "What is the matter?" Lin Yang slightly frowned, a look of distaste crossing his face as he replied, "It's too greasy. The texture is akin to consuming a large chunk of roasted beef fat." Chen Qingqing chuckled softly, patiently elucidating, "You see, the highest grade of Wagyu beef is A5, categorized by the fat content enveloping the meat. The fat content of A5 Wagyu is exceedingly high, hence the resemblance to beef fat. You might find it more palatable with some side dishes, like the salad beside it. The fresh vegetables can cut through the richness of the steak, providing a more balanced flavor." "Really?" Lin Yang regarded Chen Qingqing with skepticism, then glanced at the salad. After a moment's hesitation, he opted to heed her advice. He speared some salad with his fork and brought it to his mouth. The refreshing vegetables mingled with the tangy dressing, instantly delivering a burst of freshness. Indeed, this invigorating flavor alleviated the greasiness of the steak remarkably well. Lin Yang nodded sleekly, realizing Chen Qingqing was correct. With the addition of the salad, he could finally continue savoring the steak. He took bites of the steak interspersed with the salad, slowly enjoying it. Although the richness of the steak remained evident, it was somewhat tolerable with the salad's counterbalance. He couldn't help but marvel internally. Was this truly the distinctive taste of top-tier A5 Wagyu? It was certainly not something easily enjoyed by the average person. This mere 238-gram steak, priced at nearly 5,000 yuan, was equivalent to almost half a year's rent for his previous rental apartment. Observing Lin Yang's reluctant demeanor, Chen Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "Don't you enjoy Western cuisine? Why come here then?" Lin Yang shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I just noticed that this restaurant doesn't require a queue." In truth, Lin Yang preferred Chinese cuisine. In his view, the preparation and flavors of Chinese dishes possessed a diversity unmatched by Western cuisine. In comparison, he found Western cooking methods and flavors somewhat monotonous. Lin Yang mused that trying Western food was sufficient. His palate was more inclined toward Chinese fare. "Haha, you're quite amusing. Aren't you worried that the lack of a queue might be due to the food being unpalatable?" Chen Qingqing's remark was neither too loud nor too soft. Yet it fell like a stone into a serene lake, instantly creating ripples. The waiter, who had been elegantly navigating the restaurant with a tray, halted abruptly upon hearing this, causing the tray in his hands to tremble slightly. He slowly turned his head, the once vibrant smile on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by a fury that seemed deeply offended. His gaze was like a sharp knife, seemingly wishing to carve Chen Qingqing into pieces, as if to say, "Our restaurant is the finest in Star City, boasting the most elite chefs and the highest quality ingredients. How could it possibly be unpalatable? How dare you utter such words?" Not only the waiter, but also the patrons at other tables were drawn to the sudden commotion. Those who had been engaged in hushed conversations halted their actions, turning their heads in unison. In a corner of the restaurant, a well-dressed couple was savoring their romantic lunch. Upon hearing Chen Qingqing's remarks, the young man frowned slightly, a hint of disdain crossing his features. He leaned closer to the young woman, whispering, "These two country bumpkins clearly have never experienced the world. The Secret Realm is the premier establishment in Star City, and its culinary delights are meticulously crafted. How could they be anything but exquisite? This is akin to a mountain pig unable to appreciate fine grain." The young woman nodded in agreement, her expression revealing a trace of superiority. At another table, a group of middle-aged men clad in tailored suits were engrossed in business discussions. One of them set down his wine glass, curling his lip as he remarked to his companions, "The youth of today truly lack decorum. To speak so boldly in such an upscale restaurant is audacious." The dishes here emphasize the purity of the ingredients and the finesse of the cooking, beyond their comprehension. The others nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with an air of self-importance. Meanwhile, a group of young women, initially delighting in sharing their meal, cast strange glances at the unfolding scene. One girl with a ponytail whispered to her friends, "How can they say such things? I've always wanted to come to this restaurant. I've heard the steaks and desserts are exceptional. They must simply be incapable of appreciating fine cuisine." Her companions joined in murmuring their doubts regarding Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing's comments. After finishing their meal, Lin Yang raised his hand to summon the waiter for the bill. The waiter approached briskly, wearing a professional smile, and politely announced, "Sir, madam, your total is 15,629 yuan." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang retrieved his phone, ready to present the payment code. However, the waiter did not accept it as usual. Instead, he leaned slightly forward, a mysterious smile gracing his face, and said, "Mr. Lin, I apologize, but our owner has instructed that all your meals are complimentary whenever you dine with us." Taken aback, Lin Yang's face reflected confusion. He thought to himself, "I do not know the owner of the Secret Realm. How could such a fortune befall me? Moreover, how would this waiter recognize me?" The diners, engrossed in their meals, turned their gazes with curiosity towards Lin Yang, pondering the nature of his identity that afforded him a complimentary meal. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed through Lin Yang's mind, the enigmatic smile that had graced Chen Qingqing's face when they first entered the restaurant. Previously, at the upscale seafood buffet, they had dined for free solely because Chen Qingqing was the proprietor. Was it possible that this fine dining establishment was also owned by her? Slowly, Lin Yang turned his head, fixing his gaze on Chen Qingqing, and tentatively inquired, "Is this restaurant also yours?" At that moment, the waiter swiftly interjected, "Indeed, Mr. Lin, this lady here is the owner of our restaurant." As the words left the waiter's lips, An instant hush enveloped the entire establishment. All eyes were drawn, as if by magnetic force, toward Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing. The earlier whispers and derisive comments branding them as simpletons and unsophisticated suddenly ceased, replaced by expressions of shock and disbelief. The well-dressed young man, who had been wearing an air of disdain, had been poised to continue teasing his girlfriend when the waiter's revelation froze his smile, leaving his lips twitching and his complexion shifting to an unsettling shade. His gaze faltered, avoiding contact with anyone, as he instinctively lowered his head, tugging at his collar as if it had constricted, rendering him breathless. His girlfriend, initially in agreement with his jests, now wore an expression of profound embarrassment, rendered speechless as if her words had been snatched away. Her cheeks flushed crimson, biting her lip, filled with regret as she silently lamented her earlier words, wishing she had known of Chen Qingqing's true status. The group of middle-aged businessmen exchanged glances, their faces betraying astonishment and discomfort. One man, who had been vociferous just moments before, found his wine glass suspended in midair, as if time itself had come to a standstill. His face oscillated between pallor and flush, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. He coughed awkwardly, striving to alleviate the tension in the air, but his throat felt parched, producing a voice that sounded stiff and unnatural. Meanwhile, a cluster of young women widened their eyes in disbelief. The girl with the ponytail, who had been gossiping about Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing, now stood with her mouth agape, forming a perfect ta shape, unable to close it for what seemed like an eternity. She gently covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes brimming with astonishment and regret, whispering to her companions, "Goodness, she's the owner. We just remarked that she wouldn't know how to dine. And now we've truly slapped ourselves in the face." Her friends nodded in agreement, embarrassment etched on their faces, recognizing the folly of their earlier behavior. Simultaneously, other patrons in the restaurant began to murmur among themselves. "So that woman is the owner of this establishment," remarked a fashionably dressed lady in astonishment. "How could someone who can afford such an expensive restaurant be a rustic bumpkin?" One of her companions echoed. "To open such a high-end establishment in the prime location of the Guijin Center surely indicates that they are not ordinary individuals," another remarked, unable to suppress a sigh. "In comparison to them, we are indeed the true bumpkins," someone murmured quietly, their tone laced with envy and self-deprecation. "Indeed, the flavor of this beef is unmistakably that of roasted beef fat. We merely lack the courage to admit it for the sake of our pride. Only those of distinguished status, like them, dare to speak the truth without concern for the opinions of others." A bespectacled gentleman adjusted his glasses and contemplated thoughtfully. Chapter 82. It is my duty to serve you. After finishing lunch, Lin Yang drove Chen Qingqing home. Along the way, the two engaged in delightful conversation, with Lin Yang cheerfully remarking, "Once again, I find myself benefiting from your generosity." Chen Qingqing playfully winked and replied, "What is there to be polite about between us? Speaking of which, I am quite looking forward to returning to Phoenix County tomorrow. I have been thinking about Teacher Wang for years, and Haven Tea had the opportunity to visit. By the way, what time are we departing tomorrow?" "Around 8 o'clock. Leaving early will allow us to return in time for dinner. The journey from Phoenix County to Xingqing takes about 8 to 9 hours. So an early start will ensure we arrive before dark." "All right then, just let me know when you're ready tomorrow." "Sure." As they conversed, the car had already entered the community garage. The two now resided in the same neighborhood, in the same building, and on the same floor, making their outings incredibly convenient, which made them both chuckle. Upon returning to the community, Lin Yang first escorted Chen Qingqing to her home before promptly beginning to transfer items from his house to the car. He made several trips back and forth, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead, which he paid no mind to. He carefully placed the leather belts, clothes, and various snacks he had purchased into the vehicle, all the while mentally calculating that these were heartfelt gifts for his parents, ensuring nothing was overlooked. While Lin Yang was organizing the items, his phone suddenly rang. It was Xie Jia calling. On the phone, Xie Jia provided a detailed update on the progress of the refund and compensation for the Maybach S580. The dealership was evading responsibility, reluctant to fulfill the refund and compensation obligations. However, in the face of a complete and valid chain of evidence, the dealership had no way to deny their accountability. Just as Xie Jia was preparing to file a lawsuit, the dealership finally relented, but only agreed to a refund and compensation of 1-to-1. Xie Jia spoke with unwavering determination. Mr. Lin, I'm absolutely confident in securing a refund and compensation of 1-to-3 from the dealership. Their fraudulent actions must be punished, which is why I intend to proceed with the lawsuit. I wanted to seek your opinion on this matter. Xie Jia was the legal supervisor at Run Group and a highly esteemed lawyer. Since Lin Yang had entrusted her with the case entirely, he naturally refrained from interfering. As long as the desired outcome was achieved, he was content. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang replied, Lawyer Xie, I support your decision. Proceed as you see fit. And there is no need to update me on the progress. Just inform me of the results when the time comes. Understood, Xie Jia responded, feeling that Lin Yang was the best client she had ever encountered. Unlike some clients who knew nothing yet insisted on meddling, thereby hindering rather than helping. If every client were like Lin Yang, she felt she could regain years of youth. After ending the call, Lin Yang resumed preparing for his journey home, filled with anticipation for the adventure that awaited him the next day. The following morning, as dawn's light began to grace the horizon, Lin Yang was already awake. He opened his cabinet and carefully retrieved the gold bracelet, the white jade, the jadeite bracelet, and several gold rings he had acquired later. Lin Yang meticulously placed the items into the prepared bags, his heart brimming with nostalgia for his parents and the joy of their imminent reunion. Before 8 o'clock, he arrived at Chen Qingqing's doorstep, bearing an array of gifts, and gently pressed the doorbell. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Chen Qingqing. Her face adorned with a radiant smile, dressed in casual attire that accentuated her vivacity. Good morning, Lin Yang. Are you all set? Her voice was melodious and cheerful. Good morning. Everything is ready. I've just been waiting for you, Lin Yang replied with a smile. The duo descended the elevator together, and as soon as they stepped out, they encountered Zhang Homin. Upon seeing Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing laden with numerous bags, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and his face erupted into a warm, enthusiastic smile. He practically jogged over to them, as if fearing someone might seize the moment. With swift motions, he reached for the heavy bag in Lin Yang's hand, exclaiming, Mr. Lin, with so many items, allow me to assist you. Please don't hesitate. His tone was imbued with such fervor that it was impossible to refuse. As they made their way to the parking area, Zhang Homin consistently walked ahead, frequently glancing back to ensure Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing kept pace. He continued to chatter, Mr. Lin, this way, watch your step. The ground has just been cleaned and isn't completely dry yet. His gaze radiated concern, as if he were tending to a most esteemed guest. Noticing Chen Qingqing alongside Lin Yang, a flicker of curiosity crossed Zhang Homin's eyes, prompting him to inquire, Mr. Lin, are you bringing all these gifts to visit your father-in-law? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. She lowered her head, slightly biting her lip, appearing somewhat shy. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yang quickly waved his hand in dismissal, clarifying, no, I'm going back to my hometown. I haven't visited in 2 years, and these are gifts from my parents. Zhang Homin, realizing his misunderstanding, promptly apologized. I'm sorry for the mix-up. Uncle Lin, Aunt Yang is truly fortunate to have such an exceptional son. His words were sincere, glancing at the bag inscribed with Daxia gold. He could sense its weight and knew it contained precious gold. With the current market price soaring at 800 to 900 per gram, the bag likely held several pounds, worth at least hundreds of thousands. Though he earned a commendable income as a steward at Binjiang Bay, earning the envy of many, it paled in comparison to Lin Yang's generosity. The gifts Lin Yang brought home for his parents outweighed the sum of his own years of frugality. Zhang Homin enthusiastically led the way, fully familiar with the community's layout, and soon arrived at Lin Yang's parking spot. Upon reaching the vehicle, Lin Yang opened the trunk, and Zhang Homin promptly placed the items inside with care, even rearranging them to maximize space for additional belongings. After placing down the items he held, he took the initiative to accept the package from Chen Qingqing, arranging it meticulously while murmuring, everything must be placed carefully. We cannot afford any bumps or bruises. Once he completed the task, he conducted a thorough inspection to ensure that all items were securely in place, nodding in satisfaction. Lin Yang extracted a cigarette from the car, unwrapped it, and handed a pack to Zhang Homin, saying, "I appreciate your hard work." Zhang Homin, taken aback by the gesture, quickly accepted it with both hands, bowing slightly as he replied, "It's no trouble at all. Serving Mr. Lin is my duty." His face radiated joy, and his eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Mr. Lin, I wish you a safe journey," Zhang Homin sincerely expressed. "Thank you. Take care of yourself as well," Lin Yang responded. Before boarding the car with Chen Qingqing, he started the engine and slowly drove out of the community, embarking on the journey back to his hometown. Chapter 83. Second Uncle. The journey from Star City to Phoenix County is not a short one. Lin Yang and Chen Qingqing set off early in the morning, speeding along the highway. To ensure they would arrive home before dinner, they hastily resolved their lunch at a service area along the expressway. By 3 in the afternoon, they finally exited the highway in Phoenix County and entered the town. As they passed by a small convenience store, Chen Qingqing expressed her thirst, prompting Lin Yang to brake sharply and bring the car to a steady stop at the store's entrance. "Wait in the car. I will fetch some water," he instructed. Outside the store, a few elderly men were gathered around a table, engrossed in a game of chess, while a curious crowd formed around them. Suddenly, a sharp screech of brakes shattered the tranquility, causing everyone to turn their heads. A large SUV had parked by the roadside, instantly capturing the attention of all. One impressive vehicle, but what brand could it possibly be? An elderly man remarked, his eyes filled with intrigue. The emblem bore a lightning bolt, a sight never before encountered by him. Another elder moved closer, scrutinizing the logo in hopes of uncovering the mystery. "Does anyone recognize it?" They all exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating their lack of familiarity. At that moment, a young passerby, brimming with pride, interjected, "That's the Yangwang U8, a true luxury vehicle. Its power is remarkable, comparable to that of a tank. No ordinary car can compete. Moreover, its features are astonishing. It can turn around in place, making it exceptionally convenient in narrow spaces. It even possesses an emergency amphibious capability, allowing it to traverse flooded areas without fear." As the young man spoke, he animatedly gestured, his face radiating familiarity and pride for the vehicle. The elderly onlookers listened, captivated, their expressions a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Goodness, how incredible! To be able to turn on a dime. Imagine how agile that would be. It could easily navigate the narrow roads of our small county. And the ability to drive on water is truly unprecedented, one elder exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Yes, if one were to take this car to the riverbank, they could simply drive across the water, far more convenient than taking a boat. Another elder jested, eliciting laughter from the surrounding crowd. Such an impressive car must come with a hefty price tag, I presume? An elder with reading glasses inquired, adjusting them with curiosity. The young man's smile widened, tinged with a hint of pride as he replied, "Indeed, this vehicle costs over $1 million. A collective gasp escaped the elderly onlookers, their expressions frozen in shock, soon followed by murmurs among themselves. Over $1 million? What an enormous sum. The average person could never earn such an amount in a lifetime, and yet someone spent it all on a car. This luxury vehicle not only exudes power, but also boasts a price that is simply unattainable for most. Whoever drives such a car must undoubtedly be wealthy beyond measure. Just look at that license plate. It's from the provincial capital. One can only wonder whose family is thriving enough to return home in $1 million luxury vehicle." An elderly man craned his neck, scrutinizing the license plate with eyes brimming with envy. "Ah, old Zhang, how do you know the driver hails for Phoenix County?" Someone inquired, puzzled. "With the Qingming festival approaching, many are returning home to pay respects to their ancestors. Otherwise, who would venture to our impoverished corner of the world for a visit?" Old Zhang, as he was known, analyzed sagely. The crowd nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. Phoenix County boasted little in the way of noteworthy tourist attractions, and few ventured there throughout the year. If they were not visitors, they were most likely locals, thriving elsewhere and returning in splendid fashion. As the crowd engaged in spirited discussion about the luxury vehicle and its owner, Old Li, seated before a chessboard, found his concentration disrupted by the sudden commotion. Instinctively, he turned to glance at the source of the disturbance. Upon seeing the young man alight from the car, he became transfixed, as if ensnared by an enchantment. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he rubbed them vigorously, as though to dispel the illusion before him. This is Xiaoyang, isn't it? He murmured, a tremor lacing his voice. The chess pieces slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground, yet he remained oblivious. Those nearby noticed old Li's peculiar behavior and cast curious glances in his direction. Old Li, do you know this person? One elder queried, perplexed. Roused from his stupor, Old Li nodded fervently, his voice rising with excitement. Of course I know him. He is my grandnephew. The crowd exchanged skeptical glances. Old Li, we know your relatives. None have been reported as particularly wealthy. Are you pulling our leg? An elder remarked, furrowing his brow in disbelief. Just then, Lin Yang spotted his great-uncle from afar and called out, "Great-uncle!" That single exclamation settled the doubts in the hearts of those present. A radiant smile broke across Old Li's face as he hurried towards Lin Yang, responding eagerly, "Xiaoyang, you've returned." "Yes, it's been a long time since I've come back. I thought I would take the opportunity to visit." "Are you in the midst of a chess game?" Lin Yang replied, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Indeed, they say your car is worth over $1 million. You must have struck it rich out there," Old Li remarked, surveying Lin Yang with pride and affection. Lin Yang chuckled humbly. "Not at all. I've merely earned a little." "Please wait a moment, great-uncle." Suddenly recalling something, Lin Yang dashed back to his car, rummaging through the trunk before emerging with a pack of cigarettes and some loose ones. He handed a cigarette to his great-uncle, grinning, "Great-uncle, I couldn't make it back for your 80th birthday, so accept this as my token of apology." Then, he opened the other pack and generously distributed the loose cigarettes to the surrounding elders. "Ah, my dear, this is a treasure of the world, 200 for a pack." An elderly man received the cigarette, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed. He gently sniffed the pack beneath his nose, handling it with such care as if it were not merely a pack of cigarettes, but rather a rare and precious gem. "Old Li, your grandson has truly struck it rich," remarked another elder, taking the cigarettes with an envious gaze filled with jealousy. "Ha ha!" Old Li's laughter narrowed his eyes into mere slits, his face etched with pride. He straightened his back, his chest instinctively puffing out, as if to proclaim that this was the most commendable achievement of his life. He accepted the cigarettes Lin Yang offered, examining them with delight. The smile on his lips was impossible to conceal. "I knew it. Young Yang is destined for greatness," he remarked, gently patting Lin Yang's shoulder, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. The other elders gathered around, eagerly accepting the cigarettes while showering Lin Yang with praises. "This boy is truly filial and capable. Indeed, driving luxury cars and smoking fine cigarettes. He must be thriving out there." Their words were filled with admiration and envy for Lin Yang. He responded with a humble smile, his demeanor reflecting modesty despite the accolades. "You flatter me. It's merely good fortune," he replied, his voice gentle and unassuming, showing no signs of pride or arrogance. At that moment, a young man leaned in closer to Old Li and jokingly said, "Grandpa Li, from now on, you shall enjoy happiness alongside your prosperous grandson." Old Li's smile widened, nodding vigorously, as if he could already envision a blissful future. After purchasing some water and bidding farewell to his second uncle, Lin Yang departed in his car. Yet, the elders remained entranced by the earlier spectacle, their thoughts lingering as they followed the luxurious vehicle with their gazes, continuing to discuss animatedly. "Old Li, you are indeed fortunate to have such a successful grandson, driving $1 million luxury car and being so generous. A pack of cigarettes from him is equivalent to our living expenses for several days," one elder remarked, his face glowing with envy, shaking Old Li's hand as if to share in his good fortune. "Yes, this boy has always been clever. I knew he would achieve great things in the future. Who would have thought that after just a few years, he would be thriving so splendidly?" Old Li's laughter was infectious, his face relaxing into a broad smile, each wrinkle a testament to his pride and joy. He stood tall, as if to announce his happiness to the world. "Old Li, you shall enjoy a life of comfort. Perhaps you might even visit the provincial capital and see the world," another elder joked, eyes sparkling with longing. Indeed, if I ever visit the provincial capital, With this child's character, he will certainly host me splendidly. Old Li unabashedly reveled in his pride, his tone brimming with aspirations for a future filled with splendid living. He envisioned himself seated in his nephew's luxurious vehicle, gliding through the bustling streets and alleyways of the provincial capital, with envious gazes directed his way. How glorious that would be! Alas, as he observed the youthful Lin Yang, he couldn't help but compare him to his own unaccomplished children, feeling the sting of competition. An elderly gentleman sighed in resignation, his face etched with disappointment and helplessness. He recalled the struggles of his own offspring, laboring daily for meager earnings, and a wave of bitterness washed over him. Indeed, in our little county, how many possess such opportunities and talents? Lin Yang, undoubtedly, must have endured considerable hardships to achieve his current success. One elder reflected, eyes filled with admiration. He understood that behind every triumph lies an abundance of sweat and effort. Lin Yang's achievements were far from coincidental. Regardless, with such an extraordinary individual emerging from old Li's family, he would undoubtedly become a figure of significance in their village. Another elder remarked with a smile, his gaze reflecting both envy and a hint of flattery. He pondered that perhaps in the future, he might seek old Li's assistance for some endeavor. The elders engaged in lively discourse, their words of admiration lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, old Li stood amidst the crowd, his face perpetually aglow with a joyful smile, basking in the admiration and praise of those around him. Chapter 84. A visit from relatives. Old Li, having acquired a box of precious He Tianxia valued at 2,000 yuan, found his thoughts drifting far from the chessboard as he hurried home, cradling the treasure with great care. Upon stepping through the threshold, his son Shaoli immediately noticed the item in his father's hands, his face a canvas of curiosity. "Dad, is that He Tianxia you're holding? Where did it come from?" Shaoli was well aware of his father's frugality. The man often hesitated to purchase even a pack of cigarettes priced at 10 yuan, let alone splurge on an entire box of such a costly brand. "It's from Xiaoyang," Old Li replied, a hint of pride in his voice. "He didn't return for my birthday, so this is his gift to me. You mustn't think of pawning it or giving it away." A smile crept on Old Li's face, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction as he placed the cigarettes on the shelf as if securing a rare gem. "Xiaoyang? Is he the son of Kai Xiao?" Shaoli questioned, still somewhat incredulous. "Indeed, the very same boy from Kai Xiao's family. He returned to our hometown today, driving a luxury car worth $1 million. Old Li's tone lifted, brimming with pride. Shaoli frowned, skepticism etched across his features. "I'm not unaware of Kai Xia's family circumstances. Xiaoyang has only graduated for a little over 2 years. While it is conceivable that he could afford a modest vehicle on loan, a luxury car is beyond his means." In Shaoli's mind, the Lin family's financial situation